All right, we are back. It's Craps for the Cure 24 day 2. I have a voice. Can you believe that? After yesterday and all the screaming at the tables last night. So we're going to give a little trip report this morning to get things kicked off. But before we do that, I got to give you my normal reminders here, right? Number one, crapsforthecure.com is the place to be if you want to donate some money. See that rhyme I just did right there? Right? Kind of like, I didn't do that. No, I can't do that now. But yeah, crapsforthecure.com, the donate button if you want to give a straight donation, no fees. 100% goes right to vets moving forward. Okay. If you want to purchase a raffle ticket or a set of raffle tickets for the great stuff that we've got, we'll show a commercial here in a little while that shows all the raffle items we've got. Plus, something new has jumped into the mix. I'll talk about that in a minute. But raffle items such as the table that Joe from Craftsmaster Journey made, the cutting board that now it's the 16-inch wide cutting board that Rick Duval. If you're here yesterday, you get the joke. The big cutting board that Rick Duval created for us here as well. Can you see it? It's a 12-foot. There it is right there, right? That thing is fantastic. We've got the cruise with me. All these raffle items, $1 for a ticket. $1 for a raffle ticket. I'm telling you, 25 tickets ain't going to get it done. Some of these things have 1,000 tickets on them. You got to get your money in there and give yourself a better chance to win some of the stuff, okay? Now, the new one, Chef Ashish has put up, this is amazing, and you'll see up there on the raffle site today. He's going to fly to your house, not to your house, but to your city. He's going to come to your house and cook you and up to 10 people a gourmet dinner and brunch the next day. You just got to buy the ingredients. This guy, I'm telling you, he was the chef, the sous chef at Buckingham Palace. He's cooked for the president of Mexico. It isn't like he can't cook. I think he can cook as good as me. So absolutely, yeah, putting it out there. Absolutely, that's a $3,000 item if you're going to buy that, right? Raffle ticket right now. Go buy a raffle ticket that right now. Now let's zoom in here and look at some of the stuff we're going to do today. So today we're going to play. Yesterday we did So You Think You Can Press, which I think was pretty fun. Right? We had a good time with that. And thanks to Big AZ for dealing to a bunch of maniacs. That was pretty cool. Today we're going to lighten that up a little bit. In between interview segments, we're going to play some bingo. The way bingo is going to work is we're going to throw the dice. We're going to call the dice out. And you at home can buy a bingo card. Go right now to crapsforthecure.com and hit the raffle items link. There's a bingo card right front and center there. It's $10. $10 for a bingo card. Hey, money on the cash plays. Cash plays. Yeah, right. From what? Wattage Live already coming in, right? Beautiful. Anyway, the bingo cards are $10. Okay. When we're playing bingo, check the number off. Every bingo game, there's going to be a prize. One of them is going to be this beautiful fanny pack. Now, if it matters to you, I actually wore this fanny pack. Okay, I did. This is Pro Craft's worn gear. Now, I wore it and I said, I can't actually pull off the fanny pack look, so you can have it. So for $10, somebody can win bingo and get. I tried crossing over. I cannot wear a cross. I'm telling you, it ain't my jam. That's one. These right here, the shiny. Look at these things. These are Win white dice, right there. Win white dice, never been played. From where you right there? Can you see them? Back. All right. These are from the Win. White with blue pips, never been played. Fantastic for a bingo winner. These are really cool. Blood red. You know my favorite color is blood red and black, right? Blood red Harvey's dice. These are super cool too. Look at that design. Okay, there's the Harvey's dice. I also have a token from the Trop. Right? Token from the Trop. And from the now defunct and goodbye Mirage, Terry Fader skeleton, sort of, where do you want to get like that? Okay, there it is. So those are items also. Casino Quest or the dealer train or the casino training center. I gotta get my vernacular. The casino training, the CTC, new merch right here. We got shirts, 2 shirts, lanyard, right? $100 donation, pop. Right now, the first 2 people that throw $100, bam, and guess who's gonna sign it?
It's a polo t-shirt lanyard.
Polo t-shirt lanyard signed by the folks over here at the casino training center. To the first $200 separate bidders, get that. Okay. Another thing we're gonna do for bingo winners is this: the commemorative. Can you see it? This is the flip it up. Oh, on that camera there. That's why. This is the Craps for the Cure 24 chip and the wristband thingy that we're all wearing here. one of those to a bingo winner. So bingo winners, win dice, Harvey's. Oh, I shouldn't put a 7 up there. That's bad luck. Actually, right?
Not for you.
What a dum dum, right? We'll do that. Well, actually, we're gonna do Ryan's favorite. For Mark the Point's favorite number in the whole world is the hard 8. It's the hard 8. We'll talk about the hard 8 in a little bit, won't we? Right? Anyway, those dice, the 2 separate tokens. John's failed attempt at being fashionable. And the stick of dice. Here's the stick of dice. We're going to use these dice today. These are casino tiers. Look at those sexy beasts. They're purple. They're freaking awesome. We're going to throw today. We're going to use one of these and a different color dice today for all the bingo throws. And every bingo game is going to be whatever prize we pick. I'm just going to say today, this bingo, probably this one here will be the last one because those dice were expensive. The last bingo game will be like a coverall, and it'll be for the win dice. Those things are pretty trick. Anyway, these dice, we're going to use them all day long. We're going to play bingo with those dice. We're going to play a little bit of 7 out today. We'll all get to shoot like musical chair style. And at the end of the day, the last winner will get this whole stick of dice that we've played with. Everybody will have touched those dice. So we're not going to sanitize them. You get them as gross as they're going to be, but you get dice that everybody here played with all day, and they're beautiful. So that's what's going to happen the rest of the day. So yeah,
Okay,
Ryan.
So after the raffles, after all the donations, after Craps for the Cure, can you still go and donate?
100%.
Where do you do that?
Yeah, the Craps for the Cure website it's up all year, so you can donate all year long, and we're going to be pumping that up throughout our shows as well. So that's going to always be a thing at the website, and every dollar from that still gets earmarked, right? And matter of fact, money that came in throughout the year, I think they're probably still putting towards Mooch, right, as part of the thing. So I think it's all coming in from us. So I think we'll probably put a stop line in and say now from yesterday forward, everything goes towards the next dog. So yeah, that'll happen all year long for sure. Good question. All right, let's get to it. I want to do a little. We're going to take this off the table real quick, and I want to bring you all around. So I'm going to do a little bit of a trip report. Let's take this down here. We were joking about this earlier because I'm a little bit lazy, and I don't want to film and edit down a trip report for Tuesday. And I thought, well, we're all here, and we're all feeling it right now. So I want to bring some of my good friends out here, and come on out one by one. Jen, you can or Craig, come first. You know these people.
All right.
This is Craig from Old Bay Craps. Yeah. Come on out. We got Joe from Craftsmaster Journey. Yeah, clap it up, right? We got, who's next? Come on, Brian. Good night, Brian. There you go. And we got Ryan, Mark the Point, and the Justice Jen. Right? Oh, no.
No YouTube.
Yeah. So come on in tight, guys. So what I want to do here a little bit is this. How about if I just kind of scoot a little bit? I want to talk about how it's going for all of us, right? So we're here. We can squeeze in a little more.
Yeah.
How much more?
Like that.
How about
The short
that?
ones in the front.
We looking good? Okay.
Another $20 donation from Cappy.
Woo! Yeah. Keep them coming. Buy the bingo. Bingo's going to be great today. Buy the bingo cards. Anyway, I want to talk about how we're all doing. We've all approached this thing completely differently, right? Like you know me, right? I've been talking, if you watch my show every day on Casino Gaming TV, I talk about survival in groups, right? When you're going to play with a large group for many days, especially in Vegas, it's all about survival. I've been playing survival craps this whole time. Aggressive survival. I would say it's more aggressive than I normally play, but I'm still in survival mode. And I'll share some of my strategies with you. And I think I said this. Was it you that was live streaming from the van today?
Yep.
Okay, so Mark, I want to call you Mark all the time.
Okay.
Ryan.
God, I can't help it. Ryan asked me, how are you doing? Are you up or down? And my answer to that question, my wife, close your ears, Kathy. Do this. No, I have not been to the ATM machine yet. Let's just say that. I rolled in with money. I still have money. I may have more money than I came with, but I have not been to the ATM, which is a good, if you're here for 4 days and you haven't touched the ATM,
It's great.
I call that a win right there. And we had a great time, right? We'll share some stories here in a minute, but let's go around the room here. Generally speaking, how you doing? And then we're going to talk about what we're doing on the tables. All right. So we'll start with Jen.
I'm pretty much even. I was way up.
Look at the X there. Yeah.
Hello, guys. I was up on. First of all, I was way up, and then I played with Joe at Planet Hollywood, and I played the King 7, and he had like 2 come out 7s, 2 come out 11s. I was on the DP, of course. Then he buckshots a point. So I'm down $1,000 within 5 minutes with Joe. Same with Ryan, and it was a survival. We shot maybe 10 times until the last 2.
The last
until
two.
the last 2, and then Joe and I finished really strong, and everyone made thousands. Not as much as Ryan made.
The best part for me about that night was you guys all got destroyed. And as you're getting destroyed, they're saying, "Hey, John, come over to Planet Hollywood." I'm like, "All right, I'm trying to find parking." And
You showed up for the
I
good
roll
one.
in there. I'm like, "Okay, let me just buy on in." And I think it was I shot, and then Jen shot 29, and then Joe shot 30 or something. It was like
PSO
I just
between us.
literally
some
parachuted in and made a
Yeah.
fortune. It was
Yes.
awesome. Yeah, it was
Thousands.
fantastic. Yes.
You're welcome. I was down a lot. So, anyways,
Yeah.
Last night was brutal, but tonight we're gonna go to Paris and I think make it all back.
You know
but
it.
I just play bubble craps. Like, it takes me 10 minutes to win 200, so I can lose. And try King 7. You guys check out Crappy Craftsman's strategy. That's a good one.
We're gonna talk about that strategy in a minute. But yeah, that night was great. That was great to see Joe hit that great roller. Of course, I expect it from you.
Let's let
Yeah,
him tell
we'll tell it.
Although he's modest, he's
He's
crushed
modest.
it. Even
Oh
though
my God.
his 28 was way better than my 28, and
Joe
I'll
crushed
tell
it,
you why.
and that was the roll where was it his roll? Yeah.
Yeah.
The high five from hell, I call it that way.
Yeah, dude.
We
My
we
ears
reached
are
back
still
from
ringing.
here, and it was the high, and I think my hand got broke. I'm just so glad that it wasn't Joe that high fived me, because Joe would have actually broke my arm probably, right? Like Joe. Look,
Joe was in a focus. I was like this the whole time.
oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I don't think it's funny. You look at his channel, right, when you watch Joe shoot, and at the table, because he's on stick left, I'm on the right side usually. All you see the whole time Joe has the dice is his ears. Literally, he's betting and he's just here, and all you see from that side is you just see ear and shine, right, and that's it. And but focused, dude, so focused. It was great. Yeah. Anyway, so who's next? Let's go to just go right down the line here. So Ryan, Jen out of the way.
Yes, man, I've had a blast. I've had some great rolls. I've had some great time at the table.
Mhm.
I've had some terrible time at bubble craps. All these, I don't call lies. All these videos that you see on Bubble where these people are making thousands and thousands, it has not worked for me yet. However, my time may be coming soon. We'll see. Now, the table game has been a much different experience. I'm up right now. I'm up pretty good, so I've tripled my bankroll from where I started with. I'm excited about that. Overall, a great experience. I love it.
So you're funny, man. So I knew from the grapevine when you're at Biloxi, right? Oh, Ryan's an aggressive player, blah blah. He's he made a lot of money. So we roll in, and everybody is like, because we haven't met in person yet, right?
No, we
haven't met in person.
It's the first time meeting most of the group.
Right? And so of course there's this kind of like level. Everybody's like kind of level setting, right? And advanced feeling each other out. It's like, yeah, just so you know, I got stuff going on at the house, and I'm not going to be playing very aggressive. You've heard stories about me. I'm not going to do that. I'm just gonna go here. I'm like, okay, cool, right? I come up, black chips everywhere, and then he's screaming and yelling, and there's hardways are parlayed to $1 million. I'm like, what is this? This is your non-aggressive Ryan. I can't wait to go party with you, man. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
No, but we had a good time, and you got to tell the Hard 8 story.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
that's great.
So here we are. We're up there at Planet Hollywood. Okay, before that story, I had a great run. I actually hit the ATS at Planet Hollywood. Nobody was there. I had absolutely nobody to credit for.
Nobody saw it.
Nobody saw it. They
Did it
only
really happen?
Pictures or it didn't happen, right?
but I did take a picture of the purples.
Was
right?
it your own hand or somebody else's hand?
Oh, let's not talk about hand size, okay? So
Here comes Joe. I'm going to crush your head.
So here we are. So I had a very good roll. I hit the ATS. I hit everything but the 2 and 12 again. I made really, really nice on that roll. I cashed out. Jenny was coming over here. She was supposed to be coming from Caesars. Some people were supposed to be coming over. So I got back on the table probably about an hour later. About an hour later, I got back on the table. This is when Joe showed up. And we talk about how she said she got hammered on the very first 10 minutes. Well, I also did. And so here's what I did. I told Jenny, I started off with the Arnold. No, not Arnold. I started off with the Warren, which is, if you've seen my channel, you've seen the Warren. It's you have a pass line bet, and then you have working to come out of 220 inside. And it worked for me. I started off with that, then I just went full blitz after that. She goes, you can't make money on that. I said, sure you can. Let's watch. Let me show you.
Let me show you.
So we're talking about a $25 pass line, 220 inside working. Joe gets the dice. He sets the 7 set, and guess what happens, guys? The come out roll, working bets, it's a 5-2-7. It wiped her on the don't pass, it wiped me on my come out rolls. I had ATSs, I had Hardways, I probably got wiped for over $300 in that one shot. Okay. So I said, you know what? He's not gonna do this twice in a row. There's no way he can hit 2 7s out in a row. So what do? She plays a don't pass, I play 220 inside, the Hardways, ATS, everything going. $300, another 617 on the dot. And guess what? I'm down $600 on the fly, just like that. But he redeemed himself because about 30 minutes later, was it the same roll or was it one more roll after?
Yeah, it was
Okay,
around the table.
His next round of the table, he did great. He hit the ATS. I'm a Hardway parlay guy. If you know anything about the way I play, and maybe in a little bit I'll show you how I do the.
We're gonna do that,
parlay, yeah. But I do the hard 8 parlay, and I hit it. He hit it, and we slapped hands like you've ever seen before.
My God!
It screamed like a girl.
And if
like
you've ever seen me hit the hard way, I do. I scream like a little girl.
That was a $1,000 hit.
That was a $1,000 hit. Plus, I had like 210 on that
Mm-hmm.
So I got hit from the hard ways, and I got hit on the 8 years.
So I was focused down like that, like
Yeah.
you guys
You were.
said was. All I could hear is Ian screaming. And then I heard $1,000 hit. I'm like,
What?
It's okay. You know, if you make $1,000 in one roll, it's okay to scream like a little girl right now.
Yep.
You can lose your manhood.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
okay.
100%.
$1,000.
Well, it was funny because it was 900 there and it was like 240 out here, right? And you're like, purples. And
Oh, yeah.
they're trying to give you all these buttons. Like, no, here. You're like, give me a freaking purple chip. I want purple chips back. And they were like so
You gotta
confused
call
by that.
for it, man. You gotta call for it.
It was
Because they don't
fantastic.
like to give them out. You tell them, I want to pay it purple.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They do not like, but you know, that was
Okay, but we'll talk a little more about it later.
for sure. All right, who's next?
Oh,
Yeah,
me?
yeah.
I missed the whole first session, and I got here.
You landed what time? Yesterday morning?
Yeah, yesterday morning. Yeah,
Yeah.
and then came straight over.
Mhm.
So I got up early. So 10 o'clock was really late,
Mm-hmm.
and I know some other stuff happened after 10 o'clock. That was sometimes nothing good happens after 10 o'clock, but last night I feel like I missed it again. So I missed this big thing that you guys did, and then I decided, because I'm gonna be here for a couple more days, so I'm just gonna play the mirror. And what I call the mirror is pretty much the sister. Like,
Yeah.
So if it's a 5, I'll bet the 9. $10. I'm playing for $10 just to be there with everyone.
Yep.
And whatever it was, I was just betting it, and I just stayed there for, probably 3 hours, just $10, $12 at a time, and then everything's going really good. People are making a lot of money. I'm like, okay, I'm going in. I can't just the fear of missing
100%.
out.
Yeah.
So then, yeah. So then I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do 66 inside, and all we need is 2 inside hits. I'm gonna go down to 44.
All we need.
That's all we need.
Yeah.
And we've been doing it, so
Sure.
I've been watching it happen the whole time. So I think I'll do that. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna take 300. Here we go, $300. 66 inside. All we need is 2 hits. Didn't get it, but it wasn't like it was PSO. It was like 0.8, then 12, 10, 4, 3.
And you're like, right? Give me a hit.
I'm like, I just need 2 hits.
Doing that. I saw.
And then we got 1 hit. I'm like, all right, 1 hit. Inside pressure, 22 inside pressure. And then I'm going down to 44. This is going to be great. Oh, no, it's not going to be great. 1, 2, 3 times that happened. I said, okay, I can't do this anymore. I'm going to go on the DP for 75. Get past the come out. Then I'll go 66. And if the 7 comes and I don't get those 2 hits, I'll just get paid 75, and they kind of get a little bit of money back. Well, 3 times in a row, I got the money back. I didn't get 2 inside hits. I got my 75 from the don't and I was at a place where if I can get 2 inside hits, go down to 44, I'll pick up that don't.
Yeah.
And people would have said, I can't believe you picked up the
I would have told everybody.
I know,
I would've
but I
taken an
would
ad
have
out.
done it because I was just there to be there, right?
Yep.
And so that happened a couple times. And I'm like, okay, so at least I'm breaking even. I'm here.
Sure.
Before I was doing it for $10. Now I'm risking 75 on the come out.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm next to throw, and Joe's next to me. And I'm like, okay, I got some money. I'm next to throw, but I'm going to still do the don't, just because it was, by that time, that was number 7 times we had went around. And finally, it's time for him. I'm next. I go up. for 75. 7. I'm like,
We know.
I'm like, do you guys? Nobody told me this. So then I go back for 75 again.
Because all you want to do is roll.
Yeah, I was just waiting to roll. I was
Just waiting to roll.
I'm just like trying to get to my roll. Come on, 7 again.
Yep.
I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm not going back. I'm just gonna go back to what I was doing before. 66 inside, hopefully get 2 hits. So then he established a point. And then 4, 10, whatever it was, nothing on the inside, and then out. And I'm like, I just lost $300. I had 200. I had
to do that for people.
I had $10. It was my time to roll. I had $10 on the pass line, and I was trying to hit a 4, and I rolled a few times, and then I'm like, I think I'm done because I lost my last $10. Down 300.
I think you rolled 3 times because Anna should probably close her ears for this one too. Can I tell that? Can I tell that story?
Go ahead,
Yes.
Go ahead, Johnny.
Johnny.
Ian-
Bankroll destroyer.
Ian said, I'm the strategy destroyer, right? But I've been doing great. I've been doing great this whole week, right? But I was done. I made my money. I'm like, I'm going to bed. I was profitable last night, and I'm like, I'm gonna go. And he goes, I gotta take a leak. Why don't you? Before he said, show me what you've been doing. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna walk you through what I've been doing, right? And he goes, well, actually, I got to go take a leak. Just play for me. Fine, right? He walks away. I think it was you were there for this act before you went to the bathroom. I was going to show you, and he sets his point. I'm like, we're going to go 160 across, right? We're going to regress. We're going to regress, right? And I said, first roll. What we do, Jen? First roll. Wait. Off for 1.
Off.
Right? Throws a 9. Cool. Like the bets back up. I said, you're great. As long as he doesn't screw you here, you're going to be fine, right? What happened?
Hey, don't blame me. Blame the dice.
And he goes, oh, that sucked. Right. And then
Don't
later,
hate the player. Hate
Yeah.
the game.
later on, a little while later, I had come back, I think, right? And you're like, I got to take the leak. You play for me while I'm gone. I'm like, sure. Same thing. I don't know who it was, but 160. And it was like, I left your spot, came over here, and I'm like, oh, can somebody not tell him what happened?
Let me amend that because I track it.
Yeah.
So this is almost all true.
It's all
160 across, supposed to be up and off. Come out.
No, his was up and off.
PSO.
No, his was up and off. I did his fine.
Yeah.
For me,
Oh, for you.
because what happened was when Ian came back and I apologized, and we came back and I'm like, I'm going to shoot one more time. Remember, I said I'm going to shoot one more time, and the guy next to me had the dice. I'm like,
PSO.
they go, you got to have action. I'm like, okay, I got to have some actions. I should have done $12.06 and waited it out just so I could shoot. What did I do? I did what you did. Check change, $100, 96 across, 4 for you guys on the inside, 7. And I forgot to do the off for 1 roll thing. I burned $100. I'm like, you big dumbass,
This makes it because this is actually second or third time.
Yeah.
When you do up and off, they don't always hear the off.
They don't hear
so
the
don't
off,
even do the up.
Just wait. Just have your chips in your hand and wait.
And it's a pain in the butt for them to scoot it down, and they
Yeah.
screw it up because they just want to scoot.
Yeah.
So, anyways,
That was the one mistake the big mistake I made yesterday was going right out on that one. Like, God darn it. And then I threw like garbage and
160 across on the random.
then I still know you
It
ran.
wasn't his money. It was mine.
No. Yours was yeah.
Why
After that was-
why are you calling Dice Dr. Dana random?
Yeah, right.
Remember the rando beat the setters yesterday.
Yeah. He did.
But in practice only.
And actually, but after all that though is when Dan had the great roll. Right. So after all that mess, Dan from the corner had a great shot. And we all, I did.
Yeah, it was like come out 7, come out 11, come out 7, come out 11.
Mm-hmm.
So 4 deep.
Well, that's because you're playing to tie the DP
But
strategy.
you're not
Right?
winning it.
Yeah.
Nobody's
Yeah. He did good during the roll. All right. So Joe's here. We didn't. Oh, they can't hear us. Oh, okay, we'll put that here for you guys. So Joe,
Yeah, so I rolled
How
into
much-
town.
let me ask you a
Thursday.
question
Yeah,
before you even start. How much pressure did you feel?
none.
None? Because
None.
I feel it.
And
Do
then
you guys feel it?
this is why I feel none. Okay,
Right.
because normally when I'm at the table, you guys saw me focusing that I'm just down like this. I look at the table, I look at the dice, so I know how I'm going to set it, and I just wait like this. So my hand underneath, because this is the hand I throw with. I don't want to get it sweaty. And I go set up, and I do the same routine. You guys saw the same routine every single time. So I'm not focused on that. Now, if you would have asked me the same question like 6 months ago, 12 months ago, I would have been under a tremendous amount of pressure.
So do you feel like that's your black belt stuff, right? That's
Um,
a lot of it
I-
is mental focus.
I think a lot of it comes from doing the live stream every day. Because, when you're doing a live stream, you're worried about set of dice, you're worried about getting a good throw, you're worried about entering the results, you're worried about entering craps, you're worried about following the chats and commenting, And when I'm on my live stream, I'm actually going a lot faster. I'm not as focused. You guys saw a
Oh, I
different
know that.
side of me when I was shooting the dice. Did I talk to anybody? No. Although the first night when I had that big roll, the 2 big rolls, Mary, my fiance, was next to me, and that was her first time ever playing craps. So the only one I was talking to was Mary, and I was like this, and I was telling her what bets to make, and then I'd go right back, And then I said, Mary, look down there. I said, look at all that money on the other side of the table. And that was Jen and Ryan just calling. She's like, holy man, aren't you scared? I'm like, no, it's their money and they can do what they want, So anyway, I rolled into town Thursday night and I met up with the big AZ crew and caught in their last filming. And I was not going to be on the film, but they threw me in a shot I was there for like 3 or 4 shooters off the table. I got 16 credit points for station for that.
16.
And then the second night, Friday night came in. I had 1 short roll, and then I followed it up with an 18 roller, which everybody's complaining about. It wasn't all that money. And then the next one was that 28 roller, where I hit the all and the small on the same roll.
Yep, 2 smalls.
And the funny thing is I was not on it.
Oh.
I think everybody here can attest. I was staying very true to my blue collar crap style.
You were 100%.
Pretty much all I was doing is I was doing a $10 DC bet, and then followed up with 3 $10 comebacks. And then I just let them resolve. And last night that worked wonders. Everybody was down hundreds of dollars. I was up $60 until the end. And then John got the dice. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go 66 inside, which is my other strategy. Lost it. So there goes my $60 profit. And then we had Jen, who I went back to the horseman, so I think I broke even on her. Then I did the 66 on me, and I lost it. But pretty much I've been doing the $10 horseman, or I've been doing a skill 66 on a $10 table. If it's a $15 table, I'll still do 66 inside, and I'll look for a number to get hit. I'll press that and the sister up. So if we're starting at 15, I'll go to 25 and a 5 and 9 on both of them. Or if it's 6 and 8 that's hit, I'll go to 30. I'll drop 3 and go to 30. And I'll look for that second hit on a pressed up number. Then I'll come back down, and I'm at that break-even point. From there, I go $15 on the 8, $15 on the 6, and then $15 on the field. And I'll hop the 5s for $1 piece.
Little line across,
Yeah.
just kind of bleed through.
Yeah, so what happens now is that if the 5 hits, I get paid off for the hop. Otherwise, my first hit will go on to the 5, and I just start spreading out. Once I get spread out at a 96 across, I just start trend betting upwards. So that's my style of play, and it's been working really well. I'm blue collar crop style here. I'm up $205 for the trip.
That's awesome. So, and I think, Jen, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about this too. So you guys talking strategy, you played the horseman, which is designed not to make you a whole bunch of money, right? It's a survival strategy. Sometimes the horseman on the first couple runs, you catch the perfect storm and it works great, right? You win on the comebacks, you win or you're good. But most of the time you're going to be in a tie, right? That's the thing. So it works.
Last
it
night
works.
was working nice because it was such a cold table.
Yeah, when it's super cold, it's great. Even when it's warm and you get one of these to pay off, you're going to be in good shape. And so it's a survival strategy. It's not going to be the go to war, hammer the enemy kind of strategy. But I'm glad that it worked out. Right?
I use
and
that
that's
nonstop. Even when I'm at my home casino, I'll use it all the time. I know that everybody says they do stuff. Guys, I live and I preach and I practice what I.
The transitioning that is a good transition strategy. Once you get your comeback to hit, and you can flip it to a place bet.
I don't because I
just want to get off.
Blue collar crap style play.
Yeah,
I play the 4 bets. I
that's
play out. Now if I'm up for the day, then I'll start playing.
Greg from 555.
I just
straight
across. I'll break even, win $20, lose 10, up 20, and that's how you just slowly building up.
If you're gonna put in time at a table, and you got it you're playing for comps, you got to put time at the table. That's a great way to do it and not get destroyed. And that was kind of what it was designed for. And sometimes you get the perfect storm and you can make all 3 bets pay or whatever. That's fantastic, right? But most of the time it's going to be win 1, lose 1, and you're able to keep playing. Everybody's getting killed and you're fine. So cool, man. Question?
just maybe remind people to come to the CEG because they're making donations on your channel and it's getting a cut by you, and we're not
Getting a cut by.
They're on your channel.
Oh, okay.
And they're making donations to wherever super chats, and it's not going.
Oh.
You gotta be on CEG.
Oh,
So
okay.
have everyone go to CEG.
Okay, yeah. A good reminder. Yeah. So if you're gonna donate from the Casino Gaming TV channel, I'll put a pin chat in there too. Go to either crapsforthecure.com and donate from the website, or watch the stream from the CEG Doer School channel. So that's reminder of
I
that.
don't know if the bingo games are random throughout the day or
They're-
at the end or what.
They're going to be DI throws. I mean, whoever's here is going to throw, right? Everybody here is going to get to throw the dice. So, however they come, they come. We're not going to target numbers for sure. So yeah, buy the bingo. We're going to be playing bingo in about 20 minutes. So buy your bingo cards.
Guys, also get on these auction items, raffle items, and donations on the chat.
Absolutely, Greg.
It's apropos that I'm bringing up the rear.
Oh.
I am the reality of craps. You've all seen me burn more bankrolls on my lives than ever before. So I am down, as usual. I can tell you what has worked, and when you find something that does work, sticking to it takes a lot of discipline.
Mm-hmm.
But what was working was a DP, a minimum 6-8, 2 DC bets. If you hit a 6-8, take it down. Once you get at least two DC bets established, then I did odds. And then every time the dice rolled and wasn't a 7, I was increasing the odds. Oops, there goes the mic.
Uh-oh. Drop the mic.
Drop the mic. Mic boom.
That's a mic drop.
Yeah.
There you go. Mic drop right there. That's what was working.
Mhm.
Sticking to it was a different plan.
Yeah, it's hard. The thing about, and I say this all the time, right? And you're in a big group like this, you want to be,
I felt bad the
In
whole
the
time I was
action.
playing it.
you want to be,
You don't want to play Dark Side when you're with a bunch of people that you love. And
we don't, so here's the thing.
except her, she
We-
doesn't care about any of you.
Most of
What
us,
about Joe? Joe was horseman.
yeah.
I was
Josh
horseman.
horseman.
Yeah, but
So
Joe,
last
Joe's
night, Dice Doctor Dan gets a dice the first time, and I let him set a point, and then I put a DC on. He looks at me, he goes, "Really, Joe?" It's me. And I just started laughing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there's
Yeah.
Ian and you.
Yeah, everybody's got an independent game, and I think that's fine. Again, survival, right?
What you do
If
know
it's-
about
it
me
works.
is that every once in a while I'll go for something.
You do.
So last night I went. What did I do? So I did 66 inside. I think we hit a 6 and 8. I pulled them. The 5 wasn't hitting. I moved it over to the 9.
Mhm.
Over time, I built the 9 up from $10 to 75, and Dan hit it.
Didn't you hop it too?
I did. I hopped it as well as hit.
Yeah,
it.
you had the
Yep.
hit, it, multiple wins, right?
And then
You
I
had the
hopped
hit
it.
and the hop. Yeah, that's
and
right.
hit the hop.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dan.
That was great. That was a great roll, Dan. Dan got us healthy.
Other than that, I'm the reality of craps.
We're all the reality of
No,
craps,
Craig
right?
was so. I was
Right.
stick left, and Craig was to my right, a couple over. He was like straight out,
Yeah.
and I was so impressed because he bought it for 500, and it was a disaster table last night, and he stayed right around that. He like never really lost money, hopping and doing crazy things.
Ian and I looked at each other like, an hour and a
Amazing.
half it just went by. I
Yeah,
don't feel like we've done
And he-
anything.
lots of action, no results, but lots of comps, and
Mhm.
that was survival mode. I was really impressed.
Well, and you play. Come on, stay out here. Did you play a survival kind of strategy too, right? So you were doing a crappy the craftsman thing, and I was joking
crappy.
that.
King
so
7.
you
Yeah, play it out.
you and Joe,
So good.
I think were. He says you're the definition of craps. I think you both demonstrate with the horseman and with that strategy the house edge.
They're very similar to
They're
each
effectively-
other.
You're effectively tied, right? There's going to be times where you get destroyed, and times where you scoop it all up. Let's talk about what you did.
King
So
7 is very
let's-
resilient. Yeah, so it starts with, so let's just do units as
Sure.
the greens. So I was doing 50, but we'll just do greens. So a quarter on the don't.
Oh, okay.
And it's a perpetual come. You're always
So you're
betting.
you're coming to the 9. You're
Yes.
coming to the 10.
Yes, but
Right,
after you
now.
have two, so the first one come, you don't need to do odds, right?
Mhm.
You're gonna win on a quick PSO. So it's a great strategy on PSO.
Dice grinders, by the way, $20.
Yay!
What you are now? Yep.
Oh, you missed another big one though. Before that.
One above it. Yeah.
Right above it.
The Justice, $100.
$100.
Woo, thank you, Jen.
King of the merch. So the first one, you don't need to. A 7 is a PSO is going to be a winner. So let's say it travels to the 9, like John said. You put in a new combat. You also don't need odds. This will net you 1.
Nice.
The point of this strategy is always net you 1 unit. So let's say it travels to the 8. You're like, okay, but now this you're just going to break even. So you don't want to do that. That's when you would do the 30 odds. Actually, it's reversed. But so you do odds so that to always offset your come. Let's say this travels to the 6 and you're like, this is what happened to me and Dan and Joe. They never come back to the same number. So then you do more odds to make up. Oops, my kicker.
Hey, Jen, that 28 rower, though, I only hit 2 points.
Yeah. I hit more points than Joe, but he hit more ATSs than I did.
Yes,
I
he
got
did.
some of that too.
And I hit the small last night also.
Yeah, you know, Joe, too bad I can't make money on you. It's like,
Right.
because, you know, to make a small, he's 2, a 3, 7, 11, 2, a 3, a 12.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the way you're playing here, right? When you get the combat set, you're jacking up the odds as you go.
So
If the 7 ever
this
comes.
would take care of this.
Yep.
This would take care of, the flat would take care of this if it's 7 comes, right? And this will lose, but I've got 2 on the odds, so I'm going
You're
to,
always bringing back
one of the odds
green.
will take care of it, and
Yep.
one will win.
So at the end of the day, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 green chips out there.
and they gave me
in
an
action.
average bet of all of this.
Right. Good comp. If
Great
the
comp.
7 comes in this position, your net is 1 green chip.
Yeah, and look,
Right.
it's paid out. And
What
show
you're
'em.
hoping for is a little bit of, they roll a 9. So you're off and on taking a green chip back. That's what this strategy needs that to make money.
That's
What
right.
happened
You
a lot,
lost.
where was your nightmare?
Oh my
The
God,
nightmare
Joe
was,
is my
let's set the
nightmare.
nightmare up. So this happened to you sometimes too, right? You'd have, Jen was here many times, five combats,
All of them.
5 combats, shooter makes a point, odds come down.
This is
And
Joe.
This
This
is
is
Joe.
what Joe does to me. All my combats are up. I forgot the odds because I'm too busy
Yep.
yapping, and then either he'll come out, he makes the point, and then he does a come out 7.
Come out 7 and wipes it all away.
And I have to hop the reds. With
Yeah.
Joe, if I have 3,
On the come ups, yeah.
he's the come up killer. So if you
Yep.
have 3 comes, you do have to.
Yeah. So the way you're playing, again, you're going to net 1 unit on a 7 during the roll. During the roll, a 7 nets you 1 unit, right? The come out 7 is your destroyer.
And
But what happens? You can lose 6 units on the come out 7. You got to win 6 times on that to get even. And your story time at the table has been that you've been here, right?
You need a
you're,
big bankroll.
You're probably about even though, roughly speaking.
I was
right?
way up until last night, but I would have
Right.
been had I remembered the odds.
Yeah. But I guess the point is, this is the lowest house edge bets, right? Everything in here's got a 0 house edge, essentially, like 1 point, whatever. You're expected to basically tie,
and that's
right?
what
And that's what you've been basically doing.
Yeah.
And Joe, same thing, expected to basically tie playing the horseman.
Yeah.
And in
Until
a,
I get the shooters I trust,
Yeah.
and then I go big.
Sure.
Or bigger, I should say.
but then in a big group, when you're going to
Yeah.
see 60, 70, 80 shooters over the course of a couple
Yeah.
of days, if you're not playing to tie, you're going to have massive spikes up and massive spikes down. And you're going to experience. And I always talk about like the experience you have at the table. Do you want volatility? Do you want the excitement? Or do you want to get through it and be like, if I come out ahead, I'm good. Like, are you there to high five and have fun with your people,
There to win.
and or you're there to really hammer it? And some people say don't go if you're not going to win, right? So
Here's one of the
this
things
one
I've
here
noticed.
it's an interesting strategy, but you really can't.
You can win.
big,
No,
right?
like if someone repeats it, it's off and on, off and on,
Sure,
and off and
if
on.
you get that roll, the
So
repeater rolls.
I've
yeah.
had that.
The repeater rolls are hard to find. Though.
On his
Yeah.
1.5 times ATS, he was just banging one of the numbers, and we
Mhm.
just had like so many 8s.
Yeah.
So I did make money on him eventually.
Here's one of the things that I found different here is like see when I go to Joliet, the Chicago area, everybody is working together as a team. And when you find 2 or 3 people that are shooting really well, everybody passes the dice to them.
Mhm.
Last night, everybody wanted to shoot, even the people that were not part of our group.
Mhm.
Okay. And it literally was taking an hour and 15 minutes to get all the way around the table on a cold table.
Mhm.
It was not even warm.
It takes
you know?
a long time.
It took a long time. So we were there for what, 4 or 5 hours last night?
Yep.
I shot what?
8:30
Twice?
to
Three- I
midnight.
shot I think 2 or 3 times. 3 times
3
I shot last night.
times.
In 4.5 hours. How can you get a pattern established? You know, it's
Yeah.
very difficult. So that's one of the things I'm finding difficult here in Vegas is everybody wants to shoot.
That's
Pass
but
the
because
dice
you're
to the hot shooters.
well, and
you know?
again, I was talking to a guy today. Actually, this is a really weird story. The guy in the elevator this morning. he's here with a softball tournament, and he's swearing up a storm. This guy, I can't believe adults are blah, 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 blah. If I don't get to play first base I'm going home, right? And I said to him, I coach baseball, and a lot of baseball parents, I said, my kid isn't playing. We're out of here. We're right. And he's like, I just can't. I'm like, look, everybody paid $3,000 to be here. They're all flying in. They're all got the hotel. It's a race weekend. They got money. They want to be part of the deal. I'm not paying $3,000 to come out here and sit on the bench and not play. That's what they're telling you without telling you. They're not, and this is the same thing. You fly here, you got a couple days, right? You're paying the hotels, we're eating a bunch of food, right? I'm not going to not throw. Like, I didn't fly all this way not to throw. And I think a lot of people probably look at it that way, right?
They probably do,
You
but
know?
hey, if you want to go home with money, let the people throw.
There you go. Yeah, I hear you there. Yep.
So counterpoint is, Joe, you had a PSO your first round. I had a PSO my first round. It took my second round. So all of us, we don't know until you have three times.
That's a good thing, Jen, that you're bringing up, okay? Is table conditions, okay?
Yeah.
Adjusting your throws, your
That's
landing locations and everything. The table that we played on last night was a harder table. But if you looked at the layout, I was going like this. It was literally moving 2 inches in every direction.
Yeah, it's a
So
little
what
soft,
was happening is the dice were landing, and they were like bouncing.
a couple
I mean,
extra
it was
dribbles.
just unreal.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
actually went
Yeah.
and switched my grip and my landing zone. And the second time that I shot it, if you guys noticed, every single roll was 6 inches or closer to the back wall. So you have to make those adjustments when you're at these different tables. But it takes a couple times to figure that out.
But
Yeah.
so at Biloxi we had a 3 strikes rule, right? You get to shoot 3 times, and if you suck all 3 times, you need to stop. But we only got 3 times because the table was full. But had I not shot, so if they came in one more time, I would have passed the dice. But so and that's fair because all of us were capable of
Correct.
Right.
ripping a giant ATS
Sure.
off.
That's right. And everybody has had a good throw. So
Everybody has, yes.
everybody has had at least 1 or 2 good throws, right? So all right. So you played. What's that strategy called again?
Crappy the Craftsman, you're a genius. It's called King 7.
Mm-hmm.
And I have played it for real at the table, and I was up. Like, I made a couple thousand at Planet Hollywood and also at Paris. I was with Big AC when he just went on full tilt. I was only there for 15 minutes, and I made like 350 on it because it's really, really, really ideal for people with very, very short rolls. And it's really, really good for very long rolls where they don't hit the
So
point.
the only thing that took you out was come outs.
Was
Come out
Joe
sevens.
come out sevens?
Come out
and
sevens,
When
yeah.
you didn't do the odds.
If I had done the odds, I'd be up even yesterday.
Yeah.
I think everyone here can
So
attest it was a
mistake.
murder table.
One of the things you can do.
Right, either the mistake or the come out.
The system was good. Yeah.
One thing we do, and you forgot the odds. When I lost at $96, it was because I forgot to be off for a roll. Like, you sometimes in the big group, you're talking and doing your thing, and and you forget where you are in space. Like, your awareness
They
goes
go
away,
fast,
and you're
yeah.
like, oh crap, I
You
should
do
have.
have to focus.
And you're like, oh, I meant to turn myself. And there's the 7. As you're saying it to yourself, you're like, there's the 7. It is what it is. But yeah, you guys played that strategy. I think both of those, the Horseman and that one. Again, it's exactly, you're playing all low house edge bets. You're gonna
but the Horseman
pretty
has
much
no odds, right? The reason the King 7
The
works
Horseman-
is the odds.
The Horseman, the way I play it, it's 4-1, right? So I'm down here at 4 with 3 come bets. I'm always good on the 7.
Yeah,
I don't
but-
need to have odds, right? Because
Right.
I'm always good on the 7. I play it 4-1 on a $10 table. It's 40 and 10. So you're always going to be in profit on the 7, no matter what. And then if you get the repeaters in here, the wins start becoming odds down here. If you want to go full dark, you can start whacking down there with it. The Horseman's got some.
Have success with Horseman. Do you sometimes not have success with the Horseman, Joe?
This week I have had total success with
Total
it.
success. Okay.
When I'm at my
I don't
home
know why-
casino, it's a hit or miss.
It's
I don't know why
the hole in the
that doesn't work for
Horseman.
me.
The Horseman's hole is the same as that.
Yeah,
hole,
the
which is
reason
the
that-
come out
yes.
7. The come out 7 is where you
Right.
get destroyed.
But
with
the
these
unit
things.
is smaller
Yeah.
on the King 7. That's
It
why
is.
it works.
Mhm.
Because I mean, I'm not kidding. You can guarantee yourself Joe will give you 2 come out 7s and 2 come out 11s,
Yeah.
probably somewhere.
The
in
come out
there.
7s are a bitch.
Guaranteed.
And somebody in the group, Ryan, maybe has learned about come out. We talked about, like, do you work the come out or not, right?
Oh gosh.
The reason why I say don't
Not
work
on
the
certain people.
the reason why you say don't work the come out, right? I know that people will say the dice don't care that it's a come out, but the rules of the game do, right? The rules of the game allow you to throw 2, 3, 4, 5 in a row on the come out, and you can get destroyed right, on the come out because you're letting yourself be exposed for multiple times in a row. Where on a regular roll, that doesn't happen to you.
One exposure. Yeah.
Right? You get one time you get whacked, it's going to suck, but you're not going to get Joe 777, right? And go 220, 220, or you're doing 270, right? Or 250?
I was just doing
Almost
220.
220 inside,
But I
right?
had the-
Bam,
I had the
bam,
hard
bam.
ways. I had
What
the-
about
Right.
Jen?
Right.
Let's say this one with your strategy. And I know I'm off camera now, but with your strategy, if you want to play it the way that you're playing it, it's fine. But why don't you do a DC once the point is set?
DC won't work because it's a PSO game. So if you're waiting for the DC, you're just gonna get whacked continuously on the come out set. I mean, on the PSO.
The idea behind this and the Horseman
Yeah.
is
It's your-
every
Because I always
single
do
roll.
DC, I don't do
Yeah.
a DP.
Every single roll, the
On
7 is your guy, right? Every
Yeah.
single roll you win on the 7. That's the whole point of it. At some point, though, you're perpetually
Yeah,
coming
I'm
like that, and it
Banking on
becomes a
at
lot
least
to
3
manage.
Rolls.
Yeah.
I'm banking on at least three
Yeah,
three
yeah.
rolls, and that's why I do DC because I actually get picked off more in the don't pass than I do the DC.
Mhm.
I'm a lot like
Well,
Wayland
yeah.
preaches the DC.
And the
I'm
DC
very much like
Yeah.
that.
The DC has the same. The nice thing about the DC, unlike the come out, is that you can't get beat for 3 7s in the DC either.
Yeah.
One,
But you can get whacked
one, you can
with
get
like
whacked for sure.
yo. And I
Yeah,
can show you PSO was like 50% of the time. I've got the book.
well, I will tell you this, and I'm sorry to all my math friends, but the 1 count did save my ever loving skinny rear end all weekend.
And
Right.
Ian's skinny butt.
It
too.
has saved me a lot, right?
So much.
The one time I didn't do it, I got whacked, right? And it's really it's funny because the pure PSO happens so often. It's like it's either PSO or it's going to be kind of okay. Is what I found, right? And there's no math to that, of course. But what I was doing for the most part was this: I was really going 160 across. And again, Kathy, close your ears. It's a lot of money. But I've been doing this, right? And I've been working on because I can't really go 320. Like ideally, the Dallas drawdown that I play for my morning show, right, is 320 to 160 to 64, and you're out of the hand with profit on that second hit. You're out of the hand. You got $25 in profit. And you're shooting the moon. But I'm not going to burn 320, right, with the bankroll that I brought. So I've decided to do. We're calling it duck and cover, but I'm doing this, right, and effectively, it's a 2 or 3 hit deal, right? So let's just say, pick a number, Ryan.
Let's call the 9.
The 9. The 9, right? So 9 pays $35, right? We know that. And what I do is I take either the 9 or the 5 down. Doesn't matter which one. Something's coming off the table. Let's just say I take the number that rolled down and make it look like 10, right? So I got $50 in the rack. Out of my 160, I got $50. Call me another number.
The 5 fever, Justin Bieber.
5, right? Same thing. Pull the 5 down. Looks like 10. 2 hits in, I've got more than half my money back. What I have decided to start doing at this point is this. I pull these 2 back and make them look like 10 each. All right, so 10 each with 5 change. And I'm essentially out of the hand, right? I got the 6 and 8 sitting here because I'm waiting for at least one of those to hit. If I catch a 35 there, they both come down. I drop a buck. They both go to $18. And I'm out with profit. That was my run this morning. This morning is exactly what I did. I walked out of there and I had 18, 18, and 12 and 10s across the board. That's survival after the first roll.
Yeah, and
That's what I basically did all
to
weekend.
validate what you said, you made $150 in about 11 minutes.
Yeah.
And we woke up this morning, 8 o'clock.
I said, let's go make $100.
Let's go make a coffee run.
Yeah.
And literally, in one shooter, 11 minutes, $100. And you said,
Yeah.
I'm done.
And that's it. Now,
That's it.
right? And you got, but that's you got to be willing to be done, right? You got to
Yep.
be willing to be done. But that was my survival, and that's a big, to me, a big ballsy way to play because you are exposed for the 160, right? If you're in for a grand, that's more than 10% of your bankroll out there for that one first roll, which can suck a little bit. You get beat, but that's been working survival mode because even if I get one hit, I feel like I got $50 off that table and I'm all right. Like it's not going to totally destroy my weekend.
Yep.
More often than not, you wait the one roll, they PSO, it didn't hurt you. You get 2 more hits and you're kind of done, right? A couple, 2, 3 hits. If I stayed for 3 hits, which I've done sometimes,
Yep.
right? It's 50 and down to 10, 50 and down to 10, 50 and down to 10. When I pulled a 4 and 10 back at that point, now I'm locking $75.
Well, we were in that
Yeah.
same table this morning, and,
Yeah.
and I was what was I 320 across.
Yep.
Right. And you said, "Hey Ryan, what you gonna do?"
You got the first hit. I said, I dare you to regress.
You
I
did.
dare you to, and you
And
said,
"That's
nope.
I don't think there's a chance. But But what did I do?
You regressed.
I regressed
Oh my
after about
God.
the second hit. After I collected the 2 black chips, and I said,
Yep.
"Pull me down."
Because you took a hit early. You got whacked early.
I
didn't
did.
you?
I did.
And so
yeah.
at the end of that thing, you cashed out for what, 180 or something like that?
Yeah, cash. So I made 80. What was it? $80 total
Right.
on this
And
morning.
After
In
you
about
regressed,
15 minutes. But had I not done that regression,
Yeah.
I would have walked away in a loss probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joe, go ahead.
Skill and luck is saying everybody forgets about the lay bet. There were people in our group that were using a lay 4 or a lay 10 at times.
Yeah.
I did witness that.
Yeah. So John and I have a totally different approach to the game.
100%.
Would you agree?
Oh, 100%.
I mean,
yeah.
and here's so
I do like the Hardway parlay.
I love the
love the
Hardway
Hardway parlay,
and,
yeah.
and maybe I'll show a little bit. Of
You
that.
can show it, yeah.
Can I show it right now?
Show it right now.
So when I'm doing my setup, let me have some red.
Oh, you did.
I got
Reds.
greens. Let me grab some red. Real quick. So what I do is, these are back. I gotta move these around. I'm sorry. I
I'll
know
put this
this is
out
not
here.
proper, but
This
the only
is
way I know
this
how
will
to
we
do
use
it.
that for Hardway if you want.
This is the only way. Now I'm like dropping here. This is the only way I know how to do it with the greens on the right. So typically, my setup that I was doing all weekend, when I was doing $60 on the 6 and 8. Okay, I'd start off. This is my start out session. I'd go 110 on the or $100 on the outside, just like this, right? So my first hit, no matter basically whatever it was, if it was a inside, let's say a 6 or 8, I would press it, right? I would press it. Got 2 more, sorry, just like that. Sorry. I'm about as sloppy as you can imagine right now.
I wasn't gonna call that out.
To
but now I will.
$90, my gosh, and that would come back to the rack, right? So basically, right here, that's at $90. Now I do a little bit something with my Hardway parlay. I'll show that in a minute itself. But right here, I'm already collecting a black chip. Right?
Mhm.
If I get a 5 or 9 hit, of course, that was at pay. It pays you $35. I'm dropping $15 to say press my 5 and my 9. So they both look like $50. And of course, that's not going to
Yeah.
right. But now I'm set up, right?
Right.
So I'm not regressing. I'm
Right.
Going
You're going up. Yep.
But right now, I'm collecting black chips on the most probable numbers to hit.
Mhm.
I'm usually taking 2 collects after that. point in time.
Right.
Now that's basically exactly what I
And
did
see,
the entire week.
And we jump in because this is cool, right? You're
Yep.
going from whatever to up.
Yep.
You're catching a black chip, right? When
Yep.
I'm playing and I'm going from 35 to 18.
Yep.
On the first hit, you're at 90. I'm down at 18.
Yep.
On the second hit, you're catching a black. I'm catching $21.
Yeah.
Right. We talked. So Skill always asked the question, right, about regressing versus going for the press, right? This is a classic example, right? When I have a $30 6 or 8, right, and I get the $35 win,
Mhm.
and it's in my rack, and I go down to $18,
Yep.
right?
I'm at 90.
You're at 90. I'm here. I'm at 18, right? That second hit, there's my money back in my rack,
Mhm.
right? The second hit, I'm catching $21, and I'm like, cool, same bet, lock up a little bit of profit. You're like, bitch,
Yep. I'm
give
going
a
to
brother a
120.
black chip,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And I'm like, damn. And the regression to build up when we say, oh, you're only a roll behind, it's not that big a deal. It's a big
It's
deal.
huge.
$21 versus 100 is not a small deal.
Yeah, and then I
Right.
go to I continue to go up as
Yeah.
long as I'm collecting. So the first one I would technically collect the black or the black chip if I'm
Mhm.
instantly, and then the next one I go to 120, 150.
Yeah.
So then, but I'm constantly getting that black chip after that.
Yeah, I think on Joe's roll, you were at 240 on the 6.
210, 210, and
210. And
I
I,
never
I
know how much you got across
yeah,
the
and,
table.
I had just gotten to 120 with mine, right? He was
Yep.
double, and I took 2 hits without
Mario
collecting
was
to
up
get there.
120
Yeah,
on the 8.
Yeah,
but it takes a minute it takes from here.
She was-
It takes a hot minute to get to 120 from $18,
100%.
and you're
And I'm there.
you're there.
I'm there
But
instantly.
on the PSOs,
So
you're taking
that's
the heat,
my.
right?
So you talked about the highs and the lows. Right?
Yeah,
And it's not fair to say how much I ended up making, but I was down almost $2,000. I've only brought 2,000 with me.
Mhm.
Right, I brought to this event. I knew he was going to play it for a couple of days, and I am typically hyper aggressive. But the very first night, what did we do? We hit the ATS.
that's right.
That was like my saving grace, right? So now I have $1,000 to play with.
That was
It
permission.
was actually the very first shooter that we played, right? The very first
Yeah.
shooter we played, they hit the ATS. Yep.
Yeah.
So at that point in time, I'm like, you know what? I got $3,000 with. Let's go with this.
Mhm.
So I am that aggressive player. And talking about my Hardway parlay, I'm going to show you a little bit what I did. But
Oh, here, we got a bigger felt.
okay, that's fine.
Oh, look at that.
So I'm gonna pull. I'm gonna pull some of
Available,
these
by
back
the
here.
way, at CasinoQuest.biz.
Yeah.
The crap. See that? David, hear
No,
that?
let's leave
The
it
free
where it was.
advertisement.
Leave it where it was.
And by the way, I'm going to remind everybody while we're getting set up here to show the Hardway parlay. Make sure you're getting into crashforthecure.com. Go to the raffle section, buy a bingo ticket. Everybody, right now, go buy yourselves a bingo ticket. We're gonna play bingo here in about 15 minutes, maybe 10.
So where
So where am I?
What's
Where am
that?
I?
You want to come?
Yeah. So we're good here. So I'm gonna put the Hardways right here. So everybody here saw the Hardway parlay in action. Again, that's my favorite.
Is that all
go-to.
in view?
Bring
It's
it forward
perfect
3 inches.
before you move
Got
it.
perfect.
Oh, we had it. We had it perfect.
Well, because you could keep it on
Always
the,
are in the middle.
yeah, but you can keep it on the table and still play.
Can you see the
everything.
numbers?
Everything will be in.
Yeah, we can see the
We're just gonna just show the hard way.
Right, we just want this. We don't need.
Yeah,
all
let's see your hard
Well,
ways.
I want to be able to show my place bets here real quick. All right, so here, let's just say I'm gonna start pretty simple here, and I'm at 30 each. If I'm at 30 each on the 6 and 8, you can do the exact same thing with the 4 and 10. So basically, if you see a red cap here, that should be your Hardway, right? So your Hardway at that point in time would be $5. Okay. As you go up at this point in time, if you hit a Hardway, you go up to 50. It goes up to 50. They take that away, right? So that would be your hit, and then that'd pay $4.50. But now let's just say you don't hit your Hardway, right? It's an easy 6, whatever it is. Woo!
What do you mean?
All right. So, but that's if it hits, right? Or if it don't hit. If it doesn't hit you, of course, you'd lose it anyways. But now they would lose it, all right? It would pay you $35. Let's go back here again. All right, now I'm going to press it to 60, right? So I'll press this to 60. Move that over. A little smoother on my camera. And then I would actually take the extra one and go $10 on the 6 now. Because for every green chip, there's 2 green chips. I want 2 reds. Or there's 2 reds here. I want 2 reds. Now, that's going to pay me, that'll pay me $100 or $90. But I go to a $100 bet. So I exchange that out.
So you're
to $100.
parlaying it straight up. To
I
$100.
straight up to $100. But here's the difference between how that works. I used to only do straight from $10 to $100. I don't do that no more because you're right. There's so many times where you had the $10 bet, it goes to 100, you lose $10. $100 bet, $2. So now what I started doing was if I got up to a $90 bet, just like this right here, the other way around. If I get up to a $90 bet, again, what do you have? You have 3 red chips there. Okay. So now what are you getting paid? You're getting paid, was that 135, right? So 135, right? That's going up to 100, and I'm taking this back to my racks. Now it's paid for, right? Always parlay it up to $100, and that way, if it hits again, you're getting paid the $900, which happened. Joe saw it in action. He saw it. I hit that $900, and again, I had $200 here, or 210, 180, whatever it was. So I was getting that double hit.
Yep.
But that progression, I'm telling you, it's a game changer.
Yeah.
But to your point a while ago, the highs and lows, I was down about $800 before I had that monster roll. I had a monster roll at Planet Hollywood. I was down pretty bad, right? But I was still playing aggressive. And that's that swing that you're talking about.
Yeah.
And I took it to several $1,000s. Okay. So that was my thing. Now I've gotten whacked out on the other times. I've been down $2,000, up $1,000, down $2,000. So I've been up and down the entire trip, like these waves.
Yep.
I haven't been consistent, but that's not. And I will say this. Now Joe said that he is exactly what he speaks on his channel. I don't teach this way.
Right. You just did.
And this is honest. I don't want to teach this way. Right. I don't want to teach. I mean, I'm okay with the parlay stuff. But no, I'm okay with the parlay stuff because that's a $10 bet. You could do that.
Yeah.
But when you're talking about the pressing, which is what I do here, I want the people who are new to craps that don't know really what's going on. I don't want them going 320 across. You don't want them going 220 inside until they understand the game and understand the risk of what it takes and what they're doing, and how they're setting themselves up.
Exactly.
Right? Because it is. It's absolutely because just we saw it. How many PSOs did you see? How many 1 hits and downs, 2 hits and downs? If you're not have the right bankroll, have the right mindset where you're at with your money, you can see somebody do a video that makes $4,000 on their video or $1,000 on their video
or 100. Yeah.
Here's a good summary from Skill and Luck. Okay? The counterpoint to that is risk. If it falls, the regression player has not lost money, while the pressing player has lost money.
And that's a 100%. And that's what I take on, right? I'm comfortable enough. I know $2,000 is a lot of money to anybody. Let's not say that, but I'm comfortable enough to lose my entire bankroll. So you talk about like you're comfortable losing it, for the big win, for that big hammer-on hit where I'm getting $1,200, $1,500. I took $200 on the table the other day. I took $200 and made $1,400 off of it. off
And
of
see-
and that was the crapless table.
And so
and I
the
love
counter
that, by the
to
way.
skill too, and this is a volatility discussion, right? If you're going to say, yeah, if like the John way, 160 cross, regress, I don't get killed, but I also don't experience the huge monsters in the same
Mhm.
way. So my volatility is a little lower. My reward is a little lower, right? When you lose a bigger series of bets, to get back is harder if you're dinking and dunking.
Yep.
Right. If you're same betting it, you're going to need 10, 15 wins to catch it. Right.
You
What
do.
you're doing sometimes, that right there,
It's a change.
cov-
You hit that
covers
more
up-
in the ATS.
that covers up six knocks, right?
Mhm.
That's the difference, right? That and ATS covers up your stuff. You're going for, if you catch that early enough, like your ATS win
Yep.
the first night,
Yep.
you're golden. You're playing with change all weekend long. If not, that you're looking for the big thing to cover the loss. Where folks like Skill and I, who are playing more regression, smaller presses early kind of thing, if we get whacked for 160, now I got to get 6 of those things to get back, because I'm not going from 30 to 90 that fast to get the black chip that covers me back. I'm going to work it.
Yep.
Right. That's the experience of the game, or the way you experience the game in those short hits versus the big whacks. And again, it's your graph looks jagged. Mine looks pretty thin.
Yep.
Overall, right?
But and Ryan's made a believer on me. I am super not a Hardway person, but I throw a lot of Hardways. He has place bets, so it's not like he's just bleeding to death
right.
on
Yeah.
those
Well,
to cover those.
The magic of that, and I think I'm going to repeat what you said.
Yeah, because
is
I probably didn't explain it
it's
as
very-
good as.
siphoning a
very
little
important.
bit.
And this is actually, if y'all remember, my good friend JV plays this way too, right? And the
Right.
secret is this: whatever you got here, right? He doesn't even put a Hardway out until he gets the hit. $35 on the win, right? It's a press to 60 and nickel to the Hardways, right? On that number's Hardway. If the 60 wins and it pays the $70, right? He's taking it to 120, and whatever happened there, that goes up. He just taken always the extra cap pays the Hardways.
Yep.
This to him is a free bet.
It
Not
fuel-
really
it
a
fuels
free
it.
bet, but it's like, and I will typically sometimes take my caps, and that's my dealer tip. He goes to the Hardways with it. This being funded by that win,
Yep.
or like you say, matching the cap
Yep.
the way you do it, makes more sense than just going 160 across and Hardways.
Yeah.
Because now you just now you just who did?
Oh.
SJ did.
Thank you,
appreciate
SJ.
that, appreciate that.
right?
Another one.
Yeah, that I think funding that play
Mhm.
from someone, and we talk about funding your home runs.
Yep.
Funding the home run is great, and then when you can parlay it up, that win is magical, and it didn't really come out of your rack
Right.
directly out of your
Yep.
rack at the outset. You might miss the first one doing that.
Yeah.
Right. And you also, by the way, work your Hardways on the come outs.
I do work my Hardways on the come outs, just because how many times do you see that Hardway happen on the come out and you miss it? And actually, I work my Hardways all the time.
Yeah, you never turn them
Daddy
off.
always says, work hard, so you're always going to work Hardways, right?
But if
So-
it's huge, you were hopping.
Okay, so that's the point. See, you don't have that luxury on some.
Let's go
some-
here.
So if you don't have a,
Let's
if
go
you're
there.
like on Royal, I don't know if Royal does it, but Carnival, you don't have hop systems, right? So some places,
hops,
some
yes.
places you do have hops. So if it was at $100 bet there, or whatever it is, I would take that and turn it off, and I would hop the hard 6. And and I'm not actually good with these numbers. Where's your hard 6?
I would do a nickel, but he goes straight up
Yeah.
for the quarter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you were
yeah.
doing quarters. Yeah.
Yeah. So that way, I mean, it's a bigger boom, right? But that way you're still not feeling the FOMO of not hitting your $100 bet, which is $900, but you're still getting that.
Yeah.
So there was a big difference there. So you wasn't losing all of them.
Mhm.
But I did actually on that same. I think it was Joe's roll. I hit the hard 8 part, the hard 8, and I also hit the hard 4 at 450. So I was at a $50 bet on the
I
450.
was hitting a lot of 4s, 8s, and 6s.
Yeah.
on that roll.
But again, high risk, high reward. I would personally, and I want to make sure I describe this. I personally would not show or teach this as a thing to do.
Mhm.
And I want to say that the
Yeah.
regression method, I will always
Right.
teach the regression method, because I feel like the audience that I'm talking to is typically new, trying to find a system for Vegas, whatever it is. I want to teach them to get out the hand
Right.
and
Well,
play with casino money.
It's like we talked about in the car, right?
Yep.
It's your relationship with your money
That's right.
that drives that decision, right? If your relationship is, I don't have a whole lot and I want to keep what I have, maybe don't play, but play a more careful way, right? Horseman,
Blue collar.
the King 7, the blue collar
Yep.
way, my regression way, those 6, 7, 8. If your relationship with your money is, I'm going to try and leverage my money to make more freaking money,
Yeah.
then leverage your money and make more money with
Yeah.
it. Right? Find a way to do this. And I love leveraging the change into the hard ways or stack the change over here for later on, and that's my ATS, the next shooter. Like
Yeah.
things like that you can say, I'm going to boom or bust here, but I'm not booming or busting
Well-
with my McDonald's money. Right?
And-
it's actually what I won with.
And I don't know how much time we have here, but
As much we have until 7:00 tonight.
okay. Well, there's also, well, no, but there's something that
Buy your bingo tickets, by the way. Buy bingo tickets.
we played crapless a lot,
Yeah.
or several times
Oh,
on
yeah.
this trip,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And so, and we did, and I love the crapless
Did
table.
I admit that out loud? No.
Wait, come back
No,
here.
I
Come
never
back here.
played. I did not. I'm just kidding.
We played
He played
John.
crapless
John
I
played,
did.
and you know what?
And I
I may
did
have
good,
turned
right?
a believer because let me
I
show
did
you
good.
You know, and John, I want you to. I know we don't have a crapless here, but maybe you can put on the these numbers here.
Sure.
I want you to show them what you did and how you used your inside bet to press into your crapless bet,
Yeah. So I
and
did the
now
same
you were
thing.
playing. You were playing crapless for free.
I based it at 160 across.
So
right?
while you're
Yeah.
setting up,
Sure.
two things. One, Gargoyle's out there. Hi, Gargoyle.
Gargoyle,
Thanks for watching.
Gene.
Gargoyle.
Appreciate it. Two, the Hawaiians. Thank you, Brian. They have $160 for
Yes.
Backwood here.
Yeah. Brian
So-
ran this on his live stream today, I think, right?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Raise
Thank you.
160.
Thank you.
Also, Grant donated his $400
Yes.
winnings from winning the international shooters competition.
He's on
so-
the top donors board. He's
Very
first
cool.
place.
Thank you, Grant.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. All right.
Very
Right.
cool.
Now
So
show.
so my crapless thing. Yes.
John, can I ask a question?
Go for
You're
it.
talking on philosophy there. Where does it change from it's a bigger loss because of the units versus it's a bigger risk because of the aggression? If you're 1 unit across red and 1 unit across green,
Mhm.
your unit recovery is the same. They're
Right.
just bigger units. Where does it become, I put myself in a hole and now it's 2 or 3 units to recover? Does that,
It depends on how many units you're winning on your bets, right?
Wait,
So
repeat the question.
yeah, so he's asking about recovery. So if you're going to go out here at 1 unit red or 1 unit green and you get whacked, right? What?
It's the same unit recovery.
Yeah, the unit it doesn't matter. If I'm winning greens and I lose 4 greens, I got to win 4 times.
Right.
If I'm betting reds and I lose 4 reds, I got to win 4 reds. This is where the people who say up as you lose, right? The reason why up as you lose works in air quotes is because if I go up as I lose and I go out here for
It
It only takes
for
half the
220,
hits.
now I need 2 hits to get back instead of 4 hits. But again, that's a bankroll decision.
Right.
If you don't have the bankroll to do that, you should never think about doing that. That's one of those things where you get your own way,
Right.
and your own worst enemy. So here's what are crapless. And again,
sorry, bingo question.
okay, good.
Do they need to buy more than one?
One card,
Just one.
one card, one
yeah.
$10 card. The card will just reset every time. Yeah.
You get a leak to it, and you can only
yeah.
play when it wants.
So
Okay.
what I was doing, and again, I've never played crapless. I'm sorry that I'm admitting to it.
But he had fun.
I did have fun.
He had fun.
So what I did was that I went inside only, right? Because I didn't want to spend. I was debating: do I go $100 extreme and just let it happen, or do I build something?
Mhm.
So I did a $15 table. We did this, and you get, of course, I'll pay it like this: $35, right? $35 on the win on any inside number, right? That became the 3 and the 11.
Yep.
With 5 into my rack. Now I should have put a Hardway, according to you, right?
Yep.
The next hit of an inside number, same thing, right? It was $35. Now I got the 2 and the 12,
And
and
you
all
pulled it
this
down.
came down. And I sat there. What I should have done again was grab some Hardways or something. I had the ATS going, and I went, go.
Waiting for the triple
let's
payout.
go, right? And I got most shooters were there. I had 2 11s and a 2, I think, and I just scooped money off the extremes.
Yep.
And it was like one hit, press them both, one hit, press them both, and just wait for it to happen. And that was how I played. I said I want to experience the crapless thing on the extremes without any risk.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to go to crapless and play my regular way because that's kind of dumb. Like, why waste the
Have
advantage
some
of
fun
the
with it.
table, right? Have
Yeah.
fun with it. And that's what I did. And basically, I had $10 in the rack after 2 hits, and I was playing out there for nothing.
Yep.
And it was actually really fun. And the 3 guys that rolled, one guy had a really great roll. He had a lot of inside numbers, but he had 2 extremes for me.
Yeah.
And
And then, but
It's
even
interesting, right?
but after you got a hit, didn't you start going back to the inside
Yeah.
a little bit?
Yeah,
Even
so
after you
I-
started getting more into money to your rack.
yeah, I would take
Because how the payouts, because the payouts are great.
yeah, because you get a $45 win.
Yep.
On the 11, right? And that sometimes became the 9 and a quarter to me.
Yep.
Right. Sometimes it became the 9, 5, and 6. It depended on where I was in my. If I've got profit, I'll catch them all with that hit, right? But yeah, early on, same bet the first one, spread them out, and I ended up being across.
Yeah.
For everything and making money on that roll. But that's how I did. I went from 110 inside to the 3 and 11 to the 2 and 12, pulled it back, and then I rebuilt outside in instead of inside out like
Right.
most people do. It was fun.
So with all that being
Actually.
said, as much much time as you spent, don't play crapless. It is a waste of time. There are ways to play it
Yeah.
to your advantage where you're
Different
not risking everything.
It's a different game.
Here's why I will say the difference is of course there's no don't plays. You can't play don't.
Right,
anything.
right.
But if you are the shooter and you pay a pass line,
Mhm.
you are locked in at that point, right? So
Yeah,
that
you're
means if you're at a higher level table, say a $25 table or something like that, it's much harder versus a $10 table because you have that risk of sitting there with a point of 12. And you're like,
Yeah.
dang.
Yeah.
But if you're playing like this for free, it makes more sense because the bets are now you're just playing with the dealer's money, right? And you can go as high as you want to.
Yeah, and crapless to me, the pass line's a donation. Really, if you're the shooter, it's a donation bet. Because especially if you pop a 2 or a 12 or something on the come out, you get free odds on it. But that flat bet is such a dog. It just don't. To me, it's a tax. Like the pass line in crapless becomes it's the tax you pay to get to play
right
on the extremes. And I think I wanted to approach that game attacking the outsides,
right?
Not just going, let's just play my normal way, but on this bigger table, and
that's the reason to play.
It is the reason to play crapless.
Yeah.
And people were like, oh, you're wasting. I'm like, no, I'm not. If I'm going to play the game, I'm going to play that game for what it was meant to be played for, or the way that you hammer it. And I built outside in after I got my outside set. And I think that worked for me. And we had fun with it. I didn't lose anything. I think I won $150 or so. First, I went from the inside to the 3 and 11, 2 and 12. Insides went away then. So the insides were the feeder. Once I got that back in my rack, I'm out of the hand with $10. Should have played Hardways, right? Then the outsides press themselves, or they start working back in because you're getting $45 on a $15 nine. And the $90 out there on the 12. I mean, you can do whatever you want to with that, right?
I approached it totally different, right? So I was going quarters all on the outside.
Yeah.
And as soon as I got hit on the 3 or the 11, whatever it is, I pressed both of them in tandem.
Yep.
Right. And then I collected the quarter. I'm not out the hand. Yeah. But then if I hit again, that's paying me $5,750. I'll press either the 2 or 12, or I press the 311 again. I put $100 in my pocket, and that's paid for. So 2 hits. The way I do it with the pressure, 2 hits, I'm out the hand, and now I got quarter bets out there or more playing for me. So much more different styles of playing.
I had a good time. Nobody tell Ed Robinson. I had fun playing crapless. You're all Gargoyle. You're sworn to secrecy. I did not have any fun at that table, especially when Ryan. Stories of the week, by the way. Ryan. So I was on a hottie, right? I was on that roll, not on a real hottie, but I was on a hottie. I had 16, 17 rolls or something like that.
Yes.
And I'm doing great. He gets his GoPro out and he's like, hey, everybody, here we are at blah, blah, blah. And we're going to look at John's throw. And what did I throw?
You threw a 5-2-7.
You freaking know it. You jinxed.
So he had rolled for probably 16 minutes, right? 16 rolls or something like that, right?
15
to 16 rolls. And I said, all right, everybody talks about this chopper toss. Everybody talks about the chopper toss. So I got my phone out. So, all right, John. And I had permission to record. So it wasn't like I'll just grab my phone at the craps table. I had permission to record. So here I was. All right, John, let's see it. Slow-mo and everything. He picks him up. And as pretty as you please, the 5-2-7 rolled out. And I said, John, what are you doing? And he goes, you set me up. I said, I had $800 sitting out there across the table. What do you mean I set you up? You think I'd set you up with $800 on the table to lose? So that was fun. That was pretty fun. Can I tell you my funny story?
Sure.
Jen, come here, babe. We got 1 minute. Okay. All right. Here we go. So we are all at the table last night. There's a whole group. It's about 6 or 8 of us, right? And Jenny over there. I'm shooting a dice over here at the hook, and Jenny is playing. The point was 5, right?
The story.
The point was 5. She was on the don'ts. Uh-oh. What we got?
This is me.
That's Jenny right there.
Big don't.
So she is on the 5. Okay. How many rolls? How many rolls? Probably before I was probably about 8 rolls in, maybe.
5 rolls in, so I had to have 100, and I had to have 210 odds.
You were big odds.
Okay. Yeah. So here we are.
He wasn't repeating anything. This guy.
I'll send all the numbers across.
Torturing me.
Yeah.
And he's like, Jen's clenching. I'm like, not really.
So I made the comment, Jenny's over there, butt clenched on the 5 right now.
And what are we all doing?
And I have everybody, the entire casino going, 5, 5, 5, 5. Everybody across the casino could hear us chanting 5.
And then Brian went, horn.
It was just one of those, and just to say, I did 7 out right after it, or not long after that.
Yeah,
she won the
bet.
But I think you basically just broke even for the most part, right? Because of the loss here.
You did maybe hit 1, but I made $50.
You made $50.
That was pretty.
All right, guys. Story time's over. I'm sorry.
No, we got to tell the other story. The last story.
Which one?
Ricky Bobby, man.
Oh, that's your story. Go ahead.
Oh my God. Well, no, it's not my
2
story.
minutes. Quick.
2 minutes. Yeah, then we'll play some bingo. You guys were all here for that, right? There was a guy at the table we were at. We could see the roll to win table, and there was a guy at Vegas, right? Typical
Yep,
Vegas.
yep.
That guy had the brightest silk shirt. I thought it might have had LED lights in it. That thing was so bright, right? Big collar, buttoned all the way down to the nuts, right? Chest hair everywhere, and his girlfriend's out there rubbing him as he's throwing. It was like tying his chest hair in bows, man. He was like literally.
Hey, he had the.
Remember? Well, we guessed that he was stroking that chest hair between rolls, and we're like, right, wasn't he? All the girls are, everybody's gagging. It was so typical smarm Vegas, right? And I'm like, $10 if that guy's got a nipple ring in just one of them. He's that guy, just the left side nipple post. That's all he's rocking over there.
That's
right?
funny. That's
And
funny.
we are all like just so distracted. That's why you play craps as a group,
Oh, it's fun.
right? Sometimes Joe, you want to be serious and shoot. Sometimes you want to look at the guy with the hairy chest and
Neil-
go, "That wish that was
Neil
me."
donated $20.
Who did?
Thank you,
Neil. Thank you, Neil.
And all that being said, I want to use a contribution as mine.
There we go.
Also.
Cash plays. Thank you, Ryan. All right.
Hi, guys. Thank you for
We're
letting
going
me
to take
come
a
out.
little break. Craig, let's go ahead and show the auction item video, and then we'll be back and we'll play some bingo. Craps for the Cure 2024 is live and underway. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast, and here's ways you can help. Okay, it's easy. Go to crapsforthecure.com. Number one, if you want to just flat out donate money, it's the easiest thing you can do. Click the donate button, comes into here, pick your amount, drop in your credit card. 100% goes to Veterans Moving Forward, our charity for this year. If you want to purchase a raffle item, we have a bunch of great giveaways this year. Click on the raffle button. You'll end up over here, and you can browse the items that we've got. Now, we're going to jump down here. I'll show you a few of them, right? Tony Leo's offering up 4 wage consultations for craps. Joe from Craftsmaster Journey built a custom convertible chessboard craps throwing station. He's got 500 hours into this one-of-a-kind item. It's amazing. Garrison's given out a full set. It's both of John Patrick's books, his Platinum Craps book, the Dice Setting Super System, DVDs of John Patrick and Garrison giving lessons. It's an amazing offer. Casino Player Magazine offering up 5 subscriptions to both Casino Player and Slots magazines. Additionally, anybody who buys the Casino Player magazine during the broadcast and even in the weeks following, they will donate money directly back to the charity. The great folks over at Casino, I love Casino Tiers. Casino Tiers, Ed Robinson and 10 Ton, they've offered up a pro pack for starters, which is 2 sticks of dice, a one-of-a-kind mug, and their hat. Additionally, they're doing a seminar Saturday, November 2nd. That filled up really fast. They added a day. Anybody who signs up for the Sunday session as a result of watching Craps for the Cure, 1/3 of your tuition for that seminar, that's $500. They're going to donate it right back to the charity. That's amazing. Thanks to the Casino Tiers guys for stepping up like that. Bo Parker, by the way, stepping up. But the one and only dice coach, Bo Parker, he's offering up a full craps class as a raffle item. Additionally, anybody who donates $500 or more, he will give a free class to. So if you just want to flat out donate $500, boom. Instead of him taking the money, he's giving it all back to charity. So that's free classes with him for the big donation. Heavy Axis Power Crafts full weekend seminar, right? That's a big deal right there. And that'll be either in Biloxi or out here in Vegas. One of our subscribers also made a custom cutting board. And you can see here the process of him actually kind of drilling it out and filling it in and it's amazing. Just absolutely amazing for this thing. And of course, there's the cruise with me. Dates to be determined. With you and I, if you win this thing, we'll go on a cruise together. It's going to be absolutely awesome. How do these things work? It's very simple. You click that and that you like. You pick the number of chances you want. They're $1 per chance, right? That's it's a raffle. 25 chances, $25. Easy as that. We're going to draw names on Sunday night to determine the winners of all these things. By the way, throughout the process here, we're going to be playing bingo. Crappy bingo. So we'll take breaks. We'll throw the dice. Check your bingo card. You want to play some bingo with us? It's $10 for a bingo card. We're going to give away dice and chips and all sorts of collectibles throughout the broadcast. So there's your way to kind of get involved and kind of have fun with us through the chat. Speaking of chat, if you're watching the broadcast live and the mood so strikes you during the show, you want to just make a quick donation, well, here it is. Donate now. It's underneath the chat button. This donation button right here is a fee-free donation. 100% of what you donate here during the chat right now goes to the charity, courtesy of Google. YouTube does this for us, which is an amazing thing. There's no fees on these special super chats. So there it is. If you want to get involved, we really appreciate you helping out this amazing charity, Veterans Moving Forward. Again, our goal this year is $50,000, which will purchase, feed, pay for training, pay for vet bills for one dog. It takes 2 years to raise a dog and get that dog into service for a veteran, as well as matching it to the correct veteran. Can't thank VMF enough. And folks, keep the veterans in your thoughts, in your prayers, and thank them when you see them. And that's it. We'll get back to the show here, and hopefully you can find in your heart to press one of those buttons up there. Oh, one more thing, the merch button. You got to get some merch, right? You're looking at wearing the shirt that I'm wearing right now, right? This nice black collared shirt over here with our logo on it. That's an amazing thing. We have car and computer stickers, a couple of really cool looking t-shirts, and of course, you know me and my coffee mug. So there it is, guys. And back to the show we go. All right, back to the show indeed. Here we are, Crafts with the Cure 2024 day 2. And before I sit down for a really interesting conversation with Daddy David, Alan, I'd like to make a little announcement.
Yep.
Introduce yourself first.
Alan Tyndall from North Carolina. First time out here, and I've had a really good trip. And one of the main things I wanted to do was some of the winnings I've had from this trip, I'm going to donate. Here's $1,000.
Oh, my gravy. Wow. Thank you. That is amazing. That is unbelievable, right? Jen says, scoop it up.
Yeah. Jen's like, give me the money. Give me the money.
Don't
Wow.
give it to John.
Dude, that is unbelievable. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know you want to tell a story about how you.
Yeah,
but real quick, last night's
Yeah,
story.
so real quick, it's
Or this
early
morning.
this morning.
Coffee run.
A couple of us were over at Paris, and that was before a coffee run, trust me. But we were at Paris, and we hit a 6-point fire bet. I've never seen it before.
Yeah.
6-point fire bet, paid $2,500.
Woo!
Bow.
Lifetime stuff.
Yeah.
Two bow lessons.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So I don't.
Wait, so what?
Two lessons with bow. He's like, yeah. What?
2 lessons. Yeah,
$500
Yeah.
gets
Oh
you-
yeah. I'm like, what are you talking about? Yeah. Oh, what? What's happening? Yeah.
Your name
So
is John.
$1,000 gets you 2 lessons with Coach Bo, right? So he's going to donate that, right? Yeah, that's
Yeah,
perfect. Donate his time
Alan.
to you. So Alan, thank you so much.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Wow. That's the kind of stuff that'll humble you right there, huh? Amazing. David, come on out.
All right, here we go.
Your rolling humbles us every day.
Oh no, my rolling humbles you every day. Yes. All right, give us a second to get the microphone set up here for I'm gonna put that on and inside your shirt, a little muffle.
All right.
We'll play bingo after.
Inside the shirt?
Inside your shirt.
Oh, this is high tech, dude. We need these.
Well, it's like
We have to wipe it
it's
down,
like a dead cat.
It ends up being a dead cat.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it really? Oh,
Is
Oh,
David?
that-
Is David
Are you
rocking
Rico
the
Suave?
Rico Suave? Oh my
that's
gosh!
good.
Right?
have a bunch of chest hair all over.
No, down
right.
to my last
Nipple
chest
ring?
hair, dude.
Nipple ring?
Nipple
Ball
ring.
hair. I got plenty of that, man. Don't worry about that.
All right, so here we are. David's going to be with us for a long time today. We got lots to talk
Oh,
about. But the
shit.
first thing we're going to talk about is casino surveillance.
Yes.
And this is one of these things where we had yesterday Nick from Ellis Island giving us some of the behind the wall comps and ratings and how the stuff we just don't know about. The eye in the sky is something nobody knows about. It's a black box for most of us. We teach that here at the school.
Yes, we the school has one of the only one that I know of. We call it a visual table games course, very specific to surveillance. So we're going to keep to the table game side of it.
For
like
sure,
there's
for sure.
lots of other things, obviously, that surveillance does. They follow the cans, they drops, they follow the money. If you come in and you're not the nicest person, you know what I mean? Heads up. There's a lot of new technology that's involved. But we teach a visuals table games course for surveillance, which covers the games and what they're looking for, what they watch. This week there was an incident that we maybe address. But yeah,
for sure,
go.
for sure. So, what? I'll just start right at the very
Yep.
top. Right, what are we looking for? So
Yeah.
when you're the person up in the room, I guess my first question is, what do they see? Is it like the stuff on YouTube and the older History Channel stuff?
Yeah.
Guys with the little
Yeah.
joysticks, camera zooming in and crawling on the catwalk.
The
looking down.
catwalks,
right?
yeah. So they would call down. They would have
Yeah.
like hand signals because there were
Yeah.
no cell phones, right? Or they would literally throw pennies. You know, they would
Really?
like try to get someone's attention. I mean, there's different ways to get attention, but if you look, I don't know how long ago, but the Golden Gate used to still have, you could see the catwalk. I'm not sure
Really?
if that's still a
It's
thing,
still
but
in
if
the
you,
ceiling?
a lot of
That's
people just
cool.
don't look up, but you can see where they would have come out and walked across. And obviously they had different signals
And they were on
different ways
sleds,
to
right?
interact.
They were like wheeled sleds that would kind
Dude,
of drag.
it was literally, you know, you couldn't be too big, by the way, which would eliminate half of our audience here. I'm just saying, you know, some of you guys would not qualify for that job. Listen, the donut, no. But if you go up there and if you look at it, I mean, just really narrow planks.
Mhm.
They would lay down on their belly, try to get as close. They used to have these little, you know, little binoculars. Obviously, they have to look down. So the first thing that you should know is the view is very limited as far as surveillance. So they have a couple different types of cameras, right, throughout the casino. But the ones that are on the tables are top-down views, right? So like on a craps table, this is second base, this is third base, and the cameras are directed. Sort of, there's two cameras. Well, there'll be two cameras for a craps table, one for each side.
Is there really a camera for every table? In the
Every
casino?
table is required to have a top-down camera. So the point of view that they see is literally straight down on the camera. Now, because camera technology has improved, the shift boss or the bosses, right, casino bosses, they will have cameras in their offices or viewpoints that take advantage of PTZs, point zoom cameras. Surveillance also has access to PTZ. They have access to all the cameras, right? But the way they monitor the games is really from a top-down perspective. But one of the most interesting things that most people don't realize is surveillance people tend to not know the games. So we one of these, the reason for this class is, I've been doing this for 34 years. I've only met a few surveillance operators that actually know craps. In fact, this very last class, not a single one of them even play any of the table games. So they have no real context. All they can do is look straight down. And a lot of the things that we teach here for you to become a dealer is taking advantage of that perspective, is understanding how they see the game and how they can, sort of clarify the bets. So can you see the table?
Craig, we have a zoom in view of the table, or the bigger view, yeah.
Yeah. So this is a stack of checks, right?
We're going to be out here.
Okay, we're going to be more out here?
Yeah.
Okay, good. This is a stack of checks. This and this look the same to someone who's watching the game from surveillance. From a shift boss perspective, you can angle and see, have a different idea. So like, for example, if you see us like slide, we size into checks, the idea of doing this is to let surveillance know that this and this are equal stacks. But what if you have, this kind of thing, they don't know the difference. Right. There's no difference between this is a black check and, because they can't see it. They have no idea. And if they lack context, they don't know how the game works. They don't know how the checks transition. You follow?
Right.
So it's a very difficult thing to watch from surveillance. Like for those of you who get on a hot roll, you'll notice they add eyes on the game. More bosses come.
So I was playing a roll to win table last
Yeah.
night, and when she got to 20 rolls,
Yeah.
the boss came over.
Yeah.
And then another 30 came over again and said, "Okay, eyes are on the table."
Yeah. By the way, I can address a lot of the roll to win stuff, a lot of the crap stuff. We can, because that has been a big shift as far as craps and who watches it and who deals it. Because a lot of people took advantage of the roll to win, and they would put on the least experienced person just to move the stick, and there was a lot of that. But okay, so you have this top-down view, so it's hard to see, and it's hard to know what's going on. In my lifetime of dealing craps, I've only been called down from surveillance 3 times. One regarding the puck, another time because they thought I flipped off a player. It wasn't a player. It was a boss, dude. It was a boss, dude. It was a boss, and he flipped me off first, dude. It was very simple. You know what I mean?
You watch football, you always get the retaliation.
Yeah, there's nobody
Never
at
the
my
first-
table, dude. You know what I mean? But luckily there was always, so they called down, and then another time some nonsense. So most of them really just don't know the game. All they can look for is what we call the glint, the things that stand out, that are very, that look unusual, that aren't characteristic of a game, how people are interacting with the table. And then they look for the big stuff, like, if the cheating stuff where people are capping and pinching bets, that it's not really a direct relation to, procedural stuff. But if you see someone who's got their hands over their money or interacting late with the table, those are really obvious for a surveillance to kind of notice and say, okay, we need to pay attention. And when they do that, they'll call down and they'll have a supervisor, you know what I mean? Or, casino manager, whatever, they'll come up to the game. You'll see on a crap table, they'll double box. They'll sit down people. They'll sort of take over the game. Or A supervisor will come over, they'll
kinda-
watch. Yeah, they you know what I mean? They want to back you off. Like they want a lot of it. Some of it is like intimidation, right?
Sure.
They want you to make you feel uncomfortable.
Mhm.
So you make a mistake, or you realize like, hey, you're under surveillance, and then you'll just move on. Yeah. Go ahead. I don't know. I can
no,
just go.
you're
Yeah.
so you're
Okay.
so many things there, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
We can talk, I guess, maybe cheating. Now we'll do cheating later.
Mhm.
This is a thing that I've got a serious question about.
Yeah.
How do they know? Because
Mhm.
we cap the 6 and 8. We
Yeah.
don't cap other 35-hour-9 is not
Yeah.
is not cap forward. 6
Yeah.
and 8 is cap forward.
Yeah.
And not knowing the game,
Mhm.
how did you said they look the exact same?
Yeah.
To
So
what stands out on that?
keep
one?
in mind, right? The way a crap game works is different from the way a blackjack table works, right?
Mhm.
On a blackjack table, the money comes out of the rack. It's proofed in what they call the shuffle pad area, or
Mhm.
it's proofed at the player area, right? And it goes through this process where you see all the checks. Okay, on a crap game, that's not true. So a crap game has a mirror, right? You need a box person who can see on the mirror, because from the mirror,
I can
right,
tell.
you can
Yeah,
see
totally.
100%.
Yeah.
So it's all about perspective. It's all about having this perspective, because it's you can't see that. You have no idea. And if you
Right.
have a very fast or a buttery dealer,
Mhm.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like me. You have no
Smooth.
idea. I
Right,
could sling
right.
checks, and I could give out thousands of dollars to my Uncle Phil. You know what I
Right.
mean? And no one would have any clue. I mean, so that's one of the deficits of a crap table. Is they're very easy to take. It's very easy to take advantage. There was a couple years ago. There was a crew at a high level casino that gave away $1 million to their Uncle Phil. I say Uncle Phil, but I don't have an
Yeah.
Uncle Phil. But anyways, and they gave away $1 million. They had a guy who would throw out a bet. This is a verbal game. They can't hear.
Right,
So
right.
that's one of the ways that if you're in cahoots with a player, you can take advantage of the table, right?
Mhm.
I'm giving people ideas now, dude. They're
No,
going to be
no.
like,
No, no.
listen,
Just
yeah,
as Jen is here.
yeah. Just us. It's just us. So it's a verbal game.
Yeah.
So when a dealer gets a bet, it's thrown in. They book the bet, right? But surveillance has no idea what
Right.
you throw a quarter in it, or you throw, let's say, a couple black, and you say 160 across. No one knows what that is until the dealer sets it up, gives you your change. No one has any clue until they set it up. Well, imagine you got your Uncle Phil, just throw it in, and then just leave it, and then whatever rolls next, congratulations, Uncle Phil. That's the bet. You follow?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then you do that over and over. So this crew took $1 million off this table
Jeez.
over the course of a year. No one caught on to it. These are some of the things that we teach surveillance, right? So there are things that happen in this game that are very generic. What I find is people are lazy,
Mhm.
right? When they interact with the table, like I won't say like lazy as far as the system. When you guys come with a system, that's the system. You're going to play that out. You're going to play the same way. You'll know the dealer will interact with you in the same way, right? If you're pressing the same way, if you're doing the same way, so there's a lot of commonality that a dealer will experience with players, and when that changes, that's the glint. That's the thing that they should
Mhm.
respond to. You follow?
Yeah.
Like if all of a sudden you're going from just a regular press to like now you're power pressing, and it just happens to be the number that's rolling all the
Right.
time, you're probably cheating the game, or the dealer's cheating the game. You follow?
Mhm.
So there's that.
So,
Mm.
do all the houses have the same procedures? So if I drop in 2 blacks, say 160 across,
Mm-hmm.
I've had it where the blacks go to the box, I get my 40,
Mm-hmm.
and then they set the bets up.
Yeah.
I've had them set the bets up,
Yeah.
move the blacks over, and give me my 40,
Yeah.
which is a completely different procedure.
Yeah.
But one's asked backwards from the other. Are all the houses the same? Are
Mhm.
security trained to look for a certain move in that? Because that's what you're talking about.
They are
right?
now. We're trained.
They are now,
Yeah,
okay.
but so normally that's not something. So there's a couple ways that we teach our dealers. Okay, so we work with station property. We train a lot of dealers, right? So we there's 2 ways. One is you give the change, and then you use what we call clean hands. You set up exactly what you need, right?
Mhm.
So everyone can see. So if you give me 200, I give you 40. Now I know I have 160. I can see the 40. I can follow it back, right?
Sure.
So now I have 160 to work with, and then if I set up 160, makes sense. You follow?
Mhm.
The other way to do it, especially if you're a new dealer, right, is to break down using the come. You break down the checks into what you need, right? So you'll see dealers, they'll move the 200 inside. That's the first thing that you
Right.
should see them do.
Yep.
So that's the proof. You can't have 2 of the same thing in the come of the time. So you move it in here first, right? And then you break out the green and some red, and you use exactly what's there. And then whatever's left over, you hand
Yeah,
off. You
okay.
follow?
Mhm.
Because, a lot of dealers don't know 160 maybe. We teach them that, but, depending upon where they're from, they might not know, what that is. And, even 66 across, I've seen dealers who are new, not our dealers, dealers who are new, they struggle, and someone gives them like $75. They don't know it's $9. You know what I mean? They
Yeah.
don't know the $9 change. And so we let them break it down
Mhm.
and come in. Now, anything outside of that, is crazy, right? I've seen other things happen, you know, where dealers kind of freeze or they get confused. You follow? And those are kind of the, you know, outside of the procedure. And it depends on where you go. Like if you go to a Win or a, you know, higher end casino, they sling checks. Those people are at the end of the road.
Yeah.
They have given up on procedure. They're not getting ready for the next job. You know what I mean? They do whatever the hell makes them comfortable. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Interesting. So talk about cheating a little bit.
Yeah.
What's again the glint? The glint is the thing. And Joe I know is a hunter, right?
Yeah.
And I bring this up because the first time I ever went deer hunting, guys like the guy I'm with, he's like, right there. What are you looking at? Like it took me like 10 minutes to see this freaking deer. He's like, I'm like, how did you even see that? He goes, just looked out of place. I'll never forget that. I'm like, oh, like that's because they're hundreds of yards away. It's like, yeah, just something just didn't look right to me. And his trained eye spotted it, and I still right. What is the glint? What are some of the glints you're looking for that you go, wait a minute, we want to pause? And that pause is not throwing pennies anymore.
Yeah.
Right.
So there's a lot of glint on a craps table, but it takes a while to develop that skill set. By the way, you have to really know this game well and understand. So one of the if you work with like the same people a lot, you get to know, you know, how they interact with players and you know, this type of thing. The first piece of glint is when someone acts out of normal, right? Where all of a sudden they're doing something like, so for example, let's say you're that's a $15 table, right? And by the way, the biggest cheater on a craps table, anybody know who's the biggest cheater on a craps table?
The dealer.
The dealer. Yeah, it's the flipping dealer, which is why we have all these game protectors.
We let them get away with it.
And it's crazy how many dealers take advantage. How many, you know? I always tell when we start dealers here, we let them know one of you is gonna think that you can take advantage, and you know what I mean. And they will. And the casinos perp them. They perp walk them right out the play. They want to make everybody know. Listen, this is what happens. And the number of stories I have for that is just nearly infinite. Dude. It's crazy. In just a couple of weeks, when we you know, just every couple of weeks, there's someone who is, you know, had someone come in and they think it's easy to do. Once they figure it just doesn't work that way. Okay, so the next biggest cheater on a crap table, guess what? From a player perspective, who do you think is the biggest cheater from a player perspective? Okay, not the bot, but
player side.
On the player side. Yeah, who do you think could be?
I'm thinking it's around here.
So it's next to base, and it's the DC betters. It's the DC or don't pass betters because it's so easy to pass post on the don't pass, especially if you have you look for a breaking casino with the dealer that's very new, with a box person that's very disinterested, and it's very easy. Break-in casinos are always under attack. They're always under attack because people will case, they'll walk through. It's very easy to identify the weak dealer because you guys can identify the weak dealer. You've been places where you know what I mean. You know right away. Yeah.
44 inside. They couldn't figure
it out. So there you go. Weak dealer. They're gonna have issues, right? So that you right away know. So now imagine you couple that with a weak box person, and you could just run the table. I was with someone just very quick. I was with someone who you know, part of this group sort of who gave this poor dealer $75. Wanted 66 inside. She couldn't figure it out. She ended up putting $1 on his 75, handing it back to him, and setting up 66 inside.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah.
And it was crazy because I was sitting right there, and I didn't know the dealer, but it was at a casino that we and I'm trying to help this girl and be like, listen, you know, and he doesn't want the money, but she was so confused and so buried by it. It was like. It was just take the money. Let's let it go. You know what I mean? There was nothing we can do. We're just holding up the game. Okay. So the first biggest glint is when someone acts out of norm. Again, it goes back to most people play in a very default way. If you come up to my table with a system, you're going to play the same thing. Most crap players, they come with a plan or some type of plan, right? So let's say you go back, you have $15 on the DC, right? It goes behind the 9, right? You drop $30 as a lay. Right? You just drop it in the DC box. You assume the dealer is going to move it over to the lay, but you don't say anything. By the way, this is one of the things that we teach. Let's say you don't say anything. Okay. Now I know you're a $15 bettor. And as a dealer, I know that you want that as a lay, but you purposely don't say anything because you're going to win the very next roll of the dice every single time. Because watch, let's say it's the next roll of the dice is a 4. Well, you're not going to remind the dealer to go behind the 9. Guess what? You're going to go behind the 4.
That's right.
Yeah. If a 7 or 11 rolls, you're going to be like, wait a minute, that's my lay. You see?
Yes, my lay odds. Yeah.
If a craps rolls, you're going to be like, oh, look at that, doubling up my DC bet. You follow? Like, so this is what happens. So and by the way, if you call surveillance, they'll be like, oh yeah, it was there. You know what I mean? But we know this is a verbal game, right?
Right.
And unless someone speaks, but that person's looking for that dealer. They're going to sit right here.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to carry all their checks. They love to carry their checks because they want to make sure that they're not transferring checks out of, because that draws attention. So if you're transferring checks out of your rack, right away the dealer is looking for you to make a bet, right? They're looking for you to act in some way. But if you put them in, if you just keep it in your hand and you don't have that, and you're just dropping checks very nice and convenient, you got your hands over, you're trying to desensitize the dealer to even paying any attention to you, and you're outside of their peripheral vision. Sometimes they won't. You follow? This is the big not you sir, but the person that stands here. I mean, maybe I don't know. Look at that guy. It's
be him.
That is actually
that's the position. Yeah,
That's where he plays.
that's it.
My spot.
That's your yeah. Oh, is that your spot? Well, and you're a DC player. Well, we'll get a picture of you later, sir. We'll hang it. Okay. But that's literally that's one of the things. So, and then the rest of it sort of breaks down to anything that's out of character. Anything that becomes something very different, because that's just not how people interact with a craps table, right? The dynamic is very different. You're usually in a lot more money. Blackjack table, you sit there at $10. Even if you're a 160 across player, maybe you're a quarter player, right? If you're 160 across. So when you go to blackjack, you're probably playing a quarter. Maybe $50.
Sure.
You follow? If all of a sudden you put 160 in the come, right? And you don't say anything, and the dealer doesn't book the bet, just leaves it there, and 11's rolled, and they pay it, which I've seen.
You're gonna be like,
congratulations, you know what I mean? It's cakes and pies, yes sir.
Cakes
By
and
the way,
pies.
Tyson Kennedy donated $20.
Thank you, Tyson. All right.
That's cakes and pies.
We do have a
There you go.
question for the end. I'm not sure if it's appropriate for this segment.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
At the end.
Yeah. All right, we'll go. Yeah,
Let's see. What was I gonna? Oh yeah, I guess. So the cheating for the DC is an interesting thing. I've
that's
seen
number one.
the post bet in the field, obviously. Is
Yeah,
a
the
classic,
field,
right?
yeah, 100%. So you all you really do is need to find a weak dealer a lot of times, and that's easy. And people will say, well, I'm not trying to cheat. I'm just be given these free wins. That's cheating.
Sure.
You know what I mean? You're looking for free wins. You're not, and I get it. Sometimes the dealer is just so buried that even trying to push the money back, it's just you have to give up and kind of go with it, right? Even if you're trying to do the right thing. But if you're walking into a break-in property, belling up to a weak dealer, and you're doing these kinds of things, you're cheating. There's no doubt. You're looking for that as your edge,
Sure.
And there's a lot of people who take advantage of that, who play into that all the time,
Sure.
The other part of it is I watched a guy at the MGM the other day, but a dealer, the whole crew was people that I knew. It's funny because when I walked up to the table, they were all slinging checks until they realized it was me, and then
they cleaned it
all
up.
procedure, dude. It was so great. It was all procedure, it was fantastic. But there was a guy who had a pass line bet. He started with a big pass line bet, and it's all red. So this is it was all red on the pass line here, on the pass line, right? And then it was a $15 game, then it went to 25. It was at the MGM, and so originally he put money here. And then as the dealer looked and hawked the dice, he tried to take money from his flat bet and move it onto the odds. You follow? Which, as you know, it's a contract bet. So your pass line is a contract bet, so that's illegal, right? And he's like, oh, I didn't realize. You realize it. If the very fact that you know how to place odds, you know enough to know that you're not supposed to do that. You'll hear that from don't pass people. So don't pass people, they'll have, let's say you're on the don't pass. And they'll set up their lay. They'll just set up a lay like this. They won't tell the dealer, I want odds or reverse odds lay. It doesn't matter what you say. The vernacular, the wording, no one cares. We know you want, we know you want to lay, right? But they'll set it here. Again, weak dealer. No one touches it. Now they got a new flat bet. And they're not going to say anything. You follow on the don'ts. It's the easiest thing to pass post. Yeah. You could literally cruise all the casinos, find your weak dealer, and just bet the DP. And then instead of, healing it like most of you know, because if you know how to bet the don'ts, you know how the don'ts work, you probably know how to take reverse odds or the lay. But they'll leave it here and then pray that when the dealer gets to it, they'll just hit it. You know what I mean? And here it is, it's $60. Nice, easy.
It's interesting.
You follow?
I think early in my playing career, I did that all the time.
Yeah.
Didn't know it.
You know the
Right.
order.
Well, I didn't know that I had to lay them.
That you had to heal
I
it.
had to heal it off,
Yeah.
right? And I didn't even know I was getting paid double. I had no
Yeah.
idea, right?
Yeah,
When
free
I was like
money, dude.
25 years old,
Yeah.
right? And then dealers started doing it. They would, they know you as a adult player. And they go, oh, you want odds there? Yes, sir. And they'll do
have
it
to
for
heal
you.
Yeah.
And you go, oh, you want me to do that for you? And they go, if you want to, but otherwise, always make sure of it.
Yeah, the dealer should be reaching out.
Yeah, they do
Yeah.
it for you.
Yeah.
So it's actually a big help.
Well, they'll just do it the wrong direction. So people, they know enough to do odds, but they don't know to go into the direction. The odds go in the direction of the
Yeah, so the lay always comes first from the perspective of the dealer, right? So if it's on this table, you would have the don't pass here, and then they would heal at this. And they should be paying the lay and the flat bet separately, you know? We teach them to pay it separately because don't players typically need more checks. You got to bet more, win less, you know? So we keep you kind of run out of a few extra checks, you know, ideally. And, you know, anyway, yeah.
This is more of a dealing question, but I guess it kind of comes into this whole thing because you just brought that up.
No.
I've seen, you know, what you call it, clustered bet or clustered payments, but, you know, pass line with odds and here comes the full amount versus paying the flat, paying the odds.
Yeah.
Right? Which I assume is for accuracy, but also for the camera.
If it's a come bet?
Yeah.
Okay, so like something like this,
Or,
like
or a pass line, like you see it in the pass line usually, where
Yeah.
they pay them separately, but they could put
a total
$120 out there to you.
Yeah.
That's the right total payment.
Yeah, so
But
there's
instead
a
of paying
couple
separate,
ways. So
so-
you either pay it separately, the odds, and then the flat, right? You can also pay a total, but only if the total saves checks. And by that I mean, like if you have 10 flat with 20 odds, right? This would pay, if the point is 9, you'd pay 30 and 10, right? So, you know, what we don't want you to do is stack it up as 40 because you're not saving any checks. You know, you can separate it and show it. You pay the odds separately, the odds and the thing. Now, when I say saving checks, like you can do a conversion, save checks, 2 green, and take $10. You see?
Right.
So that would be what's called a total and
How
a
does
conversion.
the camera see? Because in the top-down view of the camera, does the cameraman know, knowing the game, that's an actual? Because we all understand that.
Yeah,
Maybe
so
not in the moment. But
this is where you need a box person. They're very few because, first of all, again, this looks the same as this from the perspective of the surveillance. That's why you really need a box person. You know what's funny? Years ago, I was a consultant when one of the bigger casino chains was considering getting rid of all the box people, right? Whereas you go to a lot of casinos now, they'll have a floor supervisor standing, but not as many box people. They'll have someone collecting cards, stuff like this. And it's an app. So I went to a very experienced casino where you know, top tier, a 10-year dealer. She made $842 in mistakes in 4 hours, and always the mistakes are to the favor of the player, right? Because guess when the player doesn't complain. You know what I mean?
100%. You start seeing
when they get paid more. You know, they get paid less than they know that. You know what I mean? Then obviously, so all the mistakes are always in favor of the player for the most part, and it's amazing. Like that the boxers that, you know, a lot of casinos think that they're saving money. It's not a thing. It's not even remotely a thing, especially on a crap table. There's just no way. The other part of it is just that adversarial thing. Like if you have an issue, you know, they don't want to stop the game and call surveillance because they don't even know what the hell they're watching anyways, right? So if you have a box person, you have the person to settle disputes. You don't have to come in and get in an argument with your dealer and create this weird interaction. You follow?
Yeah, 'cause that was my next question. Actually, was the dispute handling thing. But, you know, but before that, funny story though.
Yep.
There's a casino in Oregon, right where my son used to live. That the table's the size of your little one. It's in the back room there. It's like with like
the 8 foot.
I think it's actually a 10-footer, but
10-foot tub.
10-footer,
Yeah.
2 sides.
Okay.
No box.
Yeah.
And you place your own center action.
Wow.
As a player.
Brutal. That's
right. And it's a break-in. It's a $5 table.
That's a break-in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's a little tiny casino on the coast of Oregon, and yeah, like
that table's losing money, dude.
You know, horn high yo, and like okay, horn high yo, and each dealer has a stick. They each got their own stick, and they're like, yeah, it's right there, sir. And like, really? Okay, drop it out there. I'm like, this is insane. You know. So yeah, but no box, and you know.
The strangest thing
Seriously,
I've ever seen at a casino is a full 12. This is a 14-foot table, right?
We know.
This is a big table. So on a 12-foot table, we went to a casino outside of Denver on the way to Colorado, and they only had one trained dealer, and so what they did is they had a full game, and they had everybody. So she started on second base. And she would deal until the 7 out, and then she would switch and deal to everybody on third base, and then these people couldn't bet. You know what I'm saying? So they only had one side of the table, and they had someone moving the dice. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Wow, that's crazy.
That's the only time I've ever seen something like that. But yeah, that table's losing money. That's not a thing.
That's insane. Yeah.
No, that's because there's no game protection. There's no management of the bets. It's amazing. The grind on this game is really high. Do you know what? On average, this table will make $1,000 of mistakes in any given shift, like guaranteed.
Really?
You guys. I mean,
Wow.
you play enough dice. I'm sure you watch dealers make mistakes all the time, like literally all the time. It's not like once couple an hour. You'll see, oh God, they mispaid it by. We went to. It rhymes with Melagio. Yeah.
Sounds like
And-
Schmelevin.
Yeah. So we saw.
They have a large water bill.
Yeah, big water bill. Yeah. So we saw a dealer pay a horn high 12. Okay. $185, dude. $185. This guy had been pressing it as so many horn bets in a row. Got up to $185. The stick person went and pointed at the player with the stick and said, well, they were trying to figure out what to pay.
What 185 pays, right?
So the supervisor came up, who would never ever actually dealt, has no idea what crap. Because the minute you pull out a calculator, you can't break down a bet. You don't understand what it pays. You've never dealt this game for any length of time, right? She breaks out a calculator. She can't figure out the units. She just gives up and goes away. So now there's a guy. I'm standing right here, by the way. So I'm standing right there. So it's $185, which is understood because I could break it down. It's such an easy thing. But anyways, they put the stick in front of the guy and they're like, "Hey, would you take 1,200?" And the guy's like, "Oh my God, 1,200? That's fantastic." You know what I'm saying? It pays. By the way, it pays over $2,000. You see what I'm saying? So it was a 12. It's a 12. It's a
11 plus the
12.
wow, yeah.
And he doesn't know anything, and so he collects it.
Will you take 1,200? Sure.
Yeah, he's
Sold.
like, fantastic, dude. So then 2 rolls later, they realize they're off. And so they cut out another $600. But instead of giving it to the guy, they point the stick towards the guy as if to tell the camera, "Hey, the guy's letting us have it." And they put this 600 here, and they drop it in the box for the tip, for the tokes, for the dealers. I watched it.
Whoa.
I watched it, and by the way, they were still wrong. And you know what's so I'm standing right here, and I'm telling him they're wrong. You know what the craziest thing about this is they all knew who I was.
Mhm.
It's not like it's not many casinos I go to where, at least locally, where they don't know who I was. We had a couple. We had a fan that came out, and another, and I was playing with somebody who they came out and said hello, supervisor. They all knew who I was. They purposely did not want me to. Dude, I've been doing this for a minute, man. I'll help you work it out, dude. We'll give the guy the right payout. But the fact that they put it in, that's cheating.
That's unbelievable. Yeah.
And if a box person had, but see what they were doing is by him pushing the stick out like this to the guy. See that those dealers know that player has no clue. Like literally, the fact that he had a $185 horn bet tells you,
Right.
a horn high 12 just tells you probably didn't know it. He was just pressing in weird increments. So when the dealer doing like this, it looks like to surveillance that he was acknowledging a bet for them or something. You know what I'm saying? But they did that on purpose, so it looked like
Interesting. So what's the right way to identify that player is getting money in that situation?
you
when
got to have a
post-
box person. Like without that box person, without that person there, because again, it's a verbal game.
So that's like a hat tip. Thanks for the.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was one of the craziest things I've seen,
They
but
still didn't get it right.
they still got it. They still didn't get it right. They didn't even give themselves enough tokes, dude. They could have had another $200, dude. I mean,
That's unreal.
Last night at the
Yeah.
casino, I watched a new player come up and put $15 pass line bet.
Uh-huh.
Roll came out. He didn't. I think a point got set or something. He took his pass line and moved it to the field.
oh
And
really?
The dealer sat there and looked at it and was just like,
Yeah.
she had this look on her face like,
You can't.
did he move that or not? I don't know. And
Yeah,
I'm sitting
brutal.
there thinking, yeah, he just sat there and moved that
Mhm.
after a point got set.
Yeah.
I knew it was
But
wrong.
you can't
On
say
a,
anything.
on a
I can't
busy,
say
but on a busy table, we can all
Yeah.
attest. On a busy table, there's hands everywhere. I mean,
Dude, so many
like,
mistakes.
and again, now it's fun. We're talking, and I'm looking at the mirror half the time, right?
Yeah.
I can really see like how that looks,
Yeah.
right? But when you've got a full table and a full table, and
Yeah.
everybody's like, and like I'm the worst offender. I got my money out there, press it up, whatever. And now you got checks everywhere, and hands are flying around, and
Yeah.
somebody very easily could be like,
yeah.
doing something like that and dropping
Yeah.
a field bet
Yeah,
out
all
there.
day
And
long.
How are they catching that? I mean, that's
they
the
don't.
thing,
So
you know?
they have to look for the big stuff. So what we teach them is to identify the what we call the glint. To identify first of all, to look for the don't come player,
Mhm.
right? To look for the ways that people interact with the game to desensitize the dealer, and really just bad behavior. Generally bad behavior. When it comes to really breaking down the bets and the payouts and the transitions of money, it's hard to follow unless you have eyes on the ground. But it took them a year to catch these 3 dealers who would take advantage of the
Mhm.
game. And what's going on at this other casino,
Mhm.
you know what I'm saying, is they're just making they're giving themselves the first $50 in that envelope every night. It's crazy because I could take a field trip and they're just rolling over these very inexperienced players who don't know how to interact. That very same day, I started with a $5 hard four. Yeah, I parlayed it. It hit, I parlayed it. Now, a $5 hard four parlayed looks like $40. Somehow it ended up as a $50 bet for the dealers. And when I complained about it and said that I had a parlay, you know what he did? Set up 50 for me. Now,
in addition,
yeah, he left his and set up mine. I was like, man, this is like Christmas.
right?
And of course it hit. And, God bless them, dude. I mean, it was just crazy. So I'm trying to explain to the guy, but, he just ignores me. I mean, it's again, they have no direct supervision, but this game loses a lot of money without it, just all the time. It's just
so in your class then, like, I'm assuming you're got cameras set up so you can watch. How are they taught to find not just that, Glenn, but like I said, like the payouts, right? And all, like,
yeah, so it's really about the
visual
cycle.
Cues, right?
So the cues are the cycle of a bet. So for example, when we talked earlier, you know how when you give the dealer money, the money should transition here into the proofing area, and then they should break out either the bet or something they're breaking down the come, right? So there's sort of the life cycle of a bet. Okay, a bet should start from the rack. It's got to be money or checks in the rack. They end up on the table. They transition here. So there's this whole cycle of the bet. So anything outside of that cycle is one of those big areas. So if all of a sudden you see a dealer setting up bets and there's no money or there's no transition of checks, you know that there's a problem. I had a guy ran a dealership. He was a GM of happened to be the Infinity dealership here in Vegas years ago. And he came up to me one day, I was working at the Rio, and he said, listen, I'm going to do 160 across. Every time you leave me up on a 7 out, I'm going to give you $100 towards a car. He gave $100 towards a car. I said no, obviously. About 2 months later, another dealer I knew went to Infinity and got a car because he never played with me again. Right. He always played with this other dealer. You follow? And if nobody's watching, I guarantee you, like I don't have proof, but I guarantee you that dealer just left him up. Like, what's going to change?
Kidding.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How easy it would be for me and you to be in cahoots, and I just leave you up every time. Yeah. I can, after the roll, I conveniently like, oh no, he told me he was off. I throw a little button on there. You follow? Even though you said nothing, the 7 comes and I was late putting the off button on there. You follow? That's not a thing. The money needs to come. There has to be this normal transition. And then if you find that you happen to be working one time, now you know there's something wrong because that's not your default behavior, right? So you have to lean into the default behavior. You follow?
That's interesting. So default behaviors, because we were talking about this the other day.
Yeah.
Some of us play, we're off on, depending on what's happening. So your default, they're not going to know that.
Right.
But they know that you're frequently.
But they know that you're someone who is interacting with the game differently, and that's its own tag.
Little thing,
you know what I mean?
right.
Like its own tag. But if you're not, and you just happen to be off on every exact 7 out, now we got a problem, right?
Sure.
Or this was at the Win, by the way, where those dealers took advantage. They went to jail. 3 of them literally went to jail. Or was that might have been the Bellagio. No, but anyways. So what it would do is the guy would come up to the table, throw in $5, whatever came next, he would parlay it, right? So for example, so this all of a sudden now this is a $80, let's say 3-2 hopping. You know what I mean? Whatever happens. So now, or then he parlays it. Right? They put it on the bet. They go to pay him, but they parlay it, and then they leave it here, and then whatever hits next, winner. Well, you know what I mean? They just set it up and pay him, and they did it for a year. That's how that scam worked. Yeah, $1 million. Wow. Yeah, 3. They went to jail, and they had to pay $1 million in restitution, and of course they're blacklisted. They'll never be in game. It's a felony.
And that's the kind of thing where the INS guy catches it. Maybe, or how is that being?
So this guy didn't catch it. It was a supervisor on the floor, and the first real red flag is a table that's losing money outside of the normal scope. Like all these tables have a theoretical win, the kind of money that they expect to win, and then they'll look at the play, they'll roll it back and see, okay, what kind of play? If a table dumps a lot of money in a day, they will go back and look, why did this table dump money? What was it about this game? And they do that across agreements. I mean, the really active table game directors, the really active ship bosses, they want to know, what it is that they will go back. If someone has a streak of luck on a black, and they're flat betting the whole time and nothing, they will still go back and see what happened. How did this table dump money? And then they'll look for deficiencies. So that's basically how they come up. Why is this table lost $1 million? Like, why are we? Because that's a big nut, right? And then they'll kind of zoom in to that. Yeah,
interesting. So
we had a situation last night where you saying it, and other players are like, yeah, he's been going off. And the box person said he's been going off every single time.
Yeah.
The come out goes, and then he comes on. So
Can they hear him? No.
No. So
No.
yeah, we're talking about a situation. This happens a lot where hardways especially.
Yeah.
On unless you call them off, and you say I'm always off, and sometimes your money gets scooped up.
Yeah, here in
right?
Vegas,
that
Hardway's
becomes a
work.
dispute. Yeah.
Yeah, and that becomes that's why you need a box person. And anytime that you, if you have a default behavior that's something like that, and you make a contract bet, don't just call them off every time. Say, listen, I want my Hardways off all the time on the come out roll,
Right.
and then the dealer will book it, and then now you have a contract bet.
You know, one thing that's I've thought about is, blackjack is, hit,
Yeah.
right? That's for the camera, right? There's no mistakes. The off on could be the same. There's not a hand bring it off, or light it up, or whatever you want to say, right?
Yeah.
Because it's verbal.
Yeah, it's all
And if they
verbal.
don't hear you,
Yeah.
right? Like the other night I was playing and I was off, got paid for it, and then I went, turn me on, and I went, wait a minute, I shouldn't have got that money, right? Kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
And it was just a nonverbal. We misconnected.
Yeah.
I misconnected on something, right? And but there's no way to prove either way.
It happens a lot.
I did. Oh yeah. I said, I'm supposed to be off. I gave her the money back.
Dude.
But because I wouldn't be able to sleep, right?
Karma,
right? But for $1 or $2, sometimes you get overpaid. You're like, it's not worth the stopping the game for that. For $105, it's worth stopping the game to give her the money back. But that's a simple miscommunication that happens all the time.
All
And
the time.
that time it was in my favor, but easily could have said, I'm off for a roll, 7 out, take my money, and now I'm going to raise cane.
Yeah, of course.
Right? And that happens. And there's, like I said, there's no universal, you saw me do this kind of thing.
Well, it's impossible.
Yeah.
We had, so NRT, Visual Limits, they have all of the ATM machines. They do a lot of ATM machines, and they do a lot of the player tracking stuff. So they've added cameras to a lot of the games that can track your in and out on the table, right? So besides the RFIDs, like in the checks themselves, they can track who's got what. On a blackjack game, they got it down really well, where they can sort of track, they can see like what's on the bed, they can follow the hand signals, they can see all the ups and downs.
Oh, with the chips. With
the chips. So,
RFID.
yeah,
That's
they
cool.
know not just RFID. They've moved on to sort of the camera, the visual stuff, because now you have AI, so they can really just look and see, and that's become much more effective. So they know when you're putting that money in your pocket, they know.
We had a guy the other night calling me up.
Yeah.
And she goes, I need the blacks too.
Yeah.
Right?
They knew they were in there.
How'd you know about that?
Oh, they know.
We need to see them all.
So the one thing they haven't been able to do is a crap table. There's just way too much movement on a crap table, right? Which is one reason why some casino table game directors like the roll to wins, but there's a lot of reasons to hate them too, by the way.
Well, yeah, let's talk about the roll to win. I mean, a good segue because so there was a.
Can you show us a demonstration of what you mean by slinging the checks?
Yeah, slinging checks. Yeah, so like if I have one way, so I can go like this, yeah, or I have skills with checks. So like saying so like when I go to hand off checks, I can jump them around the table. You really can't see what I'm doing, right? Just like butter do. Yeah. I think I'm dealing later. No, I could show you.
Oh yeah, we're gonna deal.
Yeah.
Actually, I think
I could sling a little. I could sling a little. Yeah.
Sling a little.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So back.
Yeah.
All right. So back to roll to win then. So
Go.
That table, love hate with all the players on that table game. But we had a situation. This is great because security intervened in a thing. And I know a lot of people in chat yesterday wanted me to grill the Ellis guy.
Yeah.
On, what happened.
Yeah.
But what happened? So we have a game.
So
that we had a private table kind of ready, and the security said no hand signal, no private table.
Yeah.
We're not going to let you change positions. A little bit of miscommunication there, but there was a security reason for that.
There was a security reason. So just to be clear, so it's Station Casinos, right? Got a lot of casinos, and it didn't stop. So there was a group. You guys know the group that was going to play at the Palace and then move on to other properties. Okay, and so this only affected Palace. Okay, so the thing that you have to understand is that Palace specifically is a break-in property and does a really good job. By the way, one of the best, if not the best, place to break in the history of. I broke into the Golden Gate back when it was quarters, people bleeding on the table. It was a whole different experience.
That story still kills me.
But at Palace you get it's a much higher level. They have $5,000 limit. Back when I was at Golden, $200 limits. The table couldn't lose money if it wanted to.
Right.
You know what I mean? Everybody. Well, anyways. So in this situation, right? I have to add some context. So everything that people see is that so surveillance will clip something. They'll create a clip of an incident where either the table lost money or someone abused the table or something happened. And they use these clips of this activity to inform on everything else that goes down in the casino. So, for example, if you have a guy, there was a guy one time just recently who was abusing a brand new dealer, and he was playing blackjack, and he had a dealer, he had a bet up for the dealer, and then as he had the bet up, he would pinch or he would add money. He did it 47 times in 2 hours. Okay.
My goodness.
And this happened, it was a very new dealer. Sadly, it was one of ours, man. I think she was either having a bad day or she was in cahoots. We're not really sure 100%. But anyways, so 47 times in 2 hours, this person took advantage of the game. Now, surveillance has this clip now, and they're going to use that to inform anyone else is doing. They're going to run downstairs.
This is like
and
training
be like,
video, right?
Yeah, training video. They're going to run downstairs and be like, you know what I mean? Where we can't have you doing this. You know what I mean? We can't have it. So the people take advantage of these tables or try to. And for anyone here that's a dice setter, your goal is to be on some level an advantage player.
Yeah.
Like let's just say that's what it is, right? You're trying to affect the outcome, whether it's whatever the case is. Okay. Otherwise, why? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing. Some of you feel like you're better shooters, whatever the case is. Okay. So if you have an incident, which there was not too long ago, where here's what happened. A group came in, won a lot of money, and guess what they did? They rotated around the table, one right of stick over and over and over again. The table lost a lot of money. And then when they went back and looked at it, they saw this behavior. Okay. And
that was on a roll to win table.
That was on a roll to win.
Yeah,
right.
The
so they were
acrylic.
taking advantage of the acrylics, and that's all been resolved now. For those of you guys who are wondering why there's all the speed bumps, and those have all been, and now they're also adding a stick person who has a little better knowledge of the game. So originally, for a minute there, they had someone who had no knowledge of game, and so past posting. I knew people that paid their rent with these tables, with the roll to win tables. Like, we because it was crazy. There was so many ways you could take advantage of the game, especially if you had a really poor dealer, right? So now imagine, so they have this video, this clip of this kind of behavior going on the table at a breaking casino with weak dealers. And the thing to keep in mind is that some of the supervisors are fairly new too. They're not all experienced supervisors. Some of them have transitioned in 3 months, 6 months. I mean, there's such a lack of dealers here in town and a lack of supervision that it's existential to, we're training them as fast as possible. I have 50 people starting Monday. So I have 50 new students starting quite literally this Monday.
Wow.
You follow? So there's a lot of new people that are transitioning. And so guess what? Remember we talked about the target is the new casino, the new bosses. You follow, they become a target. So what happened there was it's very simple. They saw a behavior that was very familiar, that had a really bad, outcome, and they couldn't let it go on. You know what I mean? Now, keep in mind that when casino management calls down and say, "Hey, we have to make this change," they don't give the whys. They don't necessarily pass on all the other information because sometimes it's not relevant, or they don't feel it's relevant, or they don't want to make that information available, right? And so the person who then had to didn't communicate as well as they should have. They should have been more informed. I feel like, you know what I mean? But it's kind of the nature of the business, right? And maybe they were a bit nervous. They were a little bit embarrassed, and so it was awkward for them. And so ultimately, they didn't have the right, you know what I mean? But it had nothing to do with the person, had nothing to do with the group,
right?
And it could have easily, because if that was the case, they could have called ahead and said, you know what, you can't. This behavior won't
switch
happen.
The spots, right?
For all of them, but they did it. They did it very specifically because this was something specific to a break-in property, new dealers. You follow?
Yeah, totally.
And so that is something that sort of colored that whole dynamic.
It's interesting because it's like the old joke about every warning label has a story.
Yeah.
And this is the story.
Yeah.
Right? Like and on the roll to win, I guess they were like at a spot, shot, cashed out, next guy. Kind of rotated.
I mean, they cashed out a lot, so people were abusing the hell out of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you can do it once. It's one of these things like a lot of scams, they work once.
Yeah.
And
well, they went through quite a few casinos, this group.
But not the same one. The one that's out, the cat's out of the bag.
They were very greedy about it, and now it's not going to be a thing. Yeah. Go ahead.
David, why if that was happening at the Palace, which is a Stations casino, why wouldn't they have made that the same at all of their casinos.
Yeah, yeah.
Because we were able to go over to Durango. They
Yep.
had no problem with it.
Yeah.
We were able to go to
So
Santa
again, it
Fe,
comes down
no
to
problem.
guess what you have at Durango. You have 4-year dealers, 3-year dealers. You have
the other ones
supervisors.
came from the experienced ones came from all their other.
Yeah, because they're
stations.
trained. They can lock it down. They can manage the game. You know, they will identify if you're not hitting the wall, they're going to say something. You follow. If you're not managing your bets or pass posting, it's a much more proactive experience, right? So we have a 5-week course, right? That we do. We make them ready to be coached and mentored as crop dealers. Normally, the normal course is literally 2 to 3 months to have a dealer that we consider breaking quality. So for 5 weeks, we return basically a mentored, someone who knows enough they can be mentored and coached. Okay. Because they don't have 8 weeks to 12 weeks to be here all the time. You follow? And so when they go back in a break-in environment, their skills are limited. They get very quickly. But the good thing about Station is they have in Palace especially they have box people that are in that mode of mentoring and coaching. You follow?
Yeah.
But they're getting buried. You know what I mean? It's easy for them to get buried. And if you're an advantage player and you know this game, or let's just say you're someone who is very familiar with craps. You know how to communicate. There are a lot of people that aren't as well intended, right? And it's easy for you to kind of have some presence and roll over the dealer, right? Or to make the dealer nervous, or to put them off their game. There's a lot of people out there that have that skill set. Let's just say, you follow?
Yep.
Very alpha kind of thing, and these poor dealers, it's not much they can do. You follow? Because they're so busy trying to understand the bets and focus on what they're doing, they get buried pretty easily.
But to be fair,
I think this whole week we had a private table at the casino over here, and they had some really new deals. They brought the table in just for our group.
Yeah.
And the dealers, they had a few of them that was really, really new.
really,
Yeah.
Yeah.
44 inside.
By the way, that's true everywhere now because casinos are so Vegas is short at least 5,000 dealers right now. 5,000.
Wow.
And the gross majority of it is crap. So you know what the most interesting thing is that slots have now tapered off. People, slots used to be the biggest category, especially video poker. Especially those of us back in the day, video poker was huge. Everywhere you went, video poker everywhere. But now table games, people are looking for the experience. Thanks to YouTube, I really think YouTube has had a real big impact on getting people out.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? Well, when I was breaking to go, we had shills. If you went downtown, there were shills that would come up to the game and they were paid. One guy got $60 for the day to win as little money as possible or lose as many. To literally shill the game. A shill was someone who would come up and try to get excited, generate interest. You know what I mean? There was always a guy ready to drop dead. I never understood how excited he was going to be. You know what I'm saying? There was always a guy on the way out. Because who was working? That was the one thing that was always drove me crazy is that they would find somebody who just, I don't know. Anyways, check it out. But nowadays, you don't need shills. They were opening up crap games. They would open up more crap games if they could. I mean, everywhere you go, if you look at the pit, if you go to Palace, for example, on Graveyard, it's the crash pit busy all the time. It's the other tables that kind of meander off a little bit. But yeah, so we have a lot of these dealers that are starting on Monday are going into training as crap dealers. So we have some at Durango, at Santa Fe that are like 4-year dealers, but they don't know dice. So they're coming back for dice. By far, dice is our biggest category. So you will experience a lot of new. When we were at Bellagio, they were training a blackjack dealer literally in real time on the dice game.
Sahara was doing that for a while too. Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, Sahara had Candace over there. Sahara, she's a fantastic instructor. So they're putting out some great dealers. We used to train all theirs too, but yeah.
But to be fair with, the group you were talking about, Palace, I think that backstory was very helpful. Repeat.
Yeah.
But I think the way they communicated to the group that's very loyal to them,
that was
all the time, was very poor.
Yeah.
And I think the group leader would have appreciated more honesty and more arrangement of you guys can't do that.
Yeah.
But
and there's so to repeat what Jen said, it's that situation where the private table was kiboshed was not communicated well, to your point, right? They didn't, and I think a lot of things in business, we all know things are siloed, right? You cannot, the information does not pass from this wall to that wall, and now you're 3 levels deep, and you've got the guy on the floor saying, "Sorry, they said no," and can't tell you why. We don't want controlled shooters here, and like, wait, what? And it felt like business not welcome here.
Yeah,
but the reality was security is not going to allow that behavior because now we have a new thing. So communication. We said it yesterday. Communication's key.
Can,
right?
can I just
Between
say
everything.
too,
Yeah.
by the way, not everybody. So we there's a lot of
Yeah.
dealers in suits. There are a lot of people in this business. If you're a dealer long enough, you can get promoted and watch the game. It doesn't mean you're a leader. It doesn't mean you can communicate well. It doesn't
Yeah.
mean any of those other things. And you run across people with deficiencies throughout this business. You follow?
Oh, sure.
You know,
sure.
you don't need a high school diploma. You don't need any diploma. You know what I mean? You don't have to get through kindergarten if you don't want to. You could be a dealer. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? Like you could. So we have a lot of people that are in these positions that you wonder, why they're in that position. Maybe, but and in all fairness, like I understand this, and this is, I was called. When this was happening, they asked me specifically, what I thought, and one of the questions I had was, okay, is this part of that group? And I said no. These were good people, just there to play and have a good time. That was the other thing. And but at the end of the day, it's literally like I got this clip, dude. And if my table
Yeah.
gets beat, how do I explain it? How do I keep my job and let it go on? Kelly's son and Phil Ivey is one of the greatest stories of casinos not acting proactively.
Mhm.
They let those two win a shit ton of money, and kind of if those of you familiar with Baccarat, it's coming out as a
Yeah,
movie,
for sure. Yeah.
and over again, they took a lot of money over several years, a ton of money. And by the way, she comes here with Aquafina. They're making. I have pictures of them here at the school practicing. Dude. It's fantastic. Not Phil Ivey yet, but yeah. So it is what it is. But can I just say in defense,
Please.
Palace
Oh,
is,
here.
as the relationship we have with Station Casinos is literally fantastic. And you guys should know, like, one of the reasons why we're here in this space is because Palace is right there. And we have trained 493 of their dealers so far. And if not for that, they would have had so many deficiencies in their pit. And they provide, without a doubt, the best dealer training program. So not only do they pay you to come here, they pay us, they pay you to come back and learn all the games. And we have this sort of very proactive relationship. So you have people that are going from zero. Like we had a guy living in his car. We didn't know this until he got hired, but he was living in his car out here, drove out here from another state, living in his car, got a job. Now he's got a house. He's got, you know what I'm saying? Like this is the kind of investment that Station Casinos very specifically. There are other training programs now that are sort of copycats, but they pay minimum wage. They pay a living wage. You know what I mean? And you get the job. They don't have nearly the same kind of benefit or opportunity that Station has. So for those of you interested in becoming a dealer, dude, okay? All right.
Yeah.
Anyways, all right, go ahead. Yep.
Any we have time for probably one or two questions
We have
from the group.
questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most of the questions are strategy related. So
We're
I'm
gonna
not
do
sure
that.
that's
We'll do that. We have another session
Yeah.
after this.
So-
We're gonna play some bingo,
And
or
also,
then we'll do
John,
some
I
strategy.
will cover the questions here
Yeah.
later. in the
Yeah.
second.
Yeah. So we're basically wrapped. So questions about surveillance security would be great now.
So if there's an error and they call surveillance, and
Yeah.
surveillance can't figure it out, who are they siding with? The player or the casino?
So the question is, if there's an error, we go to the camera and the camera can't
Yeah.
figure it out.
Yeah.
Where do we go? Player or house?
It depends. So it depends on the amount of the error, first of all, right? So because there's in many cases there's no real point to call surveillance because again their viewpoint is limited and they may not know when anything pays, right? So if it's something that has to do with a payoff or something that's an amount, it really depends on you. If you've been playing for 4 hours and you're in $1,000 and it's a $20, $30 difference, I'm going to give it to you every time because I don't want to hold up the game. I don't want to. If you set up a bet, I had a guy one time who I was on third base as a second base dealer. He puts up a $750 six, and the dealer mispaid him, but the person didn't say anything until 2 rolls later. And then they have this whole other, conflict. Then they're going to talk it out, and they're going to see what's in the rack, and they're going to try to wind it back, and they'll call surveillance and say, okay, how much money was cut out? You know what I'm saying? So it's $875, right? So they'll have a whole nother dynamic because they're not going to roll that back. I have one good story. So we have this at Circa. There's a story of a dealer who, if you had come in and bought in for a certain amount of money, she had trouble with the math above a certain point. Okay. And on our Discord, a few people on Discord, it's no longer there, by the way. They knew who this dealer was, and they knew when to come in and buy in for X amount of money. And so they were doing this over time. And when I mean X amount of money, like over 18,000, something like that, she'd always cut out an extra $2-3 grand. I won't tell you exactly because of the purples and whatever. And ultimately, they caught this. They finally did catch it. And they caught somebody literally at the door. And the guy's like, no, I've already cashed out. This is my money. You know what I mean? I'm leaving. The dealer gave me this. Supervisor approved it. I'm leaving with my extra whatever. They're like, no, sir, this is a mistake. You know what I mean? I mean, they went through surveillance. They followed it up. They literally followed the door. And they're like, well, he's like, well, I'm going to call gaming. And gaming came. And the rule is basically in that specific case, even though the casino made a mistake, the dealer made a mistake, and basically like conceded, here's your money, and you cashed out of the table, it's wrong. It's still an error. And you can't technically, but if you left that casino and the casino's asking for their money back, you have to give the money back. Okay. So those people who are mispaid and the casino catches it and they want to make a deal about it, just know they can. And by law, that's not your money. That's a mistake. I know recently there was a guy who was paid out for a straight flush progressive that paid $3,000 on a pie golf table, right? And the dealer called it. The floor supervisor, 4 people signed off on the straight flush. It wasn't even a flush. It was all red cards, but you don't get a bonus for red cards. It wasn't even a flush. It was literally not even a flush. They didn't catch it until the GM caught it. They pulled it up on the camera like they do and reviewed it, and they found that, oh my God, it's not even a
diamond
flush.
in there.
There's literally, it was hearts of the diamond. You follow? They called that guy back. You know, they had all his information. They called it back, and they're like, listen, that's not your money. You have to. It was $3,000. You have to give that money back. And he was like, no. First, he came up with the excuse. Then he said his wife thing, and for all he thought that was his money because he had already signed the thing, and everybody had signed off it. But ultimately, they're like, but it's an error. And if you look on the machines, it says error voids all jackpot. That's true on the games and the table games too.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It's so. But you know good and darn well that was not a. I mean,
so the player knew. The player knew, by the way.
Knew. Yeah,
so you could see he was not excited at all because those of us who get $3,000 progressive, yeah, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna get.
Goes,
you know what I mean? This guy's just sitting there like it's any other hand, and yeah.
So SJ, this is not a question but a comment.
Okay.
SJ said that the dealers at the Durango were excellent.
Yeah, they're fantastic.
Yeah, Durango dealers were great.
Some of them.
Brian from Hawaii Crap Shooters.
Hi, Brian.
He says, "Can you be a dealer if you have no personality?"
Brian says, "Can you be a dealer if you have
is
no
that what you're thinking about, Brian? It's like
And then he followed it up on saying he needs personality training.
Oh, really? We'll start you off, dude. We have a class for you.
And he asked if you had a question.
Yeah, a class on personality.
Yeah, personality training. Can you imagine? He would just smack you around a little bit until you like it.
Dealers
my God.
in high
Yeah.
limits usually have larger tokens or receive larger tokens.
In high limit?
We're going to talk about that later on. We have a segment
okay,
on big bankroll dealing.
So
yeah.
if you get mispaid,
If you get
what's
mispaid,
a
yeah.
good practice to do? You leave it on the table or set it in a different
Yeah, I would
spot
leave
in
it on the
rack
table and
share
tell the
it out?
dealer right away that they made a mistake. The minute it goes in your rack, then it's a whole other process.
Yeah.
Well, even if I can't figure it out, but I know something might be wrong with that, I'll
Yeah.
set it in a separate part of my rack.
I mean,
So
I'll
at
be
least
honest.
I
If
can
it's not a
assess that.
lot, like you shouldn't care, because it's just part of the game. And if you have a busy table and there's 16 people and they got the game flow, a lot of people just don't want to interfere with the flow. And if you have a weak dealer who that by putting that money back, it's going to interrupt the game or they're not going to understand. I mean, this poor woman that set up that 656 handed up, we tried so hard to give it back to her. It just wasn't happening. And at that point, you just concede. It's your money. You just got to take it. So don't feel too bad about it. It happens a lot, right?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
If you see an error, and
Yes.
it's not your player.
Yeah.
You see a dealer make an error.
If you see a dealer make a mistake,
And I saw it at Palace, she overpaid someone.
yeah.
And I looked at her like this, it's like with concern look.
Yeah.
And then she realized the mistake,
Yeah.
and the other person started wanting to fight me.
Oh, was upset of you?
That's
Yeah,
interesting.
so like
so the question, by the way, is a
Yeah.
player saw another player get overpaid or underpaid or whatever it was. Right. You kind of gave some side eye to the dealer, and then the player got ticked off at you
Yeah.
because you were screwing him out of his ill-gotten gains, right?
He got
Yeah.
paid $500 too much.
500 too much.
That's a lot.
And
That's
I'm like looking
Yeah.
at her, and the dealers are good dealers, and this was at Palace.
Yeah.
And I didn't want her to get in trouble.
Yeah.
I think it was karma.
Yeah. I when it comes to interfering with other people's engagement with the game, I would just let it go, man. Especially nowadays, I'm not going to get in the middle of that. There are dealers who get butthurt if you're correcting them, or you tell them they made a mistake. Some dealers don't care. I've had a dealer who mispaid. $30 bets, or you know what I mean, for like 20 minutes, and I finally like, listen, that's not what. And then they get upset at you, and I'm like, well, whatever, you know what I mean? Like, there's no win. Yeah,
I get upset watching other players correct the dealers. It really drives me. Like, let the boss do their job. It's a breaking house. It's his job to fix this situation, not yours.
Unless it's your bet.
But
if it's my bet. But then all of a sudden say, we have a,
You want to double check that?
Yeah.
And there are better ways to make a bet. There are better ways. So some of you that string bet, like we hate string betters. So but if you're having a dealer, if you have a really weird bet and you have to be very visual about, this goes here, that goes here, you know what I'm saying? That's one thing. You can just set it up that way. But most dealers hate string betters. Just tell us what you want, put it all there, and we'll try to work it out for you, right? And then communicating like very clearly, like when some players just don't understand what to say, and how to relate, how the bet is, that can also cause a lot of confusion.
Yeah, and I think to your point, it's getting too much of a dealing discussion. But recognizing, like I've seen people do these, a regression that changes colors sucks. 160 to 96 sucks, right? I've seen right. But is it Patty, right? Patty has $96 in his rack, and he's like, bring me down 96 across, right? No mistakes, no problems, right? Yeah. And like, I'm actually going to change. I do 204 a lot of times across, which is it's a non-standard bet, but to me it is. But to them, it's like, what do you? I'm like
204 across, and the deal is like.
Well, no, but I go 204. And when I see that look, I go 25, 35, 42, and they go okay, and they figure it out the first time. But that's a lot of different colored checks, and it's like. Maybe as a player, we can make our things easier for them, right?
We asked for a 6, they were putting it on the 8. They just kept
interposes.
And they were also swapping positions.
Yeah.
David?
Yes, sir.
Last question here.
Are there still people who try to insert one of their own die into the game?
Ooh, good question.
Oh, great question.
People slip in dice in,
I watched the guy from Bally's. I watched the guy from Bally's do a TV show one time.
Mm-hmm.
He was so smooth with that.
Yeah.
You couldn't tell it.
Really?
Can they catch that from
I've been dealing for 34 years.
Yeah.
I have worked at 13 different casinos. I've actually never seen someone switch a dice. And here's the thing. I don't know of anybody who knows of someone who, I've interacted with a lot of people in my career, right?
Right.
I don't know a single person who has seen another person. Now, I had one guy use, the pitch tar they use in baseball?
Yes.
I've had someone try that on dice, and it was just I opened the Bell of Baton Rouge, and like the first roll, the dude, it came off on that. You could see extra glob, and it was just, really obvious.
Just skid marks on the felt. That's not what you want.
He was wearing those like alligator, the swamp boots too.
Yeah.
He just stood out like a sore. But I've never seen.
Is that a glint?
I used to have a pit boss that had a cocked die, a weighted die, and he was to carry it around in his suit coat back in the day, and he would show it to you, and you wonder like, what pit boss is allowed to be carrying around a loaded dice? But I've actually never seen it. I don't know anybody who's seen it. Those shows are literally for that. So they make
sleight of hand.
It's really hard. Because, by the way, these are not 19 millimeter dice. For all those, please keep buying our 19 millimeter dice or any of the ones that are for sale. But dice are not, by default anymore, strictly 19 millimeter. Part of the reason is they'll range up to 30 millimeter. I kid you not. You can mic some of these station dice. It's not double the size because some of these dice are as high as 30 if you mic them. They'll use a micrometer. Just so that they'll stand out. If you come with your 19 millimeter dice, you're going to see that they're smaller. Your Amazon, you know what I mean? There's differences, right? And there are security protocols on these dice nowadays, especially with new technology. It makes them really hard to substitute. But I quite honestly, I don't know of a single story. There might be someone out there who has been on a game, but that stopped many years ago. I promise you. It's just so hard, and it's just so obvious the way these dice. You'll notice too, these dice are very sharp. They used to be more rounded, and when you buy dice on Amazon, or you have to order them direct to get them sharp. So GPI is one of the big dice. There's only a few companies left that manufacture for the casinos, and you can't buy from them. You cannot buy these dice in this quality from them. And I've looked. We've tried to find a manufacturer of this type of grade dice, and it's nearly impossible, right? So and those dice stand out, yeah. So it's very hard. If you do find Yeah, so the other thing now is with RFID and new technology, it's nearly impossible. And most casinos don't share chips anymore. So years ago, you used to be able to walk up with lower value checks on the strip and you can share them, wasn't an issue. But nowadays, all that's got to go to the cage, and they go through all these protocols to make sure that the checks are valid. The cages will call over. It's not one of those things where you can just come in. I mean, you might be able to get away with throwing one under there, but it's so hard. The graphics are very specific. The way these checks work, so it would be hard. You would run the risk of getting caught, very quickly.
That's a felony, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, there was a guy in who's making checks in his garage.
Yeah.
Like painstakingly hand painting them and stuff.
Yeah.
Right?
With the stickers,
and,
yeah.
and the whole thing. And
I
then,
know there was like a YouTube video that was done about that. I came across that. So
well, guess what? You do it once.
those
now
are
we have
obvious
RFIDs.
scams that people have done.
The first guy gets away with it.
That's it.
Yeah.
But look, but the upshot of that to me, so looking at the business side of things, right? The upshot of that is now you have perfection.
Yeah.
Right now you can put this bet on a blackjack table, and they know there's $600 or $700 there. They can sense the number of checks you have on the thing electronically, which is pretty cool.
All of the higher
right?
value ones, they have all of them.
That's super cool.
Almost all, not all the casinos, but most of them.
Yeah.
At Resorts World, every single check, right down to the dollar, they can track all the dollars. Everything has
That's
the tech
amazing.
in it. You can follow all the checks. Yeah.
That's cool. All right, why don't we stop for now? Yeah, we'll be back in a little bit. We'll do some dealing.
Fantastic.
And, thank you for your time, sir.
Yeah. Thank you guys.
All right. Good job. That was awesome.
All right. Good.
All right. Let's take a quick commercial break. But before we do that, I want you all to go to the raffle. Yeah, go to the raffle. Buy your bingo cards. We're gonna come back, play some bingo. We might get 2 rounds of bingo in while we're getting a break here. Huh? We're gonna do some dealing in a little bit. Yeah, he's gonna come back. Yeah, David's gonna come back. We're gonna do press moves on the different numbers. So he will talk dealing and strategy and that kind of thing when we get back. So yeah. Craps for the Cure 2024 is live and underway. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast, and here's ways you can help, okay? It's easy. Go to crapsforthecure.com. Number one, if you want to just flat out donate money, it's the easiest thing you can do. Click the donate button, comes into here, pick your amount, drop in your credit card, 100% goes to Veterans Moving Forward, our charity for this year. If you want to purchase a raffle item, we have a bunch of great giveaways this year. Click on the raffle button, you'll end up over here, and you can browse the items that we've got. Now we're going to jump down here. I'll show you a few of them, right? Tony Leo's offering up 4 wage consultations for craps. Joe from Craftsmaster Journey built a custom convertible chessboard craps throwing station. He's got 500 hours into this one-of-a-kind item. It's amazing. Garrison's given out a full set. It's both of John Patrick's books, his Platinum Power Craps, or his Platinum Craps book, the Dice Setting Super System, DVDs of John Patrick and Garrison giving lessons. It's an amazing offer. Casino Player Magazine, offering up 5 subscriptions to both Casino Player and Slots magazines. Additionally, anybody who buys the Casino Player magazine during the broadcast and even in the weeks following, they will donate money directly back to the charity. The great folks over at Casino, you know I love Casino Tiers. Casino Tiers, Ed Robinson and 10 Ton, they've offered up a pro pack for starters, which is two sticks of dice, a one-of-a-kind mug, and their hat. Additionally, they're doing a seminar Saturday, November 2nd. That filled up really fast. They added a day. Anybody who signs up for the Sunday session as a result of watching Craps for the Cure, 1/3 of your tuition for that seminar, that's $500. They're going to donate it right back to the charity. That's amazing. Thanks to the Casino Tiers guys for stepping up like that. Bo Parker, by the way, stepping up. But the one and only dice coach, Bo Parker, he's offering up a full craps class as a raffle item. Additionally, anybody who donates $500 or more, he will give a free class to. So if you just want to flat out donate $500, boom. Instead of him taking the money, he's giving it all back to charity. So that's free classes with him for the big donation. Heavy Axis Power Craps full weekend seminar, right? That's a big deal right there. And that'll be either in Biloxi or out here in Vegas. One of our subscribers also made a custom cutting board. And you can see here the process of him actually kind of drilling it out and filling it in, and it's amazing. Just absolutely amazing for this thing. And of course, there's the cruise with me. Dates to be determined. You and I, if you win this thing, we'll go on a cruise together. It's going to be absolutely awesome. How do these things work? It's very simple. You click that and that you like. You pick the number of chances you want. They're $1 per chance, right? It's a raffle. 25 chances, $25. Easy as that. We're going to draw names on Sunday night to determine the winners of all these things. By the way, throughout the process here, we're going to be playing bingo. Crappy bingo. So we'll take breaks. We'll throw the dice. Check your bingo card. You want to play some bingo with us? It's $10 for a bingo card. We're going to give away dice and chips and all sorts of collectibles throughout the broadcast. So there's your way to kind of get involved and kind of have fun with us through the chat. Speaking of chat, if you're watching the broadcast live and the mood so strikes you during the show, you want to just make a quick donation, well, here it is. Donate now. It's underneath the chat button. This donation button right here is a fee-free donation. 100% of what you donate here during the chat right now goes to the charity, courtesy of Google. YouTube does this for us, which is an amazing thing. There's no fees on these special super chats. So there it is. If you want to get involved, we really appreciate you helping out this amazing charity, Veterans Moving Forward. Again, our goal this year is $50,000, which will purchase, feed, pay for training, pay for vet bills for one dog. It takes 2 years to raise a dog and get that dog into service for a veteran, as well as matching it to the correct veteran. Can't thank VMF enough. And folks, keep the veterans in your thoughts, in your prayers, and thank them when you see them. And that's it. We'll get back to the show here, and hopefully you can find in your heart to press one of those buttons up there. Oh, one more thing, the merch button. You got to get some merch, right? You're looking at wearing the shirt that I'm wearing right now, right? This nice black collared shirt over here with our logo on it. That's an amazing thing. We have car and computer stickers, a couple of really cool looking t-shirts, and of course, you know me and my coffee mug. So there it is, guys. And back to the show we go. All right, folks, we are back. It's bingo time. So what we're going to do, everybody, is get your bingo cards out. And the way this is going to work is Jeremy from Color Up. You put your hand out there, Jeremy, so we can prove that that's Jeremy's hands. He's actually here. He's going to throw the dice. We have 2 colored dice. We have a purple, I guess that's purple, lavender kind of die, and a green die. The lavender die are the Casino Tiers special edition dice. They will be given away, by the way, at the end of the event here. But Jeremy's going to throw. We're going to call the green die first and the lavender die second. And as you throw them, we're going to mark your bingo card. Okay? What's that? They would have, if they bought a bingo card, they have an email that has the card link in it. Okay? There should be an email with that in it. And as we throw the numbers, we're just going to do this. A 2, 1, 3. We'll light it up like that. Okay? Every time we roll a number, we'll light it up. A 7 clears your card. A 7 clears your card. I will clear your cards. myself. All right. So for right now, I'm just gonna let the games begin. So
green first. Okay.
green first. Green
So
first.
don't forget to account for the lag.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a lag, so we're gonna take about 10 seconds or so between throws. So take our time. I'm gonna sneak through over here, and I'm gonna get to the bingo thing.
The chat so people can see it there.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah.
other way.
What up? I can't find my card
Oh, I don't do the mouth open.
Oh, everyone will do.
Yeah, I know.
30 seconds of lag.
You come by 30 seconds. Okay. When you have bingo, call it out in chat. Say, just yell bingo in chat. It's a lag we can't help, but it's going to be what it's going to be. What's that? Yeah, you can scroll, right?
Well, how do the people on mine play?
They should have bought a bingo card from the. Yeah,
How do they say bingo?
they're going to chat it in.
Okay.
Where's the scroll? Oh,
So 2 fingers.
2 fingers.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. You're using the numbers rolled one, not the number. Yeah, numbers rolled. There you go. Okay. You. We want to go slower than faster because there's a lag on chat. Yeah.
That's a good idea, but not.
Exactly. And again, this may not be very fun. We'll find out in a minute, right?
You gotta try it first.
I mean, that's how else are you going to know, right?
There's a lot of ideas that work.
That's really like pizza. You took a bite.
Not now.
They like the Seahawks. You want to lose one.
Watching dominate.
Steve Largent, baby.
Steve Largent.
Legend.
Oh, Tony Ventrilla died.
What?
Yeah.
No way.
Seattle, he was like original.
Are we? Let me get over here. Yeah, we're doing bingo right now. You ready? Are we calling them out?
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't called anything yet. Is that the first one?
Oh, no.
We're ready to roll.
Okay, good. You can go. Yeah, I think we're ready to go. Yep.
All right.
All right, first one's coming.
Nice out.
It's a 2, 3, 5.
5.
2, 3, 5.
2, 3, 5. Dice are out.
Slow down a little
Whole
bit.
bunch of cards. Whole bunch of cards. Yep.
But is there a number? You need to say the letter.
No, just the number. Just the number.
Okay. So just
Find the number on your card. Yep.
Okay.
Go.
We got a 4, 5, 9. 4, 5, 9.
Any line?
Yeah.
No, but there's
Only
many
one.
kinds. There could be do a cross.
No, we're doing a
We can
line.
do a W.
This is straight up line. Straight up one line. One line.
There's borders.
Can you be one of those tokens, please, over there in the plastic? Slide it down the table. Oh God! Wow, that's the bingo prize, by the way. It is a Mirage token. Mirage, as you know, bye. So that's a collector's item right there. So the winner of bingo, Jeremy, 516. 516.
Just say 5-1.
516.
Just say 5-1.
Straight any line, any regular normal bingo line will do for
Ace
the
deuce
first
and I
one.
win.
For the first one.
Already? Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Was that?
You can't count.
Yeah.
At
At least.
can't count.
Yeah.
Attorney, don't worry about it.
Yeah, we've sold I think about 100 bingo
Ace
cards.
deuce
That's
and I
good.
got it.
Fix it.
Yeah.
I'll give you an ace too.
Dice are out.
If you got bingo, you gotta let me know.
Nobody would be down.
We got a 2, 3, 5.
I've already got that.
The other kind of 5, but we already had it, right? And I can look at everybody's card and see who's got it.
Can they hear it? People can hear, okay?
Yep.
Dice are out.
Already?
Yeah, but it's the same one. So it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
That roll didn't count for anybody, right?
Right.
Okay, it's good. Yeah, we're trying about 10 seconds between rolls. Jeremy's toss looks pretty stout. 1, 5. A 1, 5, not a 5, 1. A 1, 5. It matters. All day. I mean, we're just making money.
Order matters which order then.
Making money. Yeah, the order matters. 100%.
That's why we're doing the green.
That's why it's green and pink. Yep.
See, we need to. See, you're
I told you, man. Can't trust the attorney.
The order
Damn
matters.
attorney.
I
A
have
one-
no idea if I'm
A
winning.
1, 5 and a 5, 1.
Not winning.
I will. A 1, 5 and a 5, 1 are not the same thing. And we got a 4-2. The lumber. How many sixes is that? That's a
average.
that's a few sixes right there. Yeah, right.
Where the hell were you?
4-2.
All we needed was 2.
Well, they don't let you watch in chat. Who's watching chat for somebody to call it out?
I'm watching it.
All right, thank you.
Stick to
Let's go ahead and go.
Yeah, if I shot into that. Huh?
Dice are out.
We got a 6-6. Midnight.
Color doesn't matter.
Color doesn't matter on that one. That's a one of them repeaters. Not repeaters.
Double.
What do you call it?
Double.
Double hardway. I've been talking too long.
Depending on
My
the
brain is mush. My brain is mush. Okay. Dice are out. Ooh, it's aces. He flipped them over. It's aces. Let's get that ATS. Jeremy throws an ATS. We got to throw something else in.
That, Brian?
He's going to give him a 7 every time. Is that what he's doing?
That's what he's doing.
That's awesome.
Don't blame me.
Way to call him out, Jeremy.
That is
I love
great.
it.
That is great.
Ryan likes
Okay.
to color down.
Dice are out. 4-1-5. 4-1-5. We got a couple of people that are one away here.
Jeremy, you're throwing better now than you do on some of your strategies.
4-1-5.
He's dice setting. I'm setting him for him.
Yeah.
Trying to convert it. Trying to convert it.
4-1-5. Okay. All right. Light it up. Light it up. 5-1. 5-1 mixer. 5-1 mixer. We already got it. Already got
Yeah,
it.
but that's another 6.
Can we even see that prize? Let's put it right there. Make it a landmine.
In the landing zone there, sir.
I am. All right. I love watching the cards get played in real time. I can watch. Oh! 6-1-7 clears the cards. I will. I will be clearing your cards. Give me a second here. Ready?
So we're gonna go back and turn off all the eyes.
Turn them all off. All the eyeballs get turned off for you. I'm going to turn all the cards off. Clear all the cards.
7 resets it.
Yes.
7 resets it. And start over again. Boo! Boo!
Wow.
That's all right. Here we go.
Wait, he's got to reset.
What if it was a come out?
Mark your free. The come out does not.
No sevens.
No point.
Come out.
You want to do the point? That's fine.
No,
All
we
right.
don't have to. Keep the original rules. You
No,
gotta
the
keep the original
rule
rules.
is
Go.
sevens
Let's go.
reset.
7's reset. Let's go.
And I'm not happy.
We only got until 7 p.m.
I told him
Okay.
he said
You
it'll
might
take
want to reset
forever.
them one more time because it just came over.
Yeah, it's.
Anybody who
I'm seeing free spaces marked. That's it. All right, Jeremy. Here we go.
Dice are
Dice are out. 3-2-5. 3-2-5 is the call.
You don't even have to say 5.
Ted said it's rigged.
It's rigged.
Hey.
Oh, there you go. Make the
Oh,
prize. Make the
genius.
prize the point. There you go.
get right.
Genius.
Ride along, little ride along.
Yeah, you can see that.
Oh, the glare getting it.
At an angle.
Okay, dice are out.
Now I feel a lot of pressure. The game resets on a 7 every time.
Oh,
Oh, six.
Yeah.
I told you it would take a minute.
It might take a minute, but it might not take a minute. All right, I'm gonna reset them.
You don't want me to roll?
Clear 'em
Then
all.
we'll never get there.
Oh God, no,
Exactly.
no.
During DiceCon, and we decided real quickly to rule out the 7.
Yeah,
No, we decided you should add.
I may at some
the
point.
number.
I may at some point skip the 7s, but let's go.
Yeah, it should
There we
be
go.
a
The dice are out.
6-1-5.
Oh my goodness gracious.
That's okay.
It's okay. First roll. First roll.
5.
There's nothing to reset.
No, nothing.
That's a hard 7, Brian.
Who was texting me? Don't they know I'm on
Go ahead,
TV?
Brian. There's nothing to reset.
Oh.
It's coming out.
If nobody wins in an hour, the highest donation wins.
2-6. The 2-6-8 is the call. 2-6.
2
2 and a 6.
I don't even have a
It might be done by next Crash of the Cure. Yeah. So that's okay. I'll tell you what. If somebody wants to super chat the charity $10, I'll stop doing 7s. How about that? Yeah.
Make it 100, dude. Like
100.
That's more money, yeah.
100.
Terrible salesperson. If someone wants to super chat $1,
All right. So
500 will stop. 500 will stop this segment, and you get the vote.
there you go.
You
No.
just want somebody to make the decision for
No.
me.
No. We $10.
Once 500
10.
comes in,
Let's go. Keep going. Yep. Roll up.
We don't hit
everybody
it.
collected.
David
Let's go.
has a
Dice are
hard
up.
Stop at 2. by
Dice
the
are
way.
up. Yep.
Dice are all
5-1-6. 5-1-6.
5-1-6.
Okay. Dice are
It's
out.
good, buddy. David has a hard stop at 2. He has to be here.
Waiting for him, but
Oh, does he? I didn't know that.
Am I still waiting?
He's in. He's got a hard
Kind of
stop.
watching.
Let's go.
Like hard stop.
All right, dice are out. That's what I'm doing.
3-5.
So
3 and a 5. 3 and a 5-8. Yep. Well, all right. Then, if David's got a hard stop, we will ignore 7s for now. Going forward, I have to.
Next game. No winners. Go to the next
Mm.
game. Okay.
Okay.
Kind of like how we did the best.
3-5. 3-5.
You're
rolling.
good. You're good.
2-5.
Come out 7.
Did somebody throw $10 into the super chat?
It's a come out.
What do you mean to come out? Was there even a 5?
He just hit the point.
What did he? The point was a 5.
No, it wasn't. The name.
He just hit it.
But he hit it.
The point was a
That was a come out.
All right. Let's
The
go.
point was a 5.
All working bets have
The
action.
point was a 5. You became
You're
a
down on the dome.
This is what we've been dealing with, guys, the whole week.
I know.
The point was a 5.
There we go. Rolling.
Point was an 8.
Point was an 8. It was an 8.
There was an 8 after the
It's a 2-6 and a 5-3, and that's a 3-6-9.
Clear it. You got
Point is 9.
all 7s clear. All 7s clear.
Didn't somebody throw $10 on us?
You
gotta say it
Well, I already didn't clear it. So
No, you didn't because I still got my
I said I already didn't clear it. So we're gonna keep going. All right, let's go.
Dice are out.
It's a little quicker now. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Craig
3-1.
by the way.
3-1.
So we have no idea.
Not a bad roll, Joe.
3-1.
Craig
We're
cleared
keeping
it, so we don't
consistent,
know.
dang it.
3-1.
Throw a 7.
John.
I have it.
Already
I have it here.
Okay. But you're not keeping consistent.
I have it here.
I'm a rules person.
Nobody could tell.
No, because people will object.
Objection.
Objection overruled.
5-3.
Oh, really?
5-3. 5-3. 5-3.
Objection, Your Honor.
What was it from Mike Josepini?
5-3.
Succinct, clear statement of your opinion.
Anybody want to hop the
Overruled.
9? Anybody want to hop the 9 right now?
Dice are out. It is a 3-2. 3-2.
Ryan's hopping the 5.
Went one more over. It was
Yeah.
right
3-2. 3-2-5.
This one reminds me of that thing we did with Key Dice.
there. You know what comes out to 5, right?
5-1 is 5-1 one of them or not? I got
5-1 is one of them. Yes. 5-1 is one of them. Yep.
Fields wide after the 5.
He never cleared it.
Jen. Jen Gargoyle strongly objects.
Dice are
Thank
out.
you.
Everybody gonna think it's fixed anyway.
4-6. 4-6-10.
4-6-10.
They're rolling 4.
That's what I'm saying.
7.
I want to show you. Only he can verify.
I need to know all the
I can verify here. I have it all over here.
In other news, these
4-6.
are really nice.
Dice are out. Anybody want to hop the 9?
We got a 4-1. 4-1.
Okay, this time for reals. 5. 9 comes out to 5.
4-1. Oh my God. Don't ever say that out loud again. Triggering mechanism.
Dice are
Here
out.
we go.
Hop the 9.
5-3. Another one.
Hey,
We already have it. We already have it. Yep. That's a repeater.
Dice are out.
So I don't have to wait.
No, once you got it, you got it.
3-3. Hard 6. Hard 6. 3-3.
Killing it.
It's a good roll right here.
Can I play?
Chat, by the way. Congratulations.
Can I buy anything?
No, he might have to make an announcement later on, I think. 3-3. Go ahead.
Parlay, that's good.
Let's go.
Dice are out.
Oh, that was good.
4-3-7.
All right,
4-3-7.
stop.
All right, we're
Well,
gonna
next round, next.
we'll do another round later on. maybe.
You can change the rules on the next round.
I can do whatever I want. It's my game. I can do whatever I want, whenever I want. Done. Clear and scramble all cards. There we go. Confirm.
It's a man thing.
That's right. Do what I want. All right, let's go.
Are you ready to go to you?
Yeah, real quick. Just go to me real quick. We're going to remind folks what's up.
What's up?
What's up and stuff. Okay, we're going to take a little break. Remind you all of the of what's going on here, right? Craft for the Cure. We're like hour 4 or something already today. Isn't that crazy? It's going quick. We have David coming back. We're going to do some press moves with David. We're talking about the 4 and 10 as a group, the 5 and 9 as a group, 6 and 8 as a group. His thoughts as a dealer on some of the things that we like to do. We'll get a couple of strategy questions here from before, but in the meantime, get to craftforthecure.com, donate button, get on the raffle. Right, we're at about 15,000 raised so far. Our goal today is 50. Let's get on the stick, guys. Get those raffles bought. Let's get those things pumped up. I'll see you back here in about 2 minutes.
These are challenging and unpredictable times, no doubt. We're on edge, feeling unsure of life and shuttered in at home, though our hope is in knowing it will not always be this way. But for countless American military veterans, these same feelings of isolation and anxiety are everyday life. So we are veterans moving forward, bringing new life and purpose to those affected with PTSD with the comprehensive training and placement of these loving dogs to partner in their recovery. In this season, we critically need your support to house, feed, train, and place our dogs. No one should be afraid and alone. Would you help those who have given everything for our country, including their well-being? Any size donation is so very appreciated. Visit vetsfwd.org to learn more and make a tax-deductible contribution.
Craps for the Cure 2024 is live and underway. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast, and here's ways you can help. Okay, it's easy. Go to crapsforthecure.com. Number one, if you want to just flat out donate money, it's the easiest thing you can do. Click the donate button, comes into here, pick your amount, drop in your credit card. 100% goes to Veterans Moving Forward, our charity for this year. If you want to purchase a raffle item, we have a bunch of great giveaways this year. Click on the raffle button. You'll end up over here, and you can browse the items that we've got. Now we're going to jump down here. I'll show you a few of them, right? Tony Leo's offering up 4 wage consultations for craps. Joe from Craftsmaster Journey built a custom convertible chessboard craps throwing station. He's got 500 hours into this one-of-a-kind item. It's amazing. Garrison's given out a full set. It's both of John Patrick's books, his Platinum Power Craps, or his Platinum Craps book, the Dice Setting Super System, DVDs of John Patrick and Garrison giving lessons. It's an amazing offer. Casino Player Magazine, offering up 5 subscriptions to both Casino Player and Slots magazines. Additionally, anybody who buys the Casino Player magazine during the broadcast and even in the weeks following, they will donate money directly back to the charity. The great folks over at Casino, I love Casino Tiers. Casino Tiers, Ed Robinson and 10 Ton, they've offered up a pro pack for starters, which is 2 sticks of dice, a one-of-a-kind mug, and their hat. Additionally, they're doing a seminar Saturday, November 2nd. That filled up really fast. They added a day. Anybody who signs up for the Sunday session as a result of watching Craps for the Cure, 1/3 of your tuition for that seminar, that's $500. They're going to donate it right back to the charity. That's amazing. Thanks to the Casino Tiers guys for stepping up like that. Bo Parker, by the way, stepping up. But the one and only dice coach, Bo Parker, he's offering up a full craps class as a raffle item. Additionally, anybody who donates $500 or more, he will give a free class to. So if you just want to flat out donate $500, boom. Instead of him taking the money, he's giving it all back to charity. So that's free classes with him for the big donation. Heavy, Axis Power Crafts, full weekend seminar, right? That's a big deal right there. And that'll be either in Biloxi or out here in Vegas. One of our subscribers also made a custom cutting board. And you can see here the process of him actually kind of drilling it out and filling it in, and it's amazing. Just absolutely amazing for this thing. And of course, there's the cruise with me. Dates to be determined. You and I, if you win this thing, we'll go on a cruise together. It's going to be absolutely awesome. How do these things work? It's very simple. You click that and that you like. You pick the number of chances you want. They're $1 per chance, right? It's a raffle. 25 chances, $25. Easy as that. We're going to draw names on Sunday night to determine the winners of all these things. By the way, throughout the process here, we're going to be playing bingo. Crappy bingo. So we'll take breaks. We'll throw the dice. Check your bingo card. You want to play some bingo with us? It's $10 for a bingo card. We're going to give away dice and chips and all sorts of collectibles throughout the broadcast. So there's your way to kind of get involved and kind of have fun with us through the chat. Speaking of chat, if you're watching the broadcast live and the mood so strikes you during the show, you want to just make a quick donation, well, here it is. Donate now. It's underneath the chat button. This donation button right here is a fee-free donation. 100% of what you donate here during the chat right now goes to the charity, courtesy of Google. YouTube does this for us, which is an amazing thing. There's no fees on these special super chats. So there it is. If you want to get involved, we really appreciate you helping out this amazing charity, Veterans Moving Forward. Again, our goal this year is $50,000, which will purchase, feed, pay for training, pay for vet bills for one dog. It takes 2 years to raise a dog and get that dog into service for a veteran, as well as matching it to the correct veteran. Can't thank VMF enough. And folks, keep the veterans in your thoughts, in your prayers, and thank them when you see them. And that's it. We'll get back to the show here, and hopefully you can find in your heart to press one of those buttons up there. Oh, one more thing, the merch button. You got to get some merch, right? You're looking at wearing the shirt that I'm wearing right now, right? This nice black collared shirt over here with our logo on it. That's an amazing thing. We have car and computer stickers, a couple of really cool looking t-shirts, and of course, you know me and my coffee mug. So there it is, guys. And back to the show we go. Where's Jeremy? See if Jeremy, somebody grab him too. All right, folks, we're back. I'm over here. Okay, we're back. So we're going to use the table view, by the way, Craig, and the small people view. Yeah. Right. So what we're going to do is do some pressing with David, and I know you've got bazillion strategies that you put out.
Bazillion.
Right? Bazillion strategies. Yes. Jeremy's got a bazillion strategies he's put out. I have as well, and I think from a dealer's point of view, kind of thing, right? So there's only a few ways you can do these things, right? Every strategy is some amalgamation of pressing these things certain ways, right?
Okay.
And I like to talk about my favorite ways to press these two, or these two, or these two, either separately or in unison.
Okay.
Right. And you build a strategy based on kind of putting together what feels good to you, kind of thing, right? So I want to go just talk through some of your favorite ways, my favorite ways to press number combinations and get your impressions as a dealer, right?
So either the mates, like 4 and 10, 5 and 9, or 6 and 8, or lean into the inside.
Yeah.
So I think you either go with the math and you start pressing on the inside, right? Or you go with what pays the best.
Yeah.
You kind of go counterintuitive with the 4s and 10s.
Yep. Let's look at a number independently.
Let me do this because drive me crazy.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
that's Ryan had that backwards.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's look at just the 4 or the 10. Okay?
Yeah.
And let's just say we get a run of 4s.
Yeah.
Okay. Start wherever you want to. And the question we're gonna run through is pressing patterns on a given number. Now, of course, you can split.
Yep.
But let's say we want to just beat the death out of
are
the
you
4,
ready?
right? Yep.
Okay, watch this. So the first thing you should do is you want to make it easy, make the math easy. So either go all the way, go do 40, or go to a quarter. Okay, so go to a quarter, take some change, right? Those of you that are going to 30, 35, or God forbid some other number, that's what starts throwing the dealers off because those are non-standard, right? So if you're at home working on your little spreadsheet, and you're, just nailing down all these incremental units, it makes it difficult for the dealer because it becomes a very non-standard game.
Sure.
So the key is 10 is a really sexy bet. 15 is fine. 20 is good because if it's an auto buy, right? It's $1 commission, right? And then a quarter. Okay. I know some of you like to do 30s. And 35 is starts getting into funky math. Because dealers, by the way, they get away from the math very quickly, and so by that I mean it's really just colors of checks, right? So like if I'm used to dealing a quarter, I'm cutting out 2 of those, giving me $1. It makes it nice and easy, right? Now all of a sudden you step up and you're the $35 guy. Now I got to go back to math.
The $35 guy. So here's what I'm guessing, or what I've taught actually. 25. Either you're going to take the 50. for one.
Yep.
Or you're going to flip it and
Yep.
go 50 here and give me a quarter.
Yeah.
Either way, right, is a pretty,
Pretty
30,
standard.
35 pays 70.
$70.
There's the vig, it goes to 100. Right. That's, I think, what some people are thinking through is like, let's go right to 100 with it. Right. And that if you're going to do the 35, I think me training the dealer what I'm doing, I'm going to black.
You know the
and that's
robo
only there to get there, right?
Stroke. So you know how the robo stroke. Stroke. That's what that is, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like that's another thing. So like we go on breaks and we talk so much shit about you guys that do that kind of crap. You know what I'm saying? You have no idea.
This is what
dude.
I wanted the segment to be about.
We're like,
Yeah,
get out
perfect.
the row, get out the oars, and just stroke. I mean, so no, but I
You see what I'm
think
saying?
like
So-
very standard. Like if you have you know, so like for example, like here we have $25, right?
Mhm.
So if you go to 25, great. If you go up to 75, that's also great. But here's where it goes south. So if you're a power presser, now you're going to get 150 for 4. They're going to charge you $4 for that, right? Go to 200 or one. Don't go to, God forbid, you go to 225. This is where it gets funky. You know what I mean? Because math is hard, and once you start getting this, you know, try not to go all the way. Just find a number that you know is easier to manage. You know, some round numbers that kind of. Even if you're a power presser, or you're trying to lean in, just look at it and understand that. You know, I ran across a guy the other day who does $45 fives, dude. He does $45. He goes up in 15 and 25, 35, 45. Nobody likes this. This is not a good bet. I mean, you know, dealers know what it pays. Still pays 63.
Right.
It's pretty easy to get there. But again, they don't see that a lot, and so it'll stop the game.
It's like a $72 six or like those
$84. Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah. So they don't see now. I see them a lot because I have to teach it.
Sure.
You know, and I have to teach how you deconstruct it, how you work through the bets. Yeah. But when it comes to a normal dealer, there's so much default until you guys show up. The game is so easy until you guys load up on a game and you come with John's grinding strategies, and now it's this whole other dynamic. Most of the days, if you guys walk up to, let's say, a Bellagio table, everyone's playing the same thing. It's all just they're trying to give away their money as quickly as possible.
Sure.
You know what I mean? And those systems are easy. Yeah. It's the systems where you have to really think about it, and the presses have to. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So stay on the 4 for a little bit.
All right, let's stay on the 4. We'll go
let's
back
get
to a quarter.
Let's go. Yeah, sure.
Okay, let's do that.
In your opinion, going for the 4, right?
Yep.
Going for black, going for purple.
Yeah.
Show us the fastest way each to get me a black chip.
Yeah.
Fastest way to get me a purple chip.
If
I'm going to be super aggressive with this thing.
Yeah. So here I'm going to 75. And then it's 150. I can go to 200, right? And it's going to pay 400 for 10. I got this, and now I can go to 5. I'm in 3 hits, right?
In 3, you got a purple.
And now I got a purple. Now we
take
got
a purple,
1,000. Or you could take a purple and leave us there. Yeah, and you get out of purple.
What do you see people doing? Taking purples
I don't
and
see
restarting?
people doing anything like that.
Okay,
People get
that's what I'm
scared. The
asking.
7 scares the living crap
It does,
out of most
it
of us.
does.
We see it so much, and so we mitigate the game. We take away from the opportunity. Here is.
There was a point. There was a point in there though when you went to 225.
Yep.
That you got back your quarter.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and you're out.
And you're out. Right. And the mental gymnastics of $200 here. I got my stinking quarterback, and the 7's going to take potentially $200 off me.
Yeah.
But the O word, right? The opportunity.
Yeah, you got to. So the only way to play dice is to attack the game, because if it happens, we all go through that same experience on a dice game, and I teach this a lot. It's emotionalism more than anything else.
Sure.
You either grind for time, you play for time, or you play to win. If you're trying to play for win and you're not going to take advantage, because what's funny is the people I know that are invested in this game, like you guys are, and you're all about the numbers, because it's always about the numbers. It's about nothing else. On a dice game, it's always about numbers, right? So if you're shooting for numbers, you should lean into the numbers, because if you buy in for $1,000 and you only walk with $300-400 every time, you'll never get ahead of the curve of this game. You have to 10x or 5x, or you have to have a significant. You want to find a way to get out with as much as you can to make up for the 10 times before that you see 7.7s in a row. You follow? And the only way to do that is to understand the pressing dynamics on the game. And
that's
pass line sucks, all this. It's all about place bets. And if you ask any dealer that's been doing this, they'll tell you the exact same thing. It's always about. Now there's some truth to regression, getting out of the table, eliminating, what I mean? So you're not in. But the rest of it is understanding the presses. I have people that come and just work on this. How to press, how to communicate to the dealer, the presses, and understanding the presses and the units and that kind of thing. You follow?
Yep.
Yeah.
I was gonna see if Jeremy wanted to come on and join and ask.
Come
Come on in, man.
Come on, buddy.
We're talking about pressing patterns on these numbers, right?
Yeah.
And so David's given some Dilworth perspective on, and I said, get me,
I'm on the edge.
give me a black chip on that thing quick.
Okay.
Give me a purple on that thing quick. We're talking about opportunity, and this notion that you can't make money unless you attack the game.
You got to attack
Right.
the game.
And we had this conversation earlier where I am a regression player to start with, right? And somebody who I know presses first. And on the second or third hit of a number, I'm barely out of the gates because I went from 35 to 18 to 30. He's already at 120 on the same number. Being two rolls behind is actually significant.
Yeah, but so
You know?
no one, so okay, but there's this. Okay, let's hear. I'm gonna move this over here. Okay.
Go for it. Yeah.
So if it's always about numbers, being 2 rolls behind doesn't mean anything because this bet doesn't mean anything at $15. You're right. So because the first thing you're gonna have, right, the first hit on 15, you can take it to 36. That's just one, right? The next one you can go to 86, right? Now you can go $266 change, right? I mean, so if it's about numbers, you can get this number and someone rolls numbers. The $15, the $25 units, until you get to blacks and purples, none of those other, it doesn't matter if you're 2 rolls behind, that doesn't mean anything because you guys, you're looking for 20 rolls, right, of the dice, 30 rolls of the dice, 40 rolls of the dice, whatever that is. And that means that's numbers. You're leading into the numbers, right? So so I hear that all the time. It's like, well, I'm 2 rolls behind. Not really, because you wouldn't be emotionally invested, right? So if you're someone who has to get out of the game, you have to get out of the game. Otherwise, what's the opportunity for you? You're not there to light your money on fire, right? So you have to get out of the game. Otherwise, the money's not going to work for you because you're going to be trying to get out anyways, right? Yeah. So you get out emotionally, and now you can attack.
Give
right?
yourself permission to go.
So just in a couple nines, in one more nine, that's going to be 280. You throw in $20, and now you're at a $500 nine. You see, just that quickly from $15.
But you had some non-standard bets in there. You had some weird looking bets going.
Dude, those are sexy ass bets, dude. You have no idea. Okay. So like I teach dealers now to scale to this because the game dynamics have changed so much. Because now it's $15 table, no more $5 games. Ellis got rid of their $5 table unless you're on like
it's coming back. He said.
Is it really?
He said it's coming back. Yeah.
Oh, the roll of the wins $5.
He said with the expansion, it's coming back.
The real one is. Let's see. Frank's over there, dude. He's a tough cookie. We love Frank, but man, he doesn't like to lose any money, dude, on those games. But okay, so if you're gonna play aggressive, this used to be a come bet town, by the way. Vegas was all about 2 come bets, 2-point molly, 3-point molly, that kind of thing. A lot of repeaters, shooters, that kind of thing. Now it's about dynamics on place bets and power pressing. Trying to move the bets up. So understanding. So this is a pretty standard. Progression 36. A lot of dealers will give you the dollar back and make it harder for themselves. But this is look 86, just 120. Yeah, and then 120 plus that bet goes to 200. Yeah. Just takes a minute to learn.
I think I'd never go to 86.
Huh?
My normal pattern is to go 35 and then go to 75.
Yeah.
On the next hit and take some money back because I
dealers
look at
love
that.
you. See, they're friendly at you. So so 75, and then what do? So you get 105. Now what do?
150.
Oh, you go to 150. That's a slower progression. So that takes you longer, right?
And that's why I want to talk to you.
But the minute you get out, you have to attack the game. So once the bet pays for itself, right? Or you do a regression. Okay, so you're 2 numbers behind, but now in those same 2 numbers, what's funny? Back in the day, I used to do this. This is $15 across. Okay, back when you could do this. Remember those? Anybody remember?
I do.
Really?
Peppermill Reno. Yeah. In the mornings.
In the morning, $3 game.
$3 game.
Wow.
$18 table. So one day I walk up to a table, and $18 across. This pays 5. This pays 4. This pays 3. Back when it was a bird game, you get $3.50 for the 6 and 8, right, or 25-cent table. But so I used to have this dude that would one day he was, believe it or not, it took 2 of us to afford to buy him. We buy him together for $100, and this is how we started that. But so we had this guy. He was giving us shit about, you're not going to win any money, and because he was starting with 64 across, dude. So let's say you have let's just put a $10 bet here. It won't put it all out, right? Well, if the 9 hits, it's going to pay me $4. Okay, so what we do is we throw in $3. Now I got my $10, dude. This guy's same betting. We're in one hit. I'm at the same level that he's at. You follow? Now guess what I'm doing next? I'm throwing my $1 in. I'm going to a quarter.
Right.
He's doing some other nonsense, and before you know it, I hit a hand, and we're out $1,200 on that $100, and he's just because the 0.7's whacked him. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, $18, I got bullets. You know what I mean? I got bullets at $18 a hand. I'm not in 64 across. So and I tell, by the way, I tell everybody that comes and sees me, it's not how big it is, sir. Not everybody believes that. But the bankroll, no one cares. You know what I mean? Like, so, everybody, there are people that come and they're like, I'm a baller. I got all this money. They come to Vegas. They're an astronaut, doctor, ninja, whatever it is. Like, that's not how you win money on a crap table. You win money on a crap table by numbers. You know what I mean? Like someone hit the fire bet today. That was numbers, dude. That's numbers. That's how you win on a crap table. There's nothing else. You could say it's something else. If you're a don't player, you're grinding the game. There's no opportunity as far as don'ts. You're grinding the game. You're looking for small wins and take money off the table. That's a thing. But it has no other, because if it's about numbers, don't player gets crushed, right?
Sure.
The very first fire bet that happens, that guy, whoever's on the don'ts, just got eliminated. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if it's about numbers, it's about understanding how the game presses and the pressing dynamics on the table.
Sure.
Nothing else. Yeah. And that's why once I get out, so I mitigate. I try to get out as easily as possible. So at first, I'm pressing 2 numbers, 3 numbers, whatever the hell. I just want to get out. Then I'm going all the way up on 1 number so that I can maximize the return on that number. And if you're not looking for you want a $5,000 table. You know what I'm saying? Because think about it. You multiply the number of rolls by the maximum number, the maximum amount of that bet, and that's what you're limited to. You're limited to that. Yeah. But so you go up to 5,000. Yeah. So I won $48,125 the most I've ever won a crap table, and I have yet to buy in since with my own money. Now I buy in with casino. When we do the video, that's different. And we split it $24,000 each, and we started with $32 across at the Grand Casino. That was it, and we went to $5,000. We went to $5,000. Luckily, I was with someone that could afford to light 1,500 on fire because that wasn't my money. But we would attack the table. You know
so how do you like to get out of the hand? For instance, you gave this $18 example.
Yeah.
You power press twice.
Yeah.
You're still in it. Well, now you're in it for like 22 or whatever. Do you collect here?
Yeah, collect there. So this is where triple lux came. So when we did the triple lux strategy, so 2 power presses, collect, and then everything's paid for, right? But I would only play that if my minimum starting investment was really low.
So that's
otherwise it's going to get expensive.
So let's talk about the $15 table.
Yeah, $15 table. You ready? So here's this. I'm going to give you guys. So it depends. So do you have some money or do you have whatever? So if you go 19 or 96 across, right? Let's just do it. So the easiest way is to double tap a number, right? So here it is. You got a $15 bet. Let's say you're in $96, right? Because it's 96 across. Okay. So this bet hits, and you go to $36, right? Because 21 and 15, you're at $36. Now it hits again. You get 50, right? And you go back to the original starting bet. So let's do this. So you can get out with $71 with just hitting 1 number, right? The other way is, you ready? Is to power press it. So you limit your exposure initially to $96, yeah. And when it hits, okay, instead of you press it, you throw in $15. You throw in $15, okay, and you go all the way to $50. You go to $50, right? Now if you hit, it's going to pay $70, right? And you return it to $15. And look at this, you got $105. So you're in 96 and 15, but you're out most of your money. You double tap one number. You just need 1 repeater. You follow? But you have to be willing to throw in. But why not? You know what I mean? You get most of your money back. Now you're and now you just need one other number to roll. Same bet, out the door.
Got a $50 donation, Jamie McCourt.
Thank you, sir. So interesting. So this is, I think, where you and I would differ. Maybe you're the same as me on this one. But I typically get down to, I'll regress down to that $15 bet, then double tap the number, pull that profit, and then I go. My permission to go is after I've already regressed, locked something up meaningful, and then I'm gone.
Yeah.
Right. You're gone out of the gate. Right. So I might go 160 across, regress to 15. Power press it, take back $75, and then I'm off to the races. But I won't go off to the races out of the gate. Some people go out to
so,
races.
so you
out
go
of the
you go
gate.
160 across, and then what do you do?
Sure.
So
Well, there's
say,
lots of ways to do it, but let's just take the nines.
Yeah.
The nine's a better example, right?
Okay,
So you
yep.
take the 9, you
So-
pay 35,
Yeah.
right? And I'll take it right down to 15 or
Just this
$10
one
$10 tip. Yeah.
All right, so you'll throw it in. Let's say you
Yeah.
throw. Now you have $45. in
That's
that,
right.
Right.
That's right.
And then you're taking. You're
I'll
resting
do
one
I'll
at a
do
time.
another nut. Yeah, one at a
Oh, I
time
see.
or twice, whatever
Yeah.
it is. And once I get my 160 or thereabouts back,
Uh-huh.
then I double tap the number.
Okay.
That's when so the 9 to me now at this point, independently played.
Yeah.
That 9 hits right now. If it's 10, I'm going to go to 25 with it. I'm going right to power press
Yeah.
from that point. The 6 and 8 haven't hit yet. I'll take a hit, pull it down.
Yeah.
When it hits again, then that number gets to go. Like each number, I kind of do a little thing with.
Yeah.
So pull it down and then go up,
Yeah.
versus going right up out of the chute.
I mean,
Which feels a little more dangerous,
Yeah.
right? But I like to have each number kind of pay for itself and maybe its neighbor.
Yeah. Maybe it's yeah. I mean,
You know?
there's a lot of different ways to get there as
Mhm.
long as you get out, because you have to get
Mhm.
out because the 7's coming, and if you're just whacking it, you're just lighting your money on fire.
Right.
You know, if you just if you're here's one there's 220. So one of the others
Sure.
we have is like 220. Okay. So there's $220 across, and you double tap, right? So like you this is one where we tap your mate.
Mhm.
So you get either one of these hits. You go to $75 each. Take $20 in the rack. Then you collect on hopefully on one of these. Really doesn't matter if you collect 105 or 70. But let's say if 5 or 9 hits again, you take 107, and then you go down to 160.
Yeah.
I mean, you go down to 110 or maybe even 160.
Right.
You know what I mean? Something like this. There's a lot of ways to attack. You want to know one of the best. So I have a video. So I was working with. This is where this game works very counterintuitively. But look at this. So we have a guy. I'm showing you this on this. Dennis is giving me a bunch of crap. But there used to be a guy, this high limit player at Cosmo, and he would come in. Actually, here let's just do his. So he would do $300 each on the 4 and 10, and he would buy in for $10,000, whatever it was, and that's all he would bet was a 4 and 10. Okay, so if a 4 and 10 hits, right, he would, because I could show you this in a quarter. So I had a guy recently won $60,000 doing this, but I'm gonna show you. So this one where, but let me give you some of the logic, how this game works a little counterintuitively, especially for you that roll 4s and 10s, okay? So what he would do is, if the 4 and 10 hits, he's going to throw in another $100, and he's going to go to $1,000 on one of the numbers. Okay, so he's going to go to $1,000. I'm not counting the big, We'll worry about the big later. Okay, now if the 10 hits, okay, all he does is reset, yeah, and he puts all the money back in the rack that he is another bullet for another day, right? If the 4 hits, right, he's going to get $2,000, right, $1,000, and then he goes $800 across, paid for with bullets in the. You see, he uses this money with only a $600 or $700 investment, and now he's got $800 across on a $100 game, and just goes for the jugular with, a lot of extra bullets in the rack, or more bullets that he needs, and he would just right to table limit them. He would just go on the attack and take advantage of 4s and 10, because guess what? They pay better. They put you in a position to pay for all the numbers. So watch this. You ready? So we did this at a lower scale. So I have this guy. He came in because I try to adjust strategies to different people, different emotionalism. So 25. You walk up to a $25 table. You can't afford the $25 table. You have no possible shot. Okay, but you come in $300. You put out quarters on the 4s and 10. Let's say the 4 hits. You get 50 for 1. You go all the way up on the 4, right? If a 10 hits, it's going to pay 50 for 1, and all you do is reset, put 2 bullets in the rack. However, if you're lucky enough to see the 4 hit, right, and now you're going to get $150. Okay, here, let's do this. Put this out. You take it down, and you go 160 across on a $25 game, and you got damn near 2 bullets back in the rack. Now you can afford a $25 table. Just all you need is any 4 or 10 to hit twice. You see, and you lean into that, because what's the purpose? You can't do much with 6 and 8s. Doesn't pay enough. 5s and 9s, theoreticals. You know what I mean? It just doesn't have the same kind of dynamic. So you lean into the best to pay the most to give you the most opportunity on the table. this guy would hurt. By the way, that $300 player, there's a few more nuances that, but he would walk away $100,000 winner with his 10 grand like a lot. He was a famous player because it's sort of a counterintuitive way to play. You follow? But with enough money, you guys have seen 4s and 10s. You know, you get one roll with 4 4s and 10s. That guy is loading up his truck.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But anyways,
that's interesting. Yeah.
Do it again.
Yeah. Well, what's funny is there's another guy, Bo Parker, does a 4
Yeah.
and 10 thing, only the 4 and 10 with the Hardway milked into that. And it's a fantastic strategy.
Dude,
one of my favorite ways. Yeah.
You show that at like a lower level. So
Yeah, like 15. It works at every level. Let's go 15. So watch this. So here's $15, right? So here's $15. All right. So let's say you get 29. Station properties will auto
Wait a
buy
second,
for
let me
20.
interrupt. Do you have
Yeah.
a name for this so that
It's
everyone
coming
can
out.
repeat
It's
this
called.
YouTube
It's,
video?
by the way, we
We'll let
call
you put
it
it out first, then we'll copy
it's coming out as a duck walk. It's called the duck walk. It's coming out today. It's coming out actually today. So
That's awesome.
it won't be too. But so basically, so there's a one nuance to this because there's a way to build into these numbers easily where you can kind of But anyway, so look at either one of these numbers is going to pay $29, right? Or 27. Doesn't matter. All you're going to do is you're going to throw the quarter under one of those numbers. Okay, that's it. Whatever number you want. If the 4 rolls, but you think they're going to roll a 10 next, just put it under that. Okay. If the lower number rolls next, okay, all you're going to do is you're just going to collect and reset, and you're going to put a couple bullets in the rack. That's all. You see what I mean? Just like that. Okay. Now, if the big one, the one that you've got all juiced up here, if that hits, right, it's going to pay 80. Right here. Let me get rid of this. It's going to pay 80 for 2. Right, and now it's a $15 table, right? Watch, look at this. So you just take everything down, okay, and you've got your 96 across and damn near 2 more bullets. You got your 96 across paid, and you're out. You see, and you just need, you know what I mean? So either way, you just need 2 4s and 10s. Now you're going to say to me,
That's pretty hard
David,
to do.
it's hard to do. You're not always going to get that. You got to buy in for enough bullets. But guess what? How many times have you seen a roll? At least 2 of those in a roll, a 4 or a 10. That's all you need. Just 2. A 4 or a 10. Not both of them, 4 or 10. Happens a lot. And because they pay so well, that's how you create. Now imagine this. If no matter how much emotionalism you have or how disconnected or how afraid of the 7, it's all paid and you got profit in the rack. You follow? So you're completely disconnected. You're out. You know what I'm saying? You're just completely out.
I think a lot of it has to do with patience because we're in it for 30, whereas most players are 96. So
you're going to be missing a lot of numbers. Now, God forbid the person rolls all the inside numbers for like
You're
a
gonna be
week.
there forever. Yeah.
You got to call the wife and let her know, dude. Anyways, I won't go there. I was going to go dark for a second, but anyways, because that would hurt, dude. That would really hurt. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yep.
Because that would be then you would have lost out. I mean, obviously you got to lean into the 4s and 10s, yeah. But again, it's just one more different way. Now our system is called the duck walk, and it's kind of sort of how to build into the inside numbers and use the 4s and 10s to take advantage of because you kind of waddle in a little bit. But if you're playing short money and you know how many times I've seen someone walk up to a game and so the Bellagio. So he had this guy $25 table, right? And he only had a $100 bill. And what are you going to do? You can't even. You don't even want to add the nickels because now you're out of bullet. You only have $40 left. You got to just put 25 here, right? And so then he's getting his first hit, $29, and then he says, "Add me $1 each on the 6 and 8." Now they'll pay 30.
Okay.
Yeah. So now he's going to get 30, and then he'll fix it again.
Sure.
But there's no money to be won here. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Like there's no you realize how many numbers have to happen for him to get, and the 7s are coming. There's just no way. These bets do not pay enough for to create a lot. Listen, if you get 10 6s, God bless. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a thing. But we know that doesn't happen very often, right? So now he's got 27 in the rack, and then this one hits, and he's gonna put this and switch this. You follow? And now all he's $3 if there's a 7 up. You see? I mean, there's not a lot of opportunity. The idea is to get in on this game and create some synergy.
Right. Yeah. So in that case, that exact case, 2 hits of a number, you're out effectively, right? He's got his $25 back, and then you can build out.
But you realize
versus building in from the outside, right? It's
but see, this is the fallacy of crap players. Dude, you know what I'm saying? Literally, you if you're a short money player, if you walk up to a $25 table with a $100 bill, and you think that by starting with 6 and 8 you're going to build opportunity, I would really want to ask how many people have actually seen that happen.
Everybody does that.
and they all do that, and that's why
Everybody
casinos
does it.
love you guys because they pay their bills on time every month. Dude. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
there's not look. I mean, what are you gonna do? Like, you can't. It's not that you can't. People will get lucky.
Right.
I saw a guy with $100 bill walk up to a table, and it was a $50 game, and he was gonna split the 6 and 8. Cocktail waitress distracted him. He stepped back. And when he came back, the table had filled up, and it was now a $100 table.
Oh, no.
Literally, the guy changed it in that moment. And he was so embarrassed, he put it on a horn bet. 13 horn rolls, 13 horn numbers in a row. He won $13,000.
Good Lord.
Because he had nothing, he had nowhere other place to put it. He literally put it so that was their mistake. But, you know, what could you do? You can't do anything.
Yeah.
You follow? There's nowhere to play. If you'd have put that on the 6 and 8, getting 58, and doing this progressive thing, you're going to be in 5 or 6 rolls before you even start to see any money. You follow?
Mhm.
That's why you got to lean into. You got to think counterintuitively, right? How to get the most money out, create this opportunity, and yeah. Wow, look at this guy is just itching to give away some money. Look at this guy.
What is that? He just changed the mob. Dan.
Yeah.
Dan's
yeah.
working on a strategy called the mob.
Yeah.
Oh,
And he said
really?
He just changed it, and there's
Good, fantastic. So
cash plays.
add me in the
Cash
footnotes.
Thank you, Dan.
$50
Thank you, Dan.
by
That is
Dan,
awesome.
they
Yeah.
sucker Dan.
Couldn't give you credit,
All right,
but
That is awesome.
fantastic.
That is
yeah.
awesome. I think 4 and 10 plays are super. That's why I want to talk to Jake.
Yeah.
Well, they're interesting. And I mentioned earlier, Dice Coach
Oh.
has a play on the 4 and 10 where he basically plays them both
Yeah.
and plays half on the Hardway,
Yeah.
looking for the double shot.
Yeah.
Because but when they do come, they don't come often, but they do come. They often come in the Hardway.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that way, you're either this bet replaces the Hardway with a little bit of juice,
Yeah.
right?
Well,
Or
half
it's
the
a
ways,
double
right?
shot,
One way of the 4 is the hard way. Right?
Exactly. Right.
So the other 2 ways are
And that's a decent little system, right? 25 here and 15 there, and you're racking quarters when the 4s hit, right?
Yeah.
Or 20 and 15.
that
you're
one
racking-
needs some patience.
Yeah.
That's more of a patient play, but that's
Yeah,
interesting.
but you get to 75 and 50,
Yeah.
and it's a nickel.
Yeah.
We're coming back to you, right?
Yeah,
Which is a pretty cool thing
Yeah.
when that happens, right? So I like the idea of 4 and 10 only strategies
Yep.
because
right.
it does do that.
You
Interesting.
want to show you? I'm going to show you another short money play.
Sure.
You ready? Because when I show people this, it's counterintuitive. Okay. So I used to have another guy. Some of you may have seen this. Who used to he would play the don'ts only on the come out roll. Okay. So instead of so if you bet here on the don't pass, right? That's a terrible bet. You have 8 ways to lose that bet, right? When the puck is off. Okay. It's a terrible bet on the come out roll. Once you have a point, it's a great bet, right? And you're all the way in, right? But now imagine instead of putting it there, okay, you put it behind so the puck is off, and you bet. Now you can do this on up to a $20 table. You do $30 lays.
Love the back wall there. Yep.
Yeah, it's going to cost $4 only on the come out roll. He would only bet on the come out roll. Now watch this. You're with the game. You're with the table. They want a 7. You want a 7. 7 pays on all of these numbers. Now here's the thing. Even though you're risking 120, even though you have 120 to win 86, basically, with mine after the juice, you're only risking $30. You're only risking $30, right? Because the worst case scenario is one of these numbers will come out. That's the worst case scenario. So you're only risking 30. You're not risking 120. Here, you're risking 120 to win. Even if you put 86 there, you're risking 86. You follow?
Mm-hmm.
Here, you're only risking 30 to win 86. Now, one of the things we talk about on roulette, you know, the roulette channel we have.
Oh yeah.
Is how do you recover? So some of those systems are terrible because you have like $900, you win $20 every spin, and if you lose once, even though you've got almost all the numbers covered, it takes like 50 spins in your favor to make a comeback. Well, here's what you do: you lose one, and you just move these forward, and you only need one number to reset. You see, and you're out too. So this guy would literally the most successful don't player I've ever seen. He would bet just like this on the come out roll. $600 each, and no 6 and 8, right? So each of these are going to win $500 minus the big. You know, you get $5, $25 juice for each. So $50. So you'd win $950. Okay. So on a 7 wins, right? 7 wins both of these bets. Only risk 600, and then he would just move it forward, and then boom. If he rolls, he recovers. He recovers the bet. You follow?
Mm-hmm.
And he would
Just the 2 numbers.
Yeah, just the 6 and 8.
numbers, yeah.
It's counterintuitive. So many don't players don't no action on the stick. That's so silly. There's still more ways that any other number and the 7 will roll, right? There's only 5 ways of the 6 out of 36 ways of the dice. There's still 31 other ways of the dice where anything but You know what I mean? It's like if you're behind the 6, you should always have action on the 6 and 8. It's silly not to go behind a number. If it gets through here, you don't want to wave it off. That's the best place to be. You know what I'm saying? There's literally no better bet. The odds are in your favor.
I played with a guy once where guy coming to DC would always say no action on the 6 and 8.
Yeah.
Another player, I'll book that bet.
Yeah.
I mean, you did the hard part for me. I'll take the, you know, I got.
Here's
the
some
hammer.
money in the rack.
Exactly. Yeah.
By the way, casinos don't let you do that by default. That's if they let them do that. It's the same thing as if, you know, I've seen people go around and ask to take someone's odds. You're not allowed to take people's odds. Yeah, the odds are their own. Casinos will wave you off or they'll back you off the game. So that's not for you, right? Because you know the odds are true. There's no theoretical win for the casino. And so if you went around, that would be literally the best thing to do is just find a whole bunch of people who are not maxing out. Just take their odds. Just go around, do nothing else. You follow? And just do the odds. And it was like free money. You know what I mean? I don't know if it would pay well. But yeah.
It's 0.
Yeah, it's
it would pay you 0.
So some casinos give you action on that, and others really don't. They don't consider.
Ellis
it.
does.
Ellis gives
you action on this.
Isn't that crazy?
It's nuts. Well, it's a reason to play it at least.
But it's a fantastic.
That's a tie for the casino all year long.
Yeah, it's literally the best bet in the house. The odds themselves, not that pass line bet now sucks. It brings
terrible.
down the odds.
It does.
Once you have a point.
Yeah, I actually asked him yesterday why are the odds free? Because it makes logically, why allow us to tie?
Yeah, well, because it's connected to this terrible bet.
It is.
To me, it's a marketing scheme.
It was a marketing
It's
scheme.
a way to put more money on the table.
Because this is like, this is all out of your rack, where pressing is not.
Yeah.
There's a difference to that. There's a feel difference.
And if you put this money together and put it over here, basically pays the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now you can go up, down, manage it, off, on. You know what I mean? It's the same thing. That's place bets are so much better to manage activity on the game. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah. What's that? We have a question?
I said you heard it here.
Just
first.
click that little part.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's
bets are so much better than gas line.
well. The thing is, these bets, I think I've always said, they have their place in the world. It's a tool you have. You can use the tool, whatever. That's a tool as well. This is a tool that you can actually control. You got the trigger on your drill. How fast or slow you want to do it. Here, you're just locked in.
You're locked in.
You're just locked in, and you got nowhere to run. The guys who are proponents of this, this math, like our friend Jen, right? She's been playing this strategy this week. That's adult and a bunch of comebacks. Largely at the end is a tie, right? 1 or 2% either way, because you're not unless you catch the perfect run.
Yeah.
You're going to win. You end up here, you get what you want. You want a little bit of the spike.
Yeah. Well,
right?
the best bet in the casino is literally running a flat bet in the combo. Literally, that supposedly is the best. Mathematically, that's the best bet you could take.
Even after travel, it's still
you can't win any money
edge.
doing that. That's the thing.
No.
You know what I'm saying? No one gives it. No one cares. The same thing when you're on a blackjack table, no matter what you do, if you just bet a flat bet all day long, casino loves you, dude. If you never press that bet, the thing that gets them nervous is when you start progressing. You know what I mean? So there's only one system besides basic strategy, or if God forbid you're counting cards. You go for 6 in a row. That's all I do. I get a stack of whatever, and I just do 6 in a row. Because look what's 6 in a row. Because 25 doesn't pay any bills. $50 barely buys you a day of groceries nowadays. You know what I'm saying? So there's number 1. Okay. There's number 2. Okay. There's number 3. There's number 4. There's number 5. And now all I need is 6 in a row, and I have $1,600. I've won $1,575. Most people that come to Vegas, if they play enough blackjack, they're gonna win 6 in a row. And they're going to have missed, and they're going to come in. So this is a stack of 20 checks, $500, right? You have to come in 3 of those stacks. Not so. That's all I play. I sit on the blackjack table, and because there's no other opportunity. You follow? Like, what else are you gonna do? Now there's opportunity to double, to split, to double. You know what I'm saying? Like those are presented as well. But this is the only system. And by the way, this will make the casino nervous as all because you know what I mean? Because now you're going for the jugular. If you're willing to go to table max, that's why. By the way, that's why maximums exist. You see, they don't exist. They exist for the people that start low and go high. If you wonder, like some of the big rollers, some of the high rollers that come into town, like the Dana Whites and people like that have a shit ton of money, they play at this higher level. So I used to have a player that could go 64,000 across, right? Because he would start there. It would start at 64,000 across. He would be in 300,000, 300,000, lose like $1 million. It wasn't a big deal, right? But he would start at 64,000 across. You know what they're scared about is the person that starts at nickel and goes to. They don't let them go to 64,000. That game is locked into 32,000. You see, those limits are for those types of people that are willing to press because they'll hurt the game. If most of us here, if we win 10 grand, we're going home and buying shit. We're going, we're going to go eat. We might get, you know what I mean?
Right.
We're not coming back to the casino and playing. There's a point where we go home and have fun with ourselves. You follow?
Yeah.
That's a player that the casinos, they don't want to lose that player. A guy that comes in $1 million and plays it, you know what I mean? Like there's one famous guy that's allowed to play $320,000 across. Okay. There's only a couple people in town that I know that have ever been at that level. One of them used to play at the Barrage religiously.
That's my house across.
50,000 units, by the way. $320,000 across. Now, can you imagine that guy hitting a fire bet with 320,000? Can you imagine? I mean, just the idea of a 30 roll at it's millions of dollars. It's a ridiculous amount of money. You follow? But they let him do that because he's not there. He's not playing to win anything. He's just playing to play.
So that's a great transition because I had this thing I want to ask you about big bankroll players. Anyway, that game that game's a different game.
Yeah, it's a
those
different
people
game.
aren't regressing.
Yep.
I was playing a $50 game when I was here in town last time, and I regressed. And a guy looked at me like I had rocks coming out of my, what?
Yeah.
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 I mean, I do have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
How they're different games, obviously, but in craps, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it seems like your game theory is to get your money back relatively quick after a couple hits, and then you'll press big. Whereas in blackjack, you never pull back.
Why would you pull? What's the point of pulling back? You can't stay ahead of the game. You can't get you can't flat bet. You can't flat bet. Most of the games that we have, especially if it's blackjack is as close to what they call a title 2 game.
Is it just because there's less opportunity? Because there's just
what are you gonna do?
This.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Yeah, you can't. On a crap table, you have the opportunity of someone shooting the dice. You guys literally about shooting the dice. You have someone who might shoot a hand.
Okay.
No one's gonna shoot a hand on a blackjack table.
Yeah, the thing is, blackjack and Bach both. Every hand is a decision.
Yeah.
Every single time.
That's
every
right.
dice roll is not a decision.
That's right.
Where your money can come or go.
Okay.
I like the streak betting a lot. I do that in Bach, but 4, not 6. 6.
Yeah,
I've never tried.
I don't see how there's any other opportunity to play the game. The only other thing you can do, like when people play blackjack tournaments, they split tens, they do silly stuff like this to kind of give them opportunity. But the only thing that you're going to control is what you bet, right? Mm-hmm. Here on a crap game, you can control kind of the presses, the dynamics of the game. How much you're invested. You follow? It just runs. That's why, like roulette. If you don't play roulette to hedge, if you're just playing straight up roulette, I mean, there are people that play SR. They play the complete bets. The progressives. You know what I'm saying? So it's a very aggressive way of playing, but they're really just playing a lottery. You know what I mean? For that.
Sure.
So, roulette plays out well when people use it as a hedging. They're there for, okay, I've got this amount of money. I want to win $20 a spin. Sit there for 10 spins. So you're in 1,000. You're out 200. That's a good way to take advantage of a roulette table. If you're trying to come in with $20 and win $1,000 at a roulette table, you're probably playing the wrong game. The casino loves you, no doubt. Yeah. On a craps game, you can literally start with $32 across and walk away with a shit ton of money if you catch a roll. Look, they had $5 on this fire bet, $2,500 win. 500 to 1. You know what I'm saying? Like that's really where this game. That's why people love get excited about this table. You know what I'm saying? Like that. You know what I mean?
Just as a dynamic that the other games don't have.
Just literally don't have, except for Keno. You can win a lot of money with a little bit, just so you know. But okay.
That's funny.
Yeah,
that is funny. So I forgot what I was going to ask. I was going back into the big money guys.
Yeah, the big money.
Right.
So we have a course of transitioning dealers. It's a very different game, by the way.
I know the dealing is different. The play is different. The mind, everything is different.
Everything is different.
Getting out of the hand is not a thing.
They still want to win, but the emotionalism that people have, where you fear the 7, is just not there, because they come in with a whole different mindset. If you literally walk up to, if you're here when there's a sporting event and like all the tables center strip go to $50 and $100, and you watch those players that are that actually not someone that comes in like $100 for a $100 table, but a person that'll buy in for 10 grand and 50. It's a much more free flowing. They're not looking to regress. All the bets are very staple. You actually will see a lot more come bettors, strangely enough, because of the way that the bets, because they're looking to get that money off the table and have it reset. You'll see I have you guys know put bets, so instead of going to the come, you can just choose to do this. Okay, you see this bet here, right? So this is a come bet. You don't have to go through the come, by the way. You could say, give me 2 with $400, right? So right away, this is a guy. Money doesn't mean anything to. They know the game, but money is less an issue, right? Because this bet is going to pay $680, right? If I had taken the same $600 and placed it, it's going to pay $700, which for most of us, that extra $20, that means something. We want to max out the table, right?
Right.
They're not interested in maxing out. They just want this money down and reset and put into their rack. So the way they interact with the game is much different.
Interesting.
You'll also see guys who will max out the place bets
and then
add put bets so they can have, because there's 2 ways to the numbers. They can have more money. You don't see people betting both those bets at the lower levels, but at higher levels they'll get to that. I used to have a guy bet all yellows, so he on a $1,000 game, right? So $6,400 across, and on the same table you can go 1,000 with $2,000, so we'd have another $18,000 literally on all the numbers. And just the second that those he was able to collect was $1,000 table. So once he got 6 numbers collected, he would reinvest every other payoff into a put bet, and then start collecting a whole nother level. Yeah, we have what's called a Dice Master course. So the dealer transitions too. So when you break in as the dealer, it's much more. You're dealing with a lot of a lot of U bets. You know what I'm saying? It's a much more competitive type of playing. It's a much more aggressive type of playing, and then you move to this other type of dynamic. And the money moves different. The units are different. The great thing about it from a dealer perspective, once you learn it, is it's all the same. It's all the same stuff. So, for example, so let's say, for example, I have a guy, who's at $150, right, on the 8. Okay, and let's say this pays 175. He throws me $10. I know instantly this person is going to go up to $210. That's all I can do with it.
Yep.
You follow? Now he's 210. So you know what I know he's going to do next? Now, so this bet's going to pay 245, right? And you know what he's going to do? He's going to throw me back a quarter, and now I'm going to go up to. It's going to go to 270. It's going to pay 315. He's going up 2 units. It's a 2-unit presser, and then they play all that way. They look at the money differently and the color. So then you have that guy is a little different than someone who does a straight. Here, let me show you. So let's say someone has 800 across, 125, 125, 125, 150, 150, right? So this guy, then there's another type, there's a different dynamic, right? So this person is a double unit presser. I call them double unit presser. They're not afraid of having more than 2 colors in the rack. Then you'll walk up to a table, like a Bellagio or something like this, and you'll see guys with just 2 colors in the rack. I wonder how the hell that happened on a crap table, right? So here it is on the 5. The first thing he does is press a unit. His unit is 125, okay? So then I'm going to 250, right? So you know what his next unit is?
250.
So his next unit is going to go to 375. You see? So he's all in color units. They focus on the color units. The racks are nice and clean. They don't like those pesky reds or whites.
So now going to 350 to get the 500 for 10.
Yep.
He's going to go to 375.
Yeah. So now it's going to pay 5 1/4, right? And now he's literally going to go, $500, and then it might go to 750. He might be double units at that point. But you'll notice you can walk up. So experienced dealers, I can walk up. You can come up with your rack, and I can tell by the amount of ones you have whether you're a buy better. Like if you're buying and you're place bet and you're buying, I know you got some ones, especially at a certain level, right? Because you need them, right? You also might, if you're in 3 colors, I know you're going up in. You might be, a $35 9 better. You follow? If you just have all greens and reds, I know that when this bet hits, right, it's going to pay 7. You might go up to 75, right? You're not going to go up to, let's say, 60, because I would see you'd have dollars, right? I would know you got paid a few 84s or this kinds of things. You follow? So many times, especially for experienced dealers, all you got to do is show me what you have in the rack. I can even tell a lot of times just by the number of checks. So if you have more green or more red, if you have more red or more color, you're probably a come better. So if you have a lot more of one color, you're probably a come better because you're getting paid that color, right? In more increments. You're not being converted to higher level checks, and that's the other dynamic of being a higher level dealer. Yeah. All right. What else you got for me?
That's interesting. Who has questions?
You have the sheet.
I have the sheet. Okay. So I have dial in. Let's see. The first question: your opinion on something like a half press. So guy gets out of, again, you're looking at our level player, right? $500,000 player. Yeah. $15 table.
Okay.
let's say they're out of the hand.
They're out of the hand.
Let's pretend magic happened and
Yeah.
they got out of the hand, and they were going to be a half press person.
Yeah.
Right? Your opinion on the half
No.
press versus like you showed the double
Yeah.
tap
Dude,
to kind of fire it up. So
you know, because obviously you're mitigating your potential to win. But if let's say you go to a quarter, right? You take 11, and then here's the half press. You're going to go to 35 and take a quarter. There's a lot of people like to get those quarters, higher value checks. They push in the change, right? Now you're at 35. And now if it's a $50 50 for one, right?
Yep.
Now you might just take the bet, go to 50, right? Is that what you mean? Like that
Yeah,
type
exactly.
of player? Yeah, we
type
see
of
that a
person.
lot.
Yep.
But again, you're mitigating your opportunity to win. My feeling is you let each bet pay for itself. Once you collect, then just let it go, push it all in, because what do you care? You see? So, I mean, it's great and it's fun to play that way, but you're never going to take advantage or that much advantage of a really good roll. You follow? Because you're just so here. If it hits, right, and you get 50 for one on this 35, the next time it hits, just let it go. It paid for itself. You know what I mean? It paid for itself. Just let it go. Let it go to 186. Now you're going to get 120. You know what I mean? I mean,
so everyone has different levels of where it's time to collect. I mean, you say just let her go, but I mean, at some point, even you're gonna.
Yeah.
What is the number?
Oh, my number's low, dude. Don't use me as a. Well,
no, I'm just saying. Like, what do you see?
I got bills.
What do you see in players? The $300 buy-in, the $1,000 buy-in. Like, where do you see their numbers are? Hey, I'm willing to press.
Yeah.
But at some point,
most people are scared to death of the game. That's all it is.
So most people, it's just not a. Thing.
Most people, it's not a thing. You see a lot of double presses like that. It's just a staple way. People want to get that color up the game.
It's always like the idea, always be collecting kind of thing. So what about like? I love how you talk about bullets. So give me a $10 9 or something.
$10 9.
Yeah, and it hits 15 for one. Go to a quarter with it.
Okay.
Goes to a quarter.
Yep.
On that next hit.
Yep.
Take the $10 and go to 50. Now it hit twice, and I've got a bullet to try this again. That's how I'm looking at that, right? Is that kind of what you're thinking? The 4 and 10
Maybe.
thing, right?
Or
you got to because now when it hits again, I got
throw
two
in
more
$15,
bullets, right?
go to 75.
The power press versus the
his mindset is
exactly
Bankrol's a little
as
bigger
a dealer.
than 10.
Exactly as a dealer. So I'm at 50 with a bullet again.
Yeah.
You're at 75 and you're going right. The next hit to me is $70. I take the 20. I got 3 bullets and I got a $100 bet. Right? You follow what I'm saying? We're progressing quickly, but not nearly as aggressively as that. So
I'm a big fan of the squeeze play.
Yeah.
It's power press collect, power press collect. So
Yeah.
You're
Dennis
out,
loves that.
And now you're going for it, but it's half steps. It's power press, take the money off. Power press.
But it still needs a bunch of.
You gotta hit a lot of numbers.
I will give it to you.
Sure.
The facts of this game. You have a donation, yeah. Let me not.
No, I have a question.
Oh.
When you're ready.
There's only one fact. There's one fact that has been the abiding truth. No matter how anybody plays, if you don't press, you can't win enough to get ahead of the curve of this game. You are always chasing these small payouts and these smaller. Most of the time when it comes to playing craps, it's all about mentality. And the very first time, the best lesson I ever had was the guy that came in $500, like the biggest Hawaiian guy I'd ever seen. $500. He put some money down. I was standing right here. I was on second base. Said $500. Started with 32 across. A woman walked up the table. She rolled for an hour and 40 minutes, and he won $240,000. Right. It was the first time I had a conversation with a player. He's like, "Listen, there's nothing I can do with this $500. I'm here to play and win. If I lose it quickly, I'm just going to go home, and that's all there is. I walk away." But I'm going to give myself every opportunity to win as much money as possible because there's nothing else. If when he gets a bet to $25, it pays $30. Who really cares? Like that 35, even 1991, $35 didn't buy a whole lot of stuff as far as the gamblers. You know what I mean? But too many people I used to have a guy who would bet 320 across, $50 unit, buying for 10 grand, and he would same bet it 5 times, right? Same bet 5 times to get out of the hand. Now he's 5 rolls behind.
Yeah.
There's no way to get out. And he would lose every single time because he just doesn't have, there's very little opportunity, right? He just can't get the margin. But this guy, power press, went straight to $3,000 limits. I went straight to $3,000. He won the most money. Table dumped $1 million. It should have dumped $10 million. You know what I mean? Like it should have dumped $1 million. But I mean, but that's it. If you talk to any dealer, that's the only way people have won any significant sums of money.
How about regular? Do people win on the regular that are doing 2-3 hits and down, go home, 2-3 hits and down, go home? Do you find regular play or styles of play that work for that?
Yeah, so that's where like that's an interesting conversation for me and you because I've watched
For
the
sure.
channel. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? And I see that. And
And
I
that's
acknowledge
one of our viewer questions as
yeah,
well.
100%. So no, the answer is just no because it's what ends up happening is you set this threshold for yourself. So let's say you're a $300, $500 buy-in person, right? And you win 200, 300, or every now and then you have a really exciting day where you get double. You win 1,000 or 1,500, or I mean, the fire bet was the exception because that's like
those are-
hitting a keno jackpot. You follow? Like, okay. So apart from that, don't be haters. No keno haters. But apart from that, here the problem is there's this curve of this game. You win a couple hundred, but then you lose, win a couple, whatever it is, whatever you set your total. And if you never have that opportunity to win a ton, you cannot get ahead of this table long term. You just cannot. Well, when I finally hit the game at the Grand, I was probably in 10 grand, and I was a poor ass dealer up until Baton Rouge was one of my very first good jobs, I will say. And I'm sure I couldn't afford $10,000. You follow? But I was in at least that much money. But that one hand where that doctor made me keep my money, I got out a winner. You know what I mean? Forever. You know, as far as I'm concerned, unless I go crazy. But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But there are people that grind the game, but eventually it just catches up to you. You just can't stay ahead of it. You know, you used to have your tracker. How's that working? Is it still up?
Which tracker?
Did you have a tracker where you kept track of like what you're up for six in a row? You're up a total of 300.
Oh yeah.
But that was a live casino. Or is that on the?
It's on my home table.
Oh, your home table.
So
Okay, got it.
I bragging. I did a grind.
Yeah.
I went from 10,000 to 100,000 in the grind.
Wow.
I ground it out. Took me 6 months to do it.
Yeah.
Or no. A year.
A year,
right?
Wow.
We ground it out, but I played a very specific, disciplined way to do it.
Yeah.
And the things you discover playing that way, you probably tested this, right?
Yeah.
It's wickedly stressful.
Yeah.
Right? Because you know that's you're buying in for a grand and you're going 640 across for a couple of hits and you're either going to lose the 640 or you're going to win your daily nut and you're going to go home. There's no opportunity there.
Yeah.
You're literally saying, I'm going to win lunch money and then I'm out. When you lose that, to your point, to get back the 640 takes not just 2 wins, now it takes 8 wins to get it back, unless you're bumping the bets or you're hitting a couple of power presses to kind of double up and reduce the number of hits. And that's where you run into problems, I think, right? But I've heard dealers say the only time I've ever seen players win consistently is big regress, and walk, or they say start super small, table minimum, and just shoot it, right?
Yeah.
There's the dichotomy of big and down or low and high.
Yeah, just so you know, dealers talk a little crap. Dude.
They do.
I mean,
They do.
I used to have the most famous grinder I ever knew. Well, 2 of them. One of them was a spiel better. He started $5, $3,000, and he would martingale this spiel bet. And for a year, he would win. His goal win $100 every day, pay whatever life he was living, right? And then one day, 16 no fields in a row. 16 no fields in a row. And the last couple, so he had already gotten to a table limit, and he was just same bet, and he had accumulated. He was an older guy, and I guarantee you, he lived off of this money. He was shaking so badly towards the end that we were thinking about maybe calling someone medical help, right?
Jeez.
And he just the money because he was down to like his last $600, whatever it was. It was 16 no fields, and he just got whacked, right? And that didn't work out so well. The other one was, have you ever seen the progression? I'm not going to show you now, but progression on lays. I've watched people lose their entire livelihood laying either a 4 and 10 or both of them, and you can't martingale the lay because progressively to catch up with what you're trying to win and with the bet itself, the money gets crazy even from a quarter.
Super fast.
Yeah, super fast. It goes into thousands and thousands. You need to be on a ridiculously high limit table, and it's just crazy because you see 4 10s in a row. Dude. You just need one of those and you're just whacked. You see. So I have very rarely
you've seen the thing is the impossible is guaranteed to happen.
Yeah, it's just dude. I mean, even on roulette. I mean,
I've watched Alex lose enough.
Poor Alex, dude.
He's so unlucky. He's so unlucky.
19 losers in a row in 19 spins. You know what I mean? Like in 4 numbers. But we had this couple come in, this whole group come in. I don't forget what the system was, but it was a $900 layout. There's only like 3 numbers missing, And guess what the 3 numbers said? They all tried this to comp because it was our great comping system, And guess what 3 numbers came up 3 times in a row? They were all, you know what I mean? It's just the nature of the game. You see, he's had that experience, dude. He's had that. Yeah,
I've seen that experience.
Yeah.
I've never lived it.
Oh, good for you. Good for you. But that's why Vegas. That's why the casinos are so nice. Dude. It's just an ATM machine. They don't build them on. And the funniest thing is these games aren't rigged. right? There's opportunity to win, but the problem is most people don't take, the vast majority of people either don't understand the game or don't take advantage of the opportunity that's available again. They just don't know how to work the money, right?
So all of us probably are, we're weirdos, right? We think we're so smart, we're grinding the game or we're hedging the game or we're doing whatever. But at Casino Quest, I'm assuming that you teach beginners, because that's who you deal with at Casino Quest, and you have your staff teach that taking advantage, right? Start small and just go for it, right?
All about opportunity. I mean, you have to lean in. Different people, different folks, different strokes, right? Like everybody has their own. And so our basic default is really just etiquette, understanding the game strategy, and then we go into later on if they have time or then we go into kind of the opportunity parts of it, like this discussion.
Because there is a little difference in someone who comes for vacation once a year versus someone who's there once a weekend or whatever.
And if you play these games for fun, like you guys are really playing to win, you're trying to create opportunity, understand the game. It's fun, but it's also this other opportunity you want, right? That's different. Most people that come to Vegas, they want to sit in a game, play it out. Winning for them isn't the biggest part of it. You follow? We want to show them the etiquette and understand like the basic strategy, like for blackjack. But we don't go into the emotionalism. That's something we work out later. We have everybody has different risk version, right? Everybody. Yeah. Some of us have wives that don't like to see purple checks on our layout. You know what I mean? I used to have a guy. I had to work out a system for this one guy where the purples were hidden under blackjacks because if the wife saw a purple on the game, she would be just hysterical about it and just walk up and you know what I mean. She's like, that's a bag, that's a bag, that's a bag. You know what I mean? Like quite literally. So we did $600 numbers, dude. So he would start with, and because she wasn't really sure what the hell it was. So it'd be like, and then she would ask me, are any purples? I'd be like this. I would just, so, but you know what I mean? So everyone has that, maybe. Yeah.
So Uncle Hoku donated $50 from Hawaii.
Uncle Hoku, all right.
And then Arnell from Dice Grinders asked, David, are the casinos afraid of people who do the automatic bet progressions? So say you go from 25 to 35 to 60 to 90.
No, what they're afraid of is someone that is willing and able to go to limit. So right away, if you're willing to power press, double presses takes you so long. Eventually, they'll lean into the game. If you have a 40-minute hand, right? More eyes are going to be on the table if there's money on the action, but not because of any real fear. They're just trying to figure out, okay, the game is dumping. It's going to happen. We just want to make sure it dumps correctly, right? Because then they're paying attention. Once when dealers get to these higher bets that they're less familiar with because they don't see those kinds of rolls all the time, you need more eyes. You want to make sure of the game. But if you're someone who is literally going for the jugular from any point, and you're capable of getting to that 5,000, you're capable of really hurting a casino. I saw these two guys in Reno at I don't know what on the casino walk there, the ones that are connected. I forget.
The row, yeah.
Yeah, one of them, and so they were playing their own game and they were getting upset. If you even there were two guys, they were just on a heater, both of them. The table was heating up, and they had all their bets at limit. But you could tell they had a lot of reds. You know what I mean? They had started low, and the number of bosses that were collaborating to figure out how they and they couldn't change. So casinos will sweat and they'll try to change up the game a little bit if they can. Either by slowing it down, speeding it up, getting people in, there's lots of ways that they get superstitious.
So that's not a myth.
That's not a myth. No,
okay, 100%. There you go. You're at short, YouTube
and,
short.
And
right
so
wait, he's not referencing dice control.
No.
He's just saying the money going off the
table. So me and Dennis, we tried to buy in, and you should have seen the vitriol. These guys are like, I don't know, you know what I mean? They just didn't want anybody affecting the game. Meanwhile, the boss is like, come on in. You know what I mean? Yeah, we're glad to have you, dude. You know what I'm saying? They were like
500 singles, please.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we need anything. This game. But we backed off, and of course they kept rolling. They're both of them heater. We're like, damn it. Yeah.
Another question from Cadillac Jack. If you have a long roll, say 30 plus, and there's a lot of suits looking at the game, is it more to be sure of the payouts are done correctly, or there's no cheating, or what?
I mean, more about the payouts. I mean, they're just following the money. If it depends on the casino. So like, there are at first, if a game starts dumping very quickly. And there is some eyes on the table, whether it's the surveillance or box person or someone giving them a heads up, because they're supposed to be made aware when a game starts losing money, in any real amounts, right? someone needs to be told, and then they'll look and see, okay, is the game legit? Is everything going correctly? If that's the case, then those bosses are really there to make sure that to make sure that the bets are being done correctly. And if you see bosses paying very specific attention to someone, and you'll know right away because their eyes are just very, you know what I mean? You'll see them blazing. If they're about to walk someone off, or they're considering having that conversation, there's literally lots. You'll see them all just, they're around. The big boss will come, and security will come in a minute. You follow like that. That all sort of escalates on its own. Yeah.
Cool. All the questions. Anybody from here have a question to jump into before we?
I got a surveillance question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's say that the box person is not really paying attention to what's going on, or the floor person, not really paying attention to what's going on in the game.
Yep.
And surveillance notices there's a lot of money moving away from the casino to the players. Would they call the floor person to say, check that out?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, if the game goes to high values, and they start seeing, so keep in mind that most surveillance, there's not a lot of people, there's not nearly as many people as you can imagine in surveillance. Like most casinos are a little short-handed in that respect. You follow?
Yeah.
So there's not as many eyes. I know a casino here in town with 3,000 cameras and 4 people watching. In fact, in some cases, there's only 2 when they're going on. And then when one of them has to take a pee, there's only 1. And literally, how much is really being done. Now, as far as you as the player is concerned, every table is getting watched every hour of the day. You follow? Like they're not going to share. I won't share what casino that is, and I won't. You know what I mean? They're getting watched all the time. But if the game starts dumping a lot of money and someone notices it, someone is going to pass that information on and make it available too.
Mm-hmm.
But believe it or not, those kinds of things will color other things in the casino. I once had the good fortune that we have this, one of our favorite casino bosses. Anyways, he worked at a casino that's no longer around, but it was very interesting. So there was a player that wanted to come in and bet 30,000 a hand at baccarat, and so he called ahead because he knew that he loved playing at this one casino, but they weren't always able to accommodate that level of action. So while we're sitting there having lunch with this table game director, he's calling the pit to see how much they won that day. And if they could cover this guy. Luckily, they knew this guy. He would only come in and play X amount of hands, and he would win 100,000 and leave, or lose 100,000 and leave. And they wanted to see if they could at least break even. It was a very interesting conversation to experience. And so there is a lot of that in the casino, right? They want to know that, the casino doesn't want to lose money, right? So they want to know that if you go to a casino that has higher limits, they have higher limits because they can absorb that kind of action, or they're charging $95 for baked potatoes, dude. And then they can do, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I got one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. This one's more of a fun one.
Ah.
Who is the most famous person you have ever dealt to, and what was the game they played?
Well, I've always been, I've dealt blackjack a little bit, but they would never put me with a famous person on a blackjack table. Wilt Chamberlain. But no, so the most, I've dealt to Bruce Willis, Tiger Woods, a lot of famous football players that I have no idea who their name is. I've dealt to Wendy's guy, Dave Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
I've dealt to Dennis Rodman. I've dealt to Cameron, what Dennis Rodman's girlfriend at the time?
Cameron Diaz?
Carmen. Electra. Yes, Carmen Electra. Yeah, got it interesting.
Was it Craps?
It was the Craps, yeah. Yeah. So Bruce Willis was my favorite person to deal to.
Why?
He was a very down-to-earth guy. So he would lose. He had a $250,000 marker. He would play it out at the Rio back in the day. And he would end his trip playing dice, but he really didn't know dice. And he would go to Club Rio, and he would have his beer, and he would carry his beer in his pocket. And his bills were always like wet. He came after the club kind of thing. And because he didn't, I would work with players without giving it away. I was very, you could stroke me all day long. I didn't care, dude. I loved being stroked. But So I wasn't that guy. You'll see dealers complain about some of your action. I don't complain. I love it. I love the game, up and down, all around. Doesn't matter. It just made me a better dealer, right? So and I look forward to that kind of thing. There'd be days, by the way, where I would be dealing and my whole side would be full, and there'd be 0 people because they didn't want the round eye on. You know what I mean? I would have difficult players. They didn't want the round eye or all the pushback. There's no pushback for me. But Bruce didn't know how to play, and he would come in all this wet money, and you'd have to like fan it out. Poor Bruce would be like, and he really didn't know dice, and we would set up the game. He never won, but he was always so nice and civil, at least to me. It was a really good time. Tiger Wood was in at the Rio when they opened the Voodoo Lounge, and they paid him to kind of walk through the casino once. They gave him a big stack of yellow checks, and he had a gaggle of girls with him. And so they walked through, and all he did was play the field. And it was a reserve game, so I was on third base, and they kind of reserved it for him to come up and play with his gaggle of women. And he won a little money, and then he took off to Voodoo Lounge, and that was it. Yeah.
I love that Bruce Willis walks up with beer in his pocket and red money.
Well, there's more to that story, but you have
like,
to. She knows it's on either our Patreon or it's too long to share here.
But he just seems like a regular dude with the whole.
No one would recognize him. It was so crazy.
Yeah.
You know who else? So the girl from Baywatch, with that Pamela, yes, the well-equipped Pamela Anderson. I don't know how else to put that because I always forget her name, but she used to come to the Rio too. And no one would recognize her. She's so teeny in person. You know what I'm saying? Like, so no one. She would wear this leather thing, and she would hang out in the dice pit, and no one would ever. It was the craziest thing. She'd come. Same thing with Bruce. Bruce would put a hat on. He was like Clark Kent, dude. I swear to God, no one knew it was Bruce Willis. People would give him shit for not coming in more money. Just having these wet bills, and here he was. There's literally Bruce Willis playing right there. It's crazy, dude. We had all those high-priced hookers, dude. Not one of them would hit on him, dude. They just thought he was broke all the time. Poor guy. You know what I mean?
That's fantastic.
Yeah,
that is great. Yeah. All right, all questions good?
Yeah,
that was a great segment. It did not go where I thought it was going to go, but that was awesome. Right? That was awesome, David.
Just a precious for you. All right, thank you. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Jeremy. Yep. Thanks for helping out. That was awesome. All right, so. I'm going to lean in real quick, and then we're gonna transition out. What time is it? 2:45. Wow. Okay. Oh, am I good? I should know where I got to stand by now, right? Right in front of the big blue X. All right. So we're gonna take a little break. Get some water or something over here. But in the meantime, my constant reminder. And by the way, Ian, how are we on doing donations? Can you give me a little live update here?
Yeah. We're only at 425 today.
425 in chat today? Okay. What about
from 2,700?
2,700 yesterday, 425 today. What about the online and the auction items? Are we making progress there?
Come back to me.
I'll come back to you in a minute. Okay. Yeah. So that's your daily reminder right there. Get in, all right? If you're watching, somebody said this yesterday. I think it was Tito. Said for $100 to be here in the building with us, and for you all watching YouTube, it's literally free. Look at what you got. 2 hours today with David. We got the guy from Ellis Island, Nick yesterday, Dice Coach, Garrison, Tony Leo. I mean, the amount of wisdom that got spilled in this room, right? It's all about to end, by the way. We're going to go hog wild crazy here in a few minutes. But all that wisdom for $100, my goodness gracious, right? What a deal this was. For free, you got it there for 20 straight hours here, right? Let's go. For the veterans, guys, right? Goal today is $50K. To buy that dog to put in the veteran's house. So it's time to step up, get in the raffle, get your live donations in, go to the website, crapsforthecure.com, and we'll be back here in just a few minutes.
For America's servicemen and women returning from combat, the war is only starting. The magnitude of incomprehensible pain from vivid images of loss and grief will never go away. Thoughts and questions constantly battle for attention, hour by hour and minute by minute. Over 283,000 vets have suffered traumatic brain injuries since 2000, and it's no secret that an attempt to silence the past will end the lives of over 8,000 vets this year alone. The devastating effects of trauma can seem impossible to combat in the aftermath of service. But when all hope seems lost, there is a highly trained companion standing ready by their side, a faithful friend in the journey of life. These are the bold and dedicated service dogs of veterans moving forward. These constant companions provide dedicated support 24/7 to a disabled vet in accordance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. Trained to spot signs of emotional or physical trouble, they are always there for vets like D'Angelo.
Jug, has been, my life's done a 180.
While serving, he was a bodyguard for U.S. servicemen and women, and today, Jug has his back.
He knows if I'm off, he'll go grab the bag is what the command is, and he'll go grab my meds. If I'm having a night terror, he turns the lights on, can pull the covers off. So, Jug has made life livable again. I would not have been able to accomplish any of the things. Graduating with my undergrad from Shenandoah, completing my master's this December, being the SGA president, being able to just interact with people. He's been a complete blessing, to say the least.
Jim is a strong man in the long process of healing. Today, he has high hopes for his new friend, Zamp.
Come on, Doc, let me show you Zan. He's here waiting on you.
Hey, Zan. Hey, buddy. It's wonderful. He's everybody that knows me has recommended Veterans Moving Forward to me about a year ago. And I made the application and went through the process. And it's just going to open all kinds of doors for me. I have anxiety and depression. And I've even attempted suicide 3 times. Lap. Good boy.
Service dogs like Zamp are highly aware of the needs that vets like Jim require. Expertly trained by VMF to perform specific tasks, these 4-legged heroes assist with the operation of light switches, medications, and mobility, sensing medical alerts, and emotional intervention. Every step of the way, from young pups to personal guardians, it takes hundreds of hours of care just to bring healing to a single vet. We need your support right now to continue the transformational work in the lives of vets like D'Angelo and Jim. You can help by sponsoring a service dog and a veteran today by making a donation. Would you give generously to support us during the COVID pandemic and into 2021? Every dollar you give and every hour you serve makes it possible that one more battle-weary veteran will get a new leash on life. Learn more today at www.vetsfwd.org.
Craps for the Cure 2024 is live and underway. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast, and here's ways you can help, okay? It's easy. Go to crapsforthecure.com. Number one, if you want to just flat out donate money, it's the easiest thing you can do. Click the donate button, comes into here, pick your amount, drop in your credit card, 100% goes to Veterans Moving Forward, our charity for this year. If you want to purchase a raffle item, we have a bunch of great giveaways this year. Click on the raffle button, you'll end up over here, and you can browse the items that we've got. Now we're going to jump down here. I'll show you a few of them, right? Tony Leo's offering up 4 wage consultations for craps. Joe from Craftsmaster Journey built a custom convertible chessboard craps throwing station. He's got 500 hours into this one-of-a-kind item. It's amazing. Garrison's given out a full set. It's both of John Patrick's books, his Platinum Crafts book, the Dice Setting Super System, DVDs of John Patrick and Garrison giving lessons. It's an amazing offer. Casino Player Magazine offering up 5 subscriptions to both Casino Player and Slots magazines. Additionally, anybody who buys the Casino Player Magazine during the broadcast and even in the weeks following, they will donate money directly back to the charity. The great folks over at Casino, I love Casino Tiers. Casino Tiers, Ed Robinson and 10 Ton, they've offered up a pro pack for starters, which is 2 sticks of dice, a one-of-a-kind mug, and their hat. Additionally, they're doing a seminar Saturday, November 2nd. That filled up really fast. They added a day. Anybody who signs up for the Sunday session as a result of watching Craps for the Cure, 1/3 of your tuition for that seminar, that's $500. They're going to donate it right back to the charity. That's amazing. Thanks to the Casino Tiers guys for stepping up like that. Bo Parker, by the way, stepping up. But the one and only dice coach, Bo Parker, he's offering up a full craps class as a raffle item. Additionally, anybody who donates $500 or more, he will give a free class to. So if you just want to flat out donate $500, boom. Instead of him taking the money, he's giving it all back to charity. So that's free classes with him for the big donation. Heavy Axis Power Crafts full weekend seminar, right? That's a big deal right there. And that'll be either in Biloxi or out here in Vegas. One of our subscribers also made a custom cutting board. And you can see here the process of him actually kind of drilling it out and filling it in and it's amazing. Just absolutely amazing for this thing. And of course, there's the cruise with me. Dates to be determined. You and I, if you win this thing, we'll go on a cruise together. It's going to be absolutely awesome. How do these things work? It's very simple. You click that and that you like. You pick the number of chances you want. They're $1 per chance, right? That's it's a raffle. 25 chances, $25. Easy as that. We're going to draw names on Sunday night to determine the winners of all these things. By the way, throughout the process here, we're going to be playing bingo. Crappy bingo. So we'll take breaks. We'll throw the dice. Check your bingo card. You want to play some bingo with us? It's $10 for a bingo card. We're going to give away dice and chips and all sorts of collectibles throughout the broadcast. So there's your way to kind of get involved and kind of have fun with us through the chat. Speaking of chat, if you're watching the broadcast live and the mood so strikes you during the show, you want to just make a quick donation, well, here it is. Donate now. It's underneath the chat button. This donation button right here is a fee-free donation. 100% of what you donate here during the chat right now goes to the charity, courtesy of Google. YouTube does this for us, which is an amazing thing. There's no fees on these special super chats. So there it is. If you want to get involved, we really appreciate you helping out this amazing charity, Veterans Moving Forward. Again, our goal this year is $50,000, which will purchase, feed, pay for training, pay for vet bills for one dog. It takes 2 years to raise a dog and get that dog into service for a veteran, as well as matching it to the correct veteran. Can't thank VMF enough. And folks, keep the veterans in your thoughts, in your prayers, and thank them when you see them. And that's it. We'll get back to the show here, and hopefully you can find in your heart to press one of those buttons up there. Oh, one more thing, the merch button. You got to get some merch, right? You're looking at wearing the shirt that I'm wearing right now, right? This nice black collared shirt over here with our logo on it. That's an amazing thing. We have car and computer stickers, a couple of really cool looking t-shirts, and of course, you know me and my coffee mug. So there it is, guys. And back to the show we go. And talk into the mic. The best we can. I'll put like this.
So you're not like, don't go on the other side.
All right, let's go.
I'm gonna give you
Five,
my dress
Okay.
profile.
Will it be live? All right, folks, we are back. I'm going to show you this one more time. Rick's going to be taken off. This is the cutting board, the big, huge, awesome. Isn't that amazing? My God. So this is one of our raffle items, right? Get in the raffle quickly. Also, I want to remind you of Ashish's chef donation, which is like, imagine having him fly to your house.
I could
and
not.
like make you dinner for
I
you and all your
could not.
family.
My kitchen's not big enough for him to cook.
Oh, I just bought the house. It's got a great kitchen. Anyway, get in the raffle, guys. Here we go. We're going to switch gears, and I've got behind me everybody who's anybody.
No.
Yes, you're somebody. Leon's one in too. Right? Everybody squeeze on in. I'm going to get out of the way, actually. I'm going to talk about. We got Leon from Great Crafts. Yes. We got Brian, the Holy Roller. We got Craig from All Bay Crafts. We got Joe from Craftsmaster, the one and only Jeremy from Color Us. And I'm going to speak up to the side. I'll be on the top screen. What I want you guys to talk about here. Actually, please over there. I'm just going to talk.
We need to pass it along, or can they hear? Pick it up.
I think they can hear.
Okay.
Let us know.
You guys let us know in the chat if you can hear us.
That's good. Look at that
We will.
shot. Can I get a screenshot of that? My goodness. All right. What I want to know is this. We all run YouTube channels. And David made a comment earlier, which kind of choked me up a little bit, actually. He said, Crafts is growing. Table games in general are growing, and he thinks it's a lot because of YouTube. It was interesting. We've had this conversation. Every one of us has had. Is Crafts a dying? You had a whole show. Jeremy. Crafts a dying game or not? Right? And it feels like it kind of is. The Ellis Island guy said, it's kind of a down thing. But David's seeing the opposite. 5,000 dealers coming through. They're short 5,000 dealers, and the games are growing because of, I believe, community work that we've all done. Right? So, what I want to ask you all, and Jeremy specifically to you, and Ian somewhere else around, the idea of running a meetup, getting a community together, building it, because, okay, great, color up, fun YouTube channel, I love crafts and I teach crafts, right? But it's more than that, right? The comment section became a community at first, and then you got Discord, and how does that groundswell happen? And what have we all done, and what should we all keep doing to kind of build? That's what I want to do. I want to open the floor to have y'all talk through something.
I think the community needs to be defined first of all, because there could be a crafts community.
Lean into the mic again.
I think the community terms need to be defined because there's different types of communities out in the crafts world right now. You have the diehards, the ones that are on every single chats, the ones that are following my channel. So my subscriber count is very low, even though I have almost 1,000 videos out there and I'm going live daily and all that stuff. But then on the flip side, you have the big community, which has some of those people, and then a lot of the beginners and stuff like that. So there's, in my opinion, distinct different communities. Some people have grown faster. People like Brian from Holy Roller or Ryan from Market Point that puts out quality entertainment. But they're, I think, reaching different crowds sometimes or different subsets.
What's interesting is you've grown really fast. They can't see I'm putting it fine. You've grown really fast. And I think it's because of the niche, or the niche, whatever the word is for that you've chosen. Right?
Yeah.
Nobody was talking about what you were talking about. And I know early on, you're like, well, what should I want to do a crafts thing, what should I do?
Yeah.
And Jeremy probably asked you the same question you asked me, which is, what do you want to be known for? What do you want your hit to be?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
you went there, right?
I think we have our community, which is a common unity around crafts, but then there's like some subsets. Common unity around crafts and tossing the dice. Oh, people can't hear? All right, so we're passing this?
Yeah, that's good.
All right. So the common unity around crafts, but there's so many facets to the game. And mine just happens to be cruising, but then also if you took out cruising, mine would probably be comps. But I just don't think that that comps in the regular land base is worth it. I would lean towards more of what David's talking about, attack the table and go after the win if I wasn't going for comps at the cruise line. Because, and I always say this, you spend thousands of dollars in a land base and you might get hundreds of dollars worth of comps. But on a cruise, you spend hundreds and you can get thousands of comps, thousands of dollars worth of comps. So I think we have this common unity, but there's a niche within the niche kind of thing.
Right.
And so that's kind of, what everybody, I think, has their niche.
What do you think built it up? So I look at Jeremy's, which is interesting because Jeremy's got 100 and some thousand subscribers, right? And the Discord is really where it's at, right? I mean, when you talk about the community, would you call your community the Discord folks? And the Discord folks, by the way, are fired up. I don't chat as much as I used to when I was busy, right? But there's hundreds of messages. They're all talking strategy amongst themselves, and you're kind of the hub that brought that together. That community versus the chat or the commenters community. How do you see that? Like, your channel is this big thing with a small group below it that's really kind of fired up.
Well, I'm not sure which way I want to go with this. So, at least when I'm starting, the community is interesting because it's one person, and I've always treated it that way. So now it's a little more difficult, but it was always like, I'm sure you guys experienced the excitement when that first person asks you a question, and then you answer it right in the comments, and then like you put out another video, and then, hey, you recognize that guy, he's back again, right? You watch another video, whatever. So that's kind of thrilling. And it was always like, for me, it was always like,
that one person is the community. So I've always tried to make my videos not like, hey, you guys. It's always like, hey, I'm just dealing with that one person. So in the beginning, it's small, and it obviously, for whatever reason, mine has grown. And you could ask some more questions about that, but it was always about just treating it as one person and trying to respect their time. That hey, they've watched, they put their time in. I mean, that is a commitment of whatever. Make sure it doesn't cost anything. Well, they have to watch through ads or whatever, right? But they are committing something. They're putting something in, and I'm going to do my best to return and put back out to them. So it's always about that one person. And then that's a community in itself. If you got two of you talking back and forth. And so mine is kind of like a numbers game. So after my channel got so big, at some point I'm like, hey, I'm going to do this full time as a living, but I need some more support. And there's just a certain percentage that are so above and beyond are cool. And then be like, hey, I'll throw in that $5 a month to help you do the thing. So those are kind of just, they all have it, right? Whether it's 2 people or 20 people or 100 people, they probably know who their hardcore community is. And so for mine, I have that hardcore group that's willing to throw in a few bucks. And, and I just created an opportunity for them to get together and talk and stuff. So that's really all it is those, I don't know, super fans or whatever, but everyone has it. It's just mine's at a different scale, I guess. But I think it all just has to do with that communication of connecting with that one person one-on-one. And it's just done by personality, right? To whatever reason, they're going to connect to these different people. And so that's why they have their hardcore followers. It's because they connect with him about this or, about, we're all just different and unique, right? That's what makes it great. So they're just connecting, and it's basically that one-on-one connection. And then how many of those one-on-one connections are you're developing? I don't know.
Well, I'll go off what Jeremy said because that I started watching, not starting a channel. So I just was a spectator, and watching his videos, he would say, how would you like to, or you want to win at craps? So he did. You're talking to that singular person, making them the community. Like you're gonna do this. You're probably gonna watch this, and then you're gonna tell somebody, and then you're gonna have 2 people, and then 4, and then 8. And it's gonna exponentially go and grow, and now you have this big, large community. You have the community in Discord. You have, your event every year, and everybody got into it for a different reason. Like for me, I found this game because of family. So I found this game because my son became an entertainer in Vegas, and we came to visit him, and I played craps for the first time and fell in love with it. So what did I do? Went on YouTube, found Jeremy, found some others, watched some videos, went back down, played again the next day, won a little bit of money, played the next day, won even more money. Of course, then I went home, and you think you can win? You think you can, if the dishwasher breaks, you think you can go to the craps table, win some money, get the replacement. But then it was like 6 months later, after watching a lot of videos and growing, and your channel leads to another channel, leads to another channel, leads to another channel. Then I'm like, I don't know, I don't really have much to offer craps wise yet. But what do I love? I love movies. And that's how I became known, because I started doing recordings of movie strategies. Strategies, they weren't real strategies. They were never expected to be played at any real casino. They were strategies based on movie scenes or movie characters from movies I loved and grew up and watched. And it hit a small group of people. I have the least amount of subscribers of anybody here, but I'm okay with that because I didn't get into it for the same reasons you all got into it. I got into it to then entertain. And for the past, 6 months maybe, I just do lives now. And that's what I love to do. I love to do lives. And I've reached more people doing lives than I did doing recordings. And, Joe and I just had a conversation earlier today about, I would spend 30, 40 hours a week doing the recording and editing and all that stuff. But a live, you're spending 10 hours, no editing really required, just the half-hour setup prior to the show.
Sure.
But my thing from my personal journey has led to, I took over a successful show that Jeff Mid-Atlantic Craps was doing called the D8 Perpetual Table. He was doing it, giving out swag, prizes, and all that stuff. And when I took it over, and Duracell 8, who is the co-host, and Jeff entrusted me into taking it over, we decided to turn it over into a sponsorship show. And after 3 seasons of doing a sponsorship show, in which we sponsored a college fund for our friend Chiro, who passed away last year, we've raised over $3,000 in just 3 months leading up to Craps for the Cure. And as far as I know, the fund now has over $5,000, and his daughter's only 5. She's got 13 years for this thing to grow.
I gotta say something, actually. Now my mic works, by the way. This is right at you, I think. This is from Randy Hill. And he says, it's nice to tune in and learn, which is kind of why we all sort of started channels. But if it wasn't for all of you, I never would have known the people that are standing there and all the people in chat. And I think it's an important point, right? We do lives all the time, right? And the lives, to Jeremy's earlier thing about talking to one person, now that one person's become 50 or whatever it is that watches live. That's your family now every day.
Yeah.
And I think the communities that we've built collectively are feel like family to some degree.
But what that's led up to is the different meetups.
Yes.
And now the
Yes.
different crews that we are telling ourselves we're a part of now, because maybe you're a subscriber, you're a member of somebody, and now you're the Color Up crew meets at DiceCon, or the Blue Wrench crew meets in Vegas twice a year. Atlantic City crew meets in Atlantic City like multiple times a year.
Yep.
So those meetups have just grown and grown and grown, and now these relationships. I consider some of the people in Atlantic City Craps crew, which was started by Jeff, Mid Atlantic Craps. When I see them, it's a hug.
Yeah,
they're family. They're family, and I didn't think I would get that at 50 years old. Sure.
Let's be honest, we're a dating service. I guess.
Yeah.
For us who like a specific game.
You know what's funny that we all raise your hand if you love craps. Everybody, yeah, right. Okay. You all have a channel because you love craps, right? I played for 30-something years alone. I go to Atlantic City and play. Sometimes you see the same people at the tables, of course, right? Your locals, whatever. But played alone for all that time until a year or so ago, 2 years ago. The first DiceCon was the first time I ever actually played with people that I chatted with online. Never saw anybody's faces other than their crazy icons, right? And then, of course, this and the Blue Rinse. But now you're playing with actual friends. It's a shared. The team sport that Craps is now is a shared thing. That's changed everything.
I want to kind of comment on building that community. And this is kind of a learning curve that I've gone through. And it took me a little bit longer to figure out than a lot of the other channels have. But you have to find your thing and then go with it. And try to make it your thing, not Craig's thing, not Jeremy's thing, not Brian's thing, not Leon's thing. Make it your thing. And that's when the community actually starts growing. When you try to copy other people, usually the content's not as good, and that community is gonna not follow you as much, and that's my experience. So for anybody that's thinking about doing this, welcome to the community, but try to find your thing, make it yours, and us YouTubers that other people are copying us, if you're offended, just do it better. Honestly, right? Just do it better. Make yourself better, and that's called competition. That's going to make us better as a community and as a whole, because we're going to be putting out more quality content. Now, one of the things that I did notice from this Craps to the Cure meetup, and I made this comment to John and a couple other people, every single person you see up here are exactly what you see online. There are no fake people in this category here. There really isn't. I have noticed that, and that was a comment I made to Dice Dr. Dan as well. I am pleasantly surprised to see that everybody up here is exactly what they portray on the camera. So that's just,
isn't that part of it? Like when Jeremy said to talk to one person, I think I was going to ask you the secret to that, because I struggle with talking to the people I know are watching me live versus the broader audience, right? And channeling your focus and your conversations towards the one that creates what you're talking about, Joe.
Yeah, and that's one of the thing about it is your personality really has to come out. That's what helps people connect with you. And so if you're real on camera, they're going to connect with you. You can't be fake. You can't do something else in real life than what you do on camera, or people pick up on that really quickly. Yeah. So you talked about content and niche. I'm still struggling to find my niche. I do a little bit of everything. I can't build a table. I probably could build a table like he can, but I don't have that kind of time. I have probably talked myself out of so much content that I wanted to do because somebody had already done it, or again, it's a time thing. I have a life, it takes time to do this as a YouTuber, editing, filming in the first place, getting it right, not stumbling over your words. That, like you said, going live is so much easier, but even then you've got to set up your stuff. I leave my stuff set up all the time, and I haven't gone live in probably 3 or 4 months. My stuff is still set up on my table in case I find a free hour that I can do it, So it takes a lot of time and effort to do it. And I kind of forgot where I was going with that. but finding your niche, so for me, he wants me to do, I travel a lot because of what my wife does for work. We have some flight benefits, and so that makes the travel very easy for us. We go to a lot of different places, and I like this idea of being able to play anywhere. You can play this game anywhere, and a lot of my stuff off video has been creating a way to play, not just Craftsy has come out since I've started doing this, but before Craftsy, if you wanted to play, you had to have some kind of a layout. This is what got me into it in the first place. So you got to have a layout just so you can understand the bets and stuff and where they go and how to work your chips and all of that. And so I'm probably in my 4th or 5th iteration of some sort of portable travel layout that I can take with me anywhere I go, including here to Vegas or Biloxi if I'm going there, because I live closer to there. But so that I can practice while I'm traveling, practice before I go downstairs to the casino and actually do whatever strategy I'm going to do for that trip. And that's kind of been my thing. I also like the idea of demonstrating. You can play anywhere. So I've done it on a plane.
That's one of the best videos of all time.
And I tried to do it live, but live streaming from a plane because you're limited on the bandwidth.
Did you see that one, Jeremy,
stuff.
when he did that? He got this craps layout about this big.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky. A mouse pad layout is right on the tray table, and it's a lot, but it's a lot of fun, and especially it's great when you see people come up in the chat because I never know if I'm going to be able to do it or not. Every time I've tried to do it, it's kind of like I'll post something and say, "Hey, I might try it. This might be the day." All of these guys in this community are like, "Oh, you got to do it. You got to do it." They want to see that neatness, and then it's cool to see people come up in the chat and respond. And you're like, "Man, I'm on a plane like 30,000 feet in the air, and there's people live chatting with me, and I'm sitting here trying to not throw the dice off the table because I cannot bend down there to get those if they go off the table, and rolling and playing in only 15, 20 minutes, but it's neat. But I've played with a layout in Belize where the beach is in the background with Caribbean at night with palm trees in the air. I did a live stream from a rock. The layout was on a rock with the Golden Gate Bridge in the background. I've played at home. I live in a beach town, and so I played on the beach at home in the sand. But I won't do that ever again. I have this little tiny chip set that the chips are the size of nickels, and they're stored in a cigar case. It's supposed to be for cigars, but they fit in there perfectly. So much sand after that live stream. I'm still getting sand out of that case, and so I won't do that again. But it's kind of neat to try and find something, a niche, and work within your community and not recreate something else somebody is already doing. I don't like to do strategies that much because everybody else, there's no strategy somebody has come up with, given their own name to it, put their own twist on it. I will do them if I find a hot one. I've done a couple Waylands that are popular, and I like to do those not to like steal that person's content, but say, hey, look at this, and either here's why that works, or maybe this doesn't, and then also promote their channel as well. And so it's nice that we kind of do that with each other. I think we've all probably said, hey, here's a strategy that Craig had, or here's John does a lot of challenges on the show, and I'll take up the challenge and shoot a video on it and do his challenge. And maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but it's fun to do that. And then that gets people to steer to his channel and so on. So it's really an interesting dynamic of this whole community with all of us.
I had a thought about that community, about people bringing who they are. You said finding your niche. I like to think of it more of like bringing who they are to what we have in common, because we need you to be a part of this community, because I'm not you and you're not me. And in a sense, you know,
I
that's
don't have friends. You're my community are my friends. I've said that multiple times on lives.
But what I mean is, like, I'm not trying to be Jeremy, you know, like I can't be Jeremy. Jeremy can't be me, although we did go on a cruise together and it was awesome. But
Bros. You're officially bros.
No, but the point is, I'm bringing who I am. You're bringing who you are. And I think if there's anything that we can do better is not create or not fall into the trap of creating this community and that community and this community over here and that community about this and that. We're all part of the same community, and we should be accepting and loving that people can bring who they are to the table.
Yeah.
And its life experiences are all over the place, but what do we have in common? This game.
Yeah.
And so not hating people or not, you know, I mean, I think that's the big thing. The acceptance of the community once you're in is great. If you're off to the side and you're out, I invite you to come in and be a part of the community. Bring who you are.
Yeah, there's always some element of tribalism that kind of comes into some of this stuff. You can't help that.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you're right. We're all drawn together by the same thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Kind of sound like a preacher.
And these,
church.
Yeah, bring it, Brian. Bring it.
I can't help it.
Yeah. But these
Holy
meetups,
roller.
these
Holy
meetups,
roller, everyone.
These meetups kind of cement a lot of that, right? And that's kind of cool. So I want to kind of switch gears and talk meetups a little bit. Like the organization of one of these things is immense. Now I'm not a very good organizer. Big AZ, very good organizer. He emails and texts, and we all knew where we had to be and everything else. Jeremy, you operate DiceCon, which is an enormous thing, right? What do you all think the impact of meetups are? Is it worth the time and effort to put that work in? And how does that help or hurt what we're doing?
Being a part of a crew and then going to meetups has been the world to me as just a craps player who's looking to connect with other people who love the same game. But also, meetups are also a place to where we as YouTube content creators get a chance to meet the fan base that we don't normally get a chance to do other than in the live chat.
And other creators.
Yeah. So I know she's off camera, but there's a woman over here who was so excited to see Big AZ at his meetup, and then didn't realize that I was going to be there, and she was excited to see me, and I had multiple people for the first time, and I can only think it's because of the lives that I did. I really think the lives changed my fan base. It really grew by 400 just by doing lives, and plus I think what I was doing the lives for, the fact that I love rolling out for everybody, and people love playing Crapsy. But drawing those people and then getting a chance to meet up and go to a meetup and see those people, and then you get to talk to them and they get to tell them their experiences of why they love the game and why they, how they got started playing it. And that was really that was really fun to have somebody wave you over. Nobody did that 6 months ago. But to be at a meetup and have somebody wave you over like, oh my God, it's OBC, come over
We
here.
are normal people, believe it or not.
We are. But
No,
I mean,
you're not.
DiceCon, and that's totally different.
Yeah, we are, Jen.
So all year long, I'm like, I'm not going to do DiceCon ever again. I hate this. Every single time, no fear, and it lasts for 9 months. And then when you're there and everyone comes up to you and they're like, man, thank you for having this. And it's never like, we had a great roll last night and I won some money, or man, the dinner was great, or whatever event. It's always like, thanks for having this because I got to meet and shake hands with so-and-so. And every time. And so that's why I'm like, I guess I got to do it again, right? So for me, that's the big thing that I'm like, I just happened to have a chance to, hey, raise my hand, everyone meet here at this time in this place this year. So it's an honor to do that. But that's why I continue to do it, even though I'm not a planner and I hate doing it, is because that feedback I get of, man, thank you for this opportunity where I can go ahead and shake hands and play with other people. And so that's the big deal. And that's what keeps me going as far as events and, community wise.
Well, and I wanted to but see, you know that about yourself, that you're not a planner. And that's why we could use people that want to contribute to the community to say, hey, I'm in, right? And I want to contribute to the community because I can do that. Or you know what I mean? So how are your thoughts about
Well,
that?
I have other defects too, which is control freak, and so like, so for me to be like, all right, yeah, go ahead and organize and run it, and I'll be like, so we all have our defects as well that go along with it. So it's difficult, easier said than done for me personally. But I do love that and think about it. Who's gonna step up and and take do this for me? But yeah, and then on the other hand, I'm like, I don't want anyone screwing this up because I don't want, it's important to me, but
I'm always looking at things differently in that, meetups to me are different for every single one of us. A meetup for Brian might be, hey, let's go on a cruise together and I'm going to spend the next 7 days with you. And you're going to run into repeat people that will do that with you on a regular basis. A meetup to Craig is very similar to me, where the majority of my meetups are in the Chicagoland area. And we have a certain group of people, and occasionally other people from the United States will travel into the area to meet with us, and it's a great learning, networking, friendship type experience. Certain groups will have different playing styles, like the AC group and the Chicago group. We're there to win money. It's not as much of a, hey, how you doing type, situation, although it is at times, but we're there to be profitable in that, I've never been to DiceCon, and I'm guessing it's similar to what we're going through right now. This
It's
is a
whole
different
other level.
Yeah, this is a
It
different.
really is.
I'm sure
Yeah.
it is, but the Craps for the Cure event here to me is a networking opportunity. When I came here, my main goal, first of all, was to help out for the Craps for the Cure.
Yeah.
And I've been dedicating majority of my time on this trip towards that.
Yeah.
My second main goal was to come and meet every one of you guys here and participate in the chat and try to communicate the community's questions and donations and what have you, to the charity, so we can help get some more support, help get some more excitement towards this great cause.
What's interesting is the people who come to the meetups I find interesting, because AZ's crew, they're coming here to destroy the casinos.
Yeah.
That's it. They're on a mission to come and felt tables, right? This one is way smaller. It's really just for the event, right? And it's mostly you all YouTubers come to help me do this and kind of be personalities, and it's like we're all getting together and kind of swapping lives and everything else. When Jeremy brings the crew out, it's players that are here it's more of an enjoyment of the game kind of thing. It's a different. The vibe is so different between way different vibe.
And the range is all the way from beginner all the way
100%.
to expert.
And Jeremy's the DiceCon is 100+ people, so it's not like it's 11 of us trying to figure out where do you guys want to meet tonight. It's where is everybody, and we're getting time to talk. We get quality time together here.
Well,
right?
at the same
It's
time,
different, yeah.
At the same time, this is the first time Blue Wrench Crew led up to Craps for the Cure.
It is.
Yeah, it really,
and that was perfect. Nice.
It really was, because I came knowing that I was going to be playing with Blue Wrench Crew, which was great because I had never met any of those guys yet, except Lauren. I've met him a couple times in Atlantic City when he does his cross country trips. But what I liked was I got to play with them, but I knew on Friday I was switching gears to Craps for the Cure, and I knew I wanted to make it to where the Craps for the Crew staff was going to be playing Friday night, because I felt it was important for us to be together right before we started the weekend, and it's only because there's that want to be a part of something. And, I think I found what I want to get out of this whole Craps journey.
Master journey.
I'm no master. I'm a master. I was last one trip reporting earlier. Yeah. But anyway.
Good stuff. I want to switch gears a little bit, maybe, and direct you all into tactical YouTubing, right? Because there are a lot of YouTubers that are watching this right now. We actually have like 80 people watching live, which is pretty cool. 8 hours into this thing, 80 people. Wave to the crowd. What's that?
Good old day, they're bored on
Sunday.
Sunday.
Yeah, there's no football or anything.
Packers won. Yeah.
So this is the thing that we've all. So I know that Brian for sure, Craig, Jeremy's finding this out now. I think live streaming, right? I love live streaming. There's no editing. You just riff in. It's more of a personal thing. but man, does it destroy your channel.
It does.
It really destroys the channel. And Joe, I think you mix lives and recordings.
I do a bit of both. Yes.
Jeremy was doing some live, and you switched out, right?
I just put on a new channel.
Yeah. No, why? Like, what actually? Because your channels, the impact to me, I have 6,000 subscribers. Lives were hurting me, but it wasn't like I'm not going to make my rent. You've got a huge channel, and what did the lives do? Was there something that you noticed and you went, I'm going to go switch this thing out?
Well, I mean, who are we talking? I mean, are we potential YouTubers?
YouTubers and people want to know, why do you have why did I make pro craps and
yeah, I guess
why do you have
it could be behind the scenes information too. YouTube will tell you. I follow probably a lot of studying about YouTube and the gurus and that sort of thing to tell you how to build. Because me, it's now a business and I got to keep it going. But they will tell you that every video is independent. When you release it, your last video doesn't affect your new video. And I found that to be completely not true and dishonest and not true at all. And I've confirmed that with many other, I've gotten the pleasure of communicating with much bigger channels than me, million plus subscribers and channels like this. And they say the same thing. So they say it's all momentum based. And I've gotten a groove where certain videos make a certain thing, and we all put out a video that doesn't do as well as others. And I know that next one, no matter what it is not going to do as well because it's momentum based. And I found when I do a live video, I'm just going to throw some numbers out, like maybe 20,000 will watch a video, over a week's time. And then I put a live video, 100 people show up. End of the week, there's maybe 1,000 viewers. So whatever it is, the 20-to-1 ratio, something like that. And then when I put out my next video, it absolutely is like, last video was a stinker. Why are we going to push out your next video? And so they say it's not supposed to be that, but it absolutely is that. And I've got the data to prove it, and other channels or bigger channels do too. So I said I do it called a podcast, but it's just a live show. So I moved it to a different channel, and then my numbers just went right back up to normal, just like they have always been. And so that's why I switched, and it's just because the data shows it out. It's just it's a really fun thing to do is to communicate with your people. But YouTube is it's a on-demand viewing platform, and so it's a little difficult for everyone can't make the live, whatever the time is or whatever. So the people that do love it. It's super helpful and awesome to interact live, but most of our viewers are not going to be able to meet that time and space. So that's why it really creates a small number, but it does affect your other videos going forward.
I mean, I can say from a personal standpoint, when I started my channel, it was just about learning the game. So it was a lot of videos you probably see other people do who are learning the game and they're watching, and it's just breaking down the game itself. And then it went into adapting, and then it went into what do I want to do? And then it got through all the recordings of what I wanted to get out to the public of what I like, which are mostly the movie strategies and stuff. And then I moved into the lives because the live to me, it's a different stimulation.
Mm-hmm.
And also, even if nobody's watching the live, it's a practice session. And because you're actually logging rolls. So, I like it that way. But, when going live, to me, it's all about, and I'm just going to say that because it's my opinion, it's entertaining for me. Once this is no longer entertaining for me, I will shut it all down. So as long as it's entertaining for me, whether I'm getting something out of it or somebody else is getting something out of what I'm doing, I'm good. The day it doesn't happen or I don't feel that way, I will move on.
Yeah, one of the bad things I found out about lives was this. On the Pro Craps channel I first had, when I started doing the lives, the coffee and craps, that was whatever the subscriber count was. When I moved that to Casino Gaming TV, so Jeremy, you made a new channel for it. Only the people who watched me live every day on the old channel came to the new channel, right? When I was doing lives on the Pro Craps channel, every day I'd catch a couple new people, and that live audience was growing and building, but the channel itself was suffering, as you were talking about. When I switched over to the CGTV channel and only did lives there, it was the same 50 people for like a year. It was so hard to grow a live only channel. You're probably going to find that with the Color Up podcast. It's the same thing. Like the crew that cares came. And then building from there was so hard. Have you all experienced the same things with your lives, like splitting things out?
I mean, I've been doing this for 3.5 years. I'm just over 2,700 subscribers, you know, and I started at the same time as you, John, and Jeff, and Brian. You know, all of us started about the same time, and I'm by far the smallest channel of that grouping of people. One of the things I do want to throw in, and this is kind of a side note, though, John, is, you know, you talked about the sense of community in that. You know, Jeremy, I believe, started at a time like when Wager was around, and all, you know, that whole group, and Rick from Roll, you know, that whole group. You, Jeff, myself, Brian, we all started in kind of a new generation, but you and Jeff kind of took that generation and promoted it. And a lot of the people that are doing channels now are kind of offshoots of this second or third generation, you know.
Was it post-pandemic?
Yeah, the difference
kind of was.
The difference back then was everybody was
correct me if
making
I'm
videos for
wrong
making
with it,
video's sake, right? Just the YouTube formula was make a short video, put it up, and that was it, and maybe answer some questions in the comments. And I think it was Jeremy actually, because when I started watching his channel, I not immediately, a couple months into it, joined the Color Up Club, right? And now you're in Discord. I'm like, oh wait, so behind the scenes, there's actually this whole other group of people and you start doing. And when I made my channel start to kind of rise, I wanted to replicate that, and I wanted to bring more people in because I thought that was kind of fun. And that was the change that me and Jeff experienced, that we tried to kind of push forward, was that it's not John's video on this and Jeff's video on that. It was like, we're doing stuff, and hey, go watch Jeff's channel. It was pretty cool what he just did yesterday. And people would go, yesterday, wait a minute, I'm gonna go to hit, and then we're tag teaming like all the, and that's kind of how that all grew, just because we were friends and we're telling everybody to go watch the other guy's channel, which wasn't really being done back in the day, right?
But what you've built is you've got your Discord, and then Jeremy's got his Discord. But what's happening in the Discord is all this support for all people who just play this game on the regular. And you have people who share strategies, you have people who share experiences, their trip reports. It's grown into things outside of craps, other games. Sports betting is now getting gigantic. You know, but
you know, sports betting gets nothing on these. It's funny, unless you're like some of the sports betting channels I've seen, insane production. Like they have it feels like they got a team of people doing this,
like a network.
But people like Jacob from Wager Me This, Chris from Dice Stevens tried to do some sports betting. Ken from Ken Knows Gambling tried it. Nobody cares. All they care about, like craps, is like, you know, like today, how do you press? And okay, cool, I got something out of that. We all learned something today from David. Sports betting, who's going to win tonight? It's literally what are today's picks, and they don't want to hear from you. It's weird how that, and slots, which you had zero control over, like, you know, press the button, Hail Mary. That's all of slots, right? And how can those channels are so big? It's
what I've
just so
found
weird.
there is, I think for a lot of people, it's the entertainment. So I did a bubble video just for the fun of it, probably a year ago. That's now my second biggest video.
Yeah.
Behind my very first video. And the time it took to catch that, the most, as many views as it. So it made me really want to do like more bubble, just for the sake of doing bubble, just because I know it entertains people and you may get subscribers out of it. But I don't want to be another Greg Lugo. You know, I'm not sitting there posting stuff all the time on bubble. I'm not that kind of player. I play bubble because you could play it at a low level and try stuff out and not lose a bunch of money doing it, you know, and it's entertaining.
So
and
what's
it's easy to shoot.
#1 video?
Oh, that's easy.
I can tell you mine. It's a short about me building my table out of Walmart, 5-foot white tables, and it's got 6,000 views. It's really, you know,
that's what kind of and then shorts came along, and I've got this one video that is literally me building a small table. I'm not building the table. All I did was stain the table, and it was kind of a like preview for like, hey, my video is coming about this table vid. And so it's literally a video, like this zoom over of the stain drying. So literally paint drying, short, and within 24 hours, the views were through the roof. And I'm like, what? This makes no sense. You know?
Shorts make, you can't predict those things at all. What's going to go viral?
Here's the funny thing, guys. clickbait works.
Oh, it does. Yeah.
My
It does.
number one video is almost 10 times larger than the second video I have. It's a 6, 7, 8 video. That's all it is.
I feel like I could put.
And then the next 3 videos are my table build, which everybody
Oh,
knows
yeah,
me
love
for.
table build videos,
And
yeah.
guys, just so you know, I only have 15 videos on the table build. I have 900 other videos. So it's kind of funny how that all kind of
Just to backtrack on that, for the movie strategies, Die Hard is the #1 movie strategy video. It has like 5,000, 6,000 plus views. The next video, movie strategy video, has 400.
Wow.
I don't know what it is about Die Hard.
So while we're on the subject of Die Hard, I always wanted to ask you, Christmas movie or not?
Christmas movie.
100%. 100% a Christmas movie. Most popular video.
You understand your realities? Okay, right.
So, my number one video is when I rolled out the Wheezy. And I don't know why, but I guess everybody heard about it and started searching it, and it is found by search, and so because you could find that out how people found it, and
It's not the Jeffersons. Wheezy.
No, it's one of the
Yeah.
Casino Quest things, but I thought it was a great rollout. And if I'm going to use it, or I think it's worth using on a cruise, I'll try it out and I'll roll it. And so I think it just got popular, and then and so I tried a test because everybody was doing the Arnold for a while, and so I didn't do the Arnold for a long time.
You're missing out, I guess. Apparently.
Yeah, because if everybody did the Arnold, that's probably one. Because so when somebody searches the Arnold or they hear about it, they could find it and find different variations. But that's my biggest one.
That
But
snake trail, these strategies that come out, and we all do one on it, and that kind of builds its own little. That becomes a, what do you call it? A groundswell or whatever. Wave or something,
that
right?
they start pushing out
Yes.
those words.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
But as far as doing lives or shorts or long form, I've ever since I started my channel, and you might not know this and that's the way YouTube works, but 3 years ago, I started my channel and I have a video every single day. I either have a short or a long every day for the last 3 years. And I think shorts drives subscribers that hopefully drives to your main page. But if people are on the short feeds, sometimes they don't even watch long form. Right. But the point is, why would they subscribe to you? So like for you, and not to call you out or anything, but they see your bubble crabs video and they're like, oh, I'm subscribing to this guy.
Right.
And did they get
They go to my channel and they don't find any bubble crabs except for recently.
So I think finding your niche and sticking to it, but you can, and I learned this from Jeremy, you can have experimental videos. So that could have been like an experimental video, see what, because it can guide you into what's working. Now, some people would say, hey, Brian, if you have like a good video that's going out, don't put anything else out because it'll kill the momentum of that. And I think that goes back to motive, like why are you doing what you're doing? And so finding out why you're doing what you're doing, I'm creating content that I'm trying to help people learn how to play craps and learn how to cruise and learn how to do that together. That's pretty much my content, right? Now I could just put it out and then hope people find it and it takes off and then not put something out in a long time. Or I could be consistent. I decided to go to the consistent way of providing content every single day. However, people might not even see that content. They might just see me once a month, but every day there's going to be something, right? So then it's more, then you're dealing with quality versus quantity, right? Because sometimes people will comment, why even show this? What does this matter? And it's just to be there. I want to be there for the people that are subscribed and that are part of the community.
That consistency thing,
that
though,
I'm there.
Can be they tell you that, right? Consistent. And does the quality suffer? By just putting something out because you feel like you have to, does it suffer?
I think it does, but I'm not. But am I doing it for quality or quantity, or am I doing it for the people? And there comes a time where yes, I am, and I'm putting in a lot of time. So there comes a time where you're like, okay, am I doing this for free? Am I? How much is it costing me to do this? So there is that line where you have to say, if I'm going to do this, I have to, get monetized. or have some type of membership. But if I go into it saying, like if I started the channel saying, okay, my first thing is I'm gonna try to get monetized and then get people to pay me, and I'm gonna put some clickbait out, and if I get people to watch the channel, the main purpose of my channel is so that they pay me money so that I could give them more content. I think the motive seeps through whether you know it or not. And I think your content or your niche, you might think you're a niche about craps, but what's seeping through is that you're a niche about trying to make money off of your viewers. And so you can fool some people, but you can't fool everybody.
Yeah, I think I told you this a while back. I might have told you specifically. I got really sad pretty quick when I realized how little money you make on YouTube. I told people on my channel, I've shown them my summaries, right? It's very little. And it's like that decision point of like, okay, am I really doing this for the money? Because if I am, it's going to take everything I've got to monetize it, to get the memberships, to find sponsors, and it becomes a full-time job to replace a full-time job. And is it really worth it? And I just went, nope. I don't have that kind of time, or I need my day job too much to get through my life. I can't put that kind of time in. So I said, screw it. I'm just going to go make the videos I want to watch, kind of thing. And that's, maybe it's selfish, but like I threw in the towel and said I can't justify the time that it would take to make anything meaningful out of it. Even like enough money to go gamble with. Like I can't make even that kind of money. Like I have my YouTube set up to like when it reaches $1,000 to throw me a check. I ain't seen a check yet from CGTV. Like it's, you know what I mean? That's not what it's there for. I think,
so let me just say, just kind of wrap up that comment that I made because I forgot to say this. But I think that if I'm at a place for me, and everybody has their own reasons, but I'm at a place for me is that all I want is my channel to pay for itself. That it's not costing me money every single time, right?
Yeah.
So if my channel could pay for itself, that's my goal. You know, I'm not trying to let it pay for itself and beyond, you know. And it's just kind of a business concept. Like if you're gonna have a business or a hobby in a sense, can it pay for itself? And so that's my motive.
That was and you're right. As a baseline, the Pro Craps channel paid for these cameras and that computer.
Yeah.
And the CGTV channel pays about $45 to $50 a month, which is my internet bill. Effectively, it's a zero sum. Doesn't pay for my time. Or my,
but eventually
cereal,
it could pay for your time, and that's not bad.
No.
And then you decide, like Jeremy, how much do you want to get paid per hour, right? And sometimes you can decide how much you want to be paid per hour that you put in, and then have that as a goal. But then sometimes whatever you're getting paid per hour is what you're making, and you're getting paid $2 an hour, you know, or maybe if that, right? But so
paid $2 a day to do YouTube.
Yeah.
Seriously.
I mean, I will say, doing the lives is where the money's increased because you get the super chats, you get the people donating now and through Crapsy.
That's right.
Dealer tips.
Speaking of which, donate to Veterans Moving Forward
That's right.
now.
Donate to Veterans
Good
Moving
segue,
Forward.
Greg, right?
That's right.
We're on our way to buying another dog. Let's go.
Oh, sorry. So you guys say you have the least subscribers. I haven't broken 500 yet. I'm close. We gotta keep edging up there.
We can break it right now.
So I haven't broke 500 yet.
Okay, so if we could break it right now, we could break 500. Tell us what the name of it, because it's Great Craps, but it's spelled differently.
Yeah, so Gray, add a T, and now it's Great.
Because your last name is?
Craps. Gray.
There you go. Great Craps.
So Great Craps. Everybody always wants to, when I was on Craps Chat, it would be Grady. And no, it's not Grady, it's Great.
But we're
just
only
the way
gonna
we say Great.
We're only going to subscribe if we know what your channel's about.
So
I'm just giving them a hard
So I got to
time.
decide soon, right? No, it's funny what you produce and what hits is not always what you want it to be. So the thing I'm proudest of is my table build. It's not as awesome as his is with the quality workmanship and everything, but I'm proud of the simplicity of it. That anybody with minimal amount of tools and woodworking skills could build this thing, and really it's just a box, and that's what you need to play. And you buy all the other stuff on Amazon, or come here to Casino Quest if you're in Vegas, or a couple other places online to buy all the things you need to make it work, and build a box, and away you go. You can set it on your kitchen table. you're good.
But that was your purpose.
It took
Building
me
it, your purpose was to then practice.
right, and it took me a long time when I was starting out to like search YouTube for ideas to come up with the design that I wanted to do that was portable. I didn't have to leave on the kitchen table and make my wife angry all the time. All of those things, and then I put all those things together and made it into it. And that's what I wanted to push the most. But I can't just sit here and kick out build videos because that's boring, you know. So you got to have some other content to push people to the thing you want them to see. But really, what you're more proud of doesn't always get the attention. You talk about tactical YouTubing.
Yeah.
If I were to do it over again, and we all started about the same time. I think you, Craig, you and I started exactly
Except
the
for
same
Jeremy,
time.
right? Jeremy.
If I were to do it over again, Ryan from Mark the Point is textbook. You can tell that he watched all of our channels, studied up before he did it, learned the social media game. Because when he launched his channel, I was like, man,
yeah,
who's
no, the
this
doors
guy?
are locked.
He's blowing up. And the next thing you know, he's over 4,000 or 5,000 subscribers like that. And I get a Facebook message from him every time he publishes. You know, I get 3 or 4 notifications that he just published some content. And his content, he's got a breadth of it. He's got his strategy videos. He doesn't try to walk over everybody. He does everything the right way and doesn't really overproduce other people's content and stuff. And he stays relative to the community, and he's likable. He's personable on camera. You can't help but like the guy. He's you know, awesome, comes through the camera and everything. And so he's like an every guy like one of us, and people love that. And you can tell they respond to it because his subscriber count and view count went crazy like that.
Well, and he had to go. He was going to be here, but he had a flight he had to get to. But I will say, him and I had like a little fun contest of race to 5,000 back in the day.
I remember.
And the thing is, I've done none of the stuff that he's done. So that's what's the mystery of YouTube.
YouTube
you know?
is
Because
such a
I
mystery.
haven't done any of that stuff, but he did. And yeah, his stuff I think is a higher quality than
You
mine.
hit 5,000 first.
But I won. I hit 5,000 first.
So, but you have the whole cruising community, which overlaps with the craps community, and that
was my advantage. I didn't say I had a disadvantage or advantage. I'm just saying I didn't do all of that kind of stuff. But Jeremy, he's into that and he's learning that. And what tips could you give us? That because you did, I remember you talked about doing those experiment, but also for the community, but also your content, you know?
I should have wrote down some notes because I got a lot of things to say. We're running. I don't know. We should be running out of time.
5 minutes,
I don't
so
know. Let me back up before I ask me that question again. But I would say you've got to have fun with this. So I cringe a little bit when I think I've heard some guys say, well, you got to be careful not to copy someone else's stuff or whatever. And to me, I'm at a different point now, sure, but I was a hobbyist. So let's get this straight. These guys are hobbyists. You got to have fun with it. So if you're worried about it, someone's going to be worried about I redid their strategy or renamed it this and that. You got to get out of that stuff. You got to go, you know what? I'm making a video for this one viewer, and I'm going to have fun with it. So I would give you the advice of if someone's saying, hey, that's my video, whatever. For me, this is crude, but screw you. Like, I'm going to have fun. I thought it was interesting, and I'm going to make this video, right? So, and it'll be uniquely yours because you're a unique individual. So I would say you got to have fun. This is a hobby, and if you're, there will or may become a decision where it's like, okay, do I need to lean into this, put more time and effort into this to then do whatever? I'm so glad to hear John's like, you know what? I came to that point. I made the decision. No, it'll just stay a hobby. Nothing wrong with that, right? And that's great. And it's probably a relief off your shoulder. Like
100%. This is my hobby now, craft
Yeah,
cure.
yeah.
This is where I actually put effort into.
Right.
Yeah.
And so as a hobbyist, and I had that decision, but you got to have fun or else it's just not going to work out. So that's the one thing I want to say is like all the other stuff of what you should or shouldn't, there are no rules. And going to like what works and doesn't work, again, there are no rules. So my top 10 videos, some of them I'm like, oh, I wish they embarrass me, right? So I don't want them to be my top 10 videos, but you don't have a choice when it comes to YouTube.
like what they like.
Whatever happens, there is no. I mean, there are some things you could do to help things along, but at the end of the day, what becomes a million view for me versus 20,000, I don't know. I don't have the secret. So, I think you mentioned clickbait works to an extent, right? We get this certain click, but if they do not watch, 30-40% of your video,
And it'll only work for so long, so many times.
yeah,
After a
people
while,
are going to
you get
figure it
out,
out.
it's just
They'll be like,
they don't even go watch.
right?
The
So,
second part of that statement was, I'm terrible at clickbait. So,
so if you can find the balance of clicking, getting them to click, but then giving them, not, an honest whatever. Yeah, you give them a payoff, whether it's entertainment,
Just put Iron
information,
Cross in the
whatever.
title, you're fine.
Yeah.
Anything with Iron Cross in it is going to be like
Yeah.
magic, right?
I'm gonna try that.
So yeah, if you're worried about doing, repeating someone, don't worry about it. Just do it and have fun, because that's the key. And that's
I'm gonna go with
one of
pro
big
crabs and call it
advice.
amateur crabs.
Amateur crabs. There you
So,
go.
and then you asked, so part of what I do, has worked in some of mine. So what I always do is try to do things that I know work for on my channel. Because I started, I'm kind of like way early than everyone. So one of the advantages I have, not that I'm better than other channels, I was like first to market, right? There were some craps videos, but I just got out there early, right? So there's a huge advantage to that. And one of the things I do now and have found it works is feed the people what they want, which is for my channel strategy videos. So I make the strategy videos, and then there's certain videos that you got to make for those hardcore people, which I call community videos. So there are some I know aren't going to do the numbers, but they're important to my community, whether that's a behind the scenes or, I did a video like.
But those people might be the ones that are coming to Dice Con.
Right, exactly. Those are the more smaller niche people, but you gotta continue to bring them along as well, because they'll get bored of the beginner strategy video. They know the game now, right? But it's either whether it's behind the scenes or
are these
more
the
informational.
type of videos that you might reserve for like members of your
No,
channel?
I don't. I mean, I still put it out publicly, because then people get a look at you. Like, I've made some videos like, hey, this is how I set up my office, or the truth is I'm getting burnt out on making videos or whatever. So outsiders get a look at, authenticity, I think they call it. And then the insiders are like, oh, cool, I get another piece of Jeremy, right? And then the last videos I make are just shot in the dark. It's like, hey, maybe I can make a viral video. And I think it's important to take chances on those every once in a while. So I do know one of my biggest videos, which I do like, is the street craps video. I'm like, that's a chance that is out of the norm for me, but it actually worked and paid off. And I've got a couple like that that
Well, I
have
thought they
paid
did
off.
that when you did the video from GVR. Where it was like a low, it was like almost like they allowed you to film at the table.
I haven't been to GVR, so you're talking about
maybe
someone
it
else.
must have been another
Golden Valley, or the GSR.
GSR.
Okay.
I had the wrong letter.
Yeah, I've done. Different things. Yeah, so you gotta take chances, right? And then, so that would be the big thing: is experiment, give the regular or the hardcore, some videos, and then what you're known for, what people keep coming back for. But it all just comes to do with what I talked to John, and those who do ask me. Very few have asked me, but Mark the Point's one of them. Before he started, I had phone conversations with him all the time and gave him a whole bunch of help, but no one asked me, so he did. But is what do you want out of it, and what is your goal and purpose of doing it? So for me, it's great. It was a hobby and having fun, and that's where you guys are at. So now, but you're getting to the point like I'm hearing in a lot of the conversation of what am I doing this for a little bit, because it's like, at some point it's like, yeah, views are cool, a few bucks are cool to pay for, some, $100 a month or whatever. But at some point it's like, are you going to continue to do that forever? I mean, how much do you love this hobby, or do you want to keep it going? So a lot of it comes down to that, is deciding for yourself, why are you doing this? What do you want to do this for? And that kind of answers some questions if which you should continue and try.
I think if I had to, for me, if I had to sum that up, and I'm not trying to sum you up, but if I was asked that, I think everything that you would do, I'd say yes. The concept of it, though, I think is growing deep and wide. I think a lot of times people want to grow wide, like I want to reach the masses. But if it's just on a shallow level, what's your real impact, you know? And so you want to grow wide, yes, but you also want to go deep. And I think that's kind of what it does when we see the inside scoop or the behind the scenes. We're going a little bit deeper. Yeah. But you also have to spread wide as well.
Well, I was going to say, I've never really summarized or whatever, but the goal of my channel has always been to grow the game of craps. That means teach new people how to play the game, because I'm like, I love this game. I want more people, like when you go by and see all the slots fold or whatever, like, why aren't you playing this game with me? So that's always my number one thing is like, if I make this video, does it progress my goal of enticing people to play this game with me? So that is kind of the going deep part of like, that's why I do what I do, is because I want more people to play this game with me.
We have a couple of questions here from the
Tito. I have a question. Basically, Craig, you were live and then you got on Crapsy. That increased your viewers?
I think so, because it brought in a community that loves to play the game.
So my question to you guys is, technology is changing really fast. What would you like to see develop that would help all of your channels or one of your channels, whether it's particularly spread out over all of them?
I have a silly answer. An easy button.
An easy button.
I'm going to go off his and say an undo button, but no.
Yeah. Crapsy needs an undo button.
Crapsy needs an undo button.
Yes, for sure.
You're like,
No,
I
but-
messed up, and then you do the wrong thing.
Well, for me, Tito, for me, what would help is you guys as a community, because this whole segment should be about community, not about our channels. It really should be. So for you guys as a community to let us know what you're looking for. How can we involve you guys more in our channels and make the videos that we produce more quality for you?
Is there any technology that would help that's coming up? It doesn't have to be anything that exists right now, but
I may be the wrong person to ask because I'm a blue collar craps person.
Well, speaking of, so let me jump into it. So with regards to tech, we're in a weird spot right now, and you've probably all noticed the deluge of AI videos, and I can sniff them out a mile away. You probably can too by now, right? It's garbage content, but that's what's happening, right? The easy button that Joe's asking for is I have recorded myself enough. I've fed my voice, hours of it, into an AI that I can now just type an article and it'll read it in my voice with my stutter, with my inflections, with everything, and put moving pictures behind it, and I can upload a video in 30 minutes now, right? With doing zero work. That's that's the easy button that Joe's talking about. I'm trying
I don't want it. I'm just
well, yeah,
silly.
but also you can take that. Like I gave it a page of the ProCraps website, and I said create podcast. You've heard the video, right? And it creates a podcast of a guy and a gal talking to each other, asking probing questions about the content that I fed it. That's the next thing with tech, right? Our channels will eventually have to absorb some of this and evolve into some of that if you want to go that direction. It's going to dehumanize a lot of it, which I think is the community piece, is the connections that we've formed with each other and with our subscribers and the people watching chat right now. That's the thing. That technology is here to stay, and it's only going to do more and more and more, and it's going to inject itself more and more and more into your stuff. You're going to start seeing. When I watch YouTube Shorts, how many YouTube Shorts are not the guy, right? It's a 30-second clip of Joe Rogan, but it's not Joe Rogan. It's a fake Joe Rogan, or it's somebody else taking a Rogan video and putting their own captions on it. That's what's happening, right?
And
those are real things, right?
I've started playing around with that. I did a video that I sat on forever because I did not have the time to narrate it. I finally sat down and did the script. I still didn't have time to record it, and plus the wherewithal to do the editing and match the audio and everything. So I just put it into Chat GPT and had it read it, and then uploaded that. And so it's not my voice; it's
kind of
narration,
scary.
and it's a video that works for that.
It's kind of scary how good that is, isn't it? Though.
Yeah, but then the other thing is thumbnails.
Yeah.
Thumbnails are really key visually for somebody who's surfing through YouTube, whether it's on their phone or on their TV, looking for content. Not the content that just randomly feeds you, but somebody who's looking for something specific. So a lot of people will spend a lot of time on. You can spend a ton of time on just getting the thumbnail right. And I'll have a concept in my head of what I want the thumbnail for this video to look like. You can go with what YouTube gives you to stick in there from a screenshot from your video, but that's never very attractive. but I'll spit that into AI, and it'll spit out a more amazing image than I had in my head, and I'll use that as I might tweak it a little bit, but I'll use that as a thumbnail. And it took me from probably an hour working on a stupid thumbnail to like 10
I
minutes.
think Jeremy has always been the leader in terms of, I don't know, his stuff always looks really good.
Yeah,
to me.
production quality.
Everybody's always
For sure.
to him
Yep.
as kind of a leader there. And I see he keeps looking at the ceiling. So I'd like to, what do you think could change Craps channels in general?
We'll make this our final thoughts about it. That's a great question to finalize. What could change crap channels? Yeah.
This is what I'm working on, and I don't mind sharing the idea. Not that it's been a new idea, but it's been a dream of mine for years. And it kind of, me and Brian been talking about a little bit as where's the future, what's the advancement, and I am now in a position where looks like I'm going to get some help because I've signed a TV deal. But with that, it looks like, let me get the short of it, is to make craps a sport. And what I mean by that is how poker does it. It'll be a televised thing.
The Olympics.
Well, I don't know about the Olympics, but you have your play-by-play guy, your color guy. It's a sport, right? All the chips, you mentioned before, they're almost all RFID, so it's no problem to keep track of the players, how much they're winning total. So whether it's tournament-based or show-based, you're going to know who, and there's going to be the big better, the famous old guy or whatever. There's going to be characters that are developed. But for me going forward, that's what I'm going towards, is to make this a sport and a little different than, hey, just strategy. And so it's not for people learning and playing, but it's almost like just pure entertainment for the sport of it. Because we know a lot of us love this game because of how exciting it can be. So that's where I'm leading to. The technology part just follows that, the ideas. But the idea for me is to now take what I've gotten and the advantages that I now have and to turn it into a real sport that is going to, I think, open up beyond. Because for me, like my YouTube channel, I feel it's like there's a cap of how many craps people can there be, right? There's always new people who turn 21 and want to go to Vegas. But some of these things, when you televise it as a sport, it reaches way beyond, because now there's dynamics of who wins and who loses and the characters and why are you watching and then people can learn along the way. So that's what I see the future going, and that's what I'm personally working on. So if that answers a little bit of the question, it's not really technology based, but it's more like ideal based and future based for where I'm going.
Final thoughts?
I don't have any final thoughts. I can only answer questions.
That's it. That was it. Yeah.
My final thoughts. Thank you, everybody, for supporting everyone that's up here, and please consider donating to the raffle. And this is going to a great cause. Veterans moving forward, guys. Nothing better than that. So thank you very much.
I just want to say thank you to everybody. Thank you for coming to the meetup. Thank you for donating. Thank you for keeping the questions coming. You keep this event going every year, and it's only because of you that keeps us alive. So keep coming back, keep donating, and this is a tremendous cause. Veterans moving forward. Do it. Donate now.
And it is final thoughts for this segment, because we still got a couple more hours for you to give, so don't worry about that. But I did want to say, because Tito, I think a little bit of what when you asked that question, I heard what can help us, like from the viewer perspective.
No,
I know from you said technology, but in my mind I was like, what could help me from the viewer perspective? And I would say this: give the video a thumbs up if you like it or if you watch it for any amount of time. I think that's huge. I think another thing is huge is positive comments. Like letting us know that you appreciate it is very, very important. And then, there might be negative comments, but when there are negative comments, are you giving a negative comment to make us better or to tear us down? I think make us better is that would really help.
Yeah,
I think,
well said.
and so those are the three things I would say.
So early on Craps Chat, I used to say that the production quality for all the YouTubers needed to come way up. I started learning how to play by watching Jeremy's channel, and we all know Jeremy's production levels through the roof, so I was kind of spoiled. And then all the other channels are kind of, But standing up here right now, everybody's production quality has come way up, and everybody has really good looking production quality. I was dying for Craig to get a real table forever, you know. I used to hate looking at Chiro's crazy hand-painted layout. It just bothered the heck out of me, but I would still watch Chiro's videos, even though that just, you know, it was on his kitchen table and weird squiggly marks on it and everything. Brian's live stuff and just his speaking ability off the cuff has just gone through the roof the more he does this and everything. So seeing the production level come up for all of us who started about the same time has been really great. And there's other channels out there as well. Like I said, Mark the Points production was spot on from the get-go, and you could tell he studied and talked to the right people. And so I'm really appreciative of that. And that's kind of my final thoughts is I think as a community, we have come a long way in just a span of a couple of 2 or 3 short years since the pandemic and since this kind of blew up and everything. So it's nice to see that. And I have hopes for what the future holds, especially when it comes to, like he said, maybe making this a sport and getting it on TV and golf style analysis and all of that, like John says all the time. So I would love to see that. I think it'd be great.
Come on back over. All right. We back?
Back.
Wow. Again, such great content. You guys are awesome, by the way. Oh, about that? Thank you. You guys are awesome. Thanks for doing that segment with me. Now, we're going to take a little break. A quick update. Okay.
We got about $4,000 into the raffle tickets.
4,000 in a raffle. Okay, so we sold 4,000 raffle tickets, right? We need more, right? Just to shame everybody, the raffle tickets last year we sold $12,000 in raffle tickets last year. 4,000 so far this year. Okay, this year we got the private chef coming to your house and cooking dinner and brunch, cruising with me. You got the custom Joe Craftsmaster Journey custom built throwing station, chessboard, of course the cutting board. A lot of other items in there for raffle, so get in there and do it. Again, we're here for the veterans, right? We're having fun, we're learning a bunch of stuff, we're having a great time, right? Ultimately, the goal here is to raise enough money to get a dog through Veterans Moving Forward and get that dog trained and ready to go into service for a veteran. That's what we're here for. So 2 hours to go, right? We're gonna take a little break now. We're gonna bring Michael Shackelford out here in a little bit. He's gonna walk us through something really, really cool. Tell your friends, by the way, this is gonna be one of those segments you don't wanna miss. I hope he has good news for you. I have no idea if he's smiling or not, I can't tell. If this is gonna be fantastic. He's gonna break down a side bet for us and really get into we're not gonna talk come bet and place bet. We're gonna talk about math though, for sure. So get your notebooks out, and this is gonna be such a good segment. We're gonna close up with Craps Chat. There may be some people dialing into Craps Chat, we'll see if we can get that to work. But yeah, that's the plan here. We'll do a little Michael Shack for a little Craps Chat, and then I have a big announcement about the raffle, when the drawings are going to be, and more bingo talk and that kind of thing. But let's go to commercial real quick, and we'll be back here in about 5 minutes. All right.
I'm Gordon Sumner. I'm the president and CEO of a nonprofit called Veterans Moving Forward, and our mission is to provide service and emotional support dogs to veterans that are dealing with mental and/or physical challenges. And hopefully, in anticipation, once this is lifted, we'll be able to get back to bringing our veterans in and matching them up with a dog later on this year. So that hasn't stopped. We still have dogs that we have to take care of. So that part hasn't changed. What has changed is the impact of the coronavirus on our ability to raise revenue. Since February, we have had close to 30 to 40 events that have been canceled. With all that coming to a screeching halt, we've had to refocus how we can do our fundraising, a lot more social media, but in direct mail campaign, things like that. But it has really impacted where we just don't have that visibility. We're Americans. This is not our first trial that we've had in the 240 plus year history of our country. We will get through this. And we'll come out on the other side, I believe, stronger than ever. And how we're going to do that is through an emotional bond and a belief in what we do as Americans, where we believe in each other and where we work together as a team. And that's what we're doing here at Veterans Moving Forward. We need to dig deep, and we need to believe in our American values, and we need to come out of this together as a country, focused on that path forward, just like what we're doing with our veterans, so that as Veterans Moving Forward, we're going to help our veterans as soon as we can get back to normal to help them move forward with their lives, with themselves and their families.
The group called Veterans Moving Forward in Sterling trains service dogs to deal with whatever issues a veteran might face. Because of the pandemic, they aren't able to help as many veterans as they would like. ABC 7's Tobias Rodriguez shows us how they're still able, though, to make a difference in the lives of veterans.
These dogs are getting ready for the duty of a lifetime. Harry and Zamp are training to be service dogs to Jason Armentrout, an Army veteran.
Yes.
And James Anderson, an Air Force veteran.
It's made a difference already. I can feel it inside.
Anderson says he still battles painful memories of his time in war.
Oh, Desert Storm, I lost 52 pounds in 55 days. And it got harder and harder as the years went on.
He turned to Veterans Moving Forward, a nonprofit that trains dogs to help veterans with medical issues and mental health. Anderson visits Zamp every few weeks. Zamp is trained to know when his veteran is dealing with anxiety so he can make him feel better.
He wakes me up when I have nightmares, and he's just a rather calming force.
The nonprofit says they have more applications now because veterans are dealing with pandemic stress and training the dogs became harder.
And you're trying to get them out to train in public and there's no people out. The parks were literally like you try to go to a park and they were taped off.
For Armentrout, Harry will be a companion, standing right by his side, fit with this special brace for support.
A leg will just go out from under me. I don't know why. I always have to hold on to something. So Harry is going to be able to provide some support.
With his mental health in mind, Armentrout says Harry will help him regain the passions his injury took away, like hiking and fishing.
Anxiety does a lot to your mind. By virtue of having Harry with me, I'll feel more confident.
Both dogs finished training in March and will go home with their vets. Reporting in Sterling, Tobias Rodriguez, ABC 7 News.
What a great partnership. And Veterans Moving Forward wasn't able to take in new dogs or hire new trainers because fundraising slowed down at the start of the pandemic, but they say now they are getting back on track.
Craps for the Cure 2024 is live and underway. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast, and here's ways you can help, okay? It's easy. Go to crapsforthecure.com. Number one, if you want to just flat out donate money, it's the easiest thing you can do. Click the donate button, comes into here, pick your amount, drop in your credit card, 100% goes to Veterans Moving Forward, our charity for this year. If you want to purchase a raffle item, we have a bunch of great giveaways this year. Click on the raffle button, you'll end up over here, and you can browse the items that we've got. Now we're going to jump down here. I'll show you a few of them, right? Tony Leo's offering up 4 wage consultations for craps. Joe from Craftsmaster Journey built a custom convertible chessboard craps throwing station. He's got 500 hours into this one-of-a-kind item. It's amazing. Garrison's given out a full set. It's both of John Patrick's books, his Platinum Crafts book, the Dice Setting Super System, DVDs of John Patrick and Garrison giving lessons. It's an amazing offer. Casino Player Magazine offering up 5 subscriptions to both Casino Player and Slots magazines. Additionally, anybody who buys the Casino Player magazine during the broadcast and even in the weeks following, they will donate money directly back to the charity. The great folks over at Casino, I love Casino Tiers. Casino Tiers, Ed Robinson and 10 Ton, they've offered up a pro pack for starters, which is 2 sticks of dice, a one-of-a-kind mug, and their hat. Additionally, they're doing a seminar Saturday, November 2nd. That filled up really fast. They added a day. Anybody who signs up for the Sunday session, as a result of watching Craps for the Cure, 1/3 of your tuition for that seminar, that's $500. They're going to donate it right back to the charity. That's amazing. Thanks to the Casino Tiers guys for stepping up like that. Bo Parker, by the way, stepping up. But the one and only dice coach, Bo Parker, he's offering up a full craps class as a raffle item. Additionally, anybody who donates $500 or more, he will give a free class to. So if you just want to flat out donate $500, boom. Instead of him taking the money, he's giving it all back to charity. So that's free classes with him for the big donation. Heavy Axis Power Crafts full weekend seminar, right? That's a big deal right there. And that'll be either in Biloxi or out here in Vegas. One of our subscribers also made a custom cutting board. And you can see here the process of him actually kind of drilling it out and filling it in, and it's amazing. Just absolutely amazing for this thing. And of course, there's the cruise with me. Dates to be determined. You and I, if you win this thing, we'll go on a cruise together. It's going to be absolutely awesome. How do these things work? It's very simple. You click that and that you like. You pick the number of chances you want. They're $1 per chance, right? That's it to raffle. 25 chances, $25. Easy as that. We're going to draw names on Sunday night to determine the winners of all these things. By the way, throughout the process here, we're going to be playing bingo. Crappy bingo. So we'll take breaks. We'll throw the dice. Check your bingo card. You want to play some bingo with us? It's $10 for a bingo card. We're going to give away dice and chips and all sorts of collectibles throughout the broadcast. So there's your way to kind of get involved and kind of have fun with us through the chat. Speaking of chat, if you're watching the broadcast live and the mood so strikes you during the show, you want to just make a quick donation, well, here it is. Donate now. It's underneath the chat button. This donation button right here is a fee-free donation. 100% of what you donate here during the chat right now goes to the charity, courtesy of Google. YouTube does this for us, which is an amazing thing. There's no fees on these special super chats. So there it is. If you want to get involved, we really appreciate you helping out this amazing charity, Veterans Moving Forward. Again, our goal this year is $50,000, which will purchase, feed, pay for training, pay for vet bills for one dog. It takes 2 years to raise a dog and get that dog into service for a veteran, as well as matching it to the correct veteran. Can't thank VMF enough. And folks, keep the veterans in your thoughts, in your prayers, and thank them when you see them. And that's it. We'll get back to the show here, and hopefully you can find in your heart to press one of those buttons up there. Oh, one more thing, the merch button. You got to get some merch, right? You're looking at wearing the shirt that I'm wearing right now, right? This nice black collared shirt over here with our logo on it. That's an amazing thing. We have car and computer stickers, a couple of really cool looking t-shirts, and of course, you know me and my coffee mug. So there it is, guys. And back to the show we go. All right, folks, welcome back to Craft of the Cure 24. We have Michael Shackelford. Hey, how you doing, man? Good to see you
Thanks
again.
for having me back.
Oh, man, love having you here. You kidding me? Now, before we do what we're going to do, I saw, I think on your website, 4-0 roulette.
Yep.
Oh, is that coming to America? Please tell me it's not coming to
I don't know.
Oh
All I know
gosh.
about it is it's called quadruple zero roulette. It can currently be found at the Marina Bay Sands in Singapore.
Yeah.
And John Huxley is a maker of a lot of the roulette wheels, and they are trying to sell it. So I have no control over that. But I bet you this would be a good bet. I bet you we see that somewhere in Las Vegas within 5 years.
Oh my gosh.
But that's just a wild prediction.
Yeah. Wow, unbelievable. So thanks for coming.
You're welcome.
You're here every year. You always help us out, which I love.
Thank you.
And we always talk about craps, right? Math. But this year, the math problem I gave you is a little more interesting, right? So what people may or may not know that you do is game testing, right? You work at what's the G2E? And you do some of that, right?
Well, I as a side business, I do the math for casino games, slot machines, table games, you name it.
Do you determine house edge for them? It's like, this is a good, bad bet? Or do you say, if you did this, you could move the edge around? Or are you just evaluating and giving thumbs up, thumbs down?
So the way it usually works is, let's say it's a table game, is the inventor will give me the basic idea of the game. And I will fine tune it to get it as good as it can be. And I will shoot for a house edge of about, I will ask them, what kind of house edge do you want? And usually they don't even know what to say.
Right.
So depending upon how much skill is involved, I will shoot for something like in the 1% to 3% range.
Oh,
and tinker with like the pay table. Usually if it's a poker-based game, there's some kind of a pay table for the premium hands. And I will tinker with that to get the house edge perfect.
Interesting. Okay, so we gave you an idea for a side bet.
Yep.
Now, he's not here, unfortunately. Big AZ, everybody knows Big AZ. He was here for the week before this. He has a big crew here. 50-something people came to Vegas to play craps. His idea for a side bet is, we don't know what to call it yet, but it's basically the Hardway. So we had our friend Ryan from Mark the Point here earlier. And Ryan is a pretty aggressive Hardways player. And what he does, he'll take a Hardway at 5 or 10. He'll parlay it, and try and get the $1,000 win. Miracle of miracles, hit the same thing twice or 3 times. AZ's thing was, what if you hit all 4 Hardways independently before the 7, or any 4 Hardways before the 7? And I'm like, I like that for a number of reasons. One is it's a pain to parlay the bets, and that area becomes a mess. It's hard for the stick to work it. On a cruise ship where there's a lot of times no ATS, that's your only bonus bet. As a side bet that we all do ourselves, and it creates chaos.
Yeah.
This might be like the repeater bet, a little bit less chaos, but easier to manage.
Yeah, I absolutely like the idea, and I did do the math on it.
Okay. Care to share?
Sure. So
we're all waiting.
Okay, so I ran this 2 different ways.
Okay.
Is the first way looking at just hitting the hard 4, 6, 8, and 10. That was the goal.
Independently.
Yep, and before 7. And you had to get the top award, you had to hit all of them at least once. And I know that the probability of doing that after all my math was 1 in 210.
Oh, okay.
So if you were to pay, say, 175 to 1 for doing that, it would have a house edge of 16.2%, which is about where it's at for things like bonus craps and the fire bet.
Right.
Okay. And if you wanted to have a consolation prize, the probability of hitting 3 out of 4 is 1 in 35. So you could have a pay table of, say, that pays 50 for hitting all 4 and 20 for hitting 3 out of 4, and that would come in at 15.7%.
Okay. Interesting. So so that's actually not as bad as I thought it was going to be. For some reason, I thought the probabilities were going to be out of the.
No, I was surprised.
Interesting.
It came in more likely to happen than I was expecting to.
And that's for unique. That's not just for any 4.
Right. Yeah, they have to be unique. For example, the 4 out of 4 is you must hit all 4 Hardways to win the bet, much like things like bonus craps. Like on the small, you must hit the 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 before 7.
We talked about over email, and I think you kiboshed it, but I put it out there anyway, about including all 6 Hardways.
I did do that too.
Okay.
And the more I thought about it, I know I initially didn't like the idea, but the more I percolated on it, the more I liked it. So here's version 2. Is the goal is to hit all 6 Hardways, including the hard 2 and hard 12. So the probability of hitting all 6 of those before 7 is 1 in 924.
Yeah.
But that lets us get up to some of the bigger wins.
Sure.
And for consolation prizes, the probability of hitting 5 is 1 in 154, and the probability of hitting 4 is 1 in 44. So, for example, I thought a nice pay table would be 10 to 1 for hitting 4, 50 to 1 for hitting 5, and 200 for hitting all 6, and that would have a house edge of 20.1%.
And that's not that's any Hardways, not unique Hardways.
They have to be. They have to be unique.
Oh,
it does not help you to repeat.
Why? Oh, because the 4 goes to 1 in 44 because you're including all 6 as a possibility.
Right. So that might be hitting like the hard 2, 4, 6, and 8, and then you roll a 7. So you hit 4 unique ones.
Okay. So in your opinion, is this the kind of thing that we might want to have another conversation about now that you've done the math on it?
Yeah, I absolutely like this idea. I think this is equally as good as things like bonus craps and the fire bet.
Wow.
And you might know better than me, but maybe players are starting to get a little bit bored with those. Or maybe maybe the company that develops these is charging too much. So yeah,
I think players get bored with the thing about this that I like is that it's a single bet. It's a nickel or it's a penny or whatever it's going to be. The 555 on and the requirement for the pass line bet is becoming such a bleed to people. And I think although it's a great miracle when it happens, it's such torture getting to it.
Yeah.
As a player, it's torture. It's another $15. Or I'm on the pass line. I win the pass line. I lose that. I get nothing out of the pass line, which is why the pass line is a great bet to start with. It's like it takes all the juice out of it, unless you're laddering up in there or something. So I like that it's a single bet and that it's potentially cheaper.
Yeah. I think something like this should just have a $5 minimum, and this is I would view as a player these things like the bonus craps as don't bet a lot of money on them. It should just be a fun thing if you bet it at all, because it does carry a high house advantage.
Huge, right? Well, especially when it's this 31, 150, and
right. Well, the bonus craps, I don't remember off the top of my head, but the house edge there is about 20% too.
I think it's 22% if I'm not mistaken, and it was less. It was 7% on the tall or on the all,
and then they made the pay table stingier, I bet.
Yeah. Now, do you know? Maybe inside baseball on this one, is that a licensing thing? I think somebody told me that once, that it was 175 because there was a license fee associated with the original Get 'em All, whatever the name was. And when they were able to unlicense it and do the little ones, big ones, whatever.
Yeah.
Now the casino's not paying the extra spiff off to the company. They can just pay us the lesser amount anyway.
I don't think it's a licensing thing. For one thing, with these bets is you can't patent them anymore. You can trademark the names, but now the gaming companies are stealing each other's games right and left. So that's why you see Diceology and Bonus Craps and who knows what other names it goes by, but it's all the same thing. But I tend to think that what happens is they released it with a generous pay table to get players to like it, and then once they liked it, they made it more stingy, they do this with everything, not just casino games.
Right.
Like when a company releases a new product or there's a new restaurant, they tend to have, low prices to get people through the door. And then once they hooked a good audience, then they raise the prices on them.
Yeah.
You see that with buffets all the time.
Oh yeah. Yeah. But the buffet's quality is going down and the price is going up.
Yeah, I guess buffets are starting to go the way of the dodo bird, but I'm sure you can remember like when a casino would open a buffet, it would be really good quality and reasonable prices, and then the price would go up and the quality would go down.
Yeah, and then COVID happened and nobody wants to get near anybody's anything. So it became a petri dish out there. We all said, maybe not, unless you're on a cruise ship where the buffet is the way to go.
Yeah, yeah.
Cool. So let's talk about the process then. So if we decided to say, this is a good thing, right? And we wanted to start marching forward, none of us have any clue what this looks like. Like from the back end of things, there's legalities, there's marketing and all, and getting it into the hands of the right people. What does that process even look like?
It is a tough process. So the way I would recommend doing it is to maintain complete control from the get-go. And that means you have to hire someone to make a craps layout that has these bets on it and just leave everything else the same. And then you have to go to a casino, and I would start with small ones, probably not in Las Vegas, and say, please try out this bet. We will give you the felt for free. And hopefully it does well for them. And you might give them the first 6 months for free, or but then once it starts to get placements, then you can start charging for it. And then once you get kind of players to like it and people recognize it, then you can, the exit plan is then you would sell to a company like Light and Wonder or AGS and say, look, we already have all these successful placements. That gives you so much more power at the bargaining table. Much like on Shark Tank, they always say, show me some numbers. They expect you to get something going first. It's the same way here. Or plan two is you just go to companies like what I just said and say, here's my concept. Here, I got a math report from the wizard. You please do everything else. And then they're just going to give you like a small percentage of the revenue, like maybe 10%. And you really risk them just putting it on a shelf and not doing anything with it.
So really, it's a little bit of DIY at the beginning. Right?
Do it yourself.
Pound the pavement, get it out there. I didn't think that was. I thought we would have to go through legal and a bunch of other stuff first to vet it, and then market to those companies.
I with side bets, I could be mistaken about this, but you do not need special approval for a side bet in Nevada. For a whole new game you do. And there's a whole big process to that I could talk a long time about. But I believe for side bets, you can
felt it.
Yeah, you can felt it. And I, don't I'm not 100% on this, but I believe you felt it, put in a casino, and as long as the house edge is under 25%, it's all good.
Okay, that's really interesting.
If you get serious, I would confirm that with gaming. Okay. But that's how I believe it is.
I think seeing the numbers, I feel like I want to get serious about it. Like I was afraid it was going to be this impossible bet, wicked high house edge. There's no way to make it make sense, but it seems like it actually makes a
No,
lot of sense.
mathematically, it holds water really well. So I think that it has the qualities of a good side bet, and that I think players will like it, and the casino will like it. So and if you know anyone who is friendly with the casino or is already in a casino with a good position, like director of table games, beg them to please put this in.
Yeah.
And at the beginning, they have all the bargaining power. You should be happy as a clam to give it to them for free.
So, all right, let's make the assumption I get it someplace for free. Okay, we put it in Casino X. They like it. It's doing well. Try get a few more properties onto it. You say not for free. What does it look like? Like are they? Is it a percentage of the take? Is it more of a price per install?
It's price per table per month.
Okay.
Yep. And if you start at smaller casinos that have worn out felts, it's going to be a lot easier. But when you start taking it to the big casinos in Vegas, they're going to say, we have an arrangement with Light and Wonder to provide all our felts, and they're going to get mad if we have an exception to that. So there's a lot of obstacles to this business.
Yeah, well, that's why I wanted to talk to you, because I figured you probably know some of the obstacles for sure. So side bets aside, new games I've seen. I think you did a video on this a while back. Was there street craps? We just talked about street craps a minute ago. Didn't somebody try that, like an outdoor version of street craps? Was it like the Grand or something?
Yeah, the Downtown Grand had that. I didn't know. I thought they came up with the idea.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm like, there's no way they're going to go outside. No way somebody's going to go outside and play craps. But the concept of street craps is so simple.
Yeah.
It seems like it would make good sense for a more of a stand-up, like a blackjack size layout. You don't need a big table for that, right? Or like there was a game called Yo or something or whatever that never took off. But I saw the video on it. I'm like, that actually looks like kind of a fun game.
Yeah, I remember Yo.
Cup. It was like a Yahtzee Cup, I think, wasn't it, or something?
Yeah, I made a video about that game at one of the gaming shows, and I don't even remember the gist of the game, but of course it had something to do with 11s.
Yeah.
And street craps, I don't think that did very well. I was the first person to make a legal bet in that game.
Really? That's cool.
I mean, I just knew when it was going to launch, like whatever time on what day, and I just asked them, may I have the honor of the first bet? And they said, sure.
That's cool. I mean, that's a cool game. Like the concept of it is cool, but I think the way they did it outside in that big box was weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can see that as a walk up.
Coming up with completely new dice games is a really difficult obstacle. I have never seen anyone make it. Even even Chuck-a-Luck has gone the way of the dodo bird. So I mean, people like craps they just don't understand any other dice games. And if you come up with something that's out of the clear blue sky, whether it's about dice or cards, it's really difficult to get players to like it.
Yeah.
So that's why I think just adding a side bet to craps is a good idea.
What do you see more of coming out as new things? Is it more new poker-based card games, or is it more side bet versus like more 74th version of blackjack with all the different weird rules and stuff?
Yeah, it's a slow time for new table games because there was a Supreme Court decision that said that a casino game cannot be patented because there's no physical thing to it. I mean, you could say the table is physical, but tables already exist. You can't patent a table, and you can't patent just a method of playing a game. But you can trademark them. So the downside is that if you create a new successful table game, anyone can just steal it without repercussions. So that inhibits creativity. And since COVID, casinos, that they have been trying to phase out live table games and put in more ETGs, electronic table games. So yeah, it's a tough business.
It's interesting. I talked to the marketing manager over at Ellis Island yesterday.
Yeah.
And he was saying that he feels like table games are on the rise a little bit.
Okay.
Like there was a little bit of this, but
yeah,
it's coming back because of the excitement level, and people are seeking that out more.
Well, that's good news. I'm happy to hear somebody say that. But meanwhile, you walk into a casino you haven't been to in 6 months, and you see a place that used to have table games that's now slots.
Right. Or the ETGs, which are taking up a lot of room. We had an interesting talk about bubble craps which still can't figure some of this stuff out with bubble craps, right? It's like it is classified as a slot, and we were talking about comps. And that was the thing we didn't understand. Maybe you can help explain what he was trying to explain, which was the comp system. This came up in chat a lot of questions. On the craps table, you know what your expected loss is, and that's what it's all based on. We feel like in bubble craps, we're making the same bets and the same amount of risk, and the edge is the exact same, but it's comped like a slot, where it's dollars in, dollars out, is how we explained it. And I don't understand that.
Well, I wish they were comped like slots, because slots have a huge house advantage of 10 to 15%. So slot players get rewarded really well.
They do.
Whereas casinos know that if craps played well, has a very low house edge. So most casinos do not award conventional points for slot play, but you should still put your card in, and you will still get rewarded based on your play. But at most casinos, you just won't see any points. But you will see, kind of like Theo, you will accumulate what's the Theo, or whatever you want to call it, that the casinos can see, and you will get offers. But it's frustrating because you won't see in your display any points.
No, or it'll say like 1 point per $12 or something along those lines of what it does on the individual bubbles do that. And the big one does get nothing. The vaulty one gives you 0 points.
Yeah, and
which is strange.
And furthermore, each casino can do it different ways, I think. And there was a good play. I'm sworn to secrecy, but there was a casino here in Vegas that, if you played an ETG, it wasn't bubble craps, but it was the other one where each player had their own dice. Or no, they didn't.
The dice in the middle, and you played around it?
Yeah. Anyway, you didn't earn any conventional points, but they were very generous with the Theo. So, So, I would keep your ear peeled in the community, you craps players, like who is being generous comping electronic table game craps well.
Yeah, most people would say nobody. That's been like the number one gripe, I think, is about that. Is about nobody's,
Yeah, sorry to hear that, but it's tough finding an advantage in the casino, and you never
always on Zoom. Oh, okay, that's great. Actually, you want to do me a favor, Craig? Let's run a commercial. I'll zoom him in. All right, we'll get the guy that his idea. We can give him the news again.
Okay,
right back. Yeah.
They can do it successfully.
Here we go.
Over
so
any doubt, but
this is going to take us a minute in the,
I've yet to see any such
audience
evidence.
to help us out here. So I think AZ is added. I'm trying to get Big AZ zoomed in, so we're going to try and get him on here. So give me a second to get him in. Let's see here. Big AZ. Hold on.
Well, at least you're honest.
Get his
I
video
think
in
a lot
here.
of people might
Big AZ is I don't see him.
put a lot of
There he
emphasis
is.
on remembering the times that it does work. and forget the times that it doesn't. It's called confirmation
AC,
bias.
are you here? Can you hear us?
And have more faith than they should in their ability.
We proved that
I'm not
yesterday.
seeing it. Yeah.
We had setting the dice.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Oh no. Where is he at?
2 dice setters. Didn't do
Where is
shit.
he?
I said, give me a random shooter. Random shooter comes up there. 24 numbers. Hit mostly
Come on.
5, 6, 8, 9, boom, 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 boom.
Uh-huh.
So there you go. Random against dice setting.
Yeah, they can hear.
Goes the theory right there.
Michael, we have a question from the chat, and I'm not sure if you're prepared to answer this at all.
Okay.
But the question is from Garrison. He is asking, what are the odds of rolling each point number 4 through 10 twice?
I don't know off the top of my head.
And I figured that, but I wanted to ask.
I think that I haven't
Easy,
asked
can
the
you hear us
wizard
or no?
question about that, but it would take me a long time to dig it up. But I can make an ask the wizard question. So did you say each point number 4, 5, 6,
His question,
8, 9, and
exact
10?
question is, what are the odds of rolling each point number
Yeah.
4 through 10
Mhm.
twice before
There he
the
is.
7?
Can you hear us okay?
Yeah.
Hey, can you hear me?
So
Yeah, I
that's
can hear
the
you. We're gonna
question
go. We're gonna
from the
move
chat.
you to a speaker here. So just give me a
Watch
second to
this.
do that. Sound Bluetooth. I gotta go to Bluetooth.
Okay, I'll put that in my next Ask the Wizard column. But yeah, off the top of my head, I don't know, and it would take me a while to do the math.
Sure, not a
And I would need an integral calculator, which I don't have with me.
So that'll be on his website, I believe, guys. So
Yep.
make
What's
sure
it called,
that You,
Ian?
check out the wizardofoz.com.
Yep. So yeah, I just wrote an Ask the Wizard column on Friday, so it'll be about 2 weeks before I write another one.
Speaker. It's just a speaker. So,
Any
AZ,
other
can you say
questions,
something
people
here?
in the chat, make sure you put them in the chat, and we'll try to get them
So
out.
we're gonna try and get you to. Now we're hooked into that. Okay, hold on. Volume, sound.
Does anybody
sound.
here at the table have a question for?
He's here.
Michael Shepard?
He's here. Yep.
While
Output.
we're waiting for Big AZ to connect.
AZ, go ahead and say something for us. Let's see if we can hear you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
We got you. All right, you're on speaker. Okay, this is fantastic.
What game would you play?
Let's put it.
You know, if everything had the same house edge, I really like Pai-Gow tiles. Not to be confused with Pai-Gow poker. Yes, it is.
you roll that
It
forward
is, and
a
it's
little
a
bit
tough game to learn to play too. But that's why I like it. But I also like just regular. I also like blackjack and ultimate Texas Hold'em for the low house advantages.
All right, so Big AZ is on the speaker there. AZ, say hello to Michael Shackford if you make sure we can still hear you.
Hello.
Hi, AZ.
All right.
Hey, Michael, thank you for running the numbers on that. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so let's repeat
That
the
was
numbers.
awesome.
I think he might have missed it. So let's let him hear the numbers.
Okay. So first I ran it just looking at trying to roll a hard 4, 6, 8, and 10 before 7. You had to accomplish each of them. And the probability of doing that is 1 in 210. So a side bet might be, if you do that, it pays 175 to 1, and that would have a
Okay.
16.2% house advantage.
Okay.
And and in case you're wondering, if you wanted to have a consolation prize, the probability of hitting 3 out of 4 is 1 in 35. So you might have a pay table that pays 50 for all 4 and 20 for 3 out of 4, and that would have a house edge of 15.7%. And then I ran a second version where the goal was to hit all the hardways, including a total of 2 and 12. So the probability of hitting all 6 before a 7 is 1 in 924. Probability of hitting 5 out of 6 is 1 in 154, and 4 out of 6 is 1 in 44. So a pay table that you might have there might pay 200 for 6, 50 for 5, and 10 for 4, and that would have a house edge of 20.1%. So yeah, and
wow,
yeah, and rolling anything the easy way does not affect the bet.
Yes, that was the thing. The easy ways don't kill it like a regular hard way. It's just the number before the quads before the 7. Did you? I forgot to ask you this. Did we? And we, if we have an echo, you can mute his mic. Okay. We didn't talk about this. Does that change if we consider the come out 7 or not?
Nope. The way I had envisioned this is every single time a 7 is rolled, then you pay any winning bets, and then it starts all over again.
Okay, so if we
so
said,
you don't have to worry about come out rolls.
Okay, but if we said the bet was inactive on the come out, you're killing a few sevens that way.
No,
and
it's
it
always
wouldn't matter.
active.
Always active.
You know,
okay.
so let's say the player makes his point. It's a new come out roll, but there's still like old come bets on the table. That doesn't affect anything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you just if any players say already hit, say 5 out of 6, you pay those, and then you say, okay, make your new Hardway bets, and it just starts all over.
Okay.
It's kind of like bonus craps or diceology on this table.
Sure. For AZ's benefit, your recommendation was a thumbs up or a thumbs down on this one?
Yeah, I like the concept. I was giving my warnings before we spoke about how difficult it is to get a new game or a side bet into the casinos. And real briefly, I suggested trying to start out in a real little casino that just has one craps table in Ely or Elko or wherever, and say, I'll give you a nice new felt for free that has the side bet on it. Just please give it a try, and hopefully it does well. And once you start having some placements, then you can start charging for it.
You know, I think we could do actually is, and you can turn his mic back on. Az, you have anything to add on that before I throw my next wrench into this thing? Yeah, you can unmute from the. Did you mute him on Zoom or did you mute him on the eCam?
On the short window.
Yeah, I was thinking just like the fire bet, right? You just drop it down one time only, just a nickel, whatever. It's not like the ATS where you have to stop the game, everyone resets, all that kind of crazy stuff. And it may also prevent people from actually playing the hardways during the game and speed up the game a little bit as well.
Well, casinos like it when people make bet the hard ways because they're sucker bets and have a high house edge. You know, I envision the dealers promoting it, just like put $5 on it. I mean, the bet could be anything, but this is meant to just be a fun bet that lasts over many rolls and hopefully makes the game more fun for the players.
What a cool little dollar side bet for the dealers too. You know, get them in the game with a nice little payout on that.
I'll be honest, if you're talking about what's called a dealer envy, I don't like those. Like where is it at the Virgin Casino, the Mohegan Sun? They have these field bets that are just some of the numbers, and if you win, there's a Lucky George payout to the dealers, but they don't even tell you that they do that, so they still shake you down for a tip, even though they share the winnings. So I try to dissuade game inventors for having these dealer envy.
Yeah, well, I was thinking as a player, I would throw $6 on it.
Yeah,
one for me, one for you, kind of a thing, and it's a nice.
That would be nice. Yeah, that would be a nice gesture for the dealers.
For sure. You know, I was thinking out loud as far as like a test run. We know the guy that wrote Crapsy pretty well. He's a good friend of our community. You play Crapsy at all? The online. It's like an iPad sort of a craps game, but it's online, and what we do a lot on our channels is we'll throw the dice, and we can type in the numbers, and any number of 100 people can play with us. And so I type in the number, and you're betting on the screen, and it's my rolls, and you know, we all play together. That'd be a great place to start. Get it on there. Have Chuckle give us the side bet on Crapsy, and let's see how are we hitting it? Like, is it satisfying enough to keep on? And then we'll get some love and say, yes, it's good. And if it was in a casino, I'd play it. And when it goes into that first casino, whoever lives by it can play it.
Okay, this is a little off topic, but have you heard of a game called Dice Wars?
I feel like I have heard that.
It's a totally free game online. You play it against a computer, and it's like Risk, but it's and there's a whole country with territories, and you try to take over the world, and it's all based on dice. Right. And but unlike Risk, where like the most you could do is 3 against 2 dice, you can go up to 8, and the computer plays real fast. So a game takes like maybe 5 minutes, and you can choose a number of opponents, but I tell you this because I find it terribly addictive.
That's how Crapsy is for us. Degenerates. Like we're all every day. I go live every morning. Joe goes live every morning. Craig goes live a couple times a week. George goes live twice a day. And everybody's in this game, and they're just playing all the time. And it's like, they're competitions, right? Who can make the most money on everybody's roles? And it's really brought the community together. Like, I think we've probably doubled, not only in people but in energy.
What was it called again?
It's called Crapsee.
Okay.
SEE.
Okay.
I think it costs what, $5 a year or something like that. And it's pretty cheap. Is that what it is? Is it $5 a month?
50 a year.
50 a year. Okay, yeah. I don't.
That's a year.
That's
a good price.
By the way, guys,
I pay.
we got a $50 donation from Anonymous.
All right, Anonymous, our favorite guy. Real Anonymous. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So I'm excited. AZ, how you feeling right now?
I just want to thank you, John, for even bringing it to his attention just to run the numbers. That was awesome. Wow.
Yeah, and seeing the numbers is pretty cool. Like, the formula. What's that?
Calling around the Hardway.
We got to give it a really cool name.
Hardway.
Yeah, something. We'll figure something out. But I like the fact that it's got potential, and I really think that we can, as a group, sort of groundswell this thing up, make some momentum around it. That is so freaking cool. All right. So while we have the wizard here, what questions do we have before we dive into? I was gonna talk more. I love the idea. I'm so jealous of like what you do, like getting to see the new games and that stuff is so interesting to me. I could talk about that all day. But Jen, you have a question?
It might be super easy, but I'm gonna ask Michael, what is the difference in terms of the edge between a 175 for one versus a 150 for one on the 8? It's like by shaving it that much, are we talking about like 5% house edge?
So the question was about the impact of house edge on when the ATS went from 175 to 1 down to 150 for 1. How much juice did that generate?
Yeah, I know my website says this. Off the top of my head, I think that it increased the house advantage, like doubling it, like from 8% to 16, something like that. It was a significant difference.
Huge, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a softball.
The softball question. So the house edge question is always so interesting to me, and maybe you can help me explain it better, right? And I think when you're dropping whatever 555 out there and you lose it every single time, you don't really. That's not a house edge you feel because it's a lost bet. And when it wins, you go crazy because you want a whole pile of money.
Yeah.
Right. How would you explain to somebody who doesn't really understand it what the impact of the house edge is on a player? Because they don't really experience it, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like it's a very hard concept to drill into, and I've tried a number of ways, and maybe you can help out.
So the house edge is simply what percentage of a bet you can expect to lose, or how much the casino can expect to win. For example, the pass line bet has a house advantage of 1.41%. That means if you bet $100 on it, over the long run, you can expect to lose $1.41 of that $100 bet. However, in the short run, anything can happen. So you don't really feel that house edge. It takes thousands of bets. And with something that's a long shot, like Diceology here, it could take tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands before you really feel it and see that your results are coming close to that house edge. Because in the short run, it's just short-term variance that really matters. But over the long run, it's the house edge. And that's why casinos care so much about the house edge, because they know they see millions of bets a day. And that house edge will, all the everything will average out and the results will be close to that house edge.
Right. But as a player, you don't really notice it. That's the thing.
Right.
People say, make a low house edge bet or a high house edge bet. And like, I don't care as long as I win. Right.
Yeah.
I get that pushback a lot. I get it. Like, why would you choose to not bet the 9 versus the 8? There's an edge difference there. I'm like, yeah, but I'm getting paid.
Yeah, I know. And one comment I often hear at card games on the side bets is I never make them. And the dealers or other players will say, why aren't you making the side bet? And I'll say it's a sucker bet. It has a high house edge. And they'll say, but that's where the money is. Or you can't win without making that bet. So I can see how they would feel that way, is once in a while you get that big windfall and it feels great, and psychologically you can make an argument for them, but they don't remember just how those side bets just grind you down. And there's a lot of sessions where you may have otherwise done well, but nothing hit on the side bets, and again, they can just really grind you down if they don't hit.
On a long session, for sure. I've noticed if I'm doing like a multiple hour session, the ATS is a huge bleed. on a short little couple, 2-3 people,
Mhm.
if I know I'm going to be there for just an hour,
Mhm.
fine, I'll put it out there 4 or 5 times. And that's like where as a player, you're like, yeah, whatever, $45,
Yeah.
no big deal. 3 hours later and 40 shooters later, it's $175 that you've dropped out there, and you're like, wait, where'd my money go?
Yeah.
But I know people who like swear by this. I mean, you watch Facebook, all the big wins, it's always I hit a pressed up ATS, and I mean, I get it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what gets views on YouTube. But I am telling you, I've been saying this for 25 years. Side bets are sucker bets, and if you want to lose less, don't make them. And I used to hole card 3-card poker a lot, so I would never bet the pair plus. And whenever I hit a 3 of a kind or a straight flush, I'd always get the lecture. You idiot! Look, you would have won so much money had you bet that. And I just sit there and take it without commenting.
Right.
But if I did comment, I would say, you're not thinking about the hundreds of times that didn't win, and I would have lost more than this little win that I could have had right now.
Mm-hmm.
I actually have a personal question. This is not a question for the chat. This has come from me. I know you're a numbers guy. First of all, do you play craps?
Not very much, to be honest with you.
If you were to play craps, would you play more dark side or light side? And the second follow to that would be, if you play light side, what would be the best way? And if you play dark side, what would be the best way? According to your thoughts.
Okay, regardless of which side you play, you should be making line bets and backing them up with the full odds. Again, regardless of the side, pass, don't pass, come and don't come, and don't bet anything else. And which side you pick is more a matter of personal preference. The house edge is a little bit less on the don't side. And being a math guy, if I am at just a quiet table or playing all by myself, I will bet the don't, just out of respect for the math. But if I'm at a busy table and it looks like it's doing well and players are having a good time, I don't want to be that person who is like jinxing the table and bringing it bad luck by betting the don't. So I will give up like that penny and EV just for the sake, just out of respect of the other players. And, and craps, people like it because of that contact high, that everyone's winning at the same time. So it'll be more fun for me too if there's like a monster roll and I'm in on it. So so again, at a busy table, just for the fun factor, I will be on the do side.
I'd like you to comment on random number generators, and I'd also like maybe you to explain to me on the wizard if you use one or if you wrote a different program for the tosses. And also for these guys who have channels who might want to at some point have a random contest or something like that where they need a generator, if you could recommend a way to do that.
Okay, so the question is for the microphone. The question is about random number generators. How are they created? How do you write one? How do we use them? That sort of thing. And there's always this black box about these things.
Yeah, and I can't get too deep inside the black part of the box,
Sure.
But I use simulations to analyze some casino games. I could have done one to analyze this one, but I prefer to use direct math wherever I can, which I did with this Hardway side bet. So, but when I code a new game with a random simulation, I use what's called a Mersenne twister, which produces really, really good random numbers. So good that if there's any bias to them, it can't be perceived. It passes every kind of test that you can throw at it. So, and so this is like a library you can put in C++, which is what I program in.
There's also one for JavaScript, which you sent me.
Yeah, so, but all these languages, usually there's just a simple function, like if you say equals rand and 2 parentheses, you get a random number. But those can be, at least when I started coding, were kind of biased. Like every 32,000 times you called it, it would repeat a cycle of odds and evens. Maybe they're better now, but you know, for my standards, where I really need a good one, I use a Mercen Twister. But for something that's just fun, like some kind of an application on a free website, if you could probably call whatever is in the free library, and it would be good enough.
Right. It's funny because everybody complains that all the whatever Crapsy has a autoplay mode, where instead of me throwing the dice, it just auto generates a thing.
Yeah.
Everybody gripes, and like other online games too, right? Any Craps app you buy, people feel like it's targeting them, or it doesn't feel random because such strange things happen in those games, right?
Yes.
But being a coder, I know what you're talking about in terms of they will start getting into that pocket and repeating again, because that's how random number generators in the past worked, right?
Right,
Remember,
but
now
yeah,
it's different.
Right, they're really good now. And but to comment on something you said on the Wizard of Odds, I have all these demo games where you can play like 20 different games for free.
Right,
and it's all for free. It's just very simply coded, and I get accusations all the time that why do you make this free game cheap? And or why are you gaslighting me? Like you somehow are coding this to make me crazy, and it's just not true. It's why would I do that?
Right? Yeah.
It just gives random results. And with this one, we don't bother with anything fancy like a Mercen Twister. It just they're written in JavaScript or Flash, and it just calls whatever is the stock random number creator. And it will convert that to the roll of a dice or picking cards.
Right.
So we just got a donation from Hazel Young in memory of Chiro for $111.
Woo! Hazel. Now, I got to say this and remind everybody, right? We said earlier this morning, every donation of $100 is getting the casino. I don't have it with me. The casino training center, 2 shirts and a lanyard, right? David, and they're going to sign them. So David and Alex will sign those for us. So that's the first one. Let's mark that down somewhere.
Jen was the first one.
So that's it. No more. So Jen got the first one. Hazel got the second one. Done. So the casino training center gear is out.
Oh, I wanted to say I brought 3 copies of my books.
Ooh,
happy
cool.
to give these to your donors, however you want to do it, and I'm happy to autograph them.
Oh, that's amazing. We're going to play some bingo and Craps Bingo and the bingo winners. These are fantastic. These books, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
So good. So good. We joke about this all the time, right, on my YouTube channel, and I said I actually almost made a new channel called Fat Johnny's Ultimate Guide to Gambling, right? And the joke was I'm going to put out the one and only way to play craps, the one video for each game, and this is it. That's the only way you should ever play it, and close the channel down, right? That's the book. When I read your book, I was like, damn it, it's got my idea. But that's exactly what this is. This is the mathematician, the best way to play that's not just come bets and odds, right? It's UTH, it's all the games, it's all the slots are even in there.
Yep.
And you analyze the crap out of everything.
So this is the 3rd edition. Yeah. And what's new in the 3rd edition is I have a chapter on slot machines. So there's a lot of you probably know this, but there's a lot of slot machines where you vest into a bonus round. And this explains, in my opinion, when is a good time to jump on these games because it's close to hitting a bonus. So it goes through about a dozen common games. Fair warning, there's a lot of competition from other vultures, so it's difficult to find games in these good states anymore. But that's what's new in the 3rd edition. So if you already have the 1st or the 2nd, you have a reason to buy the 3rd now.
Pretty awesome. Yeah, the slot, it's fine. I watch these slot channels, and I to me, it's unwatchable content. But clickbait videos, and these guys, how to find the slot machine. Like, can you find a winning slot machine? Like, is there actually a tell? I know the old days of the video poker, there was a payout table we looked for, but on these like random piggy slots and stuff like that.
Well, I mentioned rich little piggies in here. So in my opinion, the important piggy with that one is the blue one, and they're a conservative figure. I don't know if you guys can see this, is as you play, sometimes you get a coin on the reels, and it can be blue, yellow, or red, and it'll flick into one of these piggy banks. And the pigs will grow as coins are added to them. And eventually you will hit a bonus, And when you hit a bonus, you will get so many free games according to the coins in the piggy bank. So a conservative number is if the blue pig has 25 coins or more in it, then it's a good play. And some people say that's too conservative. I will play it at 18. I don't know exactly how this was programmed, but it's somewhere, the right number is somewhere in that range. And the yellow and the red pig don't matter so much. But I go through about a dozen games, and it's a good advantage play to have in your bag of tricks.
Yeah, I see advantage slot play on. I can't get my head wrapped around advantage slot play. You have another question?
Texas Crap Shooters Alfredo just donated $200.
Woo! Alfredo! Way to be, brother. Thank you, sir.
And by the way, I can do some magic tricks if we have
I would
time.
love some magic tricks. Yes.
Ready for those pig machines at the D, and it's got a buy the feature. So we played that $35 just buy the feature. Skip the
There is a question here from
Okay.
Blackburn.
Yeah.
Oh, Blackburn, yes, sir.
And it's kind of a beaten question already, but
okay.
Bubble Craps, random number generator or rigged?
No, it's fair.
It's not rigged for sure.
I had to ask because it's in the chat.
Right.
That's-
I see accusations like this on my forum all the time. But first of all, the game has no reason to cheat because of the house edge. And furthermore, here in Nevada, the Gaming Control Board does a very good job, and they're very serious about fair and honest gambling here in Nevada. And they test these machines really carefully to get licensed. And I would be happy to expose any kind of cheating if I had some evidence to go on. But there just
There's
isn't.
a side note, really quick, and this is directed towards you, Michael. But one of the people in the chat says I found Wizard of Oz site very early when I first started gambling. His site has been a godsend to me since day number one.
There you go.
Well, thank you.
Learned
Thank you
so
for the
many
kind
about
words.
casino games.
Yeah.
And a lot from your site.
Thank you.
And I'll help squash the bubble craps thing because I have put it out there so many times, and we talked on the phone. I'm like, all right, I'll eat my words, and I've ate them before, but not on this channel. This is a bigger audience. So I'm eating my words now. Not rigged. I was always in the mindset of it's classified as a slot, which has a guaranteed payout table, I think, right? And there's a computer behind it, and I know that in my state, Washington, and in California, you can't have a physical thing like a die determine the outcome of a game. Even though there's dice bounce around that thing or the roulette thing, that can't be the determining factor. So there's got to be a mechanism that says, okay, this is the result, dice present the result in those kind of casinos. But you've convinced me that I'm completely all wet on that. It's not computer generated result, and the dice present the result. The dice are the result. Right? That's it.
Right.
That ends the thing, right? That ends the argument? Or that ends the whatever, the debate on it.
I'm not sure I understand the question, but in electronic table games that are craps, it's the dice that determine the result. And not that you asked this, but in California, there's a law that the dice alone can determine the result,
right?
But they can have just part of the result. So there's various ways they do it in California where they may lay out 6 cards that are numbered 1 to 6 and shuffle those and put them by numbers from 1 to 6, and the dice will determine which cards get flipped over,
right?
And that determines what happens with the bets,
right? On a real table, that makes sense. The bubble craps how can bubble craps in California be a thing? That's what I still can't figure that piece of it out. But you said it's legit.
I would need to see. I would need to see something if you wanted to convince me otherwise.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can't. I mean, I just, like I said, knowing that the law is dice can't be the outcome determiner, but there's dice in a bubble machine in California and Washington, same thing.
But you have full like craps tables in Washington, right?
Yeah. For that, we're okay. The slot machine thing is governed differently. It's a class 2 or whatever the number is.
They may make the argument that craps is already legal in a live format, and therefore this should be allowed in an electronic format too. which is how Class 2 slots got into a lot of casinos that were supposed to be bingo only. So they used an electronic draw of bingo balls to determine where reels would stop in a slot machine.
Yeah.
And it's really, the game makers will go to great odds to convince the gaming authorities that something should be legal given whatever constraints there are.
That's another weird thing. Maybe you can help, again, explain that to a kindergartner. The whole bingo slot thing, because all of our tribals in Washington are bingo-based slots, right? And it's
Yeah.
like, okay, you're playing a bingo game with all the people here, and somehow your machine. How does that work? Like, and how is it different or better than regular? My machine is independently random versus I'm participating in a pool of results.
Yeah, I could talk about this all day long, but yeah, a lot of states only legalize what are called Class 2 slots, where the outcome has to be based on the draw of bingo balls, which can be electronic. And but you play the game, and let's say that the game says, "Oh, you're supposed to win $6." So it will just show you anything on the reels that amounts to a win of $6, when really that was determined by the draw of a bingo ball. But another thing that, at least in Oklahoma, is if you got a win, you had to daub that win, which is kind of like calling bingo. And if you don't do it quickly enough, then you lose the win.
Really?
And they also had a thing where it had to be somewhat competitive. So like 1% of the return would be like which of these games that were like silently linked together hit whatever pattern first. And then like another 84% would be in consolation prizes that were fixed wins. And then the other 15% went to the casino. So they're really quite ridiculous because to the actual player, it just seems like they're playing like a Class 3 slot here in Vegas.
You never know.
And it's all skinned to you barely even, maybe in the corner of the screen, you'll see a bingo card. So it's really quite silly.
Screenshots where that actually, I'm like, that's actually happens. Yeah.
And if you click rules, you can see page after page after page about what pattern pays what.
Interesting.
Another donation, Kevin Smith, $20.
All right, Kev. Thank you, sir. All right. Any other questions from the group here? Otherwise, we're gonna do a. You had a question? Okay. Can have it.
Hey, Bo.
California, when they do the card craps, okay, craps is a random game, right?
Yep.
Zero-sum game, right?
Yep.
When they add the cards in it, does that make it more random? Or is it...
Oh
no, it's the same.
So the question was, do cards craps make it more random than random or extra random? Yeah.
No, except for the Viejas Casino, every way I've seen it done there has the same odds as regular craps. Now, at the Viejas, they used to have a whole shoe of cards, so there was a little bit of an effective removal. Like if there were a lot of, say, sixes removed, then there would be a less of a chance of a six coming up in the future. And even though they, replace the cards, like every, they did it frequently. I don't remember how often. So it was, I think I can say this. I used to be sworn to secrecy about it, that you could technically count the cards in craps at the Viejas, but I think that play is long since gone.
That's interesting. Count the cards in craps. Who would have thunk it? That's an advantage play, right? All right, let's go. Michael wants to do a magic trick for us.
Yeah.
He always brings something amazing to finish us out.
Don't build this up too high.
Oh, I always.
Okay. Let's see. Which one should I do? Okay. That's not what I'm looking for.
You need a volunteer from the peanut gallery here?
I need 3 volunteers.
3 volunteers. Who wants to be on camera? Come on. Ashish, the chef. Who is,
okay. I'm going to use this whiteboard.
Ashish,
Can I put
2
it
more
on the
volunteers.
table?
Jen?
Where's a good place to put it? Okay.
Ian? There you go. Come on, guys.
Move it over to the cover the floor.
They need to get their money's worth.
That's right. Let's go.
Okay. You're first. So I have some numbers here. I want you to say this top row of numbers, 2, 4, 3, 1, in any order you want, and I'm going to write them down from top to bottom.
You got
4.
Okay.
Hold on. After
3,
this segment's over.
2, 1.
Okay. The next person, can you please say the numbers 3, 6, 2, 9 in any order you
So we're
want?
about 15,000, I think, is what it's all said and done today. where we wanted to be.
Okay, and the
We'll
next
keep it
person,
going for a while
can
more.
you please
Ed
say the
Robinson's
numbers
in the chat.
8574 in
He's
any
the
order
guy
you
whose
wish?
son
5-8.
we want to
We'll
name the
set
dog
that.
after. So, I don't know if you want to address that.
Okay,
It's probably too
so
early, but yeah.
the next person,
So, but he's here to talk in here.
can you please give me, add up these numbers right here?
I think
Can you add up the numbers in this column right here?
21. Oh, cool.
Okay? And can you please add the numbers in this column right here? 20. And can you please add the numbers in this column right here? And I just realized I did this wrong.
Math is wrong on this one, I think.
Yeah.
Your last one is not 21, it's 24.
Okay. Okay, in that case, I did do it right. Okay, so you were saying the sum of this numbers is 10?
Yeah.
Okay, so the sum of all these numbers, and you guys determine the order of everything, is 10, 20, 24. Does this number mean anything to anyone? Right, this is the date, October 20th, 2024. So this is a very mathematical trick. And I'm a math person, that's why I like it so much.
That's pretty awesome.
Thank you.
Before you leave, would you explain to me how a card trick works?
Yeah, do you want me to do it privately?
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to reveal any card secrets on camera.
All right. Michael, thank you so much.
You're welcome. It's my pleasure.
I love talking to you. It's amazing having you here. Yeah, so we're going to take another quick break. We're going to come back with Crap Chat. We're going to get Zoom set up. We got a bunch of guests coming in. We'll have a speaker here. So folks here can ask questions, hopefully hear the group. Folks that are here, come on back over here. We'll all be on camera together, answering and hearing questions and all that. So and maybe we can get in, we'll all squeeze in. We can zoom the camera out. It'll be fine and great. So go to commercial and we'll come back. We'll have Lori walk us through a couple things, and then we'll get her on.
For America's servicemen and women returning from combat, the war is only starting. The magnitude of incomprehensible pain from vivid images of loss and grief will never go away. Thoughts and questions constantly battle for attention, hour by hour and minute by minute. Over 283,000 vets have suffered traumatic brain injuries since 2000, and it's no secret that an attempt to silence the past will end the lives of over 8,000 vets this year alone. The devastating effects of trauma can seem impossible to combat in the aftermath of service. But when all hope seems lost, there is a highly trained companion standing ready by their side, a faithful friend in the journey of life. These are the bold and dedicated service dogs of veterans moving forward. These constant companions provide dedicated support 24/7 to a disabled vet in accordance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. Trained to spot signs of emotional or physical trouble, they are always there for vets like D'Angelo.
Jug, has been, my life has done a 180.
While serving, he was a bodyguard for U.S. servicemen and women. And today, Jug has his back.
He knows if I'm off, he'll go grab the bag is what the command is, and he'll go grab my meds. If I'm having a night terror, he turns the lights on, can pull the covers off. So, Jug has made life livable again. I would not have been able to accomplish any of the things. Graduating with my undergrad from Shenandoah, completing my master's this December, being SGA president, being able to just interact with people. He's been a complete blessing, to say the least.
Jim is a strong man in the long process of healing. Today, he has high hopes for his new friend, Zamp.
Come on, Doc, let me show you Zan. He's here waiting on you.
Hey, Zan. Hey, buddy. It's wonderful. He's everybody that knows me has recommended Veterans Moving Forward to me about a year ago. And I made the application and went through the process. And it's just going to open all kinds of doors for me. I have anxiety and depression. And I've even attempted suicide 3 times. Lep, lep, lep. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy.
Before we do our last segment of the weekend,
Oh,
I want to
sorry.
bring Lori back over. You've been hanging out with us crazies all weekend long, right? We're still enjoying yourself.
I am. You guys make me tired. Keep going and going and going. And I'm like,
I'll let you
okay,
do it. Room full of
I gotta
energized
keep
bunnies.
going too, I guess.
Let me actually bring this out so we can be heard here. I
You
think
got a big head.
put this in between us.
Okay, sounds
So we're at a pretty good clip here. We're not quite to last year's number yet, but we're working through it. We're gonna keep the auctions open all week. Yeah, there we go. Oh, drop the mic again. Wow. Yeah. So we'll keep the auctions open all week long. We're gonna play bingo during the week as well. To raise more money as we go. We'll probably close it down on Friday. We'll keep the whole thing open, of course, all year long. We're trying to try and bump the donations up, host the event. So we're not going to announce winners tonight for the raffles. We're going to keep the raffles open throughout the week, and we'll do that. We'll do a special episode coming up on the Coffee Run on Casino Gaming TV's channel to announce those winners when that comes up. So we'll keep the thing going. But yeah, I'd like you to share some final thoughts from your side of things. And for the folks who didn't hear the first announce, let's talk about the charity a little bit before we jump into Craps Chat.
Okay, so Veterans Moving Forward, we're a 501c nonprofit that trains service dogs, therapy dogs, and emotional support dogs for veterans at no cost to the veteran or their family. Been in existence since 2010 and have continued to grow for the last 14 years.
Yeah.
So
It's my all-time favorite charity. I mean, we lucked into finding you guys a couple years ago.
Yeah.
And I say it all the time. I love how tactical this is. How every dollar goes literally into the mouth of a dog. And then eventually to the home of a vet. I think that's the best.
Correct.
It's just a great thing. So I wanted to give you this. This is from Dice Doctor Dan, who's running around. He's not here, but this Dan. You want to come over?
It's like he's over there.
Come do this with me, man. Yeah, you can make it through. Carrie? Kind of a pre. Here we go, Dan.
Okay.
I'll hold it. You talk about it.
This is a set of chips from the Pioneer Casino, which closed down in 1995, plus a pair of dice that were used at the Pioneer Casino probably prior to 1990, because around 1990 they started putting the holes in the dice.
Mm-hmm.
These just say void. So that's what they were doing prior to 1990. What I would like you to do, Lori, is the veteran who gets mooch.
Okay.
This goes to that veteran
Okay.
with the sincere thanks for the service of that veteran.
Okay.
From our craps community.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
You'll do that for us?
I will.
Thank you, Dan.
We do graduation when they're paired with their veteran. So this will be something we'll present at graduation to the veteran. So hopefully there will be maybe 1 or 2 of you that come out for graduation of Moochie.
For
Or
sure.
a few of you maybe that come out
fantastic.
for Moochie's graduation, which will be in a year and a half.
Yeah.
But,
That's
something to plan for.
Absolutely. So here you go.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Dan. All right. So we're gonna bring all the crazies out. We're gonna switch over to the Zoom there, and everybody's gonna come on back. Everybody who's here can jump into this. It's live Craps Chat. Where's the speaker? by the way?
I'm staying out of Crazyville.
We need the speaker again, so we can hear our friends. Chris is here. Jeff is here. I think Ed Robinson's here too. Is that right?
Okay.
Are they all online? Let me go. I'll be right back, folks. I'm gonna go to the control screen. I think they should all be here. You're on the wrong screen. We gotta go here. We gotta go to this screen here. Craps Chat. There we go. I think we can you guys all say, we haven't done any kind of sound check because we can't. Can I get a hello from everybody?
Hello.
Well, you guys I can hear. It's all more about Chris and those guys. Chris, say hello again. Hey, there's Jeff.
What's up, John?
All right, there we go. It's Chris. Ed.
That'll work.
Hello,
Hey, all right.
everyone.
They're all here. Now we're gonna get some echo. I'm gonna try and kill the echo as best I can. But everybody who's here, go see Coach Bo. Everybody's here. Go to Coach. I'm gonna go ahead and do use echo cancellation. All right, we should be okay. There is a. All right, I'm gonna stand back here. Where's that other microphone?
What are we doing?
Does Lori still have it on? Oh, Lori, go get. Yeah. That's funny. All right, we're gonna put this here. We're gonna put it inside the things. Where the pass it around if you like, or in there as a holding spot for it. All right. Craft Chat, Chris, it's your show. You guys want to squeeze in? Everybody gets inside the rails there.
Inside the rails.
Ian, move over more.
Okay. There we go.
More. I can't. If Ian gets where Craig is, we're good. Ian, get where Craig is. Now you're good. There. Now, if you guys can squeeze a little bit tighter, we're gonna be all right.
Brothers from another mother.
There you go. Ian, you still can't be seen. You only have half your face. No, not your hat.
I know. I'm taking it off so I can get closer.
Everybody take a step this way. Half a step.
Half step.
There you go. Perfect. All right. Chris, your show. I'll let you take it away. Craps Chat at Craps for the Cure 24. So everybody in chat, give me a big letter Q if you got a question for the group here. I'll pass the questions along. Otherwise, let's just chat. Right? It's been 20 something hours. My voice is killing me. I want you guys to kind of have some fun and run with this thing. So, and speakers should catch Ed and Chris and Jeff and take it away. Craig, why don't you lead us off here, huh?
Oh, good. Lead us off. All right.
Yeah.
Craft Chat. We love this show. It's a show where we get to share our opinions about this great game and the community that we're in and building community. And it's hosted by Chris, Dice DJen, who's back from his European trip. Glad to have him back. Wish he was here. Jeff, Mid-Atlantic Craps, Ed, Roll to Win. We got Bo right here. We got Leon, Ian, me. John's on the back end. He'll be back up front soon enough. I didn't mention your website. DiceCoach.com.
There you go.
Did I mention it now?
I do want to ask a question before we start. Chris, did anything interesting happen on your vacation?
Right. Yeah, some interesting stuff happened. I'm going to apologize for my voice in advance. I'm very, very sick at the minute, but on my trip, girlfriend DJen was upgraded to fiance DJen. So girlfriend discussions and videos, it will only be fiance DJen from here on out. So that's exciting. Almost as exciting as watching the four of you get lined up. It was like I was back at prom, watching you guys get lined up there. So that was fantastic. So thank you for that. But no, it's been a great event this year. I've been watching. I was watching on the plane yesterday, coming back, and I've been watching all day today. You guys do an awesome job every year for definitely for a great cause. So anybody who hasn't donated yet or hasn't gone in on those raffles, make sure you do. I was stalking the raffles earlier today, and I put a couple in myself. So definitely looking forward to seeing the results of everything, and ultimately the funds raised for veterans moving forward. So props to everybody who's there, doing the work. It's a lot of work. People who were there, they know. People who are at home, hopefully you guys are enjoying. So yeah, Craft Chat, you're gonna do it live on I guess the
all
final
questions
here
all questions
of,
are valid, right?
This year, but what was that, John?
I said all questions from the chat are I'll bring them into you. I'll show them to you as they come in. But I have no
perfect.
agenda for this. Yeah, I have no agenda here. So let's just talk. We heard. I'm not sure how much of the shows you all caught from the yesterday today. We had obviously Dice Coach was here. We had Tony Leo here. We had Garrison here. We had the marketing guy from Ellis Island here. We had David here for 2 hours today. Like, tons of wisdom being dropped, right? I have like a million questions I could ask, but what did you all think when you saw that? What questions came up that you want to dive in deeper with even, huh?
I got a question. As we do this, we try to do a lot of live things, not a whole lot of stuff that is videotaped. One of the questions that we're hearing from people, does it make sense to do more of these live situations for people? Would they be more interested in that? Or would they be more interested in a video one-on-one? Doesn't always have to be with John. It could be somebody else like Chris doing it or Craig doing it. We'd love to hear feedback as to how we can make this event better for people and get more people involved. I mean, if you came the last 2 years when we were at Casino Quest over at the mall, it was a very small area and it was very loud, even though I'm loud. My wife yelled at me for being loud on the mic. So, it's bad when you get yelled at for that. But we'd really like to hear some feedback because as we go into the next month, we're going to get a lot of people together and kind of, decide any changes that we're going to do moving forward for the next couple of years. So we'd love to hear feedback from people, especially today, if there's people in the chat, what they liked, format, if we would like to change the format, or if there's different areas that we can improve. We'd love to hear your feedback. And everybody's quiet.
Yeah, everybody's quiet. That's right. That's right. Everybody goes quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah, wait for the 30-second lag.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little lag there. But yeah, no, the guys in Zoom can hear us live. So Jeff, welcome, dude.
Stop.
Cannot hear Jeff.
Hear me? Hear me?
Jeff, you're a little choppy. That's all.
I would. Can you?
I wonder if Ed can talk. Ed, try saying hello. Let's see if we can hear Ed okay.
I am right here, dude. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You sound great. It's just Jeff. Jeff's the one that's choppy. So, all right, let's hear from Ed then. We'll put Jeff in the corner for a minute. And Ed, welcome to the show. We talked the other day, but it's been a long time.
Thanks for having me.
Live like this, so thanks for having you. You're always welcome.
Thanks for having me on.
You're always welcome here. So
I'm
not sure how much
everybody's work.
Yeah.
I appreciate everybody's work and effort that they put into this great charity this weekend. I tell you what, it was really hard for me to watch that last commercial. I actually walked out into the garage for a moment trying to wait for it to finish. As everybody knows, or I think everybody knows, I lost my son this year. The gentleman right down there in the corner, he was with me when I got the news. And, he served 2 tours. He served a little over 11 months in Afghanistan back when it was really hot. He served a tour in the Middle East. He was active when he passed away and was getting ready to deploy again coming up in 2025. And he suffered from PTSD from that first mission, from that first tour. He sat in the gunner's position on those MRAPs doing security work for transportation units that were taking ammunition, supplies, food, mail, all those kinds of things into the other veterans out to the FOBs, the forward operating bases, that kind of thing. And so they were under a lot of fire. They were under a lot of, and he never really talked about it, but there was absolutely no doubt that he suffered from PTSD quite severely very early on. And quite frankly, I think PTSD played a strong role in how we actually lost him in that accident. He was 100% Army. He loved his people. He was a staff sergeant, and the people loved him. All of his battles, as they call them, they call each other battles. They've been through that event together. And the battles all showed up So anything we can do to help ease the pain of a family or someone who has a loved one that's going through what they go through after they've served our country, protected our freedom, defended our rights as Americans, we should be in full support of. So people, we're behind where we were last year. I really think, if you just think about it, if you wake up tomorrow morning and you're in a free country, you owe a veteran. And some of those veterans that you owe, every veteran, you owe a thanks and your gratitude for providing what you did not provide to them. And they are providing their lives, not just on a field, not just in a foreign country, but for the rest of their lives. They play that war, those battles out forever. And you should contribute in some way, if not this charity, another charity. I would prefer this one. When our son passed away, this was our charity of choice, and I know many people out there donated to Veterans Moving Forward. They probably don't even know who they were as far as the charity is concerned, but we use that as our charity of choice. Thank you.
John, can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah, Jeff, we can hear you. Ed, wow, the tears in this building right now are flowing, man. That was one of the most moving 5 minutes of this entire weekend, I think. You know how I feel about you and your family, and I got nothing to say. Just choked up, but thanks for sharing that. I know it's got to be so hard to share in a public forum like this, and just we appreciate your family and the sacrifice. I can't even say it enough. And you know, we talked last year when I first talked to Lori, and you were my first phone call. I think I told you this. You were my first phone call after Adam said you should partner with Veterans Moving Forward, and Lori and I had the talk, and she said yes, we approve you guys as a charity we'd like to help work with. I called you first. I was walking my dog, and I said, Ed, we have to talk, because I knew your son, had some issues with PTSD, and I said, I want you to know that we're picking a charity, and I've been thinking about you and your family all day long, like that day. You know what I mean? I've never stopped. It's like one of those things where
I remember.
When I picture the dogs and I see these commercials, you always pop in my mind. You can't see me right now, but you're here in my heart all the time, man. And thanks for sharing.
Yeah. I'm here to support.
Hey, John,
this
can I
cause.
jump in here?
Yeah, go ahead, my friend Jeff.
If you can't hear me, let me know. I think I fixed the audio problems. You know me and my tech audio. I want to echo to Ed my condolences. As he said, I was there when he got the news. Ed and I have been friends now for a couple of years, and just to listen to what the veterans did for Tina, Ed, and his family during that time was incredible. And John, when you picked this year to raise money for yet another dog for a veteran, and you're going to put that in Ed's son's name, was very moving for me, because I was able to spend a little bit of time before he got on the road to head back that day that he got the news. A long 5-hour drive. He was accompanied by friends on the phone, I believe, the entire way. But kudos go out to the Craps for the Cure, John, for you, Casino Gaming TV, Casino Quest. And unfortunately, this year I wasn't able to raise as much money as I did the previous year, but I do have an announcement to make as to what the Mid-Atlantic Craps channel raised this year for the cause of Craps for the Cure. And although last year it was over twice as much as I raised this year, due to personal reasons and other issues, I was not able to get out as much as I would have liked to have. to press and push for additional fundraising through the Mid-Atlantic Craps income channel, where the income comes from. It goes all back out. The majority of what I give away goes to this organization and to the things I do on my channel. But I would like to just say that taking money out of my own pocket, pushing it to the $2,000 range, I'm going to be making a $2,000 donation based upon the income that came in via the super chats, people that sent me donations directly supporting my content, during which I mentioned the Craps for the Cure started in January, all the way through the 3 weeks ago when I had not been on the YouTube that much. But as John, as you know, I have this hanging on the wall behind me. This is what I got last year, and I was really hoping that somebody would be able to, surpass what I did last year and raise some money in the YouTube community and do the same thing. I plan on making year 5 as much as I did this year would be my goal, minimum goal. But it's hard out there on YouTube with the competitiveness and the amount of craps, let alone gambling, that's on YouTube now for somebody to be able to to support that. And I would rather them support directly through the channel, directly through the donation button here. And I know, John, you're going to continue to leave the site up and leave the donations up, and I'll be making my donation here more. But whatever that total shows here by the end of this show should go up by $2,000. And to everybody that is out there serving, has served, and or has lost somebody that was serving, I say God bless each and every one of you. I thank you for your service. And Ed, for you and Tina and the family, thank you for your son's service. And I just see that on Zoom, my good buddy Derek Blackburn's just joined. He's a veteran. And with that said, I'm open to any questions. I've seen on the chat here that some questions have come up. Hopefully we can get to some of those. And to my good buddy that's beneath me, and I'm not exactly where, he's above me on the Zoom call. To Chris, I'm sorry I missed you today. Chris and I were going to get together. He was under the weather. I had to leave to come back. And to the whole Craps community, thank you for your support and continue to support this fine cause.
Incredibly well said, Ed and Jeff. We did have Blackburn join us. I think we have a special treat for everybody for Blackburn joining. But a couple donations did come in. I'm not sure if they're planning on reading them out in the room there or not, but can read them out because I have the screen up. Glenn, Texas donated $100. And Fuzzy also donated $20. So thank you both for those donations. And again, please, everybody, do remember that this is a very, very good cause. And the lives that the organization is touching is, it may be near and dear to some people here. It may be, it affects everybody though, right? And as Ed said, and as Jeff both said, everybody needs to thank the veterans for what that they have done, and also for their families. The families go through a lot themselves, so please do take that into account as well. And if you do have, some spare change even lying around, it does make a difference to help the veterans with what they are going through. So please do make any donation possible. Jeff, thank you for the that $2,000 donation. That is awesome. And hopefully we'll see those tote boards continue to rise up.
I have one more announcement, Chris. I forgot.
Go ahead, Jeff.
As Craig, that's in the screen, it's in Las Vegas. Wave your hands, Craig. There you go, Craig. And as Chris, you're in the group, our AC group, the Atlantic City group that Craig and Chris and me and about 45 others are there. I'd like to thank Ted Barry for putting together what he did out of the AC group. I believe it was $1,000 that they donated. I don't know for sure if it's been donated yet. Looking at the chats today while I was traveling, I would like to thank Ted Barry and the AC group that we're with for donating $1,000 as well. And I encourage any other groups that are out there, that whether it's a couple guys or our group of Atlantic City. Chris has got to be over 40, if not close to 50 people in the group now. We're putting together and donating separately, as well as with the donation that Midnight Special Ted Berry made. So I wanted to make sure we got that out there as well. Craps Nation.
Thank Fuzzy. Thanks Fuzzy for that $20 donation, Glenn from Glenn, Texas, $100. I know y'all said that, but some Fuzzy wrote in there in memory of my son. So thank you, Fuzzy.
That is also, and also Ed, just so you know, Lou just put in there too that they're making Lou and his family are making $100 donation in memory of your son as well. So
thank you, Lou.
Yeah, that is incredible, guys. So please do keep those donations coming. And I do know we have the questions, but John, I know there's something going on with this Blackburn guy. So I don't know if you want to address that.
Yeah, I'm going to mute you guys because we have the echo thing here. So I'm going to change the camera. Give me a second to do this. The computer is running a little slow right now. There's a whole lot of stuff working here, but let's get Blackburn on. Yeah, I will. Yeah. While he's coming on, it's going to take a minute. Hopefully hey, look out. You got to stand back a little bit, dude. Got another donation call out. Nick Tong, $100 from Nick. Clap it up here in the building, right? So Blackburn, he has been growing this beard for 2 years. If y'all know him, that's how we know him, kind of, right? He put it out there. If he auctioned it off, if somebody was to donate or auction or bid $500, he was. Well, no, it was an auction. It was if somebody bid the 500, yeah. So, yeah, what wasn't the raffle? It was a direct, because I think 2 people bid on it. Yeah, direct donation, right? Anyway, Colonel Potter, who we've had on our shows many, many times, basically said bye beard, and this is a $500 live donation. Can you speak? Can we hear you? Let me get you to say something. Hold on 1 second. Go ahead, say hi.
Me or Potter?
You, Blackburn.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, so I served 21 years active duty, retired last, now 2 Octobers ago. October 22nd was the last, or 21st was the last day I shaved because I had to shave every day in uniform. So I grew out the beard. The wife liked the beard. The beard became part of who I am, and all these meetups and just being silly and pulling it up over my face and playing with it at the table to calm my ADHD. And I had made a joke in, I think AZ's Discord. I said that I should put it up for auction and see if it garners any money, because people are always saying, when are you going to shave that thing? When are you going to shave that thing? And I just wasn't. But Potter immediately replied with $500. I said, cash money to the Craps for the Cure, and we got a deal. And he didn't say anything else. I messaged John. Nothing came of it. And then we were at Durango this weekend, and John goes, I'll put it on the website. We'll see what happens. And sure as Potter is cheap, but not in this case, apparently, because he came through. So I'm a man of my word. I got the Clippers. Any last words?
Hold on. Before you.
What's your wife gonna lead you around with?
Wow. Oh my God. This is killing him.
Everybody ready to see the baby face?
We're not going to recognize it. No, we're not going to know.
Ever since I've known him, he's had a beard, but I've never seen it be as long as it's gotten, and I didn't know the story behind it. I've seen him 2 out of the last 3 years. He and I have tried to get together in this region and just hasn't worked out. I've missed getting with him. I've met his wife before, so this is incredible. Just to watch him shave that. Is that it? If $500 doesn't get the whole thing clean face, come on, buddy.
He's working on it. There's a lot of layers there. There's a lot of layers there.
I said you might want to cut to somebody else. It's going to take a little while. I'll do it in the background.
No, you're good. We're going to watch. I'm going to commentate the whole thing. Just make sure your wife's gonna want the that sink cleaned. All right, make sure you clean up that sink after the
even
fact.
funnier story. I'm in a hotel in DC right now, and the
Oh.
cleaning lady is gonna have a weird reaction tomorrow when she has a bag full of hair.
That's even better.
Yeah.
While Blackburn is shaving that beard, also, yeah, props to you for growing that. That's impressive. While he's doing that, John, you want to queue up some questions for us? We'll kick them around the panel, and we're gonna watch the beard fall to the DC hotel vanity.
There's so much hair.
He looks more like when I met him about 2 years ago.
Yeah. The wife honestly said she didn't want me to get rid of it, but she said for a good cause, it'll grow back.
She's actually in chat right now.
Is she?
Yeah.
What'd she say?
I just looked over in chat. It's awesome.
What'd she say?
She said, hold on, I gotta scroll back here a little bit. The chats are coming in. She said that your kids want it gone and that it'll grow back. And then she was answering me that I was like, she's gonna want your that bathroom cleaned. But since you're not home, I guess you don't have to worry about that.
Can I keep the mustache, John?
Yes.
Yeah, I would say keep that part.
Close to November, so you're good.
Yeah, you know what Jeff's gonna say about, or what Ed's gonna say about the mustache for sure, right?
Oh my gosh. So, John, you said that the challenge came in. I know a lot of the challenges that's coming in reference to his shaving the beard is through the Blue Ridge crew over at Big AZ's channel and stuff. I'm looking at both chats now on the CG TV and the Casino Quest channel. The $500 donation, was that anonymous, or did Potter actually pay that?
Potter was 425 or 475. Somebody else was 25.
Wow.
No, he actually Potter actually did the 500. So because the auction, I set the auction at a minimum, and so somebody went in with 25, and Potter bumped it to 500. That's the total. So Potter's on the hook for the whole deal. Your wife says, by the way, no mustache. No mustache, says Rachel. I kind of like it though.
Yeah, but you don't have to kiss it. It's very itchy.
You don't know what he and I are doing. We're very good friends. All right, so I actually, Chris, to answer your question, you guys are muted, by the way, in Zoom. I have to mute you when I'm talking, otherwise we get a crossover. There are no questions. Chat, ask questions. I don't see any questions besides Blackburn stuff, right?
I've got one.
Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Can you guys see this?
Yeah.
You guys watching it? Okay, that's pretty fantastic. All right. So,
Blackburn, you clean up nice.
Ian's
Clean up
got a
nice.
question, Chris. Go for it.
Okay, this question goes out to Bo and to Ed. Can you guys explain, you guys are getting ready to throw an event next week or the week after next for class training?
Yes.
Yeah.
October 2nd.
And October
November
3rd, November 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, okay. October's already gone.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Well, again, we're 20 hours into this telethon. Jerry Lewis was a little drunk by the time he hit the 24-hour mark as well.
Yep.
So my question to Ed and Bo is, can you kind of explain how you guys are going to differentiate yourself from like Heavy's class, that full one-day immersion seminar?
Well, first of all, we're going to have a meet and greet at 10 Tons, his palace on the 31st floor at the Veer Tower. And we've got some premium Kentucky bourbon and all kinds of, but like we spent $1,300 just for bourbon. So it's going to be a party, just like I tell you that.
Wow.
So that'll be from 8 o'clock till 9 o'clock, or 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock. And then the next morning, we're going to have coffee and Danish at his place again at the Veer Tower between 8:30 and 9. Class will start at 9 to 12. At 12, we're having catered lunch, even with Wagyu burgers, if you want a Wagyu burger. And then from 1 to 4, we'll conclude. And then we'll have a Q&A. We have a reserved table that night between 8 and midnight at the Virgin. in the high limit pit. It's a 12-foot table, and it'll be all ours all together. Just boom, and it'll be different because we're going to present the class different. We're not going to tell war stories, and we're just going to cut to the chase. We're going to do the game. See what are the best bets to make in the moment. In other words, so we're not actually going to play the game, but we're going to have we're going to go over all the mechanics for everybody, either change or confirm what they've got, improve their tosses, and improve their betting. The key thing is improve their betting. So there you go. Ed, do you have something to add? Can Ed hear me?
He might be muted.
Well, I think I would say that. I think I would say that. Okay, I'm not on mute. All right, so I think I would say that the distinction is we've kept it to a very small group. So we only accepted 8 students, if you want to call them that, 8 attendees for that Saturday, and that was our initial plan. So that gives, number one, it's Ed and Bo. That's never been done before, so that's a distinction. But we are doing it in a fashion that just from an aesthetic standpoint, it's not been done. Like you said, we got $1,200–1,300 worth of some of the best bourbon you've ever laid your eyes on. And I can't wait to taste some of it because y'all know I like bourbon. But when the class starts, we're going to take you from mechanics to betting to the cage. And he and I don't necessarily play together. I mean, we don't agree on every single aspect of how to play this game. So that you're going to get both aspects. And that's going to make it more interesting, I think, than anything else. We're doing a catered lunch. Like he said, we're going to do it up on the rooftop by the pool, weather permitting. It's all catered. It's all brought in from downstairs at the Aria restaurants. I mean, nobody else has done this type of thing. So then it sold out so quick, we decided we would just go ahead and open it up for a second day. And what we've decided to do here, we've already got a few slots filled. I don't even know, Bo, how many we've got open still, but anybody that joins on behalf of this, of this announcement or this Veterans Moving Forward Craps for the Cure weekend, we're going to donate $500 back to Veterans Moving Forward right off of each person's tuition into that or admission into that event that we're having. So it's an opportunity for us to give back into this community, into this. Not to mention, you're going to have the private table, like we've already got that set up, in a private room, in the high limit room. And I've been on a lot of tables, been on a lot of events, a lot of classes, all that kind of thing. Nothing else compares to what we're trying to do here.
License?
It's not cheap.
No, he said, does it come with a free hunting license?
Admission's $1,500. We're going to give $500 back to the Cure.
Yeah.
And we'll give them a free license. Anything, Ed? We'll give them a free license, right? You're going to get a gift bag too. It's worth $125.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're going to get a gift bag. The lunch is provided. All the alcohol is provided on Friday night when we're doing our gathering, so everybody gets to know each other. We've really barred no expense in putting it together.
Plus, you get to hang out with Ed, Bo, and Tenton. I mean, what's better than that?
Yeah. Autographs, whatever.
So Ed, if you can explain, hold on, Chris. Ed, can you explain then the people that are coming day 2, are they invited to the Friday night? Yes. And then do they also get to come to the private room?
Yeah, the Sunday attendees will be able to come to the party Friday night and also to the private table on Saturday night as well. Nice. And vice versa. We're going to have the Sunday group, the Saturday people can join them at the table too.
It's a hell of a weekend right there.
Yeah.
Right? Another bucket list, another bucket list item. Man, live. I mean, the raffles we have are bucket list things. This is not part of the raffle. This is you guys just stepping up and doing your thing. Think about that, right? It's a weekend with you guys. It's a private table. My goodness gracious. All right. Mid Atlantic Crafts, by the way, I'm going to talk to Derek directly here. It says, hats off to Derek Blackburn. He's a true gentleman despite what everyone else says. And I must say, you are looking smooth, my friend. No, you're not dry shaving that, are you?
Yeah, he is. Yes, he is. He's dry shaving it.
Shave butter. There you go. I put that on my head every day. There you go. Awesome. My goodness. All right. Yeah. So by the way, the mustache is gone. Derek's wife required it, and Ashish paid for it. Paid the $100 to get rid of that mustache. Another $100. Yeah, to get rid of the mustache. Somebody had to take care of that. So there it is. That is fantastic.
So do I get whatever that $500 class was that was being donated since I raised $625 for this thing?
Talk to Bo.
Yeah,
He's the
Bo
accountant.
says yes. You are invited. You are invited to the class. There you go. One of those classes. That's awesome. Jay says audio is poor. I know we're working.
About 75 cents.
Yeah, we are working. We're working hard on the audio. JR says the audio sucks, but you know I got four people on Zoom, and I got a Wi-Fi connection here, so we're doing all we can, right? I'm gonna turn the camera off of Derek. Derek, before I do that, I want to get some final words.
If that's a qualifier, give it to the next donation of $100 or more.
Nice DJing is just in there staring at amazement at his screen.
I'm looking at your face, Ed. That's what I'm doing. I'm staring in amazement at you and that beautiful Casino Tears banner behind you. I just got my Dyson today, actually, because I just got my mail today.
Oh, yeah. Aren't
for
they
being
sweet?
away for so long. Oh,
We sold out of dice
them.
really, really quick. I mean, we ordered 1,000.
Repeat what you said.
So if he's giving it up for $100, here's $100 right here. Guess what? I'll even make it 200 since you did it. There's $200 for Bo's class of his 500.
Nice. Off of
Blackbird.
Blackbird.
Thank
All right,
you,
sweet.
Blackbird.
All right.
Give it to the accountant.
Somebody's got to be keeping track of all the lessons. And Bo, you're gonna be a busy
I
man
know.
here. We've got
All
a
right,
lot
we've got them written
a
down.
lot of free lessons from you. So yeah, awesome. All right, I'm gonna go back to the Zoom guys, see what they're. I have to kind of unmute you as we go. So it is what it is.
Are we live now, John? Are we back? Can you hear us?
I can hear you fine.
Maybe we'll just have our own side conversation. That's why I don't even know if I'm talking or not, because I don't know if I'm muted or not, because I can't tell if I'm muted. Anyway, John, can you hear us or no?
I think he's has to mute and unmute himself.
Yes.
To be able to talk.
Oh, you can hear us. Okay, let's get to some questions. Let's get to some questions here, because we got a lot of people here on the panel who are good. We got some certified licensed hunters on the panel here. I see. Got some experience, some inexperience, aka me. There you go. There's a young reference because everybody says I got to throw one in. So there's the one. You're welcome. John, I don't know if you have the questions queued up. Jeff sent me one, so I'm gonna go to this one. That was on the CGTV side. KG asked, what is your rule or limit when you have a loss? Like, do you chase? Do you do whatever? So we can kick around the panel. What's your guys' rules on losses? Do you chase? Do you have a stop loss limit? I'll kick it off with I buy in for whatever I buy in, and that's my loss limit. If I lose it, I lose it. I'm not a firm believer in the 50% stop loss because I'll just buy in for 50% less. and lose it. That's how I play. Let's go to I don't know, Craig.
With you, 0% stop loss. People would say, well, why don't you just stop halfway through? Well, no, because I probably want to try it again because we're degens and we need to try again. So no, 0 stop loss for me.
I have a stop loss. Sorry, guys.
Sorry, it's okay.
So if I buy in for $1,020 and it's not going well, or if I've made some miscalculations and I've made 3 bad decisions, I'm off that table. I'll change tables, go to a different game, find one that's working for me, or my dice are responding correctly, or the people who are with me, their dice are responding correctly. You got to have a stop loss in my estimation.
Yeah.
Mine is situational, but I'm a low roller, so it doesn't matter much anyway. Usually, though, whatever I bought in for is my stop loss. That's what I've decided I'm in for that game. But if I bought in for a little more than I normally would, then I might, like he said, if it's going bad, there's no sense in beating a dead horse. It's time to go find a different table or just take a break.
What do you buy? How much you buy it for?
Anywhere from 1 to 300 usually. Real low.
What about
low
on
roller.
a $25 game?
I have bought in on a $25 game for $100 before and did okay. I'm that guy that David was talking about earlier. So, but I'm super conservative and super patient, and I'm not hoping to make $1 million off of $100 on a $25 game. I just know.
But it's survival. That's good. Though.
Yes.
If you can do that on $100, that's awesome. That means you got a lot of discipline.
Oh yeah.
I'm a shoot the moon kind of guy too. I come to gamble. I don't and hang out with friends. You know, yeah, because when I walk into a casino, they love me. They love me until they hear my voice, and that's where I have an alter ego when I'm in town. It's called Frank Johnson. The people at the Rio knew me as Frank Johnson. Didn't ever knew me as Ian Olson, which was funny. But to be honest with you, I come to socialize. I'm a very social person. I like to hang out with people. I like to, just have an opportunity. It's, something that I've always done with my parents. It's in our blood. We love to gamble. We love the thrill of the hunt. And when we seek and destroy, like Joe did on a couple nights ago, when he hit the ATS and then hit another part of it. I mean, that's what you live for. That thrill, that excitement of being able to say, wow, give me those black chips and pull them in. Now, last night when we donated a little money, Craig and I did, when we were sitting at the table, that's not always fun either. But but we had a great time doing it. So.
Oh, okay. So Ian's got a little announcement to make here.
All righty, guys, we've got some stuff here that we're trying to raffle off right here in the chat. So what we're trying to do first is the first person that gives us $75, John.
Yep.
So this right here costs $50 if you come in and buy this from Ronnie here at Casino Quest. This is a throwing station, and Bo doesn't know this, but I just donated some Coach Dice, dicecoach.com. Dice with it as well. So the first person that puts in $75, we will send that to you. Second one is an ounce of silver that was donated by Mark the Mad Hatter. That's an official, if you look at that, a real ounce of silver. So that right there, it's worth $30. So we'll say $50. If you give us $50, we'll give that to you. And then last,
Is it branded though?
it is branded,
What
Jen.
is it?
Here, Brent, you know that more than I do.
Scottsdale silver.
Scottsdale silver.
1 ounce.
1 ounce.
Maybe $35. Yeah,
Yep.
50.
50's good. And then the last thing is the first 3 people that donate $40 will give you each one of these books. These books go online on Amazon.com right now. They're $20, but they're all signed by Shackelford himself. So please get in the chat, put those in so we can get these items going, and we'll get them sent to you.
The first chatters with those amounts, with those donation amounts, put the item you're doing it for in your donation, so we know. Okay.
No, just in the live chat or Cash right here, right now. Cash always talks too.
Oh, we just sold the book. Tito bought the book.
What, you buying a book, Tito?
We got the
There
book,
you go,
Tito.
Tito.
All
We
right, there
got
it
2
is.
more of those. We have 2 more of the
We got
books.
2 more of those. We got 2 more of those. That's
there
right.
you go.
That's right.
So we have 2 more of those books, you guys. Obviously, like you said, those were his 3rd generation. So
Yep.
come on in. Let's raise some more money as we get ready to wrap things up
So
here.
$50 for the silver. Yeah, we have 2 donations just came in, by the way. 1 donation from, I can't see it, Anonymous,
That's gonna be in the
$20.
YouTube chat. That's the only way.
Clap
Or
it up.
cash here.
And our
is there
good
2
friend
different
Royce
chats?
Burnett, $20, another 20.
That's a great
All right,
question.
the next ones that come in for these 2 things, 50, 40, and 75. Let's get it done. I'm going to switch over to the Zoom, guys.
Go ahead.
Mute you all.
Audio's live again. I'll go back to the stop loss. We'll hit Ed and Jeff, and then there's a couple other questions. So, Ed, do you have a stop loss when you buy in?
Yeah, I always have a stop loss. My buy-in is predicated upon whatever the minimum bet is for the table, and then it's also predicated on whether it's a regular table or whether it's a crapless. So I've got kind of these preset buy-ins that I use based on those things, and I will have a stop loss. I will have a hard set stop loss, but I may stop before then. If I don't like what's happening at the table, or if there's a lot of ruckus, or if there's just, it's just freaking cold or it's choppy and I can't make anything on the don'ts and I can't make anything on the light side, I'm going to leave the table. I may leave it before my stop loss. So it depends. It's all situational as it comes in, but I do have a hard and set, stop loss. If I'm buying in for, let's just say 1,200 on a crapless, the stop loss is going to be a little bit lower because I've got a little more money at play. So maybe it's $400, $500. But if it's on a regular table and I'm buying in for 800, I'm not giving them more than 500 before I'm gone.
Yeah.
You never leave. My personal belief is you never leave a table empty-handed. If you leave a table empty-handed, they have beat you. That's my opinion.
For the silver.
Alan Tyndall just put a bid in for $100 for the silver. Nice job. We'll give him right there. She did super. He super chatted it.
All right, I'm now out of the chat.
You're out of the chat. Well, this is going to go so much better now that John's out of the chat. Everybody.
Great. All right, let's start with the sportscasting and
yeah.
go from there.
There we go. All right, DJ, it's all back to you, brother. We still got 2 things left. We got one book, and then Ronnie and Bo's donation on the throwing station or the throwing system and the dice.
Which just went up to 100.
Well, I keep saying, come on, Bo. I'm not a very smart guy about this stuff. I have one. I bought one off him.
Yeah. It's really good to do that. So.
Blackberry.
All right,
Thank you for
Derek.
your
God
participation.
bless you. Thank you
Awesome,
for your
man.
service.
Thanks
for having me, guys. The beard will be back. It'll come back.
Chris, I'll go ahead and answer your question. I thought we were switched back over to us, but I'm not sure yet. I'll go ahead and answer the question. Guys, Chris, for the last 4 days, I've been in your backyard at your home casino playing, and had I not had a stop loss, I would come back a very bad losing session. If I travel to my local, I can do like you and John, and what I take, I'm willing to lose. But when I travel for 4 or 5 days worth of gambling, especially if I go to Vegas, but anywhere away where I'm 3 hours away from home and I'm going to be at a hotel staying up, I've got to have a stop loss. And this past week at your home casino, a couple things happened at the table, changed the mojo. It changed the attitude. It changed the excitement of the table. A couple players that were very ignorant, which the floor staff the first night took care of it really well. Last night they did not. I was like Ed. It just wasn't going my way. Like Bo said, you get done and you get out if the dice aren't rolling. And I set a stop loss of what I'm typically buying in. It's the first time I've played at a $10 table in quite some time, by the way, Chris. And I had to adjust myself. I was talking to Ed over the weekend, and he said, play it like a $10 table. Don't play it like you've been playing it. And the first day I had my butt handed to me because I was playing it in my style of what I normally play, and it was atrocious. And I quit 2 different times. I quit and walked away and came back. Wednesday and Thursday were bad days. Friday night was fantastic. I mean, everything that you would want to happen at a craps table happened. Even with some of the short rolls with big money out there, I was able to recover some of it. But to my good friend Ed, who's just above me, who knows my story for the year, I haven't traveled much this year due to personal reasons, and this was my fifth session. And he knows, or my 6th session, and he knows that my previous 5 sessions, I was due a loss, and that's how I'm looking at it, Ed. I was due the loss because I had some really great sessions earlier in the year. Now, what I lost this past 4 days, I made more in the previous ones, but it hurts. It hurts when you have those sessions, and you have to be able to take them. And I played probably about 10 to 12 sessions in 4 days, and a lot of times they would have been one continuous session. It's just I reached that point where it's time to take a break. Let's walk away from this table. And like Chris, on Wednesday and Thursday, they had 2 tables open all day long. Friday and Saturday night, they had 3 tables open. So, you go there all the time. It's my first time there. But stop loss is, from a percentage standpoint, I'm buying in for $1,000 to $2,000. I don't want to lose any more than a quarter to a half of that, depending upon how things are going. Am I making the mistake? Am I betting wrong? Am I throwing horrible? Am I betting on the wrong players? That all goes into what I think when I need to stop. And fortunately for me, I stopped at the right time, because if it had kept up, I would have come back broke.
Yeah, sometimes the dice be like that, and Valley Forge is weird. I was texting you when you were there. Sometimes the dice are good, and sometimes they're bad, and sometimes you just can't get off the bed. It's just bad there. But it happens. I think it's an important note to make too about even the stop loss comment and stuff, especially like when you're traveling for a trip. You gotta budget yourself out for said trip. So whether that's daily, session, whatever it be, if you're new to gambling, whatever it is, like if you have $1,000 for a trip, don't go put $1,000 on your first buy-in at a table, because that's not a good idea. And I guess that also kind of feeds into my 0 stop loss is when I do go on a trip, there's multiple buy-ins available, as in I don't necessarily use envelopes. I know people talk about envelopes, but like, let's say I'm going on a trip for, 4 days, whatever my budget is for those 4 days is divided by 4. And then I may divide that by 2 or 3 for each session potentially. So that's why I have that 0 number, not necessarily that I'm buying in for X amount on day 1, lose it, and then I'm screwed the rest of the trip. So just thought I'd offer a clarification there, and also a little tidbit of wisdom if anybody who is going for a trip doesn't know that, to do that. All right. Another question, I guess regarding also kind of stop loss for losing. What's your recovery plan when you're down at the table? That comes from Arnell. So I'm gonna kick it. Since I know it's a pain in the ass to keep switching with the muting and stuff, I'm gonna go around the Zoom first, and then we'll go over to the room over there. So, Ed, what's your recovery plan when you're down at the table?
Well, I don't really change a whole lot, because number one, if I'm down a lot, then I'm already gone. So if I say I'm down some, whatever that some number is, I'm gonna try to analyze each player. I'm gonna, and I'll play don'ts just as fast as I'll play the light side. So did I play the don'ts wrong? Did I play the light side wrong? Which did I do? I don't, I'm not one of those guys that goes out there and bets across on everybody, or even 110 inside on everybody. I'm very, very cautious in the beginning. So maybe I'm just missing the throw. Maybe I'm just having that Tuma moment, that Tuma, T-U-M-A, thumb up my ass, where I'm just watching 4s after 4s after 4s throw, and I'm not on them for some reason. All right, so I'll just knock myself in the head and walk away, and kind of come back to the rail for a minute, I don't chase anything. Chasing only gets you in worse shape. I'll grind. I will grind and grind and grind. And if I get back to even after a bad session, I'm happy as a lark just to walk away even. Even a little bit down. Just a little bit down is better than where I was. So I'll make a decision at that point. It's all based on what's going on and how the session's going, how you feeling, how far away are the dice from getting back to me. I may make one more throw, and if I can't do it on myself, I'm not going to do it on anybody else. I'm going to walk away a small loser. So I don't think about things about trying ways to try to get back. I'm going to grind. That's not a problem. I don't mind grinding my way back up, but I'm not going to go shoot for the moon and try to hit a $250 10 just to get 500 and back to the rack. I'm not going to do that.
Neff, any special recovery plans for you when you're playing?
Well, I do, and it failed me this past week. It worked in the past, and the first night I try to increase my bets by a quarter of whatever I'm currently playing with 110 inside, and I'm going to go up 154 ish inside if that's the point. And I stay out for one more roll longer. For those that know how I play, it's typically a higher level, 220, 330. Get a hit or two, depending on the table, and down to a reasonable amount, whether it's 66, 96 across or 160 across. And then I trend bet and just I bet what's hitting. But if I get that first hand where I'm trying to increase my bets, let's say, by a quarter, depending upon what level it is, a lower level, it's more than that. If I'm doing 220, 330, it's going up, and I lose that hand, I'm actually done. And I had to do that a couple times, and that's what hurt. I shouldn't have been doing that. And like Ed just said, I should have ground it out, if that's the right word. I should have grinded with what I was doing, because I walk away from the table thinking I'm going to switch to the other table. I go to the bathroom, I come back. Guess what happened, Chris, on that other table? You know what happened. Full ATS hit. I'm playing 10-5-10, and that I should have done. Now, I'm not banking on my ATS. That's just bonus money to me. I don't worry about what I spend on it, and it's a win's a win. It's nice. But that table, probably 2 or 3 shooters later, by the time I got back around there, I walked by it. They already made the small, and I'm on the other side, and the whole table goes in joy. And I walk back around. They're paying everybody out on the all, and guess who missed it? That's me. But I made the decision to quit, and I grinded, and I mean I went for a recovery, and it failed, not once, not twice, but 3 times this week.
Yep, and for anyone who doesn't know, the bathrooms at Valley Forge are on the other side of the casino is the craps table, so it's a little bit of a walk, which is not enjoyable. Anyway, I'll answer it and then I'll kick it to the room over there. I don't really play any differently when I'm trying to recover. Try to keep doing what I'm doing. I may get a touch more aggressive on pressing, but my normal kind of starting point is the same. And if that does not go well, I go to the blackjack table because that's where
Been
I
there
go.
with you a time or two.
When the craps table when the craps table is not going well, we hit the blackjack table. And Ed made a really good point too. Is sometimes when you're down, you get back to even. That's a win. That was me in Paris this past week. I was playing blackjack at the casino there. Which, by the way, if anyone hasn't played blackjack in Europe, it's very different than it is in the U.S. Strange. You can ask me about it offline, people, if you care. Anyway, I was down pretty bad, made it back to even. And I called that, I was actually up €5, so a little over $5 US.
Congratulations, dude.
Can
I have $3? You're up $3.
I know, it's amazing. It barely bought me a drink, but doesn't matter. I made it back from being down the couple hundred that I was down. But yeah, I don't really play any differently. And if I'm really doing bad, I go to the blackjack table and dink around over there and usually win it back. So kick it over to you, Craig. You can pass it around the room. Recovery plans. Take it away.
All right, we're going to let Bo answer that, and that'll be enough for this side, and then we'll move on to the next topic.
Okay, as far as recovery, if you stay too long in the game and you're losing, you're going to make bad decisions and you're not going to make the recovery. You're just going to lose more. So, like I said before, if I make 3 bad decisions, I haven't figured this game out, and I probably won't. So I'll call it quits right there. Just like Ed said, even if I haven't met my stop loss, if it's less than my stop loss, I'm making some bad decisions. I'm out of there before they get my money. And you have to have discipline to do that. And there's a lot of betting strategies out there on the internet. All of them will work at one time or another. They don't all work at all the time. So you got to be careful. You got to play in the moment. What's happening in the moment? Like the books say, always bet the 6 and 8. Well, what if the 4s and 10s are rolling? Why you got money on a 6 and 8? Bet the dominant numbers in the moment. So that's why I look at the game. Get 2 or 3 numbers going and don't leave them up there forever. If the numbers go away, either move your bets or take them down. Don't wait till the 7 shows up. Just follow the game. What's the game telling you? You call your bets off or press your bets or take them down. What are you going to do? So if you do that correctly, then you're going to win. If you make some bad mistakes, then you're going to lose. And one mistake will lead to another, and the next thing you know, my rack's empty. So I don't want to have an empty rack. I want to leave. I want to have bullets for the next session. There you go.
Back to you, Chris. John's like 15 feet away from the laptop, so yeah, we're gonna zip back to Chris.
Back to you, Chris.
Is my mic live yet?
Yes.
Yep, you're live.
Yep.
Ah, lovely. All right. If anybody does have a question, put them in. I know there's not too much time left, so I'm gonna go quickly to Lou's question here that he did ask is how many people track box hits with chips in their rack. I'm gonna kind of modify the question to just how many people track hits in general in their rack or some other way, I guess, or you count rolls. I'll answer it. I did use a notebook and paper or a pen and paper for a while, and my OCD, ADHD couldn't handle it, couldn't do it anymore. So I'll just count with either chips or I'll keep counting in my head, kind of what's going on. Usually I know what number's hitting by the number has the most money on the table. That's what I know what's hitting, because my betting usually reflects whatever number's hitting. Jeff?
Well, fortunately, Chris, we typically play with somebody that tracks them for us. So you just look down at his rack and he's got the box numbers taken care of, and it's my responsibility to do the horns. But typically when I'm throwing, I don't worry about tracking my numbers because I can look down at my bets and know exactly how many times I've thrown an 8. If I'm starting at a $15 level and I've got 90 on the 8, I've collected the 50. I know that I've hit that 8 4 times. I don't need to do that. But on other people, I have a tendency to use just a modified version of Clay's chip rail system so that I know where I am with the numbers that are rolled. The problem that I think that by doing that system, that rail system, is a lot of times do you count if it's a come out and you're not working, do you count that as a number hit or do you not count it as a number hit? And I know with Clay's system, he knows that, there's eight eights that have been thrown or 6 8s, whatever it is. But I do a modified chip system to try to keep in my mind, but I can tell by my bet levels. I know where my bets are. And once I regress, I don't care what the person's throwing. If I regress, I've got $200, $300, $400 locked up in that hand. I could care less. My bets are there almost full press, collect one, full press. That's just how I've been playing for the last year and a half, 2 years. Thanks to my good friend. That's the one on the screen, one off the screen, and hopefully one that's listening. That my game has just changed totally.
Ed, do you track anything specially?
No, because my bets tell me what's hitting, and I can tell. I know by my betting progressions. There's a difference. There's two different things going on here. Number one, am I shooting? If I'm shooting, I know what my progressions are. If someone else is shooting, I still know what my progressions are, but I've modified my progressions so that I get them racked. I'm racking a little more money more often. Maybe I'm taking 2 hits at 42 on a 6 or 8 before I go to 60 or 90. My preference is to go to 90. But if I've collected a couple of times, I'm keeping up with it by my betting progressions. Now, the quintessential person is Bo Parker over there in Las Vegas. He tracks rolls for everybody at every table. Bo is one of those original chip persons. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Clay didn't learn it from Bo. Uh, you know, it's the same process where you're using 5 or you're using 10, but I think Bo probably uses 5. I'll let him address that in a minute. Where you're using your chips and you're rolling chips over, and then when you get the 5th hit, you change it to a red, that kind of thing in your rack. Bo will always know what's being hit and how many people, and what's being thrown the most. So he'll adjust his betting. And I kind of do the same thing, but mine's based on, I know what my betting progressions are, because I just can't keep up. I run out of white chips. I end up giving them to dealers, and all of a sudden I don't have any white chips left. So, that's my thought on it. Is I use my betting progressions work, and while those progressions are working, I know exactly where I'm at in the toss and how many's being hit. If I'm not sure, I'll look I'll lean down and go, what have I got on that? And they'll tell me, and I know exactly where we're at on the toss progression. Back to you.
I'm gonna kick it over to the room. Bo, how do you track your hits? And as I know kind of how you track your hits, I'm gonna ask a secondary question that Jeff kind of alluded to. When you are tracking with chips, do you count numbers thrown or paid hits?
I count the numbers thrown from the beginning to the first toss. I'll have 6 chips for the box numbers. Then I have the chips for the crap numbers. And if a come out red shows up, I'll put a red chip on the back of the reel, so I know that's big red on a come out. If 11 rolls on a come out, I'll put a green chip for 11. When I buy in, I get an extra $20 of the chips. And a lot of times you get the static from the dealers. You don't need $20 for the white chips. And your answer is, I guess you don't want to tip. And they go, well, how many white chips did you say you wanted? So there you go. So that'll get you through that. But Ed's right. So what I count, if you see a red chip where the 8 is, that means that 8's been hit 5 times. And I just go accordingly to that. But what I'm shooting, I don't count, because left brain, right brain, I want to be right brain when I'm shooting, not left brain. I want to think about it. I know I want to get into rhythm when I'm shooting. It'll be what it is. I can tell what's going on by my tosses, the numbers that I'm hitting, how I'm going to bet it. So it's immaterial at that point when I'm shooting.
Well, I'm still considered new to this game, so what I've done before is I'm pretty good at math in my head, so I've learned to kind of what I think it was what maybe Chris alluded to is if you know your progressions, you know what you'd like to bet and how you like to progress. You can tell. I think maybe Jeff did too. You can tell how many times you've rolled a number. But for me, when I'm fortunate enough to hit points, I often regress back to base, and that does mess up with the math in my head. So I may start using the 20 white chips, and they may not be dealer tips at all.
Yeah, exactly. So you use that for an excuse, though. That's right. And another thing, I used to chart with pen and paper, but if you go down the chart, you go back too many rolls, and you start missing part of the game. So that way, I find it more effective if you use the chips instead of writing all these numbers on that. Now, where am I? What does that really mean? You know what I mean? So just use the chips in current value of what's happening in the moment.
I just want to add, because I think I've learned this from Ed, know your progressions, know how you want to increase and press your bets, because then when you're shooting, you don't have to think about it. So many times I've shot, and when I happen to shoot well, I have no idea where I am, and I'm trying to concentrate on the throw, and my bets aren't getting increased like they should be to maximize the game.
Sure.
So
you're too focused on your toss, you're forgetting to increase your bets, right?
Right.
So you got to blend those two together.
Jeff knows, because in Atlantic City, first time I ever played with Jeff, I threw a 49 roller.
Nice.
I made $300.
Oh no.
I know the feeling. $300 on a 49 roller.
What was the minimum bet?
It was a $10 table, Jeff. You can't. No, he can't hear me. He's muted. I think it was a $10 table. But yeah, I turned to him and I said, "How many rolls?" He said, "I'll say it without cursing." He said, "Shut up and roll." And then I threw another 19.
Oh wow.
But I made $300 on my own roll.
Fantastic. But it would have been a lot better if you progressed right.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. With
Yes.
the same amount of risk.
Yes.
Yeah.
John, you want to cut it back to Chris? Give John 2 seconds. Excuse me?
Jay-Z, $500.
Jay-Z, $500. Silver Fox. Thank you, Jay-Z.
Another free class?
Another free class.
I got a list.
Bo, you are busy this fall. You are busy, sir.
I think
Oh, well, she wants to get it in too. You can...
I think I opened up Pandora's box.
Oh, Pandora box. There, raise it to 750.
You want to do that? Let's kick over to Zoom, guys. All right, we'll make it now 750 since we got so many at 500. We got to up the ante here.
All right.
By the way, it's got to be done in the year 2000. What is this? 24, 225. It won't blend into 26. That'll be for next year.
Right.
Take this back
I
to
don't
us,
know
Chris.
what's going on.
Are there any other questions? Put it in chat, please. Put a Q in front of it so we know it's a question and we can get to it quickly.
Q for question?
Q for question. There you go. I know. And keep donating because you guys are awesome.
Hey, John, how much have you collected so far? You know?
Working on that.
Oh, okay.
We're trying to get a total. You guys keep talking?
Oh
Yeah. So,
Let's finish up.
all right, here we go. Leon, go for it.
So my we still have audio.
We're now interviewing Bo.
Okay.
Hey, Bo.
What?
I have a question. You always talk about making mistakes.
Sure, we're human. We make mistakes.
Yeah. So define what you consider a mistake. You said if you make three
Making a wrong
mistakes, making a wrong bet.
Right,
So
at the wrong time.
explain, please.
Okay, well, let's say we're at a choppy table, okay? And so a choppy table, let's say the point's at 8, and they're hitting numbers around the 8, but they can't repeat the 8. So if you see that happen enough times, no matter what the point is, it doesn't matter. I'll lay that point. Nothing else, just the point. And if all of a sudden the 8 hits and I lose my bet, if I make 3 wrong decisions that way, I'm doing something wrong. So that'll kill that. Or if there's a long lost number. I remember one time the 9 hadn't rolled for 60 rolls.
60.
Yeah. So early on, after it wasn't rolled for 15 rolls, I did a lay bet for 150. I won that bet 7 times before the 7 showed up. That was awesome. So there you go. But those are the kind of things you look at. And I love the thing too, the point that didn't make it. It's awesome. A lot of times, okay, you 7 out, one was a 5. Have to either hop the 5 on the next shooter or place it. 5 shows up. As soon as you went, take it down because it didn't make it. Boom, you're off to the races.
So you bet, analyze, and then make another decision.
Brian was doing that
It's a
last
decision.
night. It didn't work out so well.
But see, if you keep doing it, it doesn't work. You got to
Right.
abort.
Yeah, yeah.
You're playing in the moment. If it's not, whatever you're doing, if it isn't working, you got to change your strategy. Don't just keep pounding the same strategy. You're going to just keep losing.
That is the definition of insanity, right?
It is. Expecting a different result, doing
Yeah.
the same thing over and over and over. Yeah, absolutely.
What you got, Leon?
I'll go back to the tracking rolls question. I have and I haven't. If I'm shooting, I usually don't like to. I especially like on a roll to win table, it's going to do it for you anyway. And sometimes I just try to tune that out and I don't see it. I don't want to see that digital roll counter up there because the higher you get, the more antsy you get. You know it's coming and it's coming, and then it starts to affect your decision making capabilities.
What's coming?
That the 7's coming.
Don't think about the 7.
Right, and that's why I don't like to
think
see
about
that.
the
No,
7.
I don't like to see that count.
No.
It messes with your cognitive load, and I talk a lot about cognitive load, especially for new players. There's a lot to think about playing this game, even if you're experienced, but especially if you're the more inexperienced you are. It's a lot.
Lost them.
Yeah,
Yep.
we're not live. Like our audio's dead.
Yeah, they keep going to that dead screen. Yeah.
It's flashing red.
It's flashing red.
Yeah.
All right.
So that means we're dead. Dead. It's dead.
Might be what killed it.
We're dead.
Got a new mic.
Yep.
Got a charger.
So we have a donation announcement.
Give that a second to kick in. There you go. You should be okay now.
Is it live now?
You should be live now. Yeah.
So on other shooters, especially if I'm playing with people I don't know, I want to see how many rolls they get. I don't like the whole qualifying idea, but it is kind of qualifying. But I want to see how they do. And that's no guarantee that they're going to do great the next time around. But at least I know if they come up in PSO and maybe there's not a lot of people at the table and they do that a couple times in a row, I'm not betting on that person.
Oh, go to
I'm
the
just
dark
waiting.
side. Go to the
Or
dark
go to the
side.
dark side. Or if I notice they're killing the sevens on the come out, I'm not betting the dark side.
Yeah,
And so, you know, but I will track, and I just use 5 chips. Did a little different way, just 5 chips, and go by fives,
Well,
5,
whatever
10,
works for
15,
you.
20,
Whatever,
you know,
that's
and
different strategies.
I go from roll 1, and I just want to know what their total roll count is. I don't start over with a new come out roll or anything like that. I just want to know, and a lot of it is for me trivial because we all talk about, oh, I witnessed the 41 roller last night, and you know, it makes for good stories to be able to say, hey, you know, or how many times have you sat through like a long roll and it finishes and everybody you're around, hey, how many was that? And nobody knows the answer.
Exactly.
So it's nice to just, for trivial sake, especially when we're in a group like this, we're all playing together. It's nice if somebody knows, like, hey, Brian rolled 56 rolls last night, you know, instead of like, oh, I don't know, it was over an hour, you know. So it's
That's why
nice
we
to
have
know
Jen.
that for
Jen writes it
stories,
all
you
down.
know. I like stories, you know. I like the story, and that's part of the story for me. That's one of the reasons why I play craps is for the stories you get out of it from the table.
And each
stuff.
game is different.
Yeah.
Each game is totally different. Yeah. That's what keeps you coming back.
Why don't we do this? Actually, you can say, we're going to go to the guys in Zoom. It's 6:45. Let's do our final. Whoa, Nate. Let's do some final thoughts. Go to the guys in Zoom. Round table them. Round table y'all. I'm going to come around and do the final tally.
All right.
Sound good? All right. Yeah. So now they can't hear me. So you got to say that.
Oh.
We're gonna redo.
So just say that then.
Oh, we almost dropped the mic. Yeah, right. Hey, we're gonna go to the guys in Zoom. I know this is kind of choppy back and forth, but we're gonna go to the guys in Zoom. I want to get your final thoughts, but stay online. And then we'll go to these guys here, get their final thoughts. I'm gonna show the final tally board as close as I can get to it, and long call out some of the bigger donors that we had this week, and kind of wrap things up. Sound good? Final thoughts, guys.
All right, final thoughts. It's been a great week, starting with Blue Wrench Crew leading up to Crash for the Cure. This weekend has been amazing. We've all seen some incredible interviews, and the knowledge that we got, if it didn't soak in or seep in, you need to rewatch. It's recorded, go rewatch it, because there were 5, 6 people, 7 people that shared their knowledge for you all, the public, the craps community, and this is stuff that you can take to the tables. You just need to go practice, but you also need to go donate. So that's what this weekend's about. Veterans moving forward, donating. We've donated our time. We want you to donate with your dollars. So I've had a really fun weekend. I love hanging out with everybody, and we're going to show you some more donations in a little bit, but we're going to wrap things up on this side. So here you go, Bo.
Okay, I was here last year, and I really had a lot of fun doing this, and it's to a great cause. And I don't mind giving the classes away because all it does is cost me a little time, and but that's fun. I enjoy the game. I love teaching the game, and I love playing the game. So actually teaching improves my game because, believe it or not, I'll learn from the students different things that, oh, that might work, you know, so incorporate that in your play. So it's all, hey, we're all in this thing together. It's a very small community as opposed to like slot people, you know. And back to Michael Shackelford, he did really good presentation, but he's right on the math as far as pass line full odds, come bet full odds. That's the math, that's correct. But he's leaving the other thing out of that, the energy of the game.
Math is cold.
Yes. So you have to use a different, he doesn't put the metaphysical energy into the equation. And so that's what we're playing off of. But he's absolutely right with the math. That's what he does. So and he's got a great site. So awesome. No, I have a lot of fun doing this. It's fun. So donate your money, guys.
So, hats off to John. The lineup this year was amazing. I think we can all agree. I think it's been a really great Craps for the Cure. And if you are big into this game and you watch John or some of us on a regular basis, next year you really should buy your ticket and come. It is so worth the in-person experience to do. So really awesome seeing Blackburn shave his retirement beard. I grew my retirement beard for about a year. It was nowhere near as long as Blackburn's. This is like version 5 or 6 now, and this is about where I keep it, because any longer than this I can't take it anymore. But that was pretty awesome to see Blackburn, and for I think it became $600 through the cause. Pretty awesome deal. So again, go donate if you haven't, and if you're watching this on playback here in the next couple of days, the website's still open, and we'll be there for a while for you to go donate. So go to the website and donate, and thanks. It's been great.
See what you did. Final thoughts. Great weekend, everyone. It's been really a pleasure to come out here down here to Vegas, from 36-degree weather in Wisconsin to 80-some degree weather in Vegas. It's been a wonderful charity event this weekend. And guys, again, you still have time to donate. The table that is donated, I'm curious to see where I'm going to be doing a road trip with John to deliver the table, and hopefully they'll be done in a relatively timely fashion here. But thank you very much, everyone, and it's been a pleasure meeting everybody. And the participation in the chat all weekend long has been amazing. And that is a testament to the community that we do have in the Craps community here. So thank you very much.
Oh, yeah. And ditto to all of that. And thank you so much for just allowing us to come together and be a part of your journey, and you're a part of ours as viewers. And, your master, see? Great and master journey, and it's really been, we had some rolls today and this weekend that we were like, holy, see what I did there? Yeah, we're like, holy, that's a bad roll, and holy, that was a good roll. But
some people feel old.
But yeah.
You know you got
See, we're there. See, we're wrapping it up in all the ways we can. But I just want to say probably the biggest thing is the community and the lives that are changed, not only from your giving, because of the veterans and with Lori and what she's doing. Thank you for changing lives, because that's what it's all about.
A really big quick props to all the people behind the scenes, such as Ian and Jen, and everybody that helped behind the scenes. Thank you very much for your help.
All right. We're going to
I think that's back over to us now, Chris.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to you first for your final thoughts and final words.
Well, wow. I see, and I don't know whether or not Big Joe can hear me there. Big Joe from Wisconsin. Yeah, he can hear me. I saw him look back. I was sorry I couldn't be out the Vegas live this year. It is my intent to make the next one in 2025. I believe John's made the announcement. He'll probably do it sometime at some point in September. It's going to be held a little earlier, which will help me as well. But I want to tell the people the type of viewers that I have, which they patronize all your channels. But while we were live, I got an email from Joe Ramus, and I think everybody here that knows Joe Ramus, and he's already said, Jeff, you changed your format for how you were raising in 2024. I want to know if you're going to participate in 2025, and if so, can I have the honor of starting you off with your collection? So to Joe Ramus, yes, but let's get this one done first, since we've been live on Craps Chat. I see Ian has updated the tote board, and it's almost doubled since when we came in. Congratulations to everybody for that. John, I missed you this week, and to everybody else that's out there, my good friend Jen and Craig, I'll see you sometime. To the guest here on the panel, Chris, you're doing a fine job with Craps Chat. Ed, I look forward to talking to you quite often. Guys, if you have just $10 to whatever it is, donate to this cause. It is a good cause. It's helping people that need the help to secure our freedom. And God bless each and every veteran that is currently serving, that has served, and to every member of a family that has lost somebody during this time. And with that, I hope to see you guys in 2025. And John, I'm going to hold you at your word for that date. I've already got it marked down. With that, I'm going to say thanks to everybody. Be safe and play smart.
Final thoughts, final words.
Me?
Yes, sir.
I want to thank y'all for just letting me stop in here for a minute, and I appreciate what y'all have done as a viewer throughout the weekend. It's been run well. Congratulations on running another successful Craps for the Cure, John. I see Jen back there. Jen and I know each other personally, and that we've met, we played together. I appreciate her very much. She's done a lot of work this weekend. John and I don't really, we know each other, but we don't know each other. And as I've always said, I love John, but nobody can piss me off quicker than John. So, that's just the way it goes. We don't agree on stuff all the time, but this is something that we all agree on, and that is trying to help our veterans.
Amen.
So if you go to bed tonight and you're in a free country and you wake up tomorrow and you're still in a free country, you got a couple things you need to do. You need to thank the good Lord above for allowing you to live in this country. And number two, you need to thank a veteran. I used to be part of a program called High Five a Vet, and we might bring that back. And it's just simply a high five and give them a wristband. I used to wear wristbands all the way up to my elbows and see if I could give away wristbands. All of them said high five a hero. That was for first responders, and that was for veterans. Well, today we're working for veterans. PTSD used to not be even diagnosed. I don't know how our fathers and grandfathers from World War II and so forth, Korea, Vietnam, I don't know how they got through it like they did, because they had no help. They had no psychological help. They had no way to express what they were going through. Today, even in the armed forces, because he was afraid that the Army might bring him out because of his PTSD. So he stayed in. And that's happening even with our active military personnel today. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to admit it. They're trying to be tough. Being tough is perilous to their lives. And so all I can say is you got to support them in every way possible in everyday life. You see that vet with that hat on where he served somewhere, Desert Storm, Vietnam, there's not many of those left, Afghanistan, wherever they serve from. You see that vet, go up there and tell them how much you appreciate them, and ask them if you can even pray for them at that point. I think it's an important thing. I can't express. When you see someone in your family who is virtually on the process of suicide, you cannot underestimate what PTSD does to their lives and how it affects the parents. You cannot underestimate how it affects the entire family. And I just want to say I thank Veterans Moving Forward for giving an escape to these veterans. I want to thank them for what they do, for giving an escape to the veterans who have suffered and continue to suffer from the trauma, mentally and physically, that they have experienced while protecting the freedoms that I enjoy here in this country. We cannot ever thank them enough. You've got to be able to thank those people and appreciate who they are and what they have sacrificed, because you will never, ever know what their sacrifice was. It could be a simple thing, or it could have been a terribly, terribly traumatic thing. And I remember when my son came back from Afghanistan. They have this big parade grounds. They have all these things. They have these governors. They have all these people coming in to thank them and welcome them home. And after that, the government's gone. After they've made their little political speech, you don't see them anymore. Right? They're gone. After you see and talk to the people, then you realize what they've gone through. And I will never, ever forget one of the PFCs who served with my son. He came up to me after the ceremony where they were brought back home, and he hugged my neck, and he said, "Your son saved my life." That's the people that we're trying to help here. Those who have gone through that trauma, those who have gone through that psychological beatdown of facing death, just so that we can wake up in our own little snuggly beds, warm and toasty. That's how and so if you've got anything that you would like to give, I know that this program is going to go on. This program is going to go, the ability to give is going to go on for another week or so. In fact, they'll take your donations forever. But for this event, I know it's going on for at least another week. If you can find it within yourself to give $5, $10, $100, whatever it is. I know times are tough. The economy sucks for many, many people. But you know what? Waking up in a bad economy and free is better than waking up in a bad economy and being under somebody else's rule. And that's what you've got to think about. And that's the people who have protected you and me. Back to you, D-Gen.
I'm just going to go straight to John after that. Ed, I have nothing to add to that. So John, back to you.
Okay, you got volume on us? Okay, wow. Everybody's sobbing over here.
Ugly criers.
Ugly criers, right? Ed, that was beautifully said. Man, I don't even know where to go. The event, this is it for the event, right? That's the way to close it out, right? I do want to leave with a couple of special shout outs and thank yous, okay? So you can't see him now. Craig was over here before, but Craig's been running the board all weekend. Every word you've seen on screen, every transition, the volume, all the things, Craig, right, has been doing yeoman's work here. So thanks to Craig.
You made it.
Yeah, my partner Crimean, right? Always at my side, doing everything, right? I mean, and Jen, who's done more work than I have, I think, on this event. It's unbelievable. None of this happens without these two. for sure, right? It's unreal the amount of behind the scenes phone calls and texts and all the things that we have to do to put this thing on. It just doesn't happen, right? And it's not over yet, right? And I, of course, Joe flying out, Leon, Dice Doctor Dan, right? Carrie, Lori, who else is here? John, yeah,
Bo,
Brian,
Ashish.
yeah, Ryan, who was here before, Alan, of course, Tito,
Jeremy.
Where's Jeremy still here? Yep. Hey, Jeremy. These guys, the casino trainers, wow, did they step up? Right? They just gave us their whole facility for 2 days, and we took it over, and they have been great hosts. David has poured his heart out into this thing, right? And again, behind the scenes, you don't know what goes on behind the scenes, but David has done yeoman's work besides the amazingness he does on camera for us. So let's shout out a couple of things here. Can you go to the money screen for me? This is not everything, but these are the donors that we identified as donating 500 or more throughout the event. And I can't see the list. You got to read them off to me.
All right,
So
we're gonna go down the list.
and
Over Mike.
I know. Yeah, you tell me, and I'll tell them.
All right, we got Jeff Mid-Atlantic Crafts.
Jeff
2,000.
from Mid-Atlantic Crafts, $2,000. He just announced that. And that's not just Jeff. Hold on, that's not just Jeff, right? That's Jeff. He's putting in all the work, right? His subscribers are watching and they're donating through live streams, and he's donating everything back, right? Every dime he makes from YouTube goes right back into this thing. So Jeff is putting in hours and hours and hours of work to drive that, which is, I mean, it's can't be understated how amazing that is. Next up, Alan Tyndall. 1,600. Yeah, see, Alan. So Alan
He's
dropped.
on a flight right now.
Yeah, he's on the flight. He gave us a hug earlier. He dropped $500 before we even got here. He dropped $1,000 today. Y'all saw that one, and the $100 later on for I forget what. The silver piece, right? Yeah. So he might have even. I guess he's 1,700 because he bought a ticket too.
Yeah.
So that's stepping up in a big way.
Came from a 6-point fire.
From a 6-point fire bet, right? He said he was going to donate to winnings back, and boy, did he follow up on that one, right? Who's next on our list?
Somebody to your right wears glasses.
Somebody to my right. This right here.
Yeah.
Justice Jen.
1,200.
1,200.
No,
Wow.
I'm gonna match Jeff. Yeah.
You're going to match Jeff? Okay. There you go. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Jen. Who's next?
In the family, we've got Mrs. Procraft.
Mrs. Procraft with the $1,000, right? There you go. Thanks, Kathy. Love you. Who's next?
Matched by AC Group, the Atlantic City Craps Crew.
The Atlantic City Craps Crew, also $1,000, right?
Barry.
We have Joe W, 500 plus.
Yeah, 500 plus. So Joe gave 500 to this, but he's been given throughout the year. He kind of gives. So he's in this to win this. So thanks, Joe.
We have Carrie Red Arrow, Craft Angel 687.
No, that's Joe.
That's Joe.
That's Joe's employer.
That's Joe's employer, right?
Yeah, Joe from Craftsmaster. His.
Carrie's like, no.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Carrie.
I heard you had a donation.
Yep.
Does that qualify me for a bowl clinic?
I think it might qualify.
Carrie gave us $40 cash.
There you go.
There you go, right? Yep.
Then we have Casino Combat Squad.
Right.
575.
TRG. So that whole group donated, right? They got together a GoFundMe as a group, a Facebook group, and they donated all that, and I think that's being transferred over. So that's great. Thanks for them. Yes. And you know what's funny? I actually met him. I've seen his stuff, right? We've all seen YouTube channels, but on the cruise we were on, he walked up, and I'm like, I think I know your face. And he's like, Casino Combat. Oh my God. I'm a big fan, and I just slipped the date into him. Here he comes. He raised money with his group and showed up. I mean, that's amazing.
Great.
Then we have Silver Fox himself, Jay-Z 500.
Silver Fox, Jay-Z 500. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Colonel Potter with his 500 for the Black.
Colonel Potter. Now that's a dual donation, right? So Potter with the $500. Blackburn steps up and goes basically raw, right? Raw on life. He's going to be hating life for a couple of days, by the way. But that's
plus Ian's 200.
Plus Ian's 200 on top of
To
that.
have the person to your left, Ian Olsen 500.
Actually, it's 700 because of the extra 2, right? So it's 700 total, right?
Yep.
It's my wife.
Then we have G Money, who gave us his 450 from the qualifying shooter tournament.
Yeah, he won the shooters tournament.
Winner.
He won the whole thing, and he donated the whole thing back to us, which is amazing.
Thank you,
It's
Grant.
amazing. Thank you, Grant. Grant, by the way, the author of my favorite press move on the 5 and 9, the G Money special. You know that, right?
Yeah.
That's right.
Uncle Mel's.
That's Uncle Mel, but yeah, I heard it from
Just
G.
sounds
I still call it the G Money special because it sounds cool. All right.
All right, that's it.
That's it. A last one. All right. So that's all. I think.
How many of those? How much does that count? How many of those?
7 or 8.
That was
Yeah.
One last thing, John. Just one last thing. Hey, for next year, you guys, please come out, enjoy this time here together. When we all get together, we get to meet people. Instead of knowing handles, we know exactly whose people's names are. It makes it more realistic to see somebody in person, to be able to come in together here, and it's a great time. You know, feed you, we drink you, we go out and gamble together.
That's right. We've been having fun.
Socialize together. Please, more people out here, the better. We would love to see us triple in size. We have the facility now to do it. So come on out, take a look at the new facility that they have here. A great.
Them enough. And am I forgetting anything?
Yeah, I think
forgetting?
Bo's donating his time, which is worth way more than 500. Ashish donating money and his services, also worth more. Joe put a ton of money into the table and his time, of course. So
yeah.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Yeah,
I'll be
thanks.
willing to stand by anybody and help them make money just by giving them conversation.
You want to help deliver a craps table tray?
All right. So I think our final tally is just about 20,000. We're 18 and change plus some more coming in. We have to do some math still and figure out. But I think we're right about 20K so far. We're gonna keep it open for the rest of the week, and we'll have a raffle drawing on the coffee run on Casino Gaming TV. Probably Friday Follies this week or next week. We'll do that. We'll see how the schedule plays out.
And
so
for the bingo players.
and we'll do bingo.
We'll do a drawing or do an actual live.
I think we'll do
give a
bingo
schedule.
all week long on my show, and every day we'll do 1 or 2 bingos and have giveaways. So
There's 10 things that people.
yeah,
can
we've got
still
like
win.
10 things on the bingo still.
And you can
so.
still buy a bingo card.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Bo?
Yeah,
Come
also
on
on
over.
my website.
Yeah.
On my website, I'm putting up Casino Quest, and then the Craps for the Cure on the homepage, so people can see it. They can click right
Yeah.
over to you.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much.
Very visible.
Yeah, appreciate that.
This is a great facility.
Yeah.
It is. It is. All right. Well, with that said, let's all wave goodbye. Give ourselves a big round of applause. Thanks to everybody. Thank you.
Well,
It's in the
We out?
book.